Dad, I want to eat. When Lu Zixia woke up, he came to a parallel world and had a daughter whom he loved dearly. To ensure my daughter has enough food to eat, to ensure she lives in a big house, and to ensure her mother comes back, what could Lu Zixia do? He was helpless too. Fortunately, Lu Zixia brings with him a world of entertainment information, so these pressures don't seem to exist. Facing those entertainment giants, Lu Zixia said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here is garbage." Chapter 1. Are you still a man? Third brother, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore, someone is looking for you outside. In a dormitory building for the 10th grade undergraduate students at the Huaxia Academy of Drama, a fat man who was only 1.7 meters tall, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but weighed 180 grams, pushed a young man lying on the bed. The young man was about 1.83 meters tall and a little thin. He wore blue jeans and a loose white shirt, which made his already handsome face look even more elegant. Lu Zixia, lying on the bed, frowned and subconsciously raised his hand to rub his head. He felt dizzy, as if someone had hit him hard. Then he opened his eyes with difficulty. Where is this? I'm at the company's wrap-up party. Why? Lu Zixia looked blankly at the fat man who was pushing him in front of him and everything around him, trying hard to recall what happened last night. At this moment, he felt his head suddenly shake, and a series of memories that did not belong to him rushed into his head like a swarm of bees. Just like an atomic bomb explosion, a huge mushroom cloud swept through Lu Zixia's mind madly, making him open his mouth and scream involuntarily, "Ah! Third brother, Zixia, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." The fat man who had just withdrawn his hand was suddenly startled and looked nervously at Lu Zixia, who was curled up, holding his head and screaming. Lu Zixia didn't answer, but just kept holding his head and shouting. I don't know how long it took, but when Lu Zixia opened his eyes again, all he saw was a sea of white, and a pungent smell of disinfectant wafted around his nose. Is this the infirmary? Rubbing his still heavy eyelids, Lu Zixia supported himself on the bed with both hands and sat up. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that such a bizarre thing as time travel would actually happen to me. Time travel, yes, Lu Zixia traveled through time. Lu Zixia was a senior executive of a well-known media company on Earth in his previous life, and was also a first-line singer. Before traveling through time, he was attending the wrap-up party of a TV series produced by the company as a representative of the company, but after he got drunk, he opened his eyes again and found himself the owner of this body. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also called Lu Zixia, but he was younger than him, only 23 years old, with black hair and black eyes, a pure Chinese, a fourth-year undergraduate student majoring in drama and film performance in the acting department of Huaxia Academy of Drama. Lu Zixia has completed his graduation thesis defense and will be able to leave school after attending the graduation ceremony. From then on, he will have the sea as wide as fish can leap and the sky as high as birds can fly. Lu Zixia quickly accepted this identity, but what surprised him was that this parallel world was very different from Earth. This is a parallel world similar to Earth. Its past history is very similar to that of Earth, except that many tragedies that have occurred in Chinese history, such as the 5 barbarians invasion, World War I, and World War II, did not happen. Therefore, China's national strength is quite strong in this parallel world. It is absolutely the boss of the world. China is the second, and even the United States has to stay away. Of course, if there is one, there will be two. The only area where America surpasses China is in entertainment. There is no way. Although the history here is similar to that of the Earth, some historical poets and literary masters, such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Xi and Shiji, have never appeared here, so there are many omissions in Tang poetry and song lyrics. In modern times, some of the most famous songs, movies, TV series, and even variety shows on Earth, as well as film and television actors, writers, have all disappeared without a trace. This has led to China being committed to the development of culture and entertainment. Since its founding, many art colleges have been built across the country, and the China Academy of Drama is the holy land of all China's art colleges. Countless young Chinese men and women dream of becoming great writers, superstars, international superstars. To make up for China's only shortcoming and surpass America, Lu Zixia is one of the countless young people chasing their dreams. Hey, police uncle, police sister, what on earth are you looking for our third child about? Just when Lu Zixia was still daydreaming, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar came from outside, and then a fat man with thick eyebrows and big eyes came in, leading a man and a woman, 2 police officers in uniform. Hey, third brother, you finally woke up. I was so scared. Seeing Lu Zixia awake in the room, the little fat boy rushed over with agility that was not in line with his body shape. I asked Dr. Li in the infirmary, and he said that you are under too much pressure and just need more rest. The fat boy's name is Su Nua. He majors in cultural administration and is Lu Zixia's best friend and roommate. Thanks, fatty. Lu Zixia nodded slightly to Su Nua, looked at the 2 police officers following the fat man with confusion, and asked, who are these two? Fatty Su turned around and introduced, third brother, these 2 police officers said they want to see you. Student Lu Zixia, we are from the Shenyang District Public Security Bureau. We have been commissioned to hand over your daughter to you for raising. Before Fatty Su finished speaking, the female police officer stepped forward and said with contempt on her face, daughter? Lu Zixia was completely bewildered. This guy had been single since he went to college, 4 years in the past, and he didn't even have a girlfriend. He had always relied on the 5th girl to get things done. Where did his daughter come from? The female police officer took 2 steps to the side and pulled out a little girl from behind her. The little girl was about 4 years old. She had a delicate face like a porcelain doll, with rosy cheeks, a small nose, rosy thin lips, and a pair of big, clear eyes. She looked like a little princess. Comrade officer, are you mistaken? I don't even know her. He looked at the little girl carefully. Although she was cute and adorable, Lu Zixia definitely did not want to take the blame for being a father. After hearing what Lu Zixia said, the police officer hadn't said anything yet, but the little girl puckered her rosy lips, and her big eyes began to fill with mist and water, and she was about to cry. The female police officer became anxious, and like a magician, she took out a lollipop from her pocket, squatted down and coaxed the little girl. The male police officer's expression turned cold as he looked at Lu Zixia, obviously thinking he was a Chen Shimi who had seduced her and then abandoned her. Student Lu Zixia. The male police officer took out a document from his briefcase and said, this is the power of attorney issued by the child's mother and her lawyer. It's also certified by the relevant authorities. Take a look for yourself. Lu Zixia took it in a daze, reading it word by word for a long time before finally shaking his head and saying, based on this alone, I still can't believe it. Lu Zixia, are you still a man? The female police officer was furious and threw another document at Lu Zixia. Is this your daughter? Take a good look at her yourself. Chapter 2 Daughter's IOUU Paternity Test. Lu Zixia's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the second document. The probability of parentage, RCP, is 99.9991%. This paternity test became the last straw that broke the camel's back. This little girl is really my own daughter. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Looking at the documents in his hand, Lu Zixia was completely confused. Lu Zixia, I leave this child to you. From today on, you are her legal guardian. Treat her well. To be honest, the two police officers really didn't want to take this job. This handsome guy turned out to be a Chen Shimmy. The little girl would have a hard time in the future. The two police officers finally left after saying this. I in the infirmary, only Lu Zixia, Fatty Sue, and the little guy were left. Little guy, tell your uncle, what is your name? Fatty Sue had previously thought that the little girl was the policewoman's child, but he didn't expect this to happen. When he thought that the little girl was the daughter of the third child in their family, Fatty Sue immediately became excited. Hello, Fatty uncle. My name is Lu Jiayue, and my mother calls me Yaya. The little girl looked at the fat uncle in front of her timidly, her voice thin and soft. Ouch. Upon hearing this, the little fat boy's face turned awkward. Yaya, uncle wants to discuss with you. Can you get rid of the fat? Okay, fat uncle. Xiao Yaya blinked her big watery eyes, looking very cute. Oh, okay. Fatty Sue responded helplessly. Yaya, what did that policewoman say when she pulled you over just now? Lu Zixia came back to his senses at this moment. After hearing what the fat man said, he couldn't help but ask, Fatty, what did you say? Hey, didn't you see it? The fat man turned his head and looked at Lu Zixia. Just now, before leaving, the policewoman deliberately pulled Xiao Yaya aside and whispered for a long time. Before leaving, she slipped a small note to the little girl. Xiao Yaya looked at her father cutely and said, the police officer said that if dad hits me in the future, she told me to call her and she would take dad to the zoo and make him plant flowers and grass. Damn it, and the zoo? Am I the kind of person who beats children? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes, stood up from the hospital bed, walked to Xiao Yaya, squatted down, looked at her straight, and said nothing. Xiao Yaya was a little timid at the beginning, and her eyes were evasive, but later on, her eyes were full of curiosity, and she just kept looking at Lu Zixia. The father and daughter didn't say anything, and Fatty Sue, who was standing beside them, didn't dare to say anything either, for fear of disturbing them. Gurgle. After a long while, a strange sound came from Xiao Yaya's stomach. The little girl blushed, holding her belly, and said coquettishly with a hint of anticipation, Dad, Dad. Yaya is hungry, Dad. This soft call was like a warm current flowing into Lu Zixia's heart, melting his heart, and it seemed that all 36,000 pores on his body were spewing out heat. This is definitely his daughter. How could this throbbing of blood be fake? Huh? Hey, you're hungry, right? Lu Zixia said something in a panic, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up Xiao Yaya with clumsy movements. Suddenly, Lu Zixia's heart began to beat. It really proves the saying, if I have you, I have the whole world. Yaya, tell Daddy what you want to eat. Daddy will take you to eat delicious food. Lu Zixia's voice softened, and as he walked out, he said, Fatty, thank Dr. Li for me. I'll take my daughter to get something to eat first, and you can just go back to the dormitory later. Hey, third brother, why don't you take me with you when you go to eat good food? Fatty Sue was anxious. You haven't told me what's going on yet? Hey, don't forget to bring me some delicious food. Lu Zixia waved behind him and walked out of the infirmary holding Xiao Yaya. On the east side of Huaxi Opera, there is a very popular pastry shop called Youjia Dessert. Students from Huaxi Opera and surrounding universities like to come here. There was a dessert shop with a small table near the window. Lu Zixia ordered a mousse cake, 2 small egg tarts, and a glass of orange juice for Xiao Yaya. Seeing the little guy's eyes curved into crescents while eating, Lu Zixia's heart was throbbing and could not calm down. In his previous life, Lu Zixia was an orphan since childhood. His life experience made him understand that only by working hard can he make his life better and have everything he wants. Therefore, Lu Zixia has been busy with his career. After he achieved success, he had power and money, and there was no shortage of women pursuing him, but Lu Zixia did not form his own family. In this life, he had just picked up a daughter for free. For Lu Zixia, this was the beginning of a new life and an extremely novel experience. Dad, I'm full. Xiao Yaya looked at Lu Zixia and said softly. Yaya, there are still 2 egg tarts left. How come you are full? Lu Zixia asked after looking at the things on the table. Little Yaya pouted, and although there was still a hint of reluctance in her big eyes, she shook her head firmly. Yaya is full, Daddy hasn't eaten yet, so the egg tarts should be left for Daddy. Boom, this simple sentence made Lu Zixia's head go blank. For some reason, tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. Lu Zixia, who had never felt the warmth of family, made up his mind at this moment to make Xiao Yaya, his daughter, happy and joyful for the rest of her life. Dad, are you crying? Seeing Lu Zixia crying, Xiao Yaya became anxious. She jumped down from the stool and ran to Lu Zixia. She stretched out her tender little hands, stood on tiptoe, and tried hard to wipe Lu Zixia's tears. Her little mouth moved. Daddy, don't cry. If you cry again, you will turn into a little cat. Lu Zixia burst out laughing, wiped his tears, picked up Xiao Yaya, and said softly, Daddy is not crying, he just has sand in his eyes. Is that so? Xiao Yaya stretched out her tone. Dad, Yaya will blow on your eyes. If there is sand in Yaya's eyes, Mommy will blow on them for you. As she spoke, Xiao Yaya came close to Lu Zixia's face and blew carefully into his eyes. Lu Zixia let the little guy blow his eyes. After a while, he straightened Xiao Yaya and picked up an egg tart from the table. He said, Yaya, Daddy can't finish 2 egg tarts. Can you help Daddy finish 1 egg tart? Xiao Yaya tilted her head and thought for a while, then pursed her rosy lips and said with a giggle, Daddy can't finish it all, so Yaya will help Dad eat one. Xiao Yaya is growing up, and a mousse cake can't satisfy the little one's appetite. Chapter 3, The child's mother is a big star, come, dad will feed you. Luzicia laughed and picked up an egg tart to feed the little guy. Xiao Yaya took small bites of the egg tart, and her beautiful big eyes curved into little crescents. Ring ring ring. Just as Luzicia was enjoying the warmth in front of him, a crisp bell rang. Following the ringing sound, Luzicia discovered that the ringing sound came from a pink watch on Xiao Yaya's wrist. Children's phone watch. The little one is quite fully equipped. Hello? Xiao Yaya pressed the key on her phone and called out crisply, is that mommy? Well, Yaya, have you recognized your father? A cold voice came from the watch phone. Yeah. Xiao Yaya showed an excited smile on her face. Daddy is very good to me. He treated me to mousse cake and egg tarts. Yaya ate so much. He still has some conscience. The cold voice continued, Yaya, mom has been busy lately. When mom is done with her work, I'll go back to see you, okay? Mom, how long is a while? Xiao Yaya's little eyebrows wrinkled cutely. The cold voice didn't reply immediately. The phone watch output was two unclear conversations, but Luzicia still caught a few keywords, role, part, and rap. Yaya's mother is an actress? Luzicia had a guess in his mind. 3 months, mommy promises that I will come back to see you in 3 months, okay? The cold voice finally came from the watch phone. 3 months. 1 month is 30 days, so 3 months is more than 90 days. That's a long time. Yaya won't be able to see her mother for a long time. A sad expression suddenly appeared on Xiao Yaya's face, and her big eyes were full of disappointment. Luzicia, who was holding Xiao Yaya, felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly said coldly to the phone watch on the little one's wrist, 3 months, you really don't need to worry about it? Dad? Xiao Yaya turned her head to look at Luzicia, with a dazed expression on her little face. When Luzicia's voice was heard, the other end of the watch phone fell silent. You are a truly competent mother, leaving your child to someone you've never met. The other party didn't reply, but that didn't mean Luzicia wouldn't continue. You could definitely become a spy. You're so good at keeping secrets. For 4 years, I didn't even know I had such a big daughter. Luzicia, it was you who abandoned me after having an affair with me, and you still have the nerve to say such things about our family. Just as Luzicia was about to continue his verbal attack, another female voice came from the watch phone, sharp and shrill. My family always said that you were a simple person. In my opinion, you are a modern Chin Shimmy. The sound was very loud, and there were quite a few customers around Luzicia and his group. In an instant, all the men and women around them turned their eyes over. Luzicia frowned and said, Is Yaya's mother called Luzicia, you are shameless. The voice on the other end of the watch phone exploded in an instant. You still don't know name. You are just a scum of society. Okay, sister Jingjing, don't scare Yaya. The cold voice came again. Luzicia, listen carefully, Yaya will be handed over to you from now on. But you'd better be good to Yaya. When I see Yaya again, if she loses a single hair, I will never let you go. Snap, as soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Luzicia to reply, the phone was hung up unilaterally. You hung up on me. What's wrong? Luzicia was stunned. He had only said a few words, so why such a big reaction? He had done something wrong and was not allowed to speak up? You had kept this secret from me for 4 years. As a father, didn't you have the right to know? Dad. Seeing Luzicia didn't say anything, Xiao Yaya was a little at a loss. Luzicia squeezed Yaya's little hand and asked, Yaya, can you tell Daddy what Mommy's name is? Mom said I can only tell Dad and not anyone else. Xiao Yaya turned her little head, looked around, leaned close to Luzicia's ear, and whispered, Mom's name is Li Mengi. Li Mengi, huh? Li Mengi, hearing this name, Luzicia's eyes suddenly widened, and a series of fragments suddenly flashed through his mind. He continued to ask, Yaya, tell Dad, how old are you this year? I'm 4 years old this year. Xiao Yaya stretched out 4 fingers on her white and tender little hand and said, Mom said that I am a wonderful existence, so she wanted me to remember the day I was born. 4 years old, which means 3 years old. 4 years old, 4 years old, Luzicia kept repeating it, but his thoughts drifted to the welcome party organized by the department 4 years ago. That year, the original owner of this body had just been admitted to the China Academy of Drama. At that time, the Department of Drama Performance that Luzicia chose specially organized a welcome party to welcome the new students. Li Mengi was the host and one of the conveners of the welcome reception. At that time, Li Mengi was not Luzicia's girlfriend, and she didn't even know him. There was no way. Although Li Mengi was only a junior student at the time, she had entered the entertainment industry early and was already a big star at the level of a movie queen. How could she know Luzicia, an unknown freshman? As for Yaya's birth, it was completely a wonderful accident. To put it simply, at the cocktail party, Li Mengi was drugged by a crazy fan. Just when the fan was about to do something wrong, Luzicia caught him and rescued Li Mengi. The drug had already taken effect by then, Li Mengi was already unconscious, and Luzicia was a normal man full of vigor. So, the two of them ate the forbidden fruit in a daze. However, Luzicia would never have thought that just because of this accident, Li Mengi actually gave birth to a child that was the fruit of their love. I have kept it a secret until now, and only now have I given the child to him to raise temporarily. Accident. Everything is a wonderful accident. Life is really full of surprises. Luzicia shook his head slightly as he recalled everything. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the men and women at the next table, who were pointing and talking in low voices over here. Looking at the expressions of contempt or disdain on their faces, it is obvious that what they said were not nice words. Not wanting the gossip of the onlookers to affect Xiao Yaya, Luzicia lowered his head and said to Xiao Yaya, Yaya, Daddy will take you to meet some new uncles, okay? Okay. Xiao Yaya clapped her hands. By the way, Dad, can you buy some delicious food for Fatty Uncle? Huh? Luzicia had just paid the bill. Why did you buy him something delicious? That's what Fatty Uncle said himself, and Dad also promised him. Xiao Yaya said seriously, Mom said that if you promise something to someone, you must do it. Well, I was taught a lesson by my own daughter, but to be honest, Luzicia had completely forgotten about this matter. Chapter 4, Raising a Child Also Requires Money. In the dormitory 319 on the 3rd floor of the 10th grade undergraduate male dormitory building of Huaxia Academy of Drama, there are two other young men besides the fat boy Su Nuwa. A young man with a square face and thick eyebrows. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a strong build and bulging muscles that could not be concealed even by a loose black shirt. The other young man was too delicate in appearance, with slick back hair and powdered face. And a petite figure. If he did not have obvious female features, he would definitely be mistaken for a woman. At this moment, the little fat boy was talking excitedly. Big brother, Sister Lian, let me tell you, this guy, the third brother, is really good at hiding things. He's almost graduated, and he's already got a 3 or 4-year-old daughter. Fatty, are you kidding us? The strong young man was the dormitory leader, named Song Qingshan. He was straightforward and spoke in a bold manner. The third brother is a well-known bachelor in our department. In 4 years, he hasn't even held the hand of a young lady. How could he possibly have a daughter, that is? The young man, who looked rather feminine, was the fourth child in the dormitory. His name was Bai Lianxing. He came from a family of opera performers and spoke softly and in a gentle tone. A few days ago, the third child was saying he wanted to go on a budget after graduation. If he had a daughter, would he also want to go out and have fun? Hey, brother, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Take a look. Su Nuwa took out his phone, swiped it a few times, and handed it to the two of them. See the little girl the third child is holding? Her name is Xiao Yaya, and she's our daughter. Is it real? Song Qingshan leaned over to take a look and smiled. You know what, this little girl and the third brother really look alike. Ah, that's right, if my daughter doesn't look like me, who else does she look like? Just then, Lu Zixia pushed the door open and walked in holding Xiao Yaya. Third brother, you are finally back. Seeing Lu Zixia and his daughter coming in, Su Nuwa instantly transformed into a nimble fat man and reached out to take little Yaya from Lu Zixia's arms. Yaya, come on, let your uncle hold you. Get away from me. Lu Zixia's face turned black, and he kicked Fatty Su aside. Third brother, you really have a daughter? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianxing widened their eyes and asked in unison. How could it be false? Lu Zixia put little Yaya on the ground and placed the 2 bags of food he was carrying on the table. Boss, Sister Lian, this is my daughter, Yaya. Yaya, come and say hello to the uncles. Little Yaya grabbed the corner of Lu Zixia's clothes and said shyly, my name is Yaya, hello uncles. The little guy is only 4 years old. He has been with Li Mingyi all year round and has rarely met strangers. So when he saw these two guys, Xiao Yaya was still a little shy. Hello, Yaya. Yaya is so pretty. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianxing had never encountered such a thing before. They wanted to act more friendly, but they were afraid of scaring Xiao Yaya, so they were both at a loss. Lu Zixia smiled and pointed at several people and said, Yaya, you have seen this fat uncle. The dark and strong one is your uncle Song, and this unbelievably pretty one is your uncle Bai. Dark, strong, and incredibly beautiful, Song Qingshan and Bai Lianxing wanted to kill Lu Zixia. Even though he was telling the truth, it was still too infuriating to say so. Xiao Yaya bowed politely. Uncle Song, Uncle Bai. Okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? Lu Zixia picked up little Yaya and put her on his bunk. He pointed to the 2 bags of food on the table and said, this is what Yaya asked me to buy for you. Come and eat. You actually bought them for us? Fatty Su cheered and rushed over. Hamburgers, family buckets, pizza. Third brother, why are you so generous today? You haven't run out of living expenses for a long time, have you? Fatty, do you think everyone is like you? Just 3 days into school, you've already spent a month's living expenses. Bai Lianxing pinched her fingers together. Lao San is frugal and has been working part-time to pay for his studies. Have you ever seen him ask his family for living expenses in the past few years? Okay, Sister Lian, stop bringing up this irrelevant topic. Song Qingshan's face changed when he heard Bai Lianxing talking about home. Even eating can't stop your stinky mouth. Ah. Bai Lianxing reacted and looked at Lu Zixia with an apologetic look. Third brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Zixia smiled indifferently. He knew in his heart that the original owner of this body had completely fallen out with his family when he chose the China Academy of Drama when filling out his college entrance examination application. It's been 4 years and I haven't contacted my family once. Third brother, don't blame Sister Lian. She's just a slutty bitch. Fatty Su also started to change the subject. By the way, third brother, you're really too mean. You've got such a grown-up daughter, and you've hidden her so well. To be honest, I didn't even know I had such a big daughter. Lu Zixia was a little helpless. When he turned to look at Xiao Yaya, the tenderness on his face was so strong that it could not be melted away. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Yaya was looking at Song Qingshan and Bai Lianxing curiously at this time. When she saw her father looking at her, she immediately smiled brightly. Yaya, would you like some yogurt? Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's chubby little face and handed her a bottle of yogurt. I want to drink milk. Xiao Yaya held the yogurt happily, feeling very satisfied. Third brother, from what you said, you don't even know who Yaya's mother is? Song Qingshan asked in confusion. It's not that I don't know. Lu Zixia scratched his hair, it's just that I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, Yaya is my biological daughter, and I should, and must, raise her. So, third brother, what are your plans for the future? Su Nuwa was chewing on a burger. With your major, after graduation you can only work for various crews, playing extras or small roles. You'll be exhausted every day for a tiny paycheck. How can you have time to take care of Yaya? This problem is very realistic. Lu Zixia's total net worth is only 18,000 yuan, not to mention the daily food, clothing, housing and transportation. Just raising Xiao Yaya would cost a lot of money. After all, raising a child also requires money, especially in Beijing, the capital of China, where 18,000 yuan is not enough for a month's expenses. Fatty Su's worries are not unreasonable. Third brother, how about, you come to my garden? Bai Lianqing hesitated for a moment, then said, I can't say much more, but at least I can guarantee you and your daughter enough food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Bai Lianqing's family lives in Jinghua. In addition, his grandfather, father, uncles and others are all famous Peking opera actors. He has his own theater in Jinghua and also a small media company. Sister Lian, I appreciate your kindness. Lu Zixia rejected Bai Lianqing. As the saying goes, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain, and there will always be a way out when you reach the bridge. Let's talk about the future after the graduation ceremony. Chapter 5 I don't need your charity when you reach the mountain, there will always be a way, when you reach the bridge, things will naturally go smoothly. Fatty Sue muttered, who said that? I've never heard of it, but it seems to make a lot of sense. By the way, speaking of graduation. Song Qingshan interrupted, our department has come up with something new this time. After the graduation ceremony, we'll have a performance. Anyone graduating from the 10th grade of our department can sign up to participate. The best performer will receive a 200,000 yuan prize. Is there such a good thing? Fatty Sue jumped up 3 feet high. 200,000, are you sure it's your department, not the academy, that paid for it? It's really not our department that pays for it. Bai Lianqing took over the conversation, this performance was sponsored by senior sister Lu Qiqi. I heard she came to the department specifically to select roles for her music video, but couldn't find a suitable one. It just so happened to coincide with our college's graduation ceremony, so she suggested that our acting department hold a performance for the graduates. Firstly, it would expand the department's influence, and secondly, it would help with casting for the music video. Lu Qiqi. Fatty Sue's eyes were green with envy. She's a big star from our Huaxi Opera School. She became a top singer in China in just 2 years. She actually came to our academy for a casting? Fatty, why are you so excited? Lu Zixia felt a chill. Lu Qiqi is here to select talent for our acting department. What does this have to do with you? Why is there no more? Fatty Sue puffed out his round belly. If she doesn't choose me to be the protagonist of the MV, it will be her loss. Just wait and see. She will definitely choose me. Then, forget it, you don't even qualify for a performance. Song Qingshan interrupted him bluntly, I think this is an opportunity for the third brother. Besides, with these 200,000, you don't have to worry about money for the time being. That's right, third brother, just sign up. Bai Lianqing's eyes lit up and he said, in our department, you're definitely one of the best in acting, singing, and dancing. The prize money is quite generous, and there's also a chance to film a music video. Even if it's just for Xiao Yaya, you should give it a try. After hearing what the two brothers said, Lu Zixia was also a little tempted. With his assets in the entire entertainment information of the earth, taking part in the performance report and winning first place is no problem, the most important thing is that the money can be cashed immediately, which just solves his urgent needs. Thinking of this, Lu Zixia stroked Xiao Yaya's hair and said, Yaya, do you want to perform with daddy? Can I? Little Yaya was stunned for a moment, but when she saw Lu Zixia nod affirmatively, she immediately clapped her hands and shouted happily, great, great, Yaya can perform with daddy. Lu Zixia has already graduated, and it is very inconvenient for him to stay in school because he has to take care of Xiao Yaya. So he asked Bai Lianqing, a native of Jinghua, to help him find a place to stay outside the school. Bai Lianqing lived up to expectations and quickly helped Lu Zixia find a house. It was not far from the China Drama Academy, in a community called Jialan. It had 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. The rent is only this low because the house belongs to Bai Lianqing's cousin. Otherwise, for a school district house like this, you can't even think about renting it for less than tens of thousands of yuan. The rent for the land he had to pay for the deposit was all that Lu Zixia's family property was depleted. There is still a week left before the performance, and the 200,000 yuan bonus cannot be obtained quickly. Lu Zixia began to think about how to make quick money before. Lu Zixia thought that he didn't need to worry about making money at all. After all, this parallel world does not have those classic works on earth, such as novels, songs, movies, TV, comics, and so on. None of these, of course. This is not the reason why Lu Zixia is confident. What made Lu Zixia happy was that for some reason, all the works he had seen and heard on earth were imprinted in his mind with incredible clarity, just like computer storage, and he could use them whenever he wanted. Take any classic on earth, how bad can it be? Just when Lu Zixia designed several money-making plans, the crisp ringtone of his cell phone rang. Unknown number. Picking up the phone and glancing at it, Lu Zixia subconsciously frowned. Hello? Lu Zixia? A cold voice came off. The voice sounded familiar, so Lu Zixia politely replied, I'm Lu Zixia, may I ask who you are? I am Li Mingy, the cold voice continued. Oh. Lu Zixia's voice quickly became flat. What do you want to talk to me about? I heard Yaya say that you make different kinds of delicious food for her every day. She has been very happy these days. Thank you. Li Mingy said. You're welcome. Yaya is my daughter. This is what I should do. Lu Zixia said impatiently, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up. Hey, you, don't hang up. Li Meng said anxiously, why are you like this? Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. Give me a bank account and I'll transfer some money to you. Who are you looking down on? Lu Zixia frowned. I, Lu Zixia, have hands and feet. I don't need your charity. What is alms? Li Mingy had once hired a private detective to investigate Lu Zixia and knew that apart from his strong temper, he was perfect in every other way. Otherwise, she would not have handed Xiao Yeye over to Lu Zixia to take care of. Don't flatter yourself. This money isn't for you. It's for Xiao Yeye's living expenses. I want to give Xiao Yeye everything she wants and make her happy, instead of making her suffer with you. Li Mingy, don't be so high-sounding. Lu Zixia felt his pride was insulted. I can be happy with you, but suffer with me? Let me tell you, Li Mingy, if Yaya had been brought to me earlier, I would definitely be happier than with you. Lu Zixia, I don't have time to argue with you. Li Mingyi's anger rose, and his tone became higher. Give me the account number, I want to transfer money to my daughter. If you want to pay, just deliver it to Yaya yourself. Lu Zixia was too lazy to pay attention to Li Mingyi and hung up the phone directly. Dad, is that mommy? At this time, Xiao Yaya, wearing a pink princess dress and playing with a bunny stuffed bunny, ran over and said, I think I hear mommy's voice. Yes, it's mom. Lu Zixia's face was filled with smile again, changing the coldness he had when he called just now. What did mommy say? Xiao Yaya tilted her head and blinked her big eyes, looking very cute. Mom said she missed Yaya very much. Lu Zixia picked up little Yaya and kissed her little face. Hee hee, daddy's beard is so straight, hee hee. Xiao Yaya giggled, like a little angel. Chapter 6 I just happened to meet you. The father and daughter played for a while, and Xiao Yaya's stomach began to rumble. Lu Zixia looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 12 noon. Looking at Xiao Yaya, whose face was slightly red, Lu Zixia deliberately said, Oh, what's that sweet sound? It's like singing. Hee hee, daddy, it's my little belly that's singing. Xiao Yaya raised her little head proudly. If daddy doesn't cook for me, the singing will turn into dancing. Our Yaya is truly a natural artist. Lu Zixia laughed. Let's go, Yaya, daddy's taking you out to eat today. Really? Xiao Yaya became happy, clapping her hands and shouting, let's go out and have a delicious meal. Not far from the entrance of the community where Lu Zixia rented a house, there was a theme restaurant called Meet You Under the Tree. The name is very poetic. Once you enter, you will find that this is more of a dining bar than a theme restaurant. The restaurant was not very noisy. 14 or 15 tables were placed randomly in the hall, and on the left side of the restaurant, there was a row of bookshelves. On the right side, there was a small stage of less than 10 square meters. There was a piano, guitar, and microphone on the stage, but no one was performing. The music in the restaurant was also CDs. The restaurant was doing a booming business, with only one table near the small stage remaining empty. Lu Zixia took Xiao Yaya to sit at the empty table, ordered a few of Xiao Yaya's favorite dishes, and started playing with the little guy. Xiao Yaya was playing with her father, but she wasn't very enthusiastic and kept glancing at the stage from time to time. Lu Zixia felt strange and said, Yaya, do you really want to play on the small stage? There is also a piano in my mother's house. Xiao Yaya pointed at the grand piano on the stage, with a flash of loss in her big eyes. It was obvious that she missed her mother. Children are like this, they can't live without whoever they follow and will miss them. Seeing the disappointment in Xiao Yaya's eyes, Lu Zixia felt very distressed. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and called the waiter over. Sir, how can I help you? The waiter was a young man in his 20s with a bright smile. It's like this. I want to ask, since your business is so booming, why don't you invite resident singers to perform? Lu Zixia asked. The waiter politely replied, Sir, we don't have a fixed singer on our small stage. Anyone who truly loves music can perform on the small stage. And, if our boss is pleased with the performance, he'll even give free meals to the guests who are performing. Your boss is an interesting person. Lu Zixia chuckled. If possible, I really want to meet him. The waiter explained, our boss used to be a musician and has a lot of friends in the music industry. They often come here to get together, so he built this small stage. Oh, is that so? Lu Zixia nodded and suddenly said to Xiao Yaya, Yaya, the food hasn't come yet. Do you want to go play the piano with Dad first? Me? Can I? Xiao Yaya looked at Lu Zixia in surprise, her big eyes full of desire. Little brother, can we do this? Lu Zixia turned his head, his meaning was very clear. Why not? The waiter shrugged his shoulders and made a gesture of invitation. Sir, I look forward to your performance. Right now, more than a dozen tables in the restaurant are already full of guests, and even in the waiting area near the door, there are still 17 or 18 diners waiting for an empty table. The diners were either eating or chatting, and no one noticed that Lu Zixia and Xiao Yaya, father and daughter, had already stepped onto the small stage. Lu Zixia looked at little Yaya sitting beside him like a little adult and asked, Yaya, can you play the piano? Yeah, Yaya can play a lot of songs. Little Yaya nodded her head with a proud look on her face. Yaya is so amazing? Lu Zixia asked in surprise, then do you want to play a song for Daddy? Okay, Yaya loves playing the piano the most. Yaya nodded happily and placed her little fingers on the keys in a very professional manner. Ding, the pleasant sound of the piano rang out, and Lu Zixia listened attentively. At the moment the piano music sounded, all the diners in the restaurant turned their eyes to the small stage. When they saw Lu Zixia and his daughter on the stage, some were curious, some were surprised, but most of them just glanced away and no one took another look at the father and daughter. These diners are all regular customers of the restaurant, so they naturally know that the reason why the restaurant owner built this small stage is mainly to make it convenient for his friends in the circle to play music. Normally, no customer would dare to go up and play music or sing. In the eyes of the diners, it was just two customers playing for fun and there was no way they could produce any good music. Lu Zixia didn't care about these things. At this moment, he only had Xiao Yaya in his eyes. It seemed that Xiao Yaya was the only light in the whole world. Ding, the clean and crisp sound continued, and the diners also heard that the little guy was playing a children's song, Two Tigers. Although they were surprised that such a young child could play a song coherently, completely, and in tune, this was not enough to impress the diners. After the song was over, the diners didn't react at all, not even the basic polite applause. Bang, no. At a table in the corner, a young couple was clapping. Xiao Yaya didn't care about these things. She bowed politely to the couple in the corner, then looked up at Lu Zixia. Although she didn't say anything, the expression on her face clearly said 5 words: Dad, praise me. Lu Zixia lowered his head and kissed little Yaya's cheek, praising her. Yaya, you're really good at playing the floor. Tell Daddy, who taught you? Ha ha ha. Mommy taught me. Xiao Yaya straightened her little back proudly, a satisfied smile on her face. Dad, can you play the piano? Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's delicate chin and said, Dad's piano playing isn't as good as Yaya's. How about Dad playing the guitar and singing for you? Xiao Yaya asked in surprise, is this specially sung for Yaya? Yes, sing to our cutest Yaya. Lu Zixia has been in this world for a few days. He is very grateful to fate for bringing him into this world and meeting Xiao Yeye, this lovely little angel. Thinking of this, a gentle smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of Lu Zixio's mouth. He held the guitar and gently plucked the strings. The melodious guitar sound floated out with the sliding of his fingertips. Compared to the children's song piano music just now, the melodious and light guitar melody seems to be more appealing to people's hearts. We cried, we smiled, we look up at the sky, a few stars are still shining. Amidst the simple and clear guitar sound, a bright and magnetic voice rang out, almost instantly catching the ears of all the diners present. Li Yugang, I just happened to meet you, perhaps, Lu Zixia in this life. Does not have a voice like Li Yugang, but his voice is extremely magnetic, and seems to have a special quality that can quickly make people calm down and listen quietly. We sang Song of Time, only then do we know how to hug each other. What on earth is it for? The singing continued, and the slight noises of those who had originally not cared, or even chatted in low voices or drank together, gradually died down. All the diners put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked towards the small stage. There was a look of surprise on their faces. It seemed like they had never heard of this song before. However, it was very nice. After being surprised, several young men and women hurriedly picked up their mobile phones and started recording excitedly. Who's singing? Zhang Mingho, the restaurant owner who was resting on the second floor, was attracted by the beautiful singing. When he saw Lu Zixia singing and playing the guitar on the small stage, he couldn't help but be stunned. I haven't seen this person before. He shouldn't be in the circle, right? Who? Boss. The waiter was listening intently when he suddenly felt someone pulling him. He turned around and saw it was his boss. Who is this person? Zhang Mingho asked in a low voice. The waiter replied, Boss, this is our customer, sitting at that table. Yes, that little girl is his daughter. Oh. Zhang Mingho nodded and looked at Lu Zixia with shining eyes. Because I just happened to meet you, leaving footprints is beautiful, the wind blows the flowers and tears fall like rain because I don't want to be separated. The simple and straightforward lyrics and tune, amidst the melodious melody, fell into the ears and hearts of the diners, making them recall the deepest emotions they had. In that emotion, two people knew each other, stayed together, and parted. Because I just happened to meet you, leaving behind 10 years of expectations. If we meet again, I think I'll remember you. When the song reached this point, bitter smiles appeared on the faces of the diners, because the more they listened, the more they felt that the song seemed to be about their own coincidental encounter. When you first meet, do you like each other or not? When you stay together, no matter it is good or hard, you will go through it together. When you part, even if there are thousands of reasons, you have no choice but to leave, no matter how unwilling you are. As the magnetic singing faded away, the diners found that the person they had forgotten or who had buried in their hearts and whom they did not want to think about suddenly came to their mind. At this moment, the face that I miss most in my heart gradually becomes clear, and the laughter, tenderness, and quarrels of the past seem to appear before my eyes along with the singing. If we meet again, I think I'll remember you. When the song ended, the restaurant was as quiet as snow. Lu Zixia put down the guitar and pinched his red fingers. During the performance just now, many people flashed through his mind, some from past lives and some from this life, and finally settled on Xiao Yeye. Perhaps most of the diners present were thinking about their former lovers, but for Lu Zixia, he only had Xiao Yeye in this life. My daughter, it's great that I met you at the best time. Chapter 7. Restaurant owner. Looking up, Lu Zixia suddenly realized that the restaurant was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Xiao Yeye is young and can't understand the lyrics of music, but she can still tell whether a song is good or not. Dad, you sing so well, so wonderfully. Yeye is so happy. Little Yeye clapped her hands excitedly, as happy as a lark. Lu Zixia pinched Xiao Yeye's nose lovingly and said, as long as Yeye is happy. Hearing the conversation, the diners who had been immersed in Lu Zixia's singing for a long time finally came to their senses. Then the restaurant completely exploded with applause, cheers, one wave higher than the other. Hey buddy, what's the name of this song? You sing it so well, sing it again. This song is definitely original, this guy is so talented. Brother, do you have any other songs? Come on, sing another one. The restaurant suddenly became lively, changing from its usual peaceful and calm state. All the diners looked at Lu Zixia standing on the small stage with great excitement. This song is so nice. Lu Zixia acted indifferent to the diners' flattery. He did not forget how the diners reacted after Xiao Yeye finished playing the piano piece just now. Apart from the couple, no one else cheered, not even the most basic, polite applause. Lu Zixia was not a petty person, but Xiao Yeye was his sweetheart. These diners were so tactless that it was good enough that Lu Zixia did not get angry at them. Why should he be polite to them? Dad, that's awesome. Facing the cheering diners, Xiao Yeye seemed very excited. She tilted her little head and looked at Lu Zixia with admiration, and her big eyes seemed to be sparkling with little stars. Yeah, do you like this song? Lu Zixia looked at little Yeye gently. Yeah. Xiao Yeye nodded her head, her eyes narrowed with laughter. I like it. Dad will sing for you every day from now on, okay? Lu Zixia touched Xiao Yeye's head and said. Okay. Xiao Yeye tilted her head and looked at Lu Zixia. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and said, Dad, let's make a pinky promise. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Lu Zixia stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Xiao Yeye's right little finger. Xiao Yeye's red lips twitched. Let's make a promise and hang ourselves. We won't change it for 100 years. Then put a stamp on it. Ha, give me another stamp. Lu Zixia had never had this kind of experience before, and his mouth was so happy that it stretched from ear to ear. Lu Zixia ignored the diners and went back to the table to eat with Xiao Yeye in his arms. The diners were not happy. It was a rare opportunity for them to hear such beautiful songs, and they hadn't heard enough. Hey, buddy, which entertainment company are you from? Dude, is that a new song you're singing? Can you tell me the name of it? For a moment, the situation was a little out of control. Many diners rushed to Lu Zixia's table with excitement, chattering nonstop. Suddenly seeing these crazy diners, Xiao Yeye was so scared that she hugged Lu Zixia's arm tightly and dared not move. Seeing the fear on Xiao Yeye's face, Lu Zixia frowned, stood up suddenly, and shouted, Have you had enough? The voice was cold, with hints of anger. The diners were stunned by Lu Zixia's loud shout. We're here to eat, not to sing in the restaurant. Lu Zixia looked at the diners around him calmly. I don't want you to disturb me and my daughter while we eat. Please be quiet, thank you. Alright, let's go back and continue eating. Zhang Mingho, the restaurant owner who had been watching from the side, took the opportunity to bring a few waiters over, explained to the diners in a friendly manner, and comforted them to return to their seats to eat. My name is Zhang Mingho, the owner of this restaurant. What's your name, friend? After sending the diners away, Zhang Mingho walked to Lu Zixia with a gentle smile on his face and extended his right hand. Lu Zixia had noticed Zhang Mingho before. After all, the person who could command the restaurant waiters was, even if he was not the boss, at least the manager of the restaurant. No need to mention your surname, Lu. Lu Zixia reached out and shook Zhang Mingho's hand gently, saying, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. Honestly, it's our restaurant's fault for disturbing your meal." Zhang Mingho waved his hand. Isn't this your daughter? Yes, this is my daughter Yaya. Lu Zixia nodded. Yaya, come and call Uncle Zhang. Xiao Yaya poked her head out from behind Lu Zixia and said timidly, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Hey, Yaya is so cute. Zhang Mingho smiled at Xiao Yaya, took out a hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yaya. I'm sorry for scaring you just now, Xiao Yaya. Uncle doesn't have anything with him. Here's a small hairpin. Give it to our lovely Xiao Yaya. Please apologize to our restaurant for that. The little hairpin is pink and has a cute yellow little tiger on it, which looks very playful. Xiao Yaya was immediately attracted by the hairpin. She looked up at Lu Zixia, and the desire in her eyes was almost overflowing. Yaya, why don't you thank Uncle Zhang quickly? Although Lu Zixia didn't understand why Zhang Mingho was so nice to Xiao Yaya, whom he had only met once, he didn't reject Zhang Mingho's kindness. After all, this little hairpin was not worth much. Xiao Yaya stretched out her little hand to take the hairpin and said sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Xiao Yaya is so good. Zhang Mingho is not stupid. He can see that Lu Zixia especially loves Xiao Yaya. If he wants to get closer to Lu Zixia as soon as possible, Xiao Yaya is the best breakthrough. Daddy, can you help me put it on, please? After holding the small hairpin and looking at it for a long time, Xiao Yaya looked up at Lu Zixia. Good. Lu Zixia smiled and ruffled Xiao Yaya's hair, loosening the little girl's long ponytail. With a nimble twist of his fingers, a cute bun appeared. After changing her look, Xiao Yaya's facial features became clearer and she looked playful and cute. Looking at the joy on Xiao Yaya's face, Lu Zixia realized that his concern for Xiao Yaya was still far from enough. During this period, he has been busy with graduation and moving, and he was only thinking about making sure Xiao Yaya had enough nutrition. But he forgot to buy some nice clothes, toys and accessories for the little one. Now that I think about it, Xiao Yaya is still wearing the same clothes she wore when I first met her. Boss Zhang, thank you. Lu Zixia's tone was very sincere. You're too polite, Mr. Lu. Zhang Mingho waved his hand. My daughter is about the same age as Yaya. Seeing Yaya reminds me of my daughter. Boss Zhang, if you don't mind, would you please sit down and eat together? Since Zhang Mingho had already expressed his goodwill, Lu Zixia would not remain silent. Won't this disturb you? Zhang Mingho's face lit up. He glanced at the diners who were still discussing Lu Zixia and said, Mr. Lu, how about this? There are a few private rooms upstairs. I'll ask the chef to prepare a few of his specialties, and then we can go in and have a good chat. Lu Zixia glanced at Xiao Yaya, responded politely, picked up the little guy, and followed Zhang Mingho upstairs. Chapter 8, Kindness from Laozhang. There are very few private rooms on the second floor of the tree restaurant. Generally, only friends from Zhang Mingho's circle will come and he will entertain them in the private rooms. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Zixia was shocked and thought he had entered the wrong door. This private room doesn't really look like a place to eat, but rather a music stage. Besides the sofa and coffee table on the left, there are musical instruments everywhere, guitars, basses, drums. If there wasn't a dining table on the left side of the private room with 7 or 8 dishes steaming on it, Lu Zixia would have thought he had come to a small bar in the Hohai area of Jinghua. Mr. Lu, please sit down wherever you want. You're welcome. Zhang Mingho walked straight to the dining table and sat down, motioning Lu Zixia to sit wherever he wanted. He also brought out a children's chair from the corner and carried Xiao Yeye on it. Mr. Lu, excuse me for asking, what do you do for a living? After the host and guests sat down, Zhang Mingho was the first to start talking. While picking up some food for Xiao Yeye, Lu Zixia replied, I'm a recent college graduate, an unemployed vagrant with a child. Zhang Mingho first looked Lu Zixia up and down in surprise, and then he felt relieved. And nowadays, many young people have children before marriage. It is a bit unreasonable for a college graduate to have such a grown-up daughter without taking care of the child. I wonder which school Mr. Lu graduated from. Zhang Mingho changed the question. Chinese opera. Lu Zixia said casually. Huaxi opera. Zhang Mingho's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect we were alumni. I'm from the 2005 class of Huaxi opera, majoring in drama and film performance in the acting department. Boss Zhang, we are not only alumni, but also brothers. Lu Zixia laughed. There really are such coincidences in the world. Ah, it's fate, it's really fate. Zhang Mingho also laughed out loud. Junior brother Lu, I think we should stop calling each other Mr. Lu and Boss Zhang. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hao and I'll call you Brother Lu. How about that? If Zixia continues to be polite, it would be hypocritical. Lu Zixia picked up the teacup. Brother Hao, I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you. It's a toast to our first acquaintance. Okay, I'll finish this cup of tea. Zhang Mingho then picked up the teacup and drank it all. Dad, I drank it too. Xiao Yaya watched with envy, and also picked up a small teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Yaya, drink slowly. Lu Zixia wiped the corner of Yaya's mouth with a look of confusion and said, Brother Hao, your restaurant is quite interesting. I've been in the entertainment industry for a few years and I want to take a break. Zhang Mingho scooped a bowl of egg custard for Xiao Yaya and shook his head. Originally, I wanted to open a bar, but a few friends said it was too noisy, so I opened this restaurant. Honestly, a restaurant bar would be more appropriate. That's right, this environment is much quieter than a bar. Lu Zixia nodded. Yes. Zhang Mingho said, brother, the song you just sang is your original song, right? What's the title? Just Met You is indeed an original work. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and added, it was created just for Yaya. It's indeed an original song. Zhang Mingho's eyes flashed with understanding. Brother, you're amazing. You're so young, yet you can write and sing, and you sing so beautifully. To be honest, I haven't seen a young person as talented as you in years. Brother Hao, you're joking. You're a senior in the circle and you've heard all kinds of good songs over the years. I'm just singing randomly. Lu Zixia was very humble. Brother, don't underestimate yourself. Zhang Mingho waved his hands repeatedly. If you put this song on Penguin Music, I estimate that the subscription volume in 24 hours will be at least 100,000. Is it that exaggerated? Lu Zixia blinked, a little dazed. Penguin Music is an online music platform under WeChat Group. As one of the top 50 companies in the world, WeChat Group has extensive business operations covering various industries. Among them, WeChat Communication is an instant messaging software used by 80% of the world's population. With the powerful user base of WeChat and hundreds of millions of users, Penguin Music has formed a near monopoly position worldwide. It can be said that Penguin Music exists wherever there are people. As long as you have a WeChat account, you can listen to, download, and upload songs on Penguin Music. Of course, the music on Penguin Music is not completely free. It has two modes. One is a free mode, in which the music is an abridged version with poor sound quality. The other is a paid mode, in which you need to pay 1 Chinese yuan to listen to or download music, but the music is a complete version with lossless sound quality. 100,000 subscribers may sound like a lot, but for Penguin Music, which has a huge user base, it is just a drop in the bucket. Originally, Lu Zixia wanted to upload a few songs and earn subscription fees from Penguin Music. It's just the song subscription fee of Penguin Music, and the settlement cycle is 1 month. What Lu Zixia needs now is to get the money as soon as possible after making it, so he passed this idea. Of course. Zhang Mingho nodded. That's still a conservative estimate. How about uploading it and giving it a try? Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, Brother Hao, when uploading music on Penguin Music, you must have 2 versions. Given my current situation, I can only upload the free version. Let's talk about this later. Okay, figure it out yourself. Zhang Mingho said, by the way, have you registered the copyright for this song? Lu Zixia shook his head, no, I just created this. I don't have the time to register it with the Copyright Association. Puff. Zhang Mingho spat out a mouthful of tea. What did you say? Did you just create this song? Yes. Lu Zixia nodded naturally. No way, bro. Zhang Mingho was shocked. Your song Just Met You is so much better than some hot hit right now, and it turned out to be something you just wrote. No, wait for me, I'll get the computer and you can register the copyright now. After saying that, Zhang Mingho rushed out of the private room. It's no wonder that Zhang Mingho was so nervous. In this world, copyright awareness is very strong and piracy does not exist at all. Because the laws of this world are too severe to punish pirates, the lighter ones will be fined huge sums of money, and the more serious ones will just have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Of course, the absence of piracy does not mean that there will be no theft of songs, scripts, or novels. Who told you that your things are not registered, but they are heard and seen by others? This kind of thing is completely first come first served. Whoever registers it with the Copyright Association owns it. At that time, even if you are right, you will have no place to argue. That's why Zhang Mingho was so anxious. Xiao Ye, who was eating pudding with her head down, saw Zhang Mingho suddenly leave. She tilted her head and asked, Dad, what is Uncle Zhang doing? There are so many delicious foods. Aren't you going to eat them? Lu Zixia wiped the corner of the little guy's mouth and said, Uncle will be back soon. Yeah, eat slowly. Yeah, Dad, you eat too. Xiao Ye smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. Chapter 9. Sir, are you selling the copyright? It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Lu Zixia came out of the private room on the 2nd floor. With the help of Zhang Mingho, he successfully registered the copyright of Just Met You on the Copyright Association's website. Afterwards, Zhang Mingho introduced Lu Zixia to a recording studio opened by his friend to record the song Just Met You so that it could be uploaded to Penguin Music. In Lao Zhang's words, such good music should be heard by more people. When facing Zhang Mingho, Lu Zixia still couldn't understand why he was so enthusiastic towards him when they first met. Dad, there's a strange auntie over there. Just as Lu Zixia was walking out while pondering Zhang Mingho's purpose, Xiao Ye's voice sounded in his ears. Up. Lu Zixia came back to his senses and looked in the direction of Xiao Ye's finger. In the waiting area of the restaurant, there stood a young man with trendy clothes, long straight black hair, and a pair of sunglasses on his handsome face. At this moment, he was holding a mobile phone and looking around as if he was looking for something. When the young man saw Lu Zixia, he quickly stepped forward and asked, Sir, is the song you just sang your original work? Do you own the copyright? Oh my god, it turns out to be a man. Hearing this voice, not to mention Xiao Ye, even Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment. It was really unexpected. This guy who dresses so fashionably, looks so feminine, and has long straight black hair, is actually a man? It's my original song. Do you have any questions? Lu Zixia glanced up and down at the young man, somewhat confused. Oh my god, he is Hanshi. It's really him. I'm going to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. At this moment, several clear female voices were heard, and several young girls in their 20s came running over like a gust of wind. Hanshi, hearing the little girl's cry, Lu Zixia looked at the young man in front of him again and finally recognized him. Hanshi, a 4th-tier domestic celebrity, has become quite popular recently. He has acted in several TV series and participated in several variety shows, and reports about him have been flying all over the place, but Lu Zixia was not interested in him. First, Hanshi had just debuted and was not very famous. Second, this guy was going for a feminine style. Lu Zixia was afraid that if he stayed with this guy for too long, he would lead Xiao Yeye astray. After being recognized, Hanshi relaxed and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of slender peach blossom eyes. He signed autographs and took photos with these little girls, and his movements were quite skillful. Dad, this turns out to be an uncle. Xiao Yeye reacted, but she couldn't understand why those little sisters liked this uncle whose gender was difficult to identify so much. Dad, let's go quickly. Yeye is sleepy and wants to go home to sleep. Okay, let's go home and get some sleep. Lu Zixia responded and was about to squeeze through the group of little girls. There was no way out. Several people were taking photos and signing autographs, and they had completely blocked the restaurant door. If you didn't squeeze in, you really couldn't get out. Hey, sir, please don't leave yet. I have something to talk to you about. Seeing Lu Zixia was about to leave, Hanshi, who was taking pictures with the little girls, hurriedly sent them away, and then took a step forward to stand in front of Lu Zixia. Mr. Han, I have something else to do here. If you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible. Lu Zixia turned his head and looked at Hanshi. It's like this, sir. The song you sang earlier was very nice. Hanshi quickly explained, I want to buy the copyright of this song. Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Mr. Han. I don't plan to sell the copyright of this song. Lu Zixia shook his head. To him, any song from his previous life was a priceless treasure. It would be a pity to sell it like this. Sir, we can discuss this slowly. I really like this song. Hanshi said anxiously, 200,000, how about that? Lu Zixia continued to shake his head and walked out holding Xiao Yeye. 300,000. Hanshi said loudly, Sir, I am truly sincere. 300,000 is a high price for the music copyright of any popular song nowadays, especially for an unknown lyricist and composer. Mr. Han, please remember. Lu Zixia turned his head, money is not everything. Goodbye. Lu Zixia is very short of money now, but that doesn't mean his dignity can be insulted at 300,000. You want to buy the copyright of Just Met You, are you dreaming? Not to mention 300,000, even if it was 1 million or 2 million, he wouldn't sell this song. Sir, 300,000 is already a lot. This song can only be brought out to its best value if you teach it to our singers. Hanshi spoke without thinking and was very anxious. Lu Zixia did not reply, but just walked faster. After watching Lu Zixia's receding figure for a long time, Hanshi sighed, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't get the song. In the 13th grade male dormitory of Jinghua University, more than 10 kilometers away from the Tree restaurant, Zhou Haining was hunched over his desk, typing away on the keyboard in a state of high spirits. It was almost midnight and the roommates had all gone to bed, leaving only Zhou Haining, a night owl, still working hard in front of the computer. Done. After working for a long time, Zhou Haining finally uploaded a carefully edited video to Jinghua Sky, and also wrote a red title. A big star appears in the restaurant under the tree. Jinghua Sky, the earliest music forum in the circle, has a great influence in China and is extremely popular in the Jinghua area. It is an online paradise for many people who move to Beijing. Zhou Haining is a gold member of Jinghua Sky. In addition, he has a wide range of interests and a keen sense of pop music, so he has posted many posts on various music pages of Jinghua Sky, all of which have been pinned and featured. If you think about it, Zhou Haining can be considered a person who can create a tornado in the Beijing sky. It was a coincidence that at noon, Zhou Haining asked his girlfriend to have dinner at the Tree restaurant. When Xiao Yeye finished playing the piano, he and his girlfriend were the only people in the restaurant who applauded. When Lu Zixia picked up the guitar, Zhou Haining grabbed his mobile phone and started taking pictures. The song Just Met You amazed Zhou Haining and it was so beautiful that it gave him goosebumps. After returning to school and finishing the afternoon class, Zhou Haining went straight into the dormitory and began editing the video of Lu Zixia that was filmed in the restaurant under the tree at noon. Finally the post was published, and Zhou Haining was full of anticipation. He sat in front of the computer, refreshing the Jinghua Sky page one after another, waiting for replies from his friends in the circle. Chapter 10. The ugly duckling. Lu Zixia had no idea that someone hadn't been able to sleep all night because of him, and now he was looking at his daughter with a headache on his face. Dad, Mom said she has to shoot a night scene today and can't sleep with me. Xiao Yeye was very depressed. I can't sleep without Mom. Yeah, Daddy is right next to you. Daddy will sleep with you, okay? Lu Zixia scratched his head helplessly. No, I just want my mom. Xiao Yeye said a little aggrievedly, Mom tells me stories every day. A short story before bed every day is the benefit that Li Mengyi gives to Xiao Yeye. After all, Li Mengyi is busy with work and can only accompany Xiao Yeye at night. Even if he can't come back, Xiao Yeye will have her voice to accompany her, so she won't feel lonely or scared. Seeing the grievance on Xiao Yeye's face, Lu Zixia felt inexplicably distressed and jealous. Isn't it just storytelling? If you, Li Mengyi, can tell it, why can't I, your father, do the same? Yeah, let me tell you a story. Lu Zixia pinched Yeye's little face and said, Dad promises that you have never heard this story before. Really? Xiao Yeye looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Of course. Lu Zixia covered Xiao Yeye with a blanket and began to tell her a story. The countryside is so beautiful. In the summer, the wheat is golden and the oats are green. Hay is piled up in stacks on the green pastures, and storks are walking on their long red legs and chattering. Wheat, oats, storks. Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up, and she was immediately brought into the story by Lu Zixia's description. One by one the eggs crackled open, crackling. The shells made a crackling sound, and all the yolks were now little animals, their little heads poking out. The story Lu Zixia is telling is the fairy tale, The Ugly Duckling, that is included in elementary school textbooks and is almost known to everyone on Earth. This world has not only changed China's history, but also the entertainment process of the whole world. From what Lu Zixia has learned these days, all kinds of foreign books, movies, TV series, cartoons, and even fairy tales and fables that were famous in the previous life cannot be found in this world at all. Therefore, as soon as the story of The Ugly Duckling was told, it successfully attracted Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Dad, what does a little duck look like? Luzisha touched Xiaoya's little head and said, "Little ducks, they are covered with yellow, fluffy fur, have flat, tender yellow beaks, and have webbed feet like maple leaves. When they walk, they waddle from side to side." Cluck, cluck, Xiaoya giggled, "The little duck is so cute." "Not as cute as our Yaya." Luzisha tapped the tip of Yaya's nose. "Do you want to continue listening to the story?" "Yes, I want to listen." Xiaoya responded quickly. The story was interrupted by the little guy, and Luzisha continued. At last the great egg cracked open. Crack! Crack! Cried the newborn, and crawled out. It was huge and ugly. The ducks pecked at it, the chickens hit it, and the maid who fed the ducks and hens kicked it with her feet. "Daddy, I don't like the ducklings anymore." After listening to the story, Xiaoya clenched her pink little fists and said, "The ugly duckling is so kind and pitiful. Why do the little ducks and the little animals bully it?" "Because the ugly duckling looks weird, and the clown duck is kind, they bully it." Luzisha pinched Yaya's puffy cheeks and said, "Yaya, do you want to be the ugly duckling, or one of those little animals?" "I want to be an ugly duckling," Xiaoya said with her hands raised. "Why?" Luzisha asked. "The ugly duckling is kind and strong, and it will become a beautiful white swan when it grows up." Yaya also wants to be a beautiful white swan in the future. Little Yaya shouted excitedly, her little face red like an apple. Luzisha tucked in the corner of Xiaoya's quilt and said with a smile, "Our Xiaoya is now a beautiful little white swan. She will definitely be more beautiful than the ugly duckling when she grows up." "Really?" Hearing Luzisha's praise, Xiaoya's face turned red, and she covered her face with her two delicate little hands, showing her shyness. "Of course." Luzisha smiled. Xiaoya smiled, like a blooming lily, competing for beauty among the flowers. "Dad, what do you think a swan looks like?" After coaxing Xiaoya again, before she went to sleep, Xiaoya suddenly thought of something and asked, "Also, what do those chickens, turkeys, and big hunting dogs look like?" Luzisha walked to the door and looked at Xiaoya, who had an expectant expression on her face. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "Yaya, go to sleep. Daddy promises that when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will be able to see those little animals." "Dad, you won't lie to me?" Xiaoya's big eyes flashed. "I'll trick you into turning into a puppy." Luzisha held up two fingers of his right hand seriously. "Daddy swears." "I don't want Daddy to turn into a puppy." Xiaoya wrinkled her nose. Yaya believes in Daddy. Snap! After turning off the lights, Xiaoya fell into a sound sleep with full anticipation. Looking at Xiaoya, who had finally fallen asleep, Luzisha gently closed the door and returned to his room. Luzisha's room is slightly bigger than Xiaoya's. Apart from a double bed and a wardrobe, there is a laptop and a printer on the computer desk. Luzisha turned on the computer, browsed the web for a while, then opened the picture-making software, and started drawing by dragging the mouse intently. In his previous life, Luzisha's favorite thing to do besides his busy work was to draw a picture or make a small flash animation to entertain himself. What Luzisha is doing now is using a computer to draw the little animals in the ugly duckling. Although there were no professional computer drawing tools, with Luzisha's skills, it was no problem for him to draw a few small animals that he remembered. Luzisha was busy and painted two portraits of the ugly duckling. One was of its ugly appearance when it was a child, and the second was naturally of the noble and elegant white swan. As for the remaining little animals, Luzisha directly downloaded the corresponding animated versions of the animals from the internet, and then photoshopped them into the images he remembered. Although they were not as perfect as the illustrations in his previous life, they were also vivid and lifelike. After finishing these paintings, Luzisha printed them out directly. I looked down at the time on the computer. It was 2:30. Before I knew it, it was already late at night. Luzisha stretched, shook his head, washed up and went to bed. Chapter 11. The post went viral when Luzisha fell asleep. "Just met you" was slowly spreading on the internet. Under the tree, "I just met you." A bold and red title, and the key person who posted it is Jinghua Lao Power, a gold member of Jinghua Sky, a figure who can set off a tornado. As soon as the post was published, a night owl in the circle quickly replied, "The great god of tiger touch. Front row +1. Look, what a standard 15 words." The replies were a mess, and they were eager to grab the front row and show their faces without even reading the main text of the post. The post went on for more than 30 floors before someone finally started paying attention to the content and clicked on the condensed video attached to the post. "Under the tree? That should be the restaurant Under the Tree near the Huaxi Opera House, right? Just happened to meet you? What the hell, is La Power looking for a girlfriend?" No matter what the hell was going on, these night owls on Jinghua Sky clicked on the video with curiosity and started to enjoy it. In fact, at this time, the user traffic of Jinghua Sky was quite low. Even though the reply was ranked on the 30th floor, it soon sank to the bottom. If you want a post to be pinned for a long time, besides the moderator or administrator pinning it in the background, you can only hire a group of internet trolls to hype it up. Originally, this post by Jinghua Lao Power had sunk to the bottom, but around 6 in the morning, this post suddenly jumped up from the bottom and became popular. "I just happened to meet you. I've never heard this song before, but it's really good. Everyone, I'm a newbie and I need some information. Who is this singing genius? Hell, this guy is singing in this place, what a waste of such a great voice. Under the tree, I just met you." At 5:30 in the morning, this post had just over 200 hits and about 70 replies. You had to scroll back 2 pages from the homepage to find this post, but in just half an hour, the post was pushed back to the homepage, the clicks soared to 3,000, and the number of replies exceeded 500. Even the moderator was alarmed, and the post was directly pinned to the top by the moderator. "You newbies, you've been fooled. This is clearly hype." Exactly. Look at the setting and the quality of the picture. Who would believe it was a candid photoshoot? My god, the sky of Jinghua has also fallen. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Since some people applaud and like this post, there are naturally people who sing a different tune, thinking that someone is deliberately hyping it up. There is no way around it. The traffic of Jinghua Sky is really too huge. It is the most popular forum in the circle, so there are often some marketers and promoters appearing in Jinghua Sky. Therefore, some of the posts that have become popular are deliberately hyped up by marketers and promoters. Their purpose is naturally to hype up a newcomer in the circle, or even an internet celebrity. Over time, the friends in the forum have also developed immunity. Some friends in the circle, when they see the pin posts, will say it is hype and even curse if they don't like it. However, those who said it was hype soon fell silent because they found that many people had rewarded the poster Jinghua Lao Power, and these people were generally at the level of silver members or above. Silver members are far from being comparable to those marketers or promoters. These people are all senior veterans of Jinghua Sky, and their credibility in the forum is still very good. Just met you reminded me of my girlfriend. The singing was so good. Simple lyrics, clean melody, and emotional voice. I support this guy. Trolls, shut up and look who's talking in this thread. The support from the silver and gold members completely silenced those trolls. It's impossible that these people are in cahoots with the marketers and promoters, right? Just 5 minutes after the post had calmed down, a friend named Wolf Brother replied to the post, Leapair, please give me the singer's name and contact information. It exploded. The comments below the post exploded instantly. The reason is simple. This Wolf Brother 5 is a diamond member of Jinghua Sky. The membership levels of Jinghua Sky are iron, bronze, red aluminum, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond members. From black iron to red aluminum, it is easy to upgrade as long as you spend time and are active. But the membership levels after silver are extremely difficult because the promotion of members in the later stages requires not only time and activity, but also the degree of spending money, as well as the publication of a large number of essential posts and pin posts. Generally, gold members are already celebrities in each forum, and platinum members are even rarer, with 3 or 4 being considered lucky on a forum. As for diamond members, they are the big names, and their number in the entire Jinghua Sky forum can be counted on one hand. This Wolf Brother 5 is a real big shot in the Beijing sky. No matter if he is a music reviewer, a film reviewer, or a photographer, he is one of the top figures in the circle. We captured one of the 5 brothers. 5th brother, please give me some money. My little hands are thirsty. 5th brother, please support me. I want to have a baby with you. Wolf Brother Wu's words immediately brought out countless lurkers, and the number of comments skyrocketed in an instant. A floating banner suddenly appeared at the top of the Jinghua Sky forum, with the words under the tree, I just happened to meet you, floating on it. No matter which subforum you are in on the forum, as long as you enter Jinghua Sky, you can see this banner. All the friends in Jinghua Sky were shocked and clicked on it out of curiosity, because this banner had never appeared in Jinghua Sky before, so how could the friends not be curious? As a result, the post, under the tree, I just happened to meet you, was seen by more people and forwarded to other forums, WeChat moments, penguin groups, I just happened to meet you under the tree, became a hit, completely popular on the internet. Huaxia Academy of Drama. Dormitory 319 on the 3rd floor of the 10th grade undergraduate dormitory building. The fat boy Sunua was woken up by the urge to pee. He habitually picked up his mobile phone to check the time. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up, which was a website link. Sunua is an early-stage patient of obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw this message, he unlocked and clicked on the link without thinking. The page jumped to Jinghua Sky. The fat man was still confused and didn't read the content of the post. He directly clicked on the most conspicuous video. In the video, a man sits in front of a microphone with a guitar in his arms. A little girl sits next to the man, looking up at his profile. At the beginning, Sunua didn't care much. He just thought the music was very nice and the sound seemed familiar, but when the man sang deeply and looked up at the front, Sunua's eyes widened immediately, his whole body shuddered, and he almost peed his pants. After fastening his pants quickly, Sunua turned back to look at the little girl in the video again, and suddenly she screamed ah. Chapter 12, 3rd brother, you're famous. Fuck, fatty, you want to die. Fatty, why are you howling so early in the morning? Do you believe that your brother will castrate you? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing, who were sleeping soundly on the bed, were so scared that they almost fell off the upper bunk. Seeing Fatty Su standing at the toilet door, holding a mobile phone in both hands and with his fat surging in waves, the two of them almost went crazy. Fuck, the fat man yelled, boss, Sister Lian, look, this is old. As he spoke, Fatty Su sent the link directly to the two of them. Old shit. You kid, don't even think about fooling around. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were not willing to let him go. They put on their clothes and were about to jump down. Hey, I really didn't fool you, the fat man explained, and seeing that the two were about to start a fight, he quickly clicked on the video and turned up the volume of his mobile phone media to the maximum. We cried, we smiled, we look up at the sky, a few stars are still shining. As the low and slightly hoarse singing voice sounded, Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing both stopped what they were doing and listened quietly. The song was beautiful and the lyrics were simple, but they touched the hearts of both of them deeply. After the song ended, the two men came back to their senses, looked at Sunua, and said, Fatty, who sang this? It's so damn good. Look for yourselves, there's a link on WeChat. Fatty knew he had escaped danger, and his playful nature began to resurface. Hey, you'll never guess who sang this. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were too lazy to pay attention to him and directly opened WeChat. After watching the video again, Song Qingshan suddenly said to Bai Lianqing, Sister Lian, hit me. Bang, Bai Lianqing slapped Song Qingshan's head hard and bluntly. The fat man's eyes twitched. Sister Lian, you're using all your strength. Bai Lianqing shrugged innocently. Hiss. Song Qingshan gasped and exclaimed, fuck, that hurts. It's true, this song was actually sung by the third brother. Yesterday, Xiao Yaya listened to stories and pestered Lu Zixia and acted coquettishly until she fell asleep at midnight in the morning. The little girl couldn't get up. Lu Zixia couldn't bear to wake up the sleeping Xiao Yaya, so he rushed into the kitchen and started making a loving breakfast for Xiao Yaya. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a violent knock on the door, so strong that it could have knocked the door down. Who is it, so early in the morning? Lu Zixia, who was wearing an apron, frowned, ran out and opened the door. Old 3, you're famous, you know that? As soon as the door was opened, before Lu Zixia could see who was coming, a nimble fleshy person forced his way into the room. Fatty, boss, Sister Lian? When Lu Zixia saw the two people standing at the door, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Hey guys, what's going on so early in the morning?" "Ha, third brother, we are here to bring you breakfast." Song Qingshan smiled and raised the plastic bag in his hand. "Great, that saves me from having to make breakfast myself." Lu Zixia laughed, come on in." "Hey, third brother, why don't you pay attention to me?" Fatty Su, who entered the house first, felt ignored. "Who cares about you?" Lu Zixia rolled his eyes at him. "You rushed in without thinking. If someone didn't know better, they would think you were going to rob the house." "Hee, I'm just excited." The fat man touched the back of his head and smiled in a seemingly honest manner. "Boss, Fatty, this is not the time to talk about this." Bai Lianqing raised her orchid finger and pushed the plain glasses on her nose. "Third brother, let me ask you, did you take Xiao Yeye to the restaurant under the tree for lunch yesterday afternoon?" "Hey, Sister Lian, you can tell fortunes, right?" The fat man looked at Bai Lianqing in surprise. "You know all this?" This time Bai Lianqing didn't say anything, but just silently handed over his phone. Lu Zixia took the phone, and immediately, a familiar song reached his ears. Lu Zixia was stunned and thought, isn't this the song I sang yesterday? I took a closer look at my phone and found that it was the today's headlines pushed by WeChat. The first article on Tushio today was a video, and the following report was about this video. In the early morning, the video suddenly went viral on the internet, especially on Jinghua Sky, and almost all new posts were discussing things related to this video. Who took this photo? Lu Zixia scratched his head. Third brother, you'd better go to Jinghua Sky and take a look. The whole forum is blowing up. Song Qingshan put the 2 large bags of breakfast in his hands on the dining table and said, "Okay, you guys eat first, I'll go take a look." Lu Zixia walked back to the room, turned on the computer, and logged directly into Jinghua Sky. As soon as he clicked on it, Lu Zixia saw the floating banner at the top of the forum. Click directly to jump to the post. "I just happened to meet you under the tree," and the most eye-catching part of the post is the carefully edited video. At the bottom of the video, there is a small fist, which means thumbs up, and a small brick, which means thumbs down. The number behind the small brick is 1403. But the number behind the small fist has reached an astonishing 600,000, and this number is still increasing. Dude, is this considered a viral internet sensation? In his previous life, Lu Zixia was a top singer in the country. Later, he transformed into a senior executive of an entertainment company. He was already accustomed to these things. Moreover, Lu Zixia knew very well that the popularity of this video was only temporary and it might be replaced by other content tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So Lu Zixia didn't feel much inside, he was just happy that more people heard the song Just Met You. "Well, third brother, you're finally famous this time." In the living room, the fat man who was eating steamed buns one by one saw Lu Zixia coming out and rolled over like a ball. "I'm still wet." Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. "Even eating can't stop your mouth. Third brother, why aren't you excited at all?" Song Qingshan was also a little confused. "Just with this one song, you've already attracted the attention of those entertainment companies. You know, many of our seniors have been playing supporting roles since graduation. They don't have such good opportunities as you." "Boss, you're overthinking it." Lu Zixia shook his head. "This video is just a temporary hit. After a few days, not many people will remember it." Song Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question. Chapter 13 Cartoons. Third brother, you can use this popularity to open a Weibo account on Xianlang. Bai Lianqing interrupted, "It would be best if you could also certify yourself as a self-media musician." "Weibo?" Lu Zixia touched his chin and felt a little excited. "Since I have decided to participate in the department's performance, I am destined to enter the entertainment industry in the future, and a fresh Weibo account is a must." Sister Lian is right. Fatty nodded frantically. "Third brother, you still need to find a recording studio, record this song, and upload it to Penguin Music. Then, you can post the link to Weibo and reveal your identity. Won't that attract a lot of fans?" "Okay, I'll do it later." Lu Zixia thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Dad?" Just then, Xiao Yeye, who was awakened by the noise outside, walked out of her bedroom in a daze, holding a little rabbit doll. When she saw her 3 uncles in the living room, she screamed and turned and ran towards the bedroom. The fat man was quick to pick up little Yeye and held him up. "Yeye, you see your uncle, why are you running?" Xiao Yeye kept twisting her little body in the fat man's arms, and said in a baby voice, "Fat uncle, put me down, I haven't changed my clothes yet." Hey, it turns out the little girl is still wearing bunny pajamas. Usually when she meets people, she is always dressed up beautifully. How could she be like this? What clothes do you need to change? Lu Zixia took little Yeye from the fat man's arms and said with a smile, "Our Yeye looks beautiful no matter what she wears. Why does she need to change into pretty clothes?" As he spoke, Lu Zixia glanced at Fatty Su and the others. Song Qingshan, the rough guy, was the first to respond, "Yes, our little Yeye is the prettiest." "Oh, whose little princess is this?" Bai Lianqing likes pink the most, and he himself has a girlish heart. Bad uncles. The praise from the 3 guys made Xiao Yeye shy and her little face turned red. "Okay, Yeye, daddy will help you wash up first, and then have dinner with the uncles." Lu Zixia couldn't help laughing when he saw the shy look of the little guy. Xiao Yeye nodded obediently and turned back to wave her little hand at Song Qingshan and the other 3. That well-behaved little look made the 3 grown men swear in their hearts that after they got married, they would definitely have a daughter. After taking Xiao Yeye out after washing up, Song Qingshan had already sorted the big bag of breakfast and placed it on the plate. Fatty and the others never considered themselves outsiders. Lu Zixia had only moved out 4 or 5 days ago, and these 3 guys had come here no less than 20 times, so they knew everything in Lu Zixia's house. Today is not bad, at least I didn't come empty-handed. The breakfast would cost at least 70 or 80 yuan. What about crab meat dumplings, small fried dough sticks, spicy soup, pea yellow? Xiao Yeye follows Li Mengyi, and usually has Western-style breakfasts such as sandwiches and toast, or hamburgers and milk, but she has never seen so many varieties of Chinese breakfasts. The little girl smelled the fragrance and began to swallow her saliva secretly. "Yeye, tell your uncle what you want to eat and he will get it for you." Bai Lianqing transformed himself into a gentle big brother, looking at little Yeye with eyes full of love. In their words, your third brother's daughter is our daughter. If we don't like her, who should we like? Xiao Yeye didn't say anything, but just looked up at Lu Zixia. Seeing her father nod, Xiao Yeye laughed happily, pointed at the various breakfasts on the table, and said in a sweet voice, Uncle Bai, I want to eat this, and this. You're eating so much, Yeye. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Song Qingshan looked at little Yeye with a grin, pointed across and said, you'll become like fatty uncle by then, and you won't be pretty anymore. Xiao Yeye was startled by Song Qingshan's words. She subconsciously glanced at the fat man who was eating and drinking recklessly, and her eyebrows immediately knitted together. Well, I won't eat anything with meat in it, okay? I don't want to become like fatty uncle. Ah. The fat man was stunned, then his face was full of sadness. Was he an innocent victim? Don't listen to your Uncle Song's nonsense. Lu Zixia glared at Song Qingshan, picked up a steamed dumpling and put it in Xiao Yeye's bowl, saying, our Xiao Yeye is still growing. Only by eating more can she become more beautiful. Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up. Really? When has dad ever lied to you? Lu Zixia patted his chest confidently. Eat whatever you want. Don't mistreat your stomach. Xiao Yeye nodded happily, grabbed the crab meat dumplings in front of her and took a bite. Woo, so delicious. When Xiao Yeye took a bite of the crab meat dumplings, the smooth texture made her eyes curved into crescents with happiness. The group enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast while laughing and chatting. After dinner, Lu Zixia sent the laziest fat man to clean up the dishes, while he was busy making tea and pouring water for Song Qingshan and the others. After dinner, Song Qingshan put Xiao Yeye on the sofa to watch TV, but the little girl was not very well behaved. She kept glancing at Lu Zixia with her big eyes from time to time. The expression on her little face was a little complicated, as if she was both expectant and worried. The little one looks very conflicted. After watching TV for a while, Xiao Yeye finally couldn't bear it anymore and ran to Lu Zixia, calling out, Dad. What's wrong? Lu Zixia had just made tea and saw Xiao Yeye's troubled face, so he couldn't help but ask. Yeye, is there something wrong? Song Qingshan asked with concern. Dad, didn't you promise me yesterday that you would take me to see the ugly duckling and the little animals after I woke up? Xiao Yeye asked expectantly. Dad, shouldn't we go see them? No need to go out. Lu Zixia laughed and touched Xiao Yeye's little head. Daddy will go call them out to play with you. As he said this, Lu Zixia returned to his bedroom. When he came out, he was holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. Wow! When Xiao Yeye saw the portrait on Lu Zixia's paper, she immediately jumped up from the sofa and stretched out her little hand. Dad, let me see it. Lu Zixia smiled and handed the papers in his hand to Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye spread the paper on the coffee table with a look of joy and began to read with shining eyes. Old 3, what ugly duckling? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing had no idea what the father and daughter were talking about, so they came over with a puzzled look on their faces. Nothing much. Lu Zixia shook his head and said, just a few cartoons. Chapter 14 My buddy's happiness depends entirely on you cartoon? Su Nua, who had just come out of the kitchen, walked over curiously, looked at the portrait on the coffee table, and asked, hey, it's really well drawn. Yeah, can you tell Uncle what these little animals are? This is the ugly duckling, this is the turkey, this is the flying goose. Xiao Yeye pointed out the little animals on the drawing paper one by one and introduced them to Su Nua. These little animals were all invited home by Dad. Speaking of this, the little guy's face was full of pride. Ugly duckling? Su Nua picked up the drawing paper with the ugly duckling on it. It's true. This duck is really ugly. Third brother, who did you ask to draw this? You drew such an ugly duck. Aren't you afraid that it will pollute Xiao Yeye's eyes? Humph, fat uncle is bad, the ugly duckling is not ugly. Xiao Yeye pouted and said dissatisfiedly, the ugly duckling will become a beautiful white swan when it grows up. White swans are not ugly. The ugly duckling turns into a white swan? Su Nua was confused. What the hell? This is the story my father told me last night. Xiao Yeye said proudly, fat uncle, don't look down on the ugly duckling. This time, not to mention Su Nua, even Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were completely confused. Lu Zixia smiled and sat on the sofa, saying to the three of them, yesterday before Yeye went to bed, I told him a little story that I made up myself. You made it up yourself? Su Nua said in disbelief. Don't tell me you drew these little animals yourself. Lu Zixia nodded naturally. No way, third brother. Song Qingshan was no longer calm. During these years in college, I never heard you say you could draw. What's the big deal? Lu Zixia shrugged. If it weren't for that video on Tushio, you wouldn't even know I can write songs. Yeah, what this guy said seems to make sense. Song Qingshan looked at Su Nua and Bai Lianqing who were in amazement, and stopped talking just as the living room fell into a brief silence. Song Qingshan's cell phone rang. Song Qingshan took out his phone and took a look. The surprise on his face suddenly turned into excitement. Hey, Xiaotong, are you up? Have you had breakfast? Do you want me to bring it to you later? Sister Lian, what's going on, boss? Seeing Song Qingshan's face full of hormones, Lu Zixia asked curiously, are you in love? It's more than just a romance, it's downright crazy. Bai Lianqing stroked his forehead. It's a senior student from the cultural management major, Wang Xiaotong. They're inseparable. Third brother, you don't know, the eldest brother has only been dating senior sister Wang for 2 months, and he's already become a wife-doting maniac. Su Nua complained, he bullies me and sister Lian all day long, 2 single people. It makes life miserable. So cruel? Lu Zixia was shocked. He knew Song Qingshan's personality. He was very patriarchal. There was no reason for him to be dominated by his wife. What, Xiaotong, you said that guy specifically asked you to go talk to him? Just as the three of them were discussing Song Qingshan's relationship, Song Qingshan, who was on the phone, suddenly raised his voice and said, give him the face. Wait, I'll be right there. Old third, Sister Lian, Fatty, I have something to do and I'll leave first. You guys stay here. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingshan said hello to Lu Zixia and the others, then walked towards the door with a gloomy face. Boss, wait a moment. What kind of temper does Song Qingshan have? As old buddies who have lived in the same dormitory for 4 years, how could they not know? Looking at Song Qingshan's posture, it's clear that he's going out to pick a fight. He must be stopped. Third brother, why are you stopping me? Song Qingshan shook off Su Nua's hand that was holding his arm. I really have something to do. I'll come over at noon and treat you to dinner. What's the matter? Tell me clearly before you leave. Bai Lianqing's small body blocked the door. You are like this now, and you even scared Xiao Yeye. How dare we let you go? Song Qingshan turned his head and found Xiao Yeye hiding behind Lu Zixia, looking at him timidly. Call. Song Qingshan took 2 deep breaths, calmed himself down, and said, something happened with Xiaotong. Xiaotong works as an editor at Yihua Publishing House. Last month, she was assigned to the children's department of the publishing house, responsible for publishing children's books. Yihua Publishing House? Su Nua said in surprise, my sister-in-law is so amazing. Yihua Publishing House is a large publishing house in Beijing. It mainly publishes modern novels, poems, children's books. It ranks among the top 5 among all publishing houses in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. Being able to work at Yihua Publishing House shows how capable Wang Xiaotong is. Last week, the editor-in-chief of the children's department asked Xiaotong to contact Hibishu to acquire the publishing rights to his new fairy tale book. However, Hibishu subtly hinted that he would only consider signing it to Yihua Publishing House if Xiaotong accompanied him for dinner and singing. Xiaotong was very angry and turned around and left. Song Qingshan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Originally, Xiaotong had already given up on signing Hibishu's next fairy tale book, but this guy actually complained first and called the editor-in-chief of the children's department to complain, saying that Xiaotong was late, arrogant, and insincere. This time, he even asked Xiaotong to come back for another negotiation. Why book? Bai Lianqing frowned and thought for a moment, is he the best-selling fairy tale author who published Little Bear Story Collection? Yes, that's the scumbag. Song Qingshan frowned. I can't believe a fairy tale author is so shameless. Dad, Mom told me a little story from the children's story collection. Xiao Yeye suddenly poked her little head out from behind Lu Zixia and said, but I don't think that story is as good as the ugly duckling that Dad told me. Bang, Su Nua clapped his hands and said, Boss, does my sister-in-law have a mission from the publishing house? If so, why does she have to sign Hibishu's fairy tale book? Wouldn't signing the third brother's fairy tale be the same? This fat guy is really an optimist. How can a little-known person like him be compared with the best-selling fairy tale author? Even if good wine needs no bush, does the publishing house have the courage to take a gamble? Shaking his head, Lu Zixia was about to say something, but Song Qingshan suddenly changed his previous angry expression and stared at Lu Zixia with his eyes, which made him feel creepy. Third brother, this time my buddy's happiness depends entirely on you. After a long while, Song Qingshan finally uttered these words. Boss, you are not serious? Lu Zixia smiled bitterly. What kind of people are these? They are too idealistic, aren't they? Seriously, it's harder than a needle tip. Song Qingshan stretched out his right hand and placed it on Lu Zixia's shoulder. Third brother, let's go find Xiaotong now. Scratching his head, what else could Lu Zixia say? Although compared with Hibishu, he is still just an unknown little person, but the fairy tales stored in Lu Zixia's mind are the best-selling ones on the earth. Is he still afraid of failure in this world? It doesn't exist. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go get those drawing papers. Lu Zixia nodded and said, if you are going to do it the best. It's just a fairy tale. I have reserved this person as the best contemporary fairy tale writer. Chapter 15. 3 more fairy tales. Matcha cafe near the east window. Wang Xiaotong, dressed in a black business suit and delicate makeup, was stirring the coffee in front of her with a bored look on her face. She was very upset now. Damn the books, damn the children's books. She stirred the coffee vigorously with a coffee spoon, as if this cup of coffee was Hibishu's annoying face. Xiaotong. At this time, Song Qingshan brought Lu Zixia and others to the matcha coffee shop. Shanzi, why are you here so late? Don't you? Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xiaotong opened her mouth to scold Song Qingshan. When she saw that there were other people around Song Qingshan, she quickly stopped talking, stood up, and said, Qingshan, you're here. Hey, Wang Xiaotong is pretty good. He knows how to save some face for Song Qingshan. Xiaotong, sorry to have kept you waiting. Song Qingshan smiled at Wang Xiaotong and pointed at Lu Zixia and the others and said, you've seen these two before. This is Lu Zixia, the third in our dormitory, and this is Xiao Yeye. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Zixia extended his hand at the right time. Hello, I'm Wang Xiaotong. Hearing the name sister-in-law, Wang Xiaotong blushed slightly, then shook hands with Lu Zixia generously. Looking at the little Yeye in his arms, she said, is Yeye your sister? She's so cute. Not my sister, but my daughter. Lu Zixia laughed. Wang Xiaotong was a little embarrassed. She never thought that Lu Zixia would have such a grown-up daughter. It was also Song Qingshan's fault that the big fool didn't introduce her. Clearly thinking of this, Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan fiercely. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Xiao Yeye spoke sweetly and resolved Wang Xiaotong's embarrassment. Yeye is also very beautiful. Wang Xiaotong smiled like a flower. Come and sit down. What would you like to drink? I want to drink Sprite, Coke, orange juice. Song Qingshan and the others were not polite at all. I'll just drink plain water. Lu Zixia smiled, put little Yeye on the seat, and asked, Yeye, what do you want to drink? Dad, can I have some yogurt? Xiao Yeye looked up and begged. Of course. Lu Zixia touched Yeye's hair. Please order a cup of yogurt for Yeye. Okay. Wang Xiaotong nodded, called the waiter, and started taking the order. After their drinks were served, they got down to business. Qingshan, the children's department of our publishing house needs a collection of fairy tales to increase sales. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fairy tale book by He Bai Shu. Wang Xiaotong pushed up his black-framed glasses and said, "You told me on the phone that you found a great fairy tale author, so I came here. Now, where is the fairy tale author you mentioned?" After saying that, Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan with a hint of ferocity. Song Qingshan didn't say anything, but silently handed over a few sheets of drawing paper, and at the same time signaled to Lu Zixia with his eyes that he could start. Wang Xiaotong didn't notice the scene. He just took the drawing paper and started flipping through it, muttering to himself, "What do you mean by giving me these cartoons? I want fairy tales." Before he finished speaking, Wang Xiaotong heard a deep voice, "The countryside is so beautiful. In the summer, the wheat is golden and the oats are green. Hay is piled up in stacks on the green pastures, and storks are walking on their long red legs and chattering." The story was very novel and the characters were portrayed vividly, and Wang Xiaotong was attracted to it at once. "You are terribly ugly," the duck said, "but it won't matter to us much as long as you don't marry any of our ducks." Poor little creature, the story continued. As Wang Xiaotong flipped through the drawing paper, a vivid picture immediately appeared before his eyes: yellow ducklings, a huge turkey, and the kind-hearted ugly duckling. Wonderful, an absolute classic. This is definitely a classic fairy tale that will be passed down through the ages. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What surprised Wang Xiaotong the most was that she had never heard of the fairy tale called The Ugly Duckling. But in other words, this is an original fairy tale, and it comes with illustrations that are completely consistent with the content of the fairy tale. Suddenly looking up at Lu Zixia, who was drinking water to moisten his throat, Wang Xiaotong asked expectantly, "Lu Zixia, did you hear this fairy tale?" Or, before Lu Zixia could say anything, Xiao Yaya, who was drinking yogurt nearby, said, "My dad made up this story." Wang Xiaotong was delighted, but still looked at Lu Zixia steadily. "Sister-in-law, you can just call me Zixia or Lao San." Lu Zixia looked at Wang Xiaotong. "Yaya is right, this story is my own creation." "Then, do you have any other fairy tales?" Wang Xiaotong's voice trembled a little. "Yes." Lu Zixia thought for a while and picked out Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White and Cinderella from Grimm's collection. These three fairy tales are all classic ones among Grimm's fairy tales. The characters created in them are clear-cut in terms of good and evil, good and bad, black and white, and it is easy to tell at a glance. They summarize experiences and lessons in a light and enjoyable reading, arouse children's love and expectation for life, and stimulate the formation of children's views on good and evil. After listening to these three stories, not only Song Qingshan and the others were stunned, but even Xiao Yaya was pestering Lu Zixia to tell her a few more fairy tales. It was obvious that the little guy's attention was all attracted by the three stories. What about Wang Xiaotong? This exquisite professional woman's eyes are already sparkling. "Oh my god, Shanzi's roommate is so amazing. This isn't just a good fairy tale author, he's clearly a fairy tale master." Thinking of her current predicament, Wang Xiaotong suddenly realized that Lu Zixia was her savior, the savior of the children's department. After finishing the three stories, Lu Zixia paused, and after Wang Xiaotong came back to her senses, he smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you think of these little stories of mine?" Wang Xiaotong shuddered and said excitedly, "I think these stories you just told me. Oh, no, they should be fairy tales. These fairy tales are very novel and the content is very exciting. I believe that as long as they can be published, they will definitely be loved by children." Wang Xiaotong didn't know what she was feeling now. Originally, she had prepared herself to have her bonus deducted because of He Bishu's incident. Who knew that there would be a ray of hope after all? Just take these fairy tales to the editor-in-chief, and forget about the Y book and the what best-selling fairy tale author thing. "So, sister-in-law, you have decided to publish my fairy tales?" Lu Zixia asked with a smile. "Yes." Wang Xiaotong nodded vigorously. "It's approved on my side. But I'm just a small editor, I don't have that much power to make the final decision." Chapter 16, The Waves Are Still Unsettled. "Xiaotong, isn't the third brother's fairy tale okay?" Song Qingshan interrupted Wang Xiaotong before she could finish her words. "Do you really have to go talk to that scumbag He Bishu? Boss, listen to what your sister-in-law has to say." Bai Lianqing pushed Song Qingshan and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you know the boss's temper. He is a stubborn person. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me the result directly." Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan unhappily, then said seriously, "Lao San, I can't give you a definite answer right now. So, when you go back, compile all these fairy tales and have Qingshan give them to me. I'll show them to the editor-in-chief of our children's department. I believe that with our editor-in-chief's vision, he will definitely agree to publish your fairy tales. Well, I'll sort them out when I get back." Lu Zixia nodded. "Sister-in-law, I have some other fairy tales here. Do you want any?" Yes. Wang Xiaotong was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Zixia had another trick up his sleeve. He nodded frantically like a praying mantis. "Okay." Lu Zixia laughed. "I'll sort out as much as I can after I get back." Wang Xiaotong nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, "All right, third brother, after you compile them, go to the Copyright Association website and register the copyright. The value of these fairy tales of yours is more than just the words." Lu Zixia certainly understood the value of these fairy tales. In addition to the copyrights for various publications in simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, and foreign languages, there were also comics, animations, movies, and TV series. The value is simply immeasurable. How could Lu Zixia make such a low-level mistake and let others benefit from such an important matter? "Don't worry, sister-in-law. All my fairy tales will be copyrighted." Lu Zixia replied seriously. "Dad, do you have many more stories?" Xiao Yaya, who was drinking yogurt with her head down, suddenly brightened up her eyes and looked up at Lu Zixia. "Then, I don't want my mother to tell me stories anymore. I want my father to tell me stories every night." "Xiao Yaya, you have forgotten your mother now that you have a father." Fatty Sue, who was gulping down Sprite, muttered. Bad uncle, I'm not going to pay attention to you." Xiao Yaya blushed and turned her face away proudly. "Haha, the little guy's shy look made everyone laugh. Okay, from now on Daddy will tell us little Yaya stories every day. Lu Zixia also laughed. It's rare to see the little guy making a fool of himself. It's really cute. Tsinghua University, in the 13th grade male dormitory, Zhou Haining, who had fallen asleep in front of the computer, suddenly raised his head. Looking at the expression on his face, he must have had a nightmare. Damn, I was scared to death. Zhou Haining rubbed his aching neck and patted his chest with lingering fear. I told you, after all, I'm a little god in the Tsinghua sky. There's no way no one would answer me. Looking at the black screen of the computer in front of him, Zhou Haining shook the mouse and pressed the refresh button. Ding dong, ding dong. As soon as I refreshed the Tsinghua sky page, several message alerts sounded, and at the same time, a red dot flashed wildly in the lower right corner of the forum mailbox logo. Is there a system email? Zhou Haining raised his eyebrows and subconsciously opened the backend information station, and 2 unread emails popped up. Congratulations on your post, meeting you under the tree, being pinned by the music moderator for 36 hours. 36 hours, Zhou Haining's eyes widened. After so many years in Tsinghua sky, the longest time a post published by Zhou Haining was pinned was only 1 hour. This time, the pinning time increased by 36 times. 36 hours is the longest time set by the Tsinghua Sky Forum for a post to be pinned. Congratulations! Your post, meeting you under the tree, has been promoted to the entire website by the webmaster for 24 hours. Depend on. Zhou Haining was stunned for a while, then suddenly jumped up from his chair. As a result, the sky suddenly bumped into the bed above him, and the small food bowl hanging on the edge of the bed fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Haining, what are you doing? I didn't have classes today, so I finally got a chance to sleep in, but you ruined it all. The other roommates in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly with their heads covered. When they heard the noisy noise, they immediately started shouting in a rage to get up. Hey, guys, sorry. Zhou Haining came to his senses and touched the big bump on his head, but he didn't look painful at all. There was no way. Zhou Haining was responsible for part of the back-end maintenance of Tsinghua Sky. He knew that Tsinghua Sky had never had any site-wide promotion. In other words, just for this post, the forum temporarily added the site-wide promotion function. After calming down, Zhou Haining sat back in front of the computer, moved the mouse, and clicked back to the page where he had posted the post. As soon as he came in, he was shocked. What the hell? What caught my eye was not only the massive amount of replies, but also a lot of red rewards. You should know that Tsinghua Sky is not a novel website or a live broadcast platform. It is just a film, television, and music forum. Even if there are rewards, the maximum amount is usually 5 or 10 yuan. Now what? There were 30 people who gave tips of 100 yuan each, and the others of 5 yuan and 10 yuan each were so numerous that it was impossible to count them all at once. It almost blinded Zhou Haining's eyes. I've made a small fortune. Buddy, I don't know who you are, but from today on, I'm your fan. Zhou Haining laughed. It seemed that after working so hard to make the video yesterday afternoon, he did get some extra benefits. Ding dong. At this moment, another message came to the site, but this time it was not a system message, but an email from a friend. Fifth brother Wolf? Zhou Haining was still a little surprised to see this top expert on the entire site. Although he had dealt with Wolf Brother 5 before, their relationship was not good enough to send private emails to. I opened the email and asked, Brother Lao Power, is this the Tree Restaurant? Do you know the name of this man and his contact information? I was wondering, why would a Diamond member take the initiative to greet me? Zhou Haining understood that the man was here to inquire about something. Fifth brother, this is indeed the Tree Restaurant. As for this guy's name and contact information, I don't know. However, the owner of the restaurant invited this guy to the second floor. Boss Zhang should have his contact information. Ding dong, the email was quickly replied, Brother Lao Power, thank you very much. If the matter is completed, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Let's talk later. It's done? What is it? Zhou Haining scratched his head in confusion, but he quickly put the matter behind him and began to read the replies under the post one by one with excitement. Chapter 17 Wenqing Entertainment Media Company. After coming out of the matcha coffee shop, Lu Zixia sent away by Lianqing and Fatty Su, who wanted to follow him, and took Xiao Yaya to buy some clothes. After returning home, he went straight into his room. Xiao Yaya was quite obedient. She sat in the living room, holding her doll and watching TV. Lu Zixia is a man of impatient temperament. If he has something important to do, he will definitely finish it first before he rests, plays, or does other things. Sitting in front of the computer, Lu Zixia quietly searched for the classic fairy tales on Earth in his mind. In this world, there are only a few classic fairy tales. Most of the other fairy tales follow the same routine, either small animals or plants becoming spirits. There are very few fairy tales based on humans, and they all lack creativity. What Lu Zixia has to do now is to organize all the fairy tales he has heard and read on Earth, and then pick out some classics and compile them into one volume. This is not only to help my future sister-in-law, but also in my own interests. After all, publishing means making money, right? Lu Zixia was not worried at all that the publishing house would not agree to publish the book. After all, the popularity and success of these fairy tales had precedence on Earth. Unless Wang Xiaodong's boss is a fool, he would never miss such a good opportunity. Ring ring ring. Just as Lu Zixia was thinking quietly, his cell phone rang. Lu Zixia glanced at his phone. It was another unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Zixia? A deep and steady voice came from the phone. Lu Zixia replied, yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Lu. The voice on the phone seemed delighted. My name is Lang Wenqing, and I'm the agent for Wenqing Media. I saw the video of you singing at Lao Zhang's restaurant. It was great. Both the lyrics and the composition were impeccable. Lu Zixia was stunned and didn't react for a moment. I just happened to meet you at the Tree Restaurant. Lang Wenqing added. Oh, thank you. Lu Zixia said modestly, and then said, Mr. Lang, I have something else to do here. If you don't mind, I will hang up first. Goodbye. Bang, Wenxing Entertainment Media Company is a top media company in China, mainly engaged in 4 entertainment sectors: movies, variety shows, advertising, and artist management. Many of the current top domestic film, television, and music stars were discovered by Wenxing Entertainment, so Wenxing Entertainment is simply a dream paradise for those who dream of becoming a star. Wenxing Entertainment President's office. Lang Wenxing, who was wearing a neat suit and looked very honest, was sitting in the boss chair with a mobile phone in his hand, and a beep beep sound came from the phone. This kid actually dared to hang up on me? Lang Wenxing's face showed a funny expression. It's been so many years. I haven't encountered such a situation. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lang Wenxing smiled and shook his head, put down his phone, and said, "Come in." A tall, pretty woman in a purple business suit walked in with a document in her hand. "Mr. Lang, this is the information you requested. Give it to me." Lang Wenxing took the document and opened the first page. Lu Zixia, male, born in 1993, from Shanghai, Yiwu Publishing House. Gao Zhuo, editor-in-chief of the children's department, looked worried today. The editor-in-chief of the publishing house met with Gao Zhuo and told him that if the children's department could not produce good works to boost sales in the next quarter, Gao Zhuo would be suspended and the publishing house would hire someone more suitable for the position. The utensils for eating are about to be lost. How can Gao Zhuo not be worried? Well, I hope Xiaotong can succeed. Gao Zhuo sighed, feeling very depressed. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Gao Zhuo rubbed his face, making himself look a little more energetic. Wang Xiaotong, holding a USB flash drive in his hand, pushed the door open and walked in with a happy look on his face. Seeing the look on Wang Xiaotong's face, Gao Zhuo's heart moved, and he asked expectantly, "Xiaotong, has teacher he agreed to sign his next collection of fairy tales to our publishing house?" Wang Xiaotong shook his head. "Editor-in-chief, it is impossible for He Bishu to give us the bookmark." "What do you mean?" Gao Zhuo frowned slightly. "Xiaotong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but teacher he is a generous man and won't hold grudges against you. As long as you apologize to him sincerely, he will forgive you." Editor-in-chief. Thinking of He Bishu's almost explicit hints to her, Wang Xiaotong became furious that He Bishu is a scumbag. He actually made some shameless demands on me and then complained about it afterwards. I will never have anything to do with him again. You girl. Gao Zhuo was furious. If Wang Xiaotong was not the daughter of his sworn brother, he would definitely not be nice to her. There is no way. Who said He Bishu was Gao Zhuo's last hope? Whoosh, taking a deep breath and calming his anger, Wang Xiaotong continued, "Editor-in-chief, don't be so angry. Just listen to me. I didn't look for He Bishu, but I did find another excellent fairy tale author. His stories are particularly captivating, no less than The Wolf and the Hunter. The Wolf and the Hunter is one of the world's classic fairy tales and has been passed down for a long time." What? Gao Zhuo stood up from his seat. "Are you telling the truth? Please take a look first to see if it's true." Wang Xiaotong handed the USB drive to Gao Zhuo, saying, "These are some fairy tales compiled by that fairy tale author." Gao Zhuo looked at Wang Xiaotong deeply, and seeing that her eyes were clear, he simply stopped talking nonsense, directly plugged the USB drive into the computer, and opened a Word document. Little Red Riding Hood: Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl. Everyone who saw her loved her, but her grandmother loved her the most. She gave her everything she wanted. One day, her grandmother gave her a little red hood made of velvet, which fit her head perfectly. From then on, the girl never wanted to wear any other hat again, so everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. This is a picture text Word document. In addition to the text description, there is a vivid picture next to each paragraph. The combination of text and pictures makes this fairy tale more vivid to read, as if taking people into the fairy tale world of Little Red Riding Hood. After reading the first story of Little Red Riding Hood, Gao Zhuo couldn't wait to click on the second and third stories. He simply couldn't stop. By the time Gao Zhuo finished reading all the fairy tales that Wang Xiaotong brought back, his face had turned red with excitement and he could no longer control his emotions. Chapter 18, Surprise Editor. There are 8 fairy tales in total, with both pictures and texts. Each one is wonderful and each one is a classic. Gao Zhuo almost clapped his hands in admiration. He wanted another fairy tale like this. Editor-in-chief, what do you think of these fairy tales? Can they be published? Wang Xiaotong saw Gao Zhuo kept his head down after reading the fairy tale, and thought he was not satisfied, so she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ah? Gao Zhuo came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Xiaotong, these fairy tales are so wonderful. Especially those cartoons, they are like they were created specifically based on fairy tales." "That's right, how could Uncle Gao not be satisfied?" Wang Xiaotong muttered to himself, then a bright smile appeared on his face. He said, "Editor-in-chief, these cartoons were drawn by the author of the fairy tales." What? Gao Zhuo opened his mouth in surprise and was speechless. Gao Zhuo had seen those illustrated fairy tales before. In fact, their Yiwu publishing house had published many such fairy tale books. However, the fairy tale books he had read were usually mainly text-based, with cartoons accounting for only a small part, and some even had only a few cartoons on the cover. In a fairy tale like today's, almost every longer paragraph is accompanied by a cartoon. This is the first time Gao Zhuo has seen this. Moreover, based on Gao Zhuo's understanding of fine art, he has reason to believe that the painter has a certain level of painting skills and is definitely not simply doing it to fit the plot of a fairy tale. A master of fairy tales who is also a painter. Is this possible? Gao Zhuo couldn't believe it. Seeing Gao Zhuo's jaw-dropping look, Wang Xiaotong laughed in her heart, because when she read these fairy tales, she looked similar to Gao Zhuo. Call. After a long while, Gao Zhuo finally calmed down and looked at Wang Xiaotong. He said, "Xiaotong, do you have the contact information of this teacher?" "Okay, just call teacher." "Yes, but editor-in-chief, what are you going to do?" Wang Xiaotong asked puzzledly. Gao Zhuo said seriously, "I want to talk to him in person." "This isn't necessary?" Wang Xiaotong hesitated. "Editor-in-chief, to be honest with you, this fairy tale author is a good friend of my boyfriend's. If I go and negotiate, it should be easier." "Ah, Xiaotong finally has a boyfriend." Gao Zhuo laughed. Old Wang can be relieved this time. He always said that our Xiaotong seemed unwanted. This time, hey, Uncle Gao, let's talk about business. Why are you mentioning my dad? Wang Xiaotong blushed and said coquettishly, if you do this again, I will not take care of this matter. Okay, I won't mention it. Gao Zhua quickly stopped. This girl could do anything. It was better not to provoke her. Xiaotong, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Some things are best discussed clearly at the beginning to avoid problems later. Okay, I'll call him now and make an appointment. Wang Xiaotong is a smart woman. She didn't dwell on this issue. She took out her cell phone and dialed. After working all day and all night, Lu Zixia finally sorted out the fairy tale in his mind early the next morning. After picking out a few and giving them to Song Qingshan, Lu Zixia washed up and took Xiao Yeye to the Sunflower Kindergarten. Sunflower Kindergarten is one of the best kindergartens in Jinghua. Not only does it have good environment and facilities, but even the teachers in the kindergarten treat the children in the kindergarten like their own children. Xiao Yeye used to go to Sunflower Kindergarten, but because Li Mengyi was out filming and couldn't take care of Xiao Yeye, he went through the procedures for Xiao Yeye's leave of absence and then sent Xiao Yeye to Lu Zixia. Now, Xiao Yeye has been in the care of Lu Zixia for more than 10 days. Although the deadline for taking a leave of absence from school has not yet arrived, Xiao Yeye misses her friends in kindergarten. Lu Zixia was reluctant to let Xiao Yeye go to kindergarten, but he couldn't tie Xiao Yeye to his side for the rest of her life, right? So, Lu Zixia still brought Yeye to Sunflower Kindergarten. After sending the little one to kindergarten and getting to know and communicate with the principal and the class teacher, it was already almost 10 o'clock, not long. After leaving the kindergarten, my cell phone started ringing. Glancing at the phone screen, Lu Zixia chuckled, "Sister-in-law, how come you have time to call me?" "Third brother, thank you so much this time." Wang Xiaotong thanked him sincerely. "Sister-in-law, you're being unethical. You're my sister-in-law, who else can I help if I don't help you?" Lu Zixia shook his head. "By the way, from what you said, has your editor-in-chief agreed to the publication?" "Not yet, but it's almost there." Wang Xiaotong replied, "Third brother, I'm calling you this time because our editor-in-chief asked me to talk to you in person." "Oh, so that's it?" Lu Zixia asked, "When do we talk about it? Are we going now?" Wang Xiaotong was stunned for a moment. "Are you coming directly to the publishing house?" "What? Is it inconvenient?" Lu Zixia looked up at the scorching sun. "However, the afternoon is also fine. It's convenient. But forget about the publishing house. How about this, there's a coffee shop near Huaxi. Let's meet there." Wang Xiaotong mentioned a place. "Okay." Lu Zixia agreed and hung up the phone. The two parties agreed on a time, and Lu Zixia rushed to the agreed location. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Wang Xiaotong saw Lu Zixia and quickly stood up and waved to him. Lu Zixia nodded politely, walked to where Wang Xiaotong was, and looked at the middle-aged man sitting not far from Wang Xiaotong. "Hello, Teacher Lu, I am the editor-in-chief of the Children's Department of Yuhua Publishing House. My name is Gao Zhua." After all, he had something to ask for help, so Gao Zhua stood up first and extended his hand to Lu Zixia. "Mr. Gao, you're too polite. I'm absolutely unworthy of being called your teacher." Lu Zixia shook hands with Gao Zhua. "Please call me Zixia. Then I won't be polite." Gao Zhua smiled. "Zixia, don't call me Mr. Gao anymore. If you respect me, just call me Brother Gao." Wang Xiaotong, who was ordering a drink for Lu Zixia, rolled his eyes and thought to himself, well, he's a generation older for nothing. "Zixia, to be honest, you surprise me." After a moment's pause, Gao Zhua said, "It's hard to imagine that a young man of 23 or 24 can write fairy tales and be an excellent painter at the same time. Brother Gao, please stop praising me." Lu Zixia waved his hand. "I'm not really a painter. I just doodle as a hobby." Chapter 19, The Lion's Mouth Opens Wide. "Zixia, don't underestimate yourself," Gao Zhua said seriously. "Even without mentioning these cartoons, just based on those fairy tales, you're worthy of the title of master." Lu Zixia wanted to say something more modest, but Wang Xiaotong on the side was unhappy. "Uncle Gao, third brother, are you two done yet? Aren't you here to discuss publishing? You girl?" Gao Zhua was still thinking about saying a few more polite words and playing the emotional card, but his plans were all ruined by this girl. There is no choice but to get to the point. Ahem. After coughing twice to slightly conceal his embarrassment, Gao Zhua said seriously, "Zixia, this is the case. I have read all the fairy tales you have created. I think these fairy tales are the most exciting and classic fairy tales I have ever read since I started working in the children's book publishing industry." At this point, Gao Zhua glanced at Lu Zixia. Seeing that he looked calm, he continued, "I'd like to promote your fairy tales. Are you interested in publishing them?" "Okay." Lu Zixia agreed readily. "Really? That's great." Gao Zhua clapped his hands and said excitedly, "That's right. If we publish fairy tales, we can't just publish a few. They all need to be bound into volumes, and they have to be at least 60,000 words. I want to confirm with you. Do you have any fairy tales like the ones you wrote before? Or, how many more words can you create? As for publishing, how could it be possible to publish a booklet of only 10,000 or 20,000 words? Even if these 10,000 or 20,000 words were accompanied by cartoons, it would only be a few dozen thin pages of paper." Looking at Gao Zhua, who was full of anticipation, Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, "If we really want to bind it into a book, I'm afraid that Brother Gao will be disappointed." "No? Really? How could there be more than a dozen such classic fairy tales?" Gao Zhua's expression froze, and he said dejectedly, "Forget it, these few articles will do. As long as we manage them well, it's easy to increase sales." No. Looking at Gao Zhua's dejected expression, Lu Zixia found it somewhat amusing. "Brother Gao, I'm disappointing you because my fairy tales can't be bound in just one volume. They need at least 2 volumes. "Yeah, 2 volumes is enough, it's not." Gao Zhua replied subconsciously, but suddenly came to his senses mid-sentence. He looked at Lu Zixia excitedly and said, "Zixia, you said you want to bind 2 volumes? The surprise came so suddenly that Gao Zhuo almost had a heart attack. Lu Zixia nodded and said, of course it's 2 volumes. Otherwise, with over 200,000 words in cartoons, how thick would the volume have to be? 2 volumes are already too few. If Lu Zixia was willing to bring out all the Chinese and foreign fairy tales he had heard and read in his previous life, I am afraid that there would be far more than 10 volumes. Besides, Lu Zixia's life experience in his previous life taught him that he should always have a backup plan for everything he did. How could he possibly clear out all the fairy tales at once? This is just the beginning. Gao Zhuo was overjoyed and joked, my dear brother Zixia, you need to cure this problem of panting when you talk. Don't worry, brother Gao, I have medicine. Lu Zixia laughed. Gao Zhuo shook his head helplessly. Being with this young man really made him feel different. Alright, enough of that. Zixia, regarding the royalties, I can give you 500 per thousand words, plus a 10% commission on sales. What do you think? 500 per thousand words, and 10% of the after-sales commission. Although Lu Zixia was mentally prepared for the other party to say a bargain price, he was still shocked speechless by the price point. 500 yuan per thousand words is a high price for an online novel, not to mention the 10% commission from after-sales service. It seems like a lot, but it is not. Think about it. Compared with the number of words in online novels, fairy tales are just a drop in the bucket. The longest fairy tale is only 1,800 words. How much money can you make with 1,500 words? Besides, the fairy tales that Lu Zixia picked out are all the most classic ones from Grimm's fairy tales and Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales. In Lu Zixia's previous life, almost everyone knew these fairy tales. The value it creates is not limited to words. Putting aside all the paper copyright issues, how much profit can the adaptation of film, television, and animation alone bring? What? Zixia, are you dissatisfied with this treatment? Seeing Lu Zixia remain silent, Gao Zhuo raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. It's okay, we can discuss it slowly. Otherwise, you can raise a price? As a businessman, there is always dishonesty, and Gao Zhuo obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Zixia took a sip of the water from the cup in front of him, held up a finger, and said, 300 per thousand characters, plus 30% of the commission from sales. One more thing, I'm only granting you the simplified Chinese publishing rights for 15 years. Signing for 300 is fine, and I can also decide on the 30% commission after sales. Gao Zhuo frowned. But the simplified Chinese publishing rights for the past 15 years, can we also add the traditional Chinese version? Brother Gao, I'm granting you a 15-year license for my sister-in-law's sake. If you still want the traditional Chinese copyright, Lu Zixia dragged out the words, okay. But keep it to one thing and another. Simplified Chinese is simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese is traditional Chinese. They can't be mixed up. For the same 15-year traditional Chinese publishing rights, I want 500 yuan per thousand words, and 40% of the sales revenue. In this world, there are many Chinese people living abroad. Most of them went abroad because of their ancestors, so they are used to reading traditional Chinese books. In addition, the price of traditional Chinese books published in China will skyrocket once they go abroad. If Lu Zixia does not raise the price, he would be a stupid son of a landlord. This time Gao Zhuo was silent. He could still afford the licensing price of the simplified Chinese copyright, but the price of the traditional Chinese copyright made Gao Zhuo nervous. Gao Zhuo's original plan was to obtain the copyright of traditional Chinese characters and rely on traditional Chinese characters to increase the sales of simplified Chinese characters, but who knew that he was so smart? Lu Zixia was even smarter than him. Simplified and traditional Chinese are authorized separately. Want it? Okay, buy it. After struggling for a long time, Gao Zhuo suddenly remembered his current situation. Anyway, if sales don't increase, he will be suspended. If he buys the traditional Chinese copyright and loses money, he will definitely be suspended too. Since the result is the same, what is there to worry about? As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. Just do it. Zixia, I want the copyrights for both the simplified and traditional Chinese versions of your fairy tale collection. Gao Zhuo said in a low voice, brother, my 100 pounds of flesh and blood depend entirely on your fairy tale collection, whether you hand it over or not. Lu Zixia patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, brother Gao. I promise you will be glad for the decision you made today. Chapter 20, Encountering a fan. After discussing some publishing details with Gao Zhuo, it was almost 12 o'clock. Lu Zixia declined Gao Zhuo's offer of hospitality and walked out of the cafe. At Sunflower Kindergarten is a semi-boarding kindergarten. There is no need to pick up and drop off the children at noon. You just need to send the children there in the morning and pick them up around 5 in the afternoon. Lu Zixia doesn't have to worry about being late to pick up Xiao Yeyada. He is very free at this time. Walking aimlessly along the street, Lu Zixia unknowingly arrived at Huaxi Opera. As July approaches, the campus is filled with lush green plants and flourishing flowers. There are not many students left. Apart from the seniors who are still waiting for the graduation ceremony, the sophomores and juniors have already rushed to various film and television bases to seek opportunities. On the small path leading to the 10th grade dormitory building, 2 rows of willow trees on the roadside swayed in the wind, and coming towards him were men and women full of youthful energy, making Lu Zixia feel that it was great to be young. Excuse me, are you senior Lu Zixia? Just as Lu Zixia was strolling leisurely, a slightly excited female voice came into his ears. Lu Zixia stopped and turned around curiously, and saw a young girl about 20 years old, tall and pretty, standing beside him with an excited look on her face. Her fair face flushed behind the pretty girl. There are 3 girls, who should be her roommates or classmates. After confirming that he didn't know these girls, Lu Zixia nodded doubtfully. I'm Lu Zixia, may I ask who you are? Ah. It's Senior Lu Zixia, it's really Senior Lu Zixia. The girl screamed excitedly and swarmed around him. Senior, we are your fans. The pretty girl looked at Lu Zixia with shining eyes and said, I saw your video on Jinghua Sky. It was the song Just Met You. Your singing was so beautiful. We heard that you were a senior in the performance department of the Chinese opera, so we came here to see you. We didn't expect to actually meet you. The other girls behaved in a similar way to the pretty girl. Judging from their tone, they had clearly become Lu Zixia's little fans and wanted to tell him everything they wanted to say in their entire lives. Lu Zixia was a top singer in China in his previous life, with countless fans. He naturally understood the psychology of these girls. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your support. I just sang a song, and I have my own fans." "Thank you." No, senior, you're welcome." The pretty girl waved her hands nervously. "Senior, you will definitely become a big star in the future." "What nonsense are you talking about? Senior is a big star now." Senior, shouting didn't mean that. The pretty girl's words attracted the siege of several other girls. Luzicia looked at them with a mixture of laughter and tears. These girls were really interesting. The girls chatted for a while, then said to Luzicia expectantly, "Senior, can we take a photo with you?" "Of course." Luzicia winked at them and said, "You must treasure this photo. This is my first time taking a photo with a fan." The girls were all amused by Luzicia, and then they took out their mobile phones and handed them to a passing classmate to help them take pictures. Maybe it was because it was their first time taking a photo with a strange man. The girl seemed a little reserved. Snap, the student in charge of taking photos quickly pressed the shutter button of his mobile phone and captured the images of the 5 people in the camera. "Thank you, senior." After taking a group photo with Luo Luzicia, the girls were excited again. Luzicia waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your support." "Hey, why does that person look so familiar? Who knows? Maybe it's some little celebrity. Hey, now I remember, wasn't he the one who sang the song Just Met You?" 4 young and beautiful girls surrounded Luzicia, chatting and taking pictures, and quickly attracted the attention of others. Most of them were seniors who had always paid close attention to the entertainment industry. The video Just Met You Under the Tree went viral in Beijing and even made headlines on WeChat. How could they not know about it? As a result, more and more people gathered around to watch, and more people were ready to gather around to see the real person and take photos. When Luzicia saw that something was wrong, he hurriedly said goodbye to the 4 girls and ran towards the dormitory building at full speed. Ouch. Luzicia was almost at the dormitory door. He ran forward with his head down and bumped into a soft body without paying attention. At the same time, he heard a cry. Looking forward, oh my god, there was a girl lying on the ground with a slim figure. She was wearing a pink sportswear, a baseball cap, and a pair of brown sunglasses on her nose. Although the girl was wearing a baseball cap and her huge sunglasses covered half of her face, in Luzicia's eyes, she was definitely a beauty. The girl had a typical oval face with a round chin, thin cherry red lips, soft facial lines and clear contours. Although her eyes and thin eyebrows could not be seen, based on her exposed appearance, she definitely could not be classified as an ordinary passerby. "Yes, I'm sorry." Just when Luzicia wanted to apologize, a clear voice like a kingfisher rang out. It was the girl who was knocked to the ground by him who was the first to apologize. If the girl was a little tougher or started to criticize Luzicia, Luzicia could just say "I'm sorry" coldly and turn away, but Luzicia was a person who would only respond to soft words and not to harsh ones, so this time he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "I should be the one to say sorry." Luzicia bent down and took the initiative to extend his hand to the girl. "I'm so sorry just now. I was just walking forward and didn't see you. Please forgive me." The girl was stunned for a moment, then blushed and reached out her hand to hold Luzicia's hand. Luzicia pulled the girl up and let go of her hand. "Did you get hurt from the fall just now? How about I take you to the infirmary?" "No," the girl shook her head, "I'm fine. It's my fault that I didn't notice you. I'm glad you're okay." Luzicia nodded and said, "Well, classmate, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Goodbye." Wait a minute." The girl said, Classmate, I want to ask, do you know which office Professor Chen Gang from the acting department is in?" Chen Gang, the vice dean of the Department of Performance, holds the title of professor. He has produced countless stars, and his students are all over the world. Luzicia turned around and said, "Professor Chen is not here. This is the dormitory building for the 10th grade students. Professor Chen's office is in the Jigong building in front. Isn't this an office building?" The girl was a little surprised. Last year, after the Jigong building was put into use, this place was converted into a student dormitory. Luzicia explained patiently, "How about I take you there?" "This." The girl's face lit up with joy. After not going back to school for 3 years, she was indeed confused. "Won't it waste your time?" "It's okay." Luzicia shook his head and led the girl towards Jigong Tower. Chapter 21. Don't you know me? In the overall planning of Huaxi Academy, Jigong building is located in the center. Professors, associate professors and leaders of Huaxi Academy all work here. Walking along the green shade all the way to Jigong Tower, Luzicia and the girl were surprisingly in sync, and neither of them took the initiative to talk to the other. The video Just Met You Under the Tree is still trending. Students on the street recognized Luzicia and greeted him or asked for photos. Luzicia responded calmly. When they reached the Jigong building, the girl suddenly said, "Classmate, you are very popular in the Chinese opera." "Nothing." Luzicia smiled, "Maybe it's because I'm easier to recognize." "No, I think I've seen you somewhere." The girl had never looked closely at Luzicia's face before, but now that she had taken a closer look, she suddenly felt that he looked very familiar. "Have you ever been on a talent show?" In this world, although the entertainment industry is developing slowly, people attach great importance to talent shows. Competitions like Happy Girls and Superboys have been held for many seasons. "I've never participated before. Maybe I have a common face and am lucky." Luzicia shook his head and pointed to the office building. "Professor Chen's office is on the 3rd floor, the 6th door on the left from the elevator. There's a sign on the door, so it's easy to find." "Well, that's it. Goodbye." After saying that, Luzicia turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Luzicia turn around gracefully, the girl suddenly took off her sunglasses and shouted, "Classmate." Luzicia stopped and turned his head to look a while. Just as he expected, this girl really is a beautiful one. Behind the sunglasses are 2 curved eyebrows and a pair of eyes that look around, delicate as a person in a painting. Not to mention, even Luzicia, who was used to seeing beauties in his previous life, couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart. Beautiful girl. After shaking his head, Luzicia came back to his senses and asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else?" The girl was still very confident about her appearance. Seeing Lu Zixia come to his senses so quickly, the girl felt like she had suffered a heavy blow to her heart. After wiping her sunglasses to hide her embarrassment, the girl continued to ask, "Don't you know me?" "Should I know you?" Lu Zixia shook his head and answered honestly. "Oh." The girl was a little dazed. "Classmate, are you from the acting department?" "Yeah." Lu Zixia nodded. "Then we'll meet again." The girl suddenly became happy. "You'll know me then." After saying this, the girl put on her sunglasses again and walked towards Jigong Tower. Lu Zixia looked at the girl's background in confusion and said to himself, "Is this girl sick?" Lu Zixia was inexplicably led by a girl and returned to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, there was no one in the dormitory, so Lu Zixia thought he had entered the wrong dormitory. Just when Lu Zixia was wondering where to go, his savior came. Zhang Mingho, the owner of the Tree Restaurant, called and said he had something to discuss with him. Lu Zixia, who was bored to death, agreed readily. When Lu Zixia arrived at the restaurant under the tree, Comrade Lao Zhan was already waiting at the door. "Brother Lu, you're finally here." Zhang Mingho stepped forward, grabbed Lu Zixia's arm, and walked straight to the second floor. Come on, don't keep me waiting anxiously." Lu Zixia asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Hao, who is it?" "Amazing." Zhang Mingho said happily, "This time it's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, this stubborn old man would never have contacted me in his life." "What's going on?" Lu Zixia was completely confused. Zhang Mingho dragged him all the way up to the private room on the second floor. As soon as he entered the room, old Zhang shouted loudly, "Lao Lang, I brought you the person you wanted." A middle-aged man in a neat suit was already waiting on the sofa in the private room. Seeing the door of the private room being pushed open, the middle-aged man stood up quickly. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Lang Wenqing from Wenqing Entertainment Media." Lang Wenqing took a few steps forward and extended his hand to Lu Zixia. "We contacted each other a few days ago, but Mr. Lu was busy at the time and didn't have time to chat more." Lang Wenqing. Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that he had indeed received a call from Lang Wenqing yesterday or the day before yesterday. What he couldn't understand was why he was looking for him so hard. Seeing Lu Zixia was a little dazed, Zhang Mingho directly pulled the two of them to sit at the dining table and said, "Hey, I say, don't just stand there like an idiot. The food and drinks are already on the table. Let's eat and talk at the same time." "Yes, let's eat and talk at the same time." Lang Wenqing knew that his sudden appearance was too abrupt, so he took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Okay." Lu Zixia responded, "Mr. Lang, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Although I don't know what Lang Wenqing wants to talk to me about, I still have to show basic courtesy. I don't deserve your care." Lang Wenqing waved his hands repeatedly, not bothering to be polite anymore, and impatiently got to the point. "It's like this, Mr. Lu. I saw your singing video a few days ago and I thought it was great. Both I and Wenqing Entertainment Media Company are very much looking forward to working with Mr. Lu. Having worked in the media for so many years and discovered so many stars in the entertainment industry, Lang Wenqing has always had a good eye for people. He doesn't think that someone who can create such a good song like Just Met You will only be popular for a while. He wants to tap into Lu Zixia's potential, package Lu Zixia, and let Lu Zixia stand out in the entertainment industry." Zhang Mingho was stunned and yelled, "Lao Lang, you are so dishonest. Didn't we agree that we only wanted to get to know Brother Lu? Why are you going back on your word?" Lang Wenqing's face flushed as he retorted, "I said I knew him, but I didn't say I wouldn't invite Mr. Lu to join the company. Mr. Lu, I'm really sincere." Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Lang. Brother Lu, you don't agree? Why?" Zhang Mingho was also a little surprised. In Zhang Mingho's view, Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is a leading enterprise in the industry. Many artists and celebrities in the entertainment industry want to cooperate with Wenqing Entertainment, but they don't have this opportunity. Lu Zixia studied acting, so it's impossible for him not to know the capabilities of Wenqing Entertainment. Now, Lang Wenqing, the boss of Wenqing Entertainment, personally invited Lu Zixia to join the company, but he actually disagreed? Really? Why? Lang Wenqing was stunned. "We at Wenqing Entertainment are sincere. As long as you're willing to join Wenqing Media, I'm willing to personally be your media representative." Lang Wenqing founded the company 20 years ago. Since he got married and had children 10 years ago, he has faded out of the brokerage circle and focused on being his own boss. The fact that he can say that he will personally serve as Lu Zixia's agent also shows his sincerity and determination. Chapter 22, Collaborative Studio. If she were just an ordinary graduate of the Chinese Academy of Drama, she might be flattered or even ecstatic about the olive branch extended by Lang Wenqing, but Lu Zixia is different. In his previous life, he was not only a top singer, but also a senior executive of a media group. He knows all the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. In this life, Lu Zixia doesn't want to run around every day, because Xiao Yeye needs someone to take care of her. He can't just throw Xiao Yeye back to Li Mengyi just for the sake of becoming a superstar in the future, right? Regardless of whether Li Mengyi accepts it or not, Lu Zixia himself can't even get past this hurdle. Originally, his motivation for making money was to let Xiao Yeye live a happy and prosperous life. If Xiao Yeye was gone, what was the point of making so much money? "Mr. Lang, I'm so sorry, I can't go to your company." Lu Zixia's attitude was very firm. There were plenty of ways to make money. Moreover, Iwa Publishing House would soon generate profits. There was no need to give up Xiao Yeye for the sake of the immediate benefits. Why? Lang Wenqing was full of disappointment and wanted to continue asking. "Oh, the dishes are cold, are you two going to eat?" Zhang Wenhao knew Lu Zixia's personality and that his decisions were often difficult to change, so he interrupted Lang Wenqing and said, "By the way, Brother Lu, where's Xiao Yeye? I haven't seen her these past 2 days, and I really miss her." Sent to kindergarten. When mentioning little Yeye, Lu Zixia couldn't help but smile. Before, her mother took Yeye out of school due to work reasons. "I only found out yesterday that Yeye has already started kindergarten. Is the little girl in the video Mr. Lu's daughter?" Lang Wenqing's eyes lit up. I wonder which kindergarten Yaya attends. Sunflower Kindergarten. Lu Zixia knew that Lang Wenqing was unwilling, but he didn't care. As long as Xiao Yaya was involved, nothing could be compromised. What a coincidence. Lang Wenqing slammed the table, his usual composure thrown into the air. Mr. Lu, my daughter Haning also attends Sunflower Kindergarten. Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's indeed a coincidence. Well, my daughter is also in kindergarten. At this time, Zhang Mingho also said weakly. Lu Zixia was speechless. How could this be such a coincidence? Wasn't this arranged? Mr. Lu. Lang Wenqing's persistence took over. I think you don't agree to come to our company because you think the timing isn't right, right? Don't worry, at Wenqing Entertainment, you have complete freedom of time. And I can promise you that in the future, whether it's performances, movies, television, commercials, or any other work, I will always consult you first. If you don't agree, I will definitely not agree on your behalf. How about that? Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing in surprise. He didn't expect that the man in front of him had such great courage. This was equivalent to letting him do whatever he wanted. He was no different from those big stars who had their own studios. It should be said that the conditions offered to Lu Zixia by those big stars who have their own studios are far less generous than those offered by Lang Wenqing. After all, there are some things that those big stars cannot and dare not refuse, but Wenqing Entertainment dares to do so because Wenqing Entertainment's power is there. As the industry leader, no one can do anything to Wenqing Entertainment. Seeing that Lu Zixia was somewhat interested, Lang Wenqing struck while the iron was hot. You don't have to worry about Yaya at all. My daughter Hanan is 4 years old this year. I will ask the driver to pick her up on time every day. As long as you are willing to come to our company, it will be convenient for you to pick up little Yaya. To be honest, Lu Zixia was really moved, not for anything else, just for Xiao Yaya. Are you telling the truth? Lu Zixia asked. Really, I can write these 2 points into the contract. As he said this, Zhang Mingho walked back to the sofa and took out a laptop from a black briefcase. Lao Lang, you must have planned this all along. Seeing Lang Wenqing's actions, Zhang Mingho slammed the table and started cursing. We agreed to have a meal together today, but you've been so reckless. Do we still want to be friends? Hey, Lao Shang, don't be angry. Lang Wenqing apologized repeatedly. I was wrong, okay? Later, I'll ask Shiro to cook a delicious meal at home and treat you alone, okay? I'll let it go this time for Shiro's sake. Zhang Mingho was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. He wasn't really angry. Where's the contract? Let me see it. Don't try to trick my brother Lu. Wait 10 minutes, I'll modify the content. Lang Wenqing waved his hand and lowered his head to turn on the computer. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Lang Wenqing directly pushed the computer to Zhang Mingho. After all, Zhang Mingho is an old man in the entertainment industry. He knows all the tricks in the industry very well. Some contracts contain many traps. He doesn't want his young brother, whom he has only known for a few days, to be fooled by the cunning Lang Wenqing. Taking the computer, Zhang Mingho read it almost word by word. Lu Zixia came over and watched together agency contracts? Lu Zixia was very familiar with them. In his previous life, he had handled at least 800 agency contracts, if not 1,000. Therefore, Lu Zixia's reading speed was faster than Zhang Mingho. Old man, are you serious? It took Zhang Wenhao 10 minutes to finish reading the contract, and at this moment, his face was full of shock, because this contract is not an ordinary agent contract, but a cooperation agreement similar to a studio. Frankly speaking, given Lu Zixia's current unknown status, there would be no problem at all in giving him a newcomer contract, as this is a common practice in the entertainment industry. But Lu Zixia's situation is different. It may be because Lang Wenqing values him too much, or it may be because this is Lang Wenqing's first contract after returning to the stage. The condition given by Lang Wenqing is to set up a studio with Lu Zixia. Lang Wenqing will serve as a company partner and become Lu Zixia's agent. The only condition is that Wenqing Entertainment will receive 20% of all the profits from Lu Zixia Studio in the future. In other words, the studio is a small company. Lang Wenqing is a small shareholder, holding 20% of the shares, and the remaining 80% belongs to Lu Zixia. In the early days of the studio, Wenqing Entertainment will provide the studio with 100,000 yuan in operating funds every month until the studio makes a profit. Of course I'm serious. Lang Wenqing nodded solemnly. Mr. Lu is worthy of me doing this. I believe that Mr. Lu will never let me down. Chapter 23. Oh no, Yaya is out of school. Mr. Lang, I agree to this contract. If someone is willing to help him set up a studio, Lu Zixia will naturally agree. Besides, the 20% profit share is only the studio's profit. Some things don't require going through the studio's channels at all. The good. Lang Wenqing clapped his hands and said, how about this? I'll go back now and have the company's legal department take another look at the contract. Mr. Lu, you should also find a law firm and hire a lawyer. Come meet me in the president's office in the Wenqing Entertainment building tomorrow morning. Hey, La Lang, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Mingho grabbed Lang Wenqing as he was about to leave. The deal is already done. Don't you think it's appropriate not to have a couple of drinks? Yes, I was too anxious. Lang Wenqing patted his head. Mr. Lu, Boss Lang, please stop calling me Mr. Lu. Lu Zixia said with a smile, from now on, I'll call you Brother Xing, and you call me Zixia. How about that? The contract has been almost completely negotiated, and they will definitely be working together with Wenqing Entertainment in the future. Lang Wenqing is his agent, so why is he being so polite? Okay. Lang Wenqing was very happy. He had no reason not to be happy when he was talking to a newcomer with great potential in the future. Since we are all brothers, let's not drink tea today, let's drink. Zhang Minghe was good at livening up the atmosphere, thus, the meal went from being unfamiliar at the beginning to becoming familiar gradually, and Lang Wenqing even toasted Lu Zixia frequently. As if it was a pre-planned deal, Zhang Minghe would interject from time to time, and the two of them would get Lu Zixia drinking together. But you have a plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. Isn't it just a drinking contest? You guys drink white wine and I drink beer. You want me to drink white wine, what's the matter? It's written in the contract that I will debut as a singer in the early stage. If I hurt my throat from drinking, you, La Lang, will have no place to cry. This rogue behavior made Zhang Minghe and Lang Wenqing so angry that their teeth itched, but there was nothing they could do but let Lu Zixia drink a few more bottles of beer. After returning home from the restaurant under the tree, Lu Zixia fell headfirst onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Zixia slept until almost 5 in the afternoon before waking up. What time is it? Lu Zixia rubbed his eyes, checked his phone, and then jumped up. Oh no, it's already past 5 o'clock. Yeah. Without even washing his face, Lu Zixia ran to the gate of the community and took a taxi directly to the Sunflower Kindergarten. It usually takes about 10 minutes to drive from Jialan community where Lu Zixia lives to Sunflower Kindergarten. However, at this time, it was the rush hour after get off work, and the road was very busy. It took the taxi half an hour to finally arrive at the kindergarten. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The kindergarten's rule was to finish school at 5 o'clock, so parents were waiting at the door early and took their children away a little after 5 o'clock. The kindergarten, which was originally bustling, no longer had many children. As soon as he entered the kindergarten, Lu Zixia saw Yaya sitting at the door of the kindergarten waiting room. Yaya was holding a rabbit doll in her arms and looking towards the gate. Looking at Xiao Yaya's lonely figure, Lu Zixia felt extremely heartbroken. He slapped himself hard and then shouted loudly, Yaya. Dad. Yaya, who had just turned around, looked up suddenly when she heard someone calling her name. When she saw Lu Zixia walking towards her, she cheered and ran towards Lu Zixia, stretching out her slender arms from a distance. Lu Zixia hurriedly took 2 steps, bent down and held Xiao Yaya in his arms. Dad. I snuggled into Lu Zixia's arms, and Yaya's little face showed a satisfied expression. Why? Lu Zixia rubbed Yaya's hair with his chin and said, Yaya, I'm sorry, Daddy overslept this afternoon. Daddy promises that next time he will never let Yaya wait for him. Yeah. Xiao Yaya nodded, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Mr. Lu. Yaya's homeroom teacher also came over. Her name was Wang Ying. She had a pretty face and a petite figure. She was a typical Jiangnan beauty. Teacher Wang, thank you for accompanying Yaya. It's a bother to you. Lu Zixia thanked Wang Ying. In the morning, Wang Ying had some contact with Lu Zixia. She had a good impression of this sunny boy, but when she smelled the alcohol on Lu Zixia, she couldn't help but frown. Mr. Lu, we finished school at 5 o'clock. Please remember the time next time. Wang Ying looked at Lu Zixia seriously. Also, Yaya is still growing. Don't let her come into contact with alcohol, cigarettes, or anything like that. Well, you think I'm an old drunkard with all the vices? Lu Zixia gave a bitter smile and said, Teacher Wang, don't worry, I don't have these things at home. There is no best. Wang Ying's expression softened slightly as she continued, by the way, after school this afternoon, Lang Menghan's father wanted to take Yaya away with him. Do you know him? Dad, Hanin, and I are friends. Hearing Lang Menghan's name, Xiao Yaya raised her head from Lu Zixia's arms. She even invited me to her house to play. Looking at Xiao Yaya, Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment and asked, Is Lang Menghan's father called Lang Wenqing? We know each other. He's my boss. Seeing Wang Ying nod, Lu Zixia replied, Teacher Wang, I was just about to tell you this. From now on, besides me, Lang Menghan's father will be responsible for Yaya's transportation. Dad, don't you want me anymore? As soon as Lu Zixia finished speaking, he felt his clothes tighten. Xiao Yaya looked at him aggrievedly, her eyes sparkling. I don't want to be friends with Lang Menghan anymore. Dad, please don't abandon me, okay? Lu Zixia pinched the little guy's face, feeling both amused and helpless. He said, Dad didn't say he didn't want you, did he? It's just that Dad will go to work at Lang Menghan's father's company from now on. From now on, you will go to and from school with Lang Menghan, okay? Then, can Yaya still go home with you? Xiao Yaya asked nervously. Where do you want to go if you don't come home with me? Lu Zixia said with a smile, Little devil, how could Daddy bear not to let you go home? Snap, Xiao Yaya kissed Lu Zixia on the cheek and nodded, yeah, Daddy is the best. Mr. Lu, you two have such a great relationship. Wang Ying was envious of the father and daughter displaying their affection. So, from now on, if Mr. Lang wants to take Yaya away, can he let her go with him? Well, Mr. Lang's driver will take Yaya to me. Lu Zixia nodded. I'm really sorry to bother you, Teacher Wang, today. I won't keep you from going home. Yaya, say goodbye to Teacher Wang. Yaya waved politely, goodbye, teacher. Wang Ying smiled and nodded, see you too. Chapter 24, Xiaoyu's studio. Because he picked up Xiao Yaya late, Lu Zixia felt that he owed Yaya something, so after returning home, no matter what Xiao Yaya asked for, Lu Zixia would always grant it. The result was that the little girl kept pestering Lu Zixia to tell her stories and didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock in the morning. The next day, when the sun cast golden light on the horizon, Yaya was still sleeping soundly in bed, just like the princess and Snow White and the dwarfs. Sleeping very soundly, time froze at 7 o'clock. Lu Zixia tiptoed into Yaya's room and prepared clothes for the little one to wear today and things she would need for school. Dad, what are you doing? Yaya, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up from the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and wrinkled her nose slightly. Oh, it's already 7 o'clock, Yaya still has to go to school. Compared with other children of the same age, Yaya knows a lot of things, such as reading clocks, recognizing many words, and playing the piano. It is said that children should win at the starting line, and Yaya is already 10 blocks ahead of others. Oh, our sleeping beauty has finally woken up. Daddy will help you put on your clothes. Lu Zixia stepped forward, pinched Yaya's pink little face, and began to dress her. Yaya, who was obviously grumpy after waking up, was lazily all over and let Lu Zixia fiddle with her. Dad, will you accompany me to school today? Yesterday, Lu Zixia finally persuaded Yaya to go to and from school with Lang Menghan, but he didn't expect that the little girl was still thinking about it. Lu Zixia casually gave Xiao Yaya a bun and said, Dad is going with you today. From now on, you have to get along well with Miss Hanin, okay? Lang Menghan is Lang Wenqing's second daughter, 2 months older than Yaya. Okay, I'll be good. Yaya nodded seriously, looking very cute. Ding dong. After Lu Zixia and Yaya finished washing up, the doorbell rang. Lu Zixia opened the door and Lang Wenqing, dressed in a neat suit, appeared in front of him. Brother Xing? Lu Zixia was stunned. Why are you here? Lang Wenqing, who was carrying a lot of bags and followed by a little girl, laughed and said, Zixia, you forgot that I am your agent now, so the terms of the contract must be fulfilled. Hanin and Yaya go to the same kindergarten, so it's a good idea to pick them up together. Lang Wenqing's attitude clearly shows that he does not trust Lu Zixia and is afraid that he will run away. Lu Zixia was at a loss for words and said, Brother Xing, you're exaggerating. Haven't we signed the contract yet? What? You still want to regret it? Lang Wenqing glared, revealing the authority he had held in a high position for a long time. I'm telling you, once you enter Wenqing Entertainment, you won't be given the chance to regret it. Okay, I'll sell it to you. Lu Zixia shook his head and looked at the pretty little girl standing next to Lang Wenqing, who still had some baby fat, and said, Is this your daughter, Hanin? She really is a pretty girl. Yes, look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. Lang Wenqing walked into the room, put the things in his hand on the table, and pulled the little girl over. This is my daughter, Hanin. Hanin, call Uncle Lu. The little girl was a little shy, her fair face turned red, she lowered her head and said softly, Lu, hello Uncle Lu. Hey. Lu Zixia smiled and turned to the inner room and shouted, Yeah, come out quickly and see who's here. Whoosh whoosh. Who's here? Hearing her father calling her, Yaya moved her little legs and ran out. When she saw Lang Menghan, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was about to rush over, but when he saw Lang Wenqing standing next to Lang Menghan in a neat suit, he suddenly stopped, looked at Lang Menghan, then at Lang Wenqing, as if he was weighing something. Yeah, what are you thinking about? Lang Wenqing laughed when he saw Yaya's troubled expression. Why, after just one night apart, you don't recognize Uncle Lang anymore? Yesterday, Lang Wenqing gave his driver an afternoon off and went to the kindergarten to pick up Lang Menghan after school, just to see Yaya. At the end, he even tricked the little guy into calling him uncle. Yaya pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, Hello, Uncle Lang. Hey. Lang Wenqing was happy, pointing to the large and small bags on the table and said, Yaya, these are all delicious and fun things that Uncle bought for you. If you want anything later, just tell me and I will buy it for you. Dad, I want one too. At this time, Hanin refused to give in, raised her head and asked for it. Lang Wenqing rubbed Hanin's hair and said, Both. Yaya saw the doll on the ground, her eyes suddenly lit up, she raised her head and looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Dad, why don't you thank your uncle? As long as his daughter was happy, Lu Zixia had no reason not to accept it. What's more, the two of them would be in a cooperative relationship in the future and would see each other every day. If he didn't accept it, would this relationship still exist in the future? Thank you, Uncle Lang. The little guy was happy, thought about it, and hurried back to his room. After a while, she ran out with a few pieces of paper in her hand. Sister Han, these are the children my dad invited home for me. Look, this is the ugly duckling, and this is the turkey. Yaya has always treasured these cartoons as treasures and rarely showed them to others. Now she can share them with Hanin, which shows Yaya's kindness. Wow, what a cute little duck. Hanin leaned over, her big eyes shining. Hee, I'll tell you the story of the ugly duckling later. Yaya pulled Hanin and ran to the side, looking at the two little guys getting along so well. Lu Zixia and Lang Wenqing couldn't help but smile at each other. Zixia, have you found a lawyer yet? The two sat at the breakfast table. Lang Wenqing dug out a few baskets of crab meat dumplings and a few cans of milk from his bags. Hanin, Yaya, come over and eat. After dinner, go to school. Looking at the outgoing Lang Wenqing, Lu Zixia shook his head helplessly. This guy really treated this place as his own home. No, we don't need a lawyer. Lu Zixia personally brought the two kids, who were chatting animatedly, to the dining table. I believe you won't change the contract to include unfair terms. How could he not trust Lang Wenqing? With Lu Zixia's ability to read countless contracts in his previous life, even if Wenqing Entertainment's legal department added some traps in the contract, he could find them all out. In that case, it would be Wenqing Entertainment that would suffer the loss. This was Lu Zixia's original intention. Lang Wenqing had no idea of the twists and turns involved, so he was very moved. What a broad mind. Oh, there's one more thing. After swallowing the bun in his mouth, Lang Wenqing continued, since we're setting up a studio, we need a name, and it needs to be written into the contract. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, let's call it Xiaoyu Studio. Xiaoyu Studio? Lang Wenqing was stunned. He glanced at Yaya and nodded, okay, let's call it that. Chapter 25 Signing of the contract. After sending Yaya and Hanin to kindergarten, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia directly back to the company. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is located in the Jinghua High-Tech Art Development Zone. It is a 21-story office building. It would be more appropriate to call Wenqing Entertainment a group rather than a company. At this moment, the news had spread throughout the office on the 21st floor of Wenqing Entertainment that the company's CEO had personally signed an unknown newcomer in the form of a studio cooperation. Hey, have you heard? The company just signed a new person. That's all old news. It's not that the company signed a new person, it's that the president signed a new person. Is there any difference? They are all artists from our company. Wrong, it's our company's studio. The 21st floor is the office location of all the senior executives of Wenqing Entertainment. At this moment, all the company executives are talking about it. These senior executives are so surprised. If the artists under the company knew about this, wouldn't they be so jealous that their eyes would turn red? Okay, stop talking, the president is here. At this moment, a sharp-eyed person saw Lang Wenqing walking to the door of the building and hurriedly said. The news spread very quickly in the building, and soon the senior executives calmed down. They just stretched their necks and looked in the direction of the elevator. Zixia, this is the office floor for the company's top executives. Lang Wenqing was the first to step out of the elevator. My office is at the very back. If you have any questions in the future, just come to my office and find me. Lu Zixia just nodded without answering, and silently looked at the surrounding environment. The two of them walked straight to the president's office, and the company's senior executive saw the true face of this newcomer through the glass windows of various departments. Isn't this the guy who sang just met you at the restaurant under the tree? Really? I was saying it, how could he be such an unknown person? Hey, where are the legal team members? Let's go ask them what kind of contract they drafted for this guy. The senior executives discussed for a while and then marched towards the legal team's office area in a mighty procession. Lang Wenqing's CEO's office is over 100 square meters and is divided into 2 rooms. In addition to the expected desk, sofa, and bookshelf, the outer room actually has several fitness equipment. It seems that Lang Wenqing knows how to live well and always maintains a healthy body. The two of them sat down as host and guest, and soon the secretary brought them tea, snacks, and fruits. Lang Wenqing took out a contract from the drawer and handed it to Lu Zixia, saying, "Take a look. This is the newly drafted contract." Lu Zixia took the contract and read it carefully. Soon after reading the contract, Lu Zixia confirmed that there were no traps in the newly drafted contract, but it only described the unclear information more clearly. How is it? If you are not satisfied, we can revise it. Seeing Lu Zixia put down the contract in his hand, Lang Wenqing asked with a smile. It's not a big deal. Lu Zixia shook his head. It's just that I want to talk to Brother Xing about the copyright of other things. Other things? Lang Wenqing waved his hand. There's no need to discuss other things. As long as you don't go through the studio's channels, the company won't share any of your other profits. After thinking for a moment, Lang Wenqing added, how about this? We can add this condition to the contract. I'll have the legal department draft the details. Lu Zixia nodded in agreement. Originally, Wenqing Entertainment could collect a share of all the profits from the entertainment industry, but it couldn't possibly give the company a share of money related to literature and art, or its own stocks, right? Adding such clauses and confirming them will benefit both parties and avoid future conflicts of interest. Without the back-and-forth tricks and maneuvers that were common in previous business negotiations, this future golden pair reached a studio cooperation agreement in a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Next, Lang Wenqing called the legal department over and, according to Lu Zixia's request, revised the contract and printed out 3 copies. Lu Zixia read it again very carefully, signed his name and pressed his fingerprint very readily. Lang Wenqing, the president of Wenqing Entertainment and Lu Zixia's agent, also signed and sealed the agreement. He then formally extended his hand to Lu Zixia and said, "Zixia, welcome to Wenqing Entertainment." Lu Zixia smiled calmly and reached out to shake hands with Lang Wenqing. "Please take care of me in the future." Okay, let's go. I'll take you to meet the company's top management. Lang Wenqing laughed heartily and pulled Lu Zixia out of the CEO's office. Wenqing Entertainment is involved in all walks of life in the industry. The senior executives of all departments of the company are all working on this floor. Lu Zixia's heart moved, and he asked, "Is there a separate area in my studio?" "Of course." Lang Wenqing said, "Come on, I'll take you around the company's various departments, and then take you to your studio." Next, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia to visit various departments of Wenqing Entertainment. To put it bluntly, it actually means constantly getting to know people. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company has a total of 400 employees, including 21 senior executives, and together with the contracted artists, there are a total of 430 people. After going around the company, Lu Zixia had met the senior executives of various departments. At least when he met them in the company, he could recognize their names and not mistake them for the wrong people. Half an hour later, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia directly to the office area on the easternmost side of the 20th floor. This area is completely separated from other areas on the 20th floor by a glass door, occupying 1/5 of the total area of the 20th floor, a full 230 square meters. "Zixia, this place is yours from now on." Lang Wenqing pointed to the empty office area. "Whatever you want to do, whatever you need, just tell me. If you think it's too troublesome to design it yourself, we can just find a designer to design and decorate it." Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xing, I don't have any other requests. I just want a lounge with good soundproofing." "You're doing this for yeah, right?" Lang Wenqing waved his hand. "No problem. I'll prepare all the furniture and appliances for you. You can even live here." "Thank you, Brother Xing." Lu Zixia was very satisfied. Lang Wenqing suddenly asked, "By the way, you're the only one in the studio now. When it comes to hiring staff, do you plan to do it yourself or outsource it to a company? Give me 2 places, and you can recruit the rest." Lu Zixia thought of Song Qingshan and Fatty Su. Instead of looking for outsiders, it would be better to give the places to his own brothers. Chapter 26, New Voice of China. After the signing was completed, Xiaoyu Studio was in the preparation stage again, and Lu Zixia had nothing to do for a while, because Lu Zixia was the only artist that Lang Wenqing was responsible for in the company. He was given an office on the 21st floor. Although it could not be compared with the studio on the 20th floor, it was enough for him to rest and work. Lu Zixia was browsing the web in the office when there was a knock on the door. "Enter." Lang Wenqing's beautiful female secretary walked in with a blue folder in her hand. "Mr. Lu, this is a program plan that Mr. Lang has developed for you." The beautiful secretary is named Zhang Jia. She is a doctoral student in the Business Administration Department of Jinghua University and is also Lang Wenqing's niece. Because Lu Zixia signed a studio contract with Wenqing Entertainment, his title is General Manager and Art Director of the Xiaoyu Studio. Zhang Jia calls him General Manager Lu, and there's nothing wrong with that. "Yeah. Lu Zixia took the folder and began to look through it carefully. Since you have signed a contract to become an artist of Wenqing Entertainment, you must do your job well, which can be regarded as returning the favor. Zixia, what do you think of the planning proposal for New Voice of China? At this moment, Lang Wenqing pushed the door open and walked in. The program is okay. Lu Zixia nodded. I'm just worried about schedule conflicts. This plan is quite interesting. It is similar to The Voice of China on Lu Zixia's Earth. The lineup of mentors is strong enough. In addition, since it is the second season, there is also a certain audience base. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lang Wenqing asked curiously. Lu Zixia pondered for a moment. Some time ago, I signed up for the performance organized by the department. It seems to be next Saturday. Performance report? Lang Wenqing's eyes lit up. Is it for the entire institute? Are there any other media companies participating? It was sponsored by Lu Qiqi. I won about 200,000 yuan, and I will also appear in her new song's music video. Lu Zixia told Lang Wenqing what he knew. By then, Xinguang Media, the company behind Lu Qiqi, should be able to step in. Xinguang Media. Lang Wenqing sneered. Hee, that old bastard Zhang Changgang is quite shrewd. He actually went to the Chinese Opera House to hold an audition. Orange Media Company, like Star Entertainment Media, is one of the leading companies in the industry. However, unlike Star Entertainment, Orange Media specializes in satellite TV broadcasting and live broadcasting. It acquired Nanhu Satellite TV and changed its name to Orange Fruit Satellite TV, making it a veritable dog tycoon. Seeing Lang Wenqing's cold expression, Lu Zixia asked, Brother Xing, does Xinguang have a grudge against us? Competitors are enemies. Our company has grievances against all media companies. Lang Wenqing said in a deep voice, it's just that this Orange Media, if they hadn't intervened, who knows who would own Orange TV? Lu Zixia suddenly realized that this was not a grudge at all, it was simply a dead end. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Lang Wenqing must be madly hating Orange Media. Then I won't be participating in this performance. Lu Zixia said, I signed up before because I was anxious to get the money. Now money is no longer a problem. It doesn't matter whether I participate or not. Participate, why not? Lang Wenqing waved his hand. Besides, this doesn't conflict with the program. The competition for mentors for The Voice of China will be held on Saturday night. After the performance, we can report to the production team. Brother Xing, actually you don't have to worry about me. It doesn't matter whether you participate or not, really. Lu Zixia didn't quite understand Lang Wenqing's behavior. It was because of your consideration that I allowed you to participate in the performance. Lang Wenqing suddenly laughed. Now that I have become your agent, I have to consider everything for you. After arranging his words, Lang Wenqing continued, Lu Qiqi is one of the most popular female pop singers right now. As long as you win first place in the variety show and star in her music video, I'll use Lu Qiqi's popularity to further boost the popularity of the video Under the Tree, I Just Met You. When it airs on The Voice of China, it will definitely make you an instant star. The singer of Just Met You, the male lead in the MV of the most popular pop singer nowadays, the contestant of The Voice of China, with each layer going deeper, Lang Wenqing's planning is indeed wonderful. Are you that confident in me? Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing with amusement. What if I don't win first place in the performance? Then let's just treat it as an experiment. Lang Wenqing blinked and said, young people, who hasn't been willful? Okay, just because of what you said, Brother Xing, I'm going to win first place in the show too. Lu Zixia swung the folder in his hand and said mysteriously, and this time there's a mysterious guest who will help me participate in the performance. I don't believe I can't win. Then I'll wait and see. Lang Wenqing laughed and didn't ask who the mysterious guest was because he suddenly remembered another important matter. By the way, Zixia, I forgot to ask you, have you recorded your song Just Met You? I registered a Xianlang Weibo account for you. It doesn't have many followers right now. If you've already recorded the song, upload it to Penguin Music and then post the link on Weibo. That way you can attract some fans. Not yet. Lu Zixia shook his head. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to record. That's perfect. Lang Wenqing said, we have a professional recording studio in our company. How about this? You go to the recording studio on the 17th floor and wait for me. I'll take care of the things on hand and then come over. Lu Zixia nodded and said, okay, I'll go over and wait for you. Wenqing Entertainment Media's recording studio is on the 17th floor. In addition to the recording studio, there are also some rehearsal rooms on the 17th floor. The rehearsal rooms are divided into very small areas and are managed by dedicated professional teachers. After exiting the elevator, Lu Zixia looked at the layout map of the 17th floor standing next to the elevator. The recording studio is on the easternmost side of the 17th floor, and the rest are rehearsal rooms and lounges. Walking east along the corridor, you can occasionally hear music coming from the rehearsal rooms along the way. It seems that many rehearsal rooms are in use. Just as we were about to reach the recording studio, we suddenly heard faint sobbing sounds coming from the rehearsal room on the side. Well, are you rehearsing your acting skills? Lu Zixia stopped. The door of this rehearsal room was ajar. Lu Zixia gently pushed it open and looked over. Inside the room were two girls around 21 or 22 years old, one slightly taller and the other slightly shorter. They were dressed in a European and American style, with their long hair dyed yellow and light black smoky makeup, but it was not difficult to see their already delicate facial features. The rehearsal room was playing European and American heavy metal music, but the volume was very low. The two girls did not move to the rhythm of the music. Instead, they both hugged their legs, sat back to back on the floor, and sobbed softly. Chapter 27. The crying girl. Shelu, give it one more try. The tall girl stood up. The interview is in a day and a half. If we don't hurry up, we're really going to be eliminated. Sister Ling, I can't do this. Xiaolu raised her head, her smoky makeup smudged with tears. Am I not suited to enter the entertainment industry? What nonsense. Sister Ling pulled Xiaolu up. We finally got into Wenqing Entertainment and spent half a year as trainees. Now we're just one step away from success. Are you willing to give up just like that? But I can't master the song that Teacher Han picked for our audition. Xiaolu burst into tears again. Why don't I give up? Sister Ling, you're better than me, you'll definitely succeed. Try again, don't give up easily. Sister Ling walked to the computer console and played the music again. When the music started again, Xiaolu stopped crying and walked with Sister Ling and started singing and dancing. It is indeed a European and American style song. Lu Zixia searched in his mind and it seems to be a classic English song from the United States. The two girls sang and danced, performing very hard. It can be seen that they all have solid dancing skills, good voices, and singing techniques, but this kind of performance gives people a weird feeling and is not satisfactory. Out of the two girls, Sister Ling is better, but Xiaolu looks more and more weird the more she looks at her. Soon, halfway through the music, the little deer broke down and squatted on the ground crying again. Sister Ling also stopped, turned off the music, squatted beside Xiaolu and comforted her. Lu Zixia, who was standing at the door, also figured out where that strange feeling came from. European and American style heavy metal music is actually not suitable for singing and dancing. It seems to be more exciting if a person dressed as a punk holds an electric guitar and stands on the stage roaring and screaming at the top of his lungs, shaking his head. Lu Zixia turned around to leave. At this time, the ringtone of his cell phone rang. Now I looked down and saw that it was Gao Zhuo from Yaowa Publishing House calling. Sliding his phone, Lu Zixia answered the call. Hello, Brother Gao. Brother Lu, I hope I didn't disturb you. Gao Zhuo's voice on the phone seemed very excited. No. Lu Zixia said repeatedly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Zhuo got straight to the point. Brother Lu, your fairy tale book has been typeset, and I'd like to confirm the title and signature with you. As for the title, let's call it Ye's Goodnight Story. As for the signature, Lu Zixia thought for a moment and replied, let's sign it Xiaoyu. Okay, that's it. Attach the title and signature later, and I'll ask Xiaotong to send you the sample. Gao Zhuo was an impatient person. He hung up the phone after saying this. This Lao Gao. Lu Zixia put away his phone helplessly and prepared to turn around and leave. This time, the two girls in the rehearsal room had already arrived at the door. Teacher? Lu Zixia stopped and turned around and said, hello, I'm not a teacher in the company. No, teacher, but you're so handsome and so charming, you must be an artist under the company. Sister Ling said excitedly, brother, are you here for rehearsal? This girl was so enthusiastic that Lu Zixia felt a little embarrassed. No. Lu Zixia denied honestly, I came here to record a song. Record a song? Xiaolu and Sister Ling looked at each other with envious expressions on their faces. They had been trainees at Wenqing Entertainment for more than half a year, so they naturally knew that there was a top-notch recording studio on the 17th floor. They also knew that in addition to this recording studio, the company had two other recording studios, but their configurations were much worse. Generally, only the first-line artists of Wenqing Entertainment can come to the recording studio on the 17th floor to record songs. Brother, can you guide us? Just when Lu Zixia was wondering whether to leave, the shorter girl named Xiaolu said in a pleading tone, I've tried many times to get the song that Teacher Han picked for us right. This might be my last 2 days at Wenqing Entertainment. Brother, can you agree to my request? Senior brother, please. Sister Ling didn't want to let her good sister leave this. Lu Zixia was a top singer in his previous life, so he could naturally see through the shortcomings of the two girls at a glance. However, as far as this song was concerned, his guidance would hardly help the two girls improve in a short period of time. Faced with the two girls pleading, Lu Zixia couldn't bear to refuse. He sighed and asked, are you afraid of being eliminated by the company? Xiaolu and Sister Ling looked at each other and fell silent. After a long while, Sister Ling was the first to come to her senses. She said firmly, brother, if you want to stay, we will stay together. If you want to leave, we will leave together. Xiaolu was shocked and raised his head, looking at Lu Zixia firmly. We are a team. Lu Zixia admired the two girls' spirit of never giving up. He has made up his mind. What a bullshit, Teacher Han. If you eliminate these two girls, I will go directly to Wenqing to ask for an agency contract. Okay, since you've made up your mind, I'll tell you what I'm going to say. Since I decided to help them, I might as well speak my mind. I just watched your performance. I just want to point out one thing, you're not suitable for this song. Lu Zixia's words are very powerful. To the two girls, it was like a thunderclap. They seemed to have just said that the song was chosen for them by Teacher Han, so how could it be inappropriate? But Xiaolu lowered his head. The song was chosen by Teacher Han himself. He can't be wrong, right? Yes, senior brother. Sister Ling followed up. Teacher Han is the music creation director of Wenqing Entertainment. He has written many classic songs. How could he choose the wrong song? You misunderstood what I meant. Lu Zixia shook his head. Teacher Han's song choice is not wrong. It's a classic, but it's not suitable for you. Haven't you heard the saying, the best may not be suitable for you, and the best for you may not be the best? Both girls shook their heads. Let me put it this way, Lu Zixia said. A size L shirt will fit a thin person perfectly. But what if a fat person wears a size L shirt? It's burst. I can't get through. The two girls blurted out. That's right. Lu Zixia snapped his fingers and continued, it's the same principle as singing and dancing. Songs and music are like size L clothes. You have to think carefully about whether you are thin or fat. Chapter 28, one is like summer and the other is like autumn. Lu Zixia used vivid metaphors in the rehearsal room, trying to change the two girls' mindsets. However, in the corridor on the 17th floor, an unpeaceful scene was unfolding. Han Junqing, who was about 50 years old, of medium build, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, stomped forward with his hands behind his back. Lang Wenqing, dressed in a well-ironed suit, walked beside Han Junqing with a bad look on his face. Teacher Han, you don't have to go, right? Lang Wenqing said in a low voice, I've heard Zixia's voice before, it's very nice, there will be no problem recording the song. What's more, Lao Fang is there. Even if there is any problem, it can be solved immediately. Lang Wenqing was angry. He was processing some documents in the president's office when Han Junqing rushed in a hurry and asked to meet Lu Zixia, saying that he was worried that the company's new artist might encounter an accident while recording a song. To be honest, if Han Junqing wasn't a top songwriter in the industry, Lang Wenqing would never have hired him as the company's music director given his arrogant and conceited personality. Boss Lang, you're being impulsive this time. Young people these days rely on their achievements to demand this and that. What qualifications do they have to ask for this? Han Junqing curled his lips. He's just a little-known nobody. He just sang a song called Meet You. Who knows if he copied it from somewhere? Han Junqing was dissatisfied. He felt that the songs he composed could completely surpass Lu Zixia's. Why should you, Lang Wenqing, open a studio for him? Although Lang Wenqing could hear the jealousy in Han Junqing's words, he still retorted, it's undeniable that the song Just Met You is top-notch in terms of lyrics, composition, and singing. What does that prove? There are so many people who became internet celebrities, but how many of them are still around? Han Junqing snorted coldly and said, Boss Lang, you do have a good eye. You've discovered quite a few top artists over the years, but even tigers have their downtime. In my opinion, this Lu Zixia is nothing but a mediocre talent. Damn it, if I wasn't afraid that you would lose too much blood, I would sew your mouth shut with a needle right now. Lang Wenqing cursed in his heart and was too lazy to pay attention to him. The two were almost at the recording studio when Lang Wenqing suddenly heard Lu Zixia's voice from the nearby rehearsal room. Songs and music are like size L clothes. You have to make sure whether you are skinny or fat. Han Junqing was still walking forward when suddenly there was no sound around him. Turning around, I saw Lang Wenqing standing outside the door of a rehearsal room, secretly looking inside through the crack in the door. Han Junqing felt very strange and couldn't help asking, Boss Lang, why don't you leave? Lang Wenqing made a gesture to keep quiet, then pointed in the direction of the rehearsal room. Who's in there? Han Junqing leaned over to take a look. Hey, aren't these the two trainees from the company? And who's the young man next to them? Han Junqing was proud of his talent, so he didn't watch the video of Under the Tree, I Just Met You, and naturally didn't recognize Lu Zixia. He is Zixia. Lang Wenqing said without turning his head. What, he is Lu Zixia? Han Junqing was surprised, and then he stayed and eavesdropped with Lang Wenqing. Brother, I want to give it a try. After a long time, Sister Ling made a decision. What about you? Lu Zixia turned his head and looked at Xiaolu. There are two girls, Sister Ling is decisive, while Xiaolu is weak. Lu Zixia wants to see Xiaolu's decision. Lu Zixia understood from his previous life experience that one must have perseverance and determination in doing anything. These two girls are good in singing, technique, and dancing, and they should have good development in the future if they debut as idols, but if you retreat when encountering difficulties and don't even have the courage to give it a try, let alone becoming an idol, even if you stay in the entertainment industry, you can only be a supporting role or a passerby. Brother, I'm willing to give it a try too. After a long time, Xiaolu's face showed a determined look. Okay. Lu Zixia nodded. The only hope for you to stay here is to change the song. Who is he? Han Junqing, who was eavesdropping outside the door, immediately became angry when he heard this. She's just an internet celebrity who became famous for a cheesy song. What right does she have to change the song I choose? Having said this, Han Junqing, who was furious, was about to push the door open. Lang Wenqing grabbed Han Junqing and said, Teacher Han, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Why bother getting angry with a young man? Let's continue reading. Humph. Han Junqing said coldly, Boss Lang, this is the artist you personally signed. He's so arrogant and conceited. Lang Wenqing didn't reply, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be concealed. It was obvious that Han Junqing's annoyance and frustration made Lang Wenqing very happy. In the rehearsal room, Sister Ling looked at Lu Zixia expectantly and said, Brother, what kind of song should we choose? You guys tell me about it first. Lu Zixia wanted to test them. The two of them lowered their heads and thought for a moment, then said in unison, happy and lyrical. Two girls found their future direction. Lu Zixia smiled, and at the same time a song flashed through her mind, a song that was very suitable for the two girls. One is like summer and the other is like autumn. This song was released on Earth in 2006. Until 2018, it was still a must-have song in KTV. It can be said that it has been enduring. At the same time, this song is also very appropriate. It expresses the friendship between two girls, just like Xiaolu and Lingjie today. They have completely different personalities, but they never abandon or give up each other, and they advance and retreat together. I have a song I wrote here. If you are willing, I can teach you. Lu Zixia laughed, and the smile on his face was gentle and sunny. Humph, you really think songs are worthless? You can write them whenever you want? Han Junqing sneered outside the door and leaned against the wall. I want to see what you can do. Lang Wenqing was excited. Although he had long known that Lu Zixia was an all-round singer who could write lyrics, compose music, and sing, he still couldn't feel at ease with just one song. Just Met You. And now that he had the chance to hear Lu Zixia's second song, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He excitedly took out his phone and secretly started recording. In the rehearsal room, the two girls couldn't help but open their eyes wide. This senior brother can actually write his own songs. He is so cool. After glancing around the rehearsal room and seeing several musical instruments placed against the wall, Lu Zixia walked over, picked up a guitar, adjusted the pitch, and started playing and singing. Oh yeah, I didn't like you when we first met. Who knew they would become so close later on? We are like summer and autumn, but it always turns winter into spring. Chapter 29, Teacher Han, does your face hurt? The prelude of this song is very short, and it attracted the four people inside and outside the rehearsal room with just a few simple melodies. As for the reason, there is no other reason except that it sounds good. This kid, really surprised me. Lang Wenqing's hands trembled and he almost dropped his phone on the ground. This song and Just Met You are two completely different styles of music. Just Met You is more like a plain narration of an event, praising the years like a song, but this song is more cheerful, with a clear rhythm, and uses simple words to praise the greatness of friendship. Han Junqing, who always felt superior to others, also changed his expression at this time. His eyes widened slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The contempt and disdain on his face had long since disappeared, and his face was filled with more disbelief. However, Han Junqing would not admit that he was inferior to others. He continued to belittle Lu Zixia. What a bullshit, winter turning into spring, why don't you go to heaven? Teacher Han, can you be quiet for a moment? Lang Wenqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. He turned his head and gave Han Junqing a sidelong glance, thinking that this old guy was really stubborn. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't believe that friends are more devoted than lovers. Even if I was busy with love and froze you to ashes, you wouldn't hate me, you'd just scold me a few times. When the song slowly reached its climax, the two girls couldn't help but echo Lu Zixia's voice and hum together. Even though they haven't memorized the lyrics yet, the fact that they can hum the melody alone is enough to prove how catchy the song is. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be sure. Friends know how to listen better than lovers. My hidden meaning, my words without meaning. I can't live without darling, and I can't live without you even more. Oh yeah. After singing the song, Lu Zixia invested some emotion. Looking up, I saw Sister Ling and Xiaolu still humming subconsciously, not noticing that the song had ended. Cough cough. Lu Zixia coughed twice, waking up the two girls. Brother, what's the name of this song? It's so beautiful. Brother, are you really going to sing this song for us? The two girls finally came to their senses and clapped their hands vigorously while looking at Lu Zixia expectantly. This song is so good, and it seems to be tailor-made for the two of them. One is summer, the other is autumn, isn't it talking about the two of them? This song is called One is Like Summer, the other is like autumn, Lu Zixia said. Now that I've brought out the song, I'm singing it for you. I just hope you won't forget about it. Thank you, brother. Sister Ling and Xiaolu could not hide the excitement on their faces and sincerely thanked Lu Zixia. Alright, forget about the thank yous. Your ability to sing this song well is the greatest thank you I can give you. Lu Zixia waved his hand. By the way, when are you having your interview? 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Sister Ling replied. Well, that should be enough time. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll stay and teach you for an hour. How much you can learn depends on yourselves. Outside the door, Lang Wenqing put away his phone and deliberately asked Han Junqing, Teacher Han, what do you think of this song? Can it be used as the title song for an album? The surprise on Han Junqing's face had long disappeared. Perhaps he was really hit by Lu Zixia. This guy's face was as black as ink. Boss Lang, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to deal with. Let's talk to the newcomer next time. Han Junqing felt that he was a joke. Instead of staying here and enduring Lang Wenqing's contempt, he might as well think of other ways to discuss Lu Zixia. Teacher Han, since you're already here, why don't you get to know each other before you leave? Lang Wenqing said with a smile, we'll be in the same company from now on, so we'll see each other every day. Han Junqing ignored Lang Wenqing this time, but quickened his pace as he left. Bah, you're taking advantage of your age. Lang Wenqing spat as he watched Han Junqing leave. If it weren't for your age, I'd really like to ask you, does your face hurt? It's retribution in this life. Just now he was saying that Lu Zixia was mediocre, but now he composed a song tailor-made for the two girls on the spot. This face looks like it was slapped, it must be swollen, right? Lu Zixia had no idea that he had been hated by the company's music director. Of course, even if he knew, he would not look at Han Junqing straight in the eye. And now, what Lu Zixia wants to do is teach the song to the two girls in front of him. When Lu Zixia sang the second time, the two girls listened very attentively and watched very carefully. After all, singing is easy, as both of them have the skills and vocal ability, but their guitar playing is only average and they need more practice. Of course, with the songwriter Lu Zixia by their side, the two girls would not waste such convenient conditions. They simply picked up two guitars and started learning and singing. Even if any mistakes were made, Lu Zixia would correct them in time. Lu Zixia had long forgotten about recording the song and answered the two girls' questions one by one. Moreover, during the teaching process, Lu Zixia also discovered that the two girls had a common advantage, that is, they both had strong comprehension ability. Often, he only needs to point out a mistake once, and the two girls will promise not to make the same mistake again. If such excellent comprehension ability, coupled with solid singing and dancing skills, still cannot pass the interview of Wenqing Entertainment, then Lu Zixia can only suggest to Lang Wenqing that all the interviewers responsible for interviewing the trainees this time should be fired. Why not quit? Is it a waste of food to support a bunch of good-for-nothings? Just like that, one taught attentively and the other two learned seriously. In just 1 hour, the two girls were able to play and sing the song completely. All that remains is constant practice and adding your own understanding of the emotions into the song. I have taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you. After listening to the two girls singing and playing, Lu Zixia said to them, I wish you success in your interview. Sister Ling and Xiaolu looked at each other, bowed deeply to Lu Zixia, and said, Senior brother, thank you. Both the song One is Like Summer and the other is like autumn and the words Lu Zixia said to them before made deep impressions on the two girls. Their intuition told them that today was a turning point in their destiny. Therefore, the two girls were very grateful to Lu Zixia. Brother, we really don't know how to thank you. You're welcome. Lu Zixia said with a smile, as I said before, as long as you can sing the song well and not bury it, it will be the best way to thank me. The two girls nodded vigorously, their eyes reddening involuntarily. Okay, I should go record the song. Lu Zixia turned around, deliberately avoiding looking at the two girls crying. Don't forget to dress simply and brightly for tomorrow's interview. This outfit and makeup really don't suit you. Chapter 30 Recording Songs Without Mistakes. Senior brother, my name is Huan Linger and her name is Sun Xiaolu. Can we know your name? Seeing Lu Zixia was about to leave, Sister Ling shouted anxiously. Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia waved his hand, pushed open the door of the rehearsal room and walked out. Sister Ling, I seem to have seen my senior brother. There were only two people left in the rehearsal room, and Sun Xiaolu suddenly screamed. Where? Huang Linger asked curiously. Sun Xiaolu didn't say anything, but took out her phone and clicked on it. A video appeared, and suddenly a melodious guitar sound rang out. We cried, we laughed, we looked up at the sky, and saw a few stars still shining. Lu Zixia didn't care how much shock his name would bring to the two girls. Originally, Lang Wenqing wanted him to go to the recording studio to wait for her. Now, he was already an hour late. Who knows how angry Lang Wenqing would be in a while. I went straight to the recording studio and knocked on the door. Are you here? The door of the recording studio was quickly opened, and it was Lang Wenqing who opened the door for him. Well, sorry for the long wait, Brother Xing. Lu Zixia nodded. Lang Wenqing shrugged. Instead of asking questions or getting angry as Lu Zixia had imagined, he directly pulled him into the recording studio. The recording studio was very large and has a complete set of tuning equipment. In Lu Zixia's previous life, he had dealt with these things a lot in the recording studio. In addition to Lang Wenqing and Lu Zixia, there were several other people, a sound engineer, a mixer, and a middle-aged man with a handsome face and literary style of dress, who should be the person in charge of this recording studio. Old Feng, this is the person I was telling you about. Bringing Lu Zixia to the artistic middle-aged man, Lang Wenqing introduced him. Zixia, this is our company's deputy music director, Feng Wenhe. I've seen your singing video before, and I was still thinking that there's a new singer-songwriter in the music industry. I've always wanted to meet you, and today I finally got my wish. Feng Wenhe spoke very politely and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Zixia. Mr. Feng, you're too kind. I just want to sing what I wrote. Lu Zixia shook hands with Feng Wenhe. You're a senior in the industry. I'll need your care in the future. You're welcome, you're welcome. Feng Wenhe laughed. I'll record a song for you when Taozi comes out of the recording studio. How about you sit down for a while, drink some water, and moisten your throat? No rush. Lu Zixia waved his hand, found a seat and sat down. He took this opportunity to write the melody of Just Met You and handed it to the recording and mixing engineers. After half an hour, the song was finally recorded. The young man named Taozi greeted Lang Wenqing as soon as he came out. Boss Lang, why are you here? Come over and record a song. By the way, Taozi, let me introduce you to someone. Lang Wenqing patted Taozi's shoulder. This is Lu Zixia, the company's newly signed artist. Yi Lintao, a film and television actor, is now considered a quasi-first-line star. Hello? Lu Zixia stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yi Lintao. Are you the guy who sang Just Met You? Yi Lintao also recognized Lu Zixia. Hey, you know what? I'm your fan. It's my honor. Lu Zixia was stunned, then he laughed. It turned out that big stars are also fans of others. Okay, both of you, don't be so polite. Lang Wenqing said, Taozi, it's almost 12 o'clock. After Zixia finishes recording, let's go to the company restaurant for dinner. Wenqing Entertainment Company has its own restaurant, which is responsible for providing 3 meals a day for the company's employees. Lang Wenqing usually does not go home for lunch when he does not have any social engagements. He likes to invite several senior executives of the company or his artists to go to a restaurant for dinner together. In Lang Wenqing's words, this is called caring for subordinates and strengthening class feelings. Okay. Yi Lintao nodded. He also wanted to chat more with Lu Zixia. After entering the studio, Lu Zixia stood in front of the microphone, made some adjustments, and then made an okay gesture to the sound engineers and mixers outside the glass. Several professionals immediately adjusted the volume of the speakers to the most appropriate level, nodded and started. We cried, we laughed, we looked up at the sky, where a few stars were still shining. We sang the song of time, and only then did we understand how to embrace each other. What was it all for? As soon as Lu Zixia sang the first sentence, Lang Wenqing outside the glass couldn't help but sit up straight, because he knew that Lu Zixia had never been in a recording studio. Staring closely at the computer screen in front of the sound engineer, Lang Wenqing suddenly discovered that there were no flaws and the rhythm was completely consistent with the music on the computer. Not to mention Lang Wenqing, even Feng Wenhe and Yi Lintao almost dropped their jaws in shock. No, Yi Lintao just spent a full half-hour recording the song. During that time, either the tempo was too slow, the pronunciation was unclear, or the tune was wrong, or the emotional investment was not enough. Feng Wenhe has been a music producer for so many years, and the shortest song he recorded took him only 10 minutes, and it was a short song. It is rare to find someone like Lu Zixia who can sing perfectly as soon as he opens his mouth. Because I happen to meet you, the footprints I left behind are beautiful. The wind blows the flowers away, and my tears fall like rain, because I don't want to be separated. Despite the perfect start, the staff in the recording studio still listen carefully, looking for minor flaws in the performance, because they are the top recording team in the industry. Their professional ethics do not allow them to slack off. Because I just happened to meet you, I left behind 10 years of expectations. If we meet again, I think I will remember you. After the last line of lyrics was sung, the mixer made an okay gesture, and Lu Zixia took off his headset and walked out. Bang bang bang, led by Feng Wenhe. Everyone in the recording studio applauded, with appreciation and excitement on everyone's face. As professionals, they had never seen anyone record a song so perfectly. Lang Wenqing gave a thumbs up. Zixia, I was right about you. It's so beautiful. Feng Wenhe praised sincerely, Mr. Lu, not only do you compose great lyrics and music, you sing well, but I didn't expect you to have such perfect control over your voice. You're truly a natural singer. Ha, you're worthy of being my idol. Yi Lintao said with a bit of a funny attitude, Brother Xia, you must teach me some singing skills later. You guys are praising me so much, I'm almost floating on airs. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Zixia was, he would feel embarrassed when a man who was 6 or 7 years older than him called him brother. You deserve it. Feng Wenhe shook his head. No wonder Mr. Lang thinks so highly of you and even opened a studio just for you. With you here, Wenqing Entertainment will be an evergreen tree in the music industry. Then I'm an old monster? Lu Zixia spread his hands exaggeratedly, I'm still young. Ha! There was cheerful laughter in the recording studio. Chapter 31, The Sinister Lang Wenqing. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Lu Zixia did not ask Lang Wenqing's driver to pick up Yeye, but took a taxi to Sunflower Kindergarten himself. The call was picked up very promptly today. When Yaya saw Lu Zixia, she was so excited that she flew into Lu Zixia's arms like a little butterfly because today is Lu Zixia's first day at work after coming to this world. He planned to commemorate this day, so he took the little guy to a famous private restaurant in Jinghua for dinner. Anyway, the royalties for the simplified and traditional Chinese versions of the book paid by the publishing house have already arrived, so Lu Zixia doesn't have to worry about making money for the time being. Since you've made money, why not enjoy it? After all, what's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? The next day, Comrade Lao Lang came to pick up Yaya from school and also had Lu Zixia's breakfast. This guy is of the same character as Fatty Sue and the others. He treats Lu Zixia's house as his own home. He doesn't take anything and just brings his daughter in to eat and drink for free. Lu Zixia could only smile bitterly and said that he would lower the food standards in the future to prevent this guy from becoming addicted to it and coming here every day to eat and drink for free. When Lang Wenqing and Lu Zixia arrived at the company together, Lang Wenqing just said to Lu Zixia, "Let's have lunch together," and left in a hurry, leaving Lu Zixia quite puzzled and knock-knock, because the studio was a startup and the location was under renovation. Lu Zixia had no specific work arrangements. He stayed in the office all morning, watching TV, movies, and browsing the web. After all, the memories of the predecessor are just memories and still need to be digested and absorbed. Lu Zixia is adapting to all the information and culture of this world as quickly as possible. "Zixia, let's go eat together." At 12 o'clock noon, Lang Wenqing pushed the door open and walked in on time. Behind him was a follower, the film and television star Yi Lintao, whom he had just met yesterday. "Brother Xia, good morning." Yi Lintao greeted with a smile. "What the hell, early? What time is it?" Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. "Don't you have to work?" Yi Lintao spread his hands innocently and said, "Brother Xia, yesterday's song is my latest work, so I've been very free these days. Besides, Mr. Lang also said that if we have time, we should get closer. Well, you know how to use chicken feathers as a token of authority." Lu Zixia was speechless. The company's restaurant is located on the 8th floor. The generous Lang Wenqing turned the 8th floor into a buffet restaurant similar to a bar. In addition to a few private rooms, the overall space is transparent and can accommodate more than 300 people to dine at the same time. After choosing a private room, Lang Wenqing took the two of them to have a big meal. When it was almost 1:30, Lang Wenqing said to Yi Lintao, "Taozi, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" "No." Yi Lintao shook his head. "Okay, today is our company's trainee interview assessment. Let's go and see the quality of this year's trainees." Lang Wenqing smiled and glanced at Lu Zixia at the end. Lu Zixia's eyelids twitched, and he said, "Brother Xing, you guys go if you want to go. I have to go to the recording studio to ask them for the recorded songs, upload them to Penguin Music, and sort out my Weibo. I'm very busy." "What are you busy with?" "It's just uploading a song, it'll only take 2 minutes." Lang Wenqing raised an eyebrow. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, Han Junchang is one of the interviewers today. Did you see everything yesterday?" After hearing this, Lu Zixia understood even if he was slow-witted. It turned out that this guy was eavesdropping outside the rehearsal room that morning. "Mr. Lang, Brother Xia, what are you talking about?" The only person in the room who didn't understand was Yi Lintao. Let's go. You'll understand in a moment." Lang Wenqing smiled as he walked out. "Then we'll see what old Han will choose." Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is a large company with a total of 21 floors, and each floor has its own dedicated use. There is a small theater in the center of the 13th floor of the building. The company usually holds activities, parties, or interviews new employees here. When Lu Zixia arrived at the small theater, there were already more than 40 people sitting inside. There are 5 middle-aged men in the front row, and judging by their appearance, they should be the interviewers. Sitting in the front row on the left side of the theater were 20 handsome young men dressed in different styles, each of them obviously having high looks, and in the front row on the right side of the theater were 20 young girls, including Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger. Lang Wenqing walked all the way to the front row with Lu Zixia and Yi Lintao, looking like a boss. "Boss Lang." Seeing their boss coming, the young trainees on both sides and the interviewers in the front row all stood up and greeted Lang Wenqing. Oh, no, to be precise, there was one maverick among the 5 interviewers. He was bald and had a hooked nose. He just sat there and didn't even stand up. It wasn't until Lang Wenqing walked in front of him that he slowly stood up. "Boss Lang, you're here." Yi Lintao whispered in Lu Zixia's ear, "Brother Xia, his name is Han Junqing, and he's the music director of our company." Oh. Lu Zixia suddenly realized that this guy was Han Junqing. No wonder the two girls looked so respectful when they mentioned him. After all, he is the music creation director of Wenqing Entertainment. Lu Zixia, who was a senior executive of a media company in his previous life, naturally knew the importance of a music creative director. They were generally top musicians in the industry, possessing the most cutting-edge musical touch and music creation ability. It can be said that a good music creation director is enough to support half of the music department of a media company. Lang Wenqing was a head taller than Han Junqing. He looked down at Han Junqing and asked, "Director Han, it hasn't started yet, right?" "It will start soon." Han Junqing's face looked a little ugly, especially when he saw Lu Zixia. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Lu Zixia felt like he was being blamed. Why did this guy look at him like that? Did he provoke him? Lang Wenqing was also very mean and didn't tell Lu Zixia at all that besides him, there was also Han Junqing who eavesdropped outside the rehearsal room that morning. "You guys start, don't worry about me, I just came here to take a look." Lang Wenqing found a place and sat down casually. He deliberately avoided looking at Han Junqing's ugly face, fearing that he would not be able to hold it in and burst out laughing. Lu Zixia and Yi Lintao followed suit and sat down waiting for the interview to begin. The company boss came, and the trainees suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Han Junqing was furious, but he had no place to vent his anger, so he could only bully these trainees. He said, "You have been trainees at Wenqing Entertainment for 6 months now. During these 6 months of training, I've been very satisfied with some of you, but of course, I've also been very dissatisfied with some of you." When he said this, Han Junqing glanced at the female trainee intentionally or unintentionally, and said coldly, "All right, now it's time to witness the results of your hard work over the past 6 months. First group, the sisters, please invite Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger to the stage." "Hey, isn't the interview order determined by drawing lots this time?" Yeah, we haven't even drawn lots yet, why are you calling names right away? Forget it, as long as I'm not the first one. As soon as Han Junqing finished speaking, all the trainees were stunned and started talking. Lu Zixia frowned, instinctively feeling that this matter seemed to have something to do with him. Lang Wenqing's expression turned cold as he thought to himself, this old man is really mean. He knew the first person to go on stage would be under a lot of pressure and easily nervous, yet he chose those two girls. Huan Linger and Sun Xiaolu were also a little confused, but they had already thought about being eliminated at this time, so they quickly adjusted their mentality. The two walked onto the stage and bowed to the 5 interviewers. Hello teachers, my name is Huan Linger and my name is Sun Xiaolu. Today is our last day as trainees, and it may also be our last day in the company. So, no matter what the result today is, we hope to show you what we have always insisted on. Lu Zixia, who was sitting not far from Lang Wenqing, looked at the two girls on the stage who had changed their outfits, the same light pink t-shirt, straight long hair casually draped over the back, simple jeans, sky blue sneakers. Her pretty face was no longer covered with smoky makeup. A little bit of powder was enough to make her look stunning. Seeing the two girls on the stage, the eyes of several interviewers couldn't help but light up. They were so beautiful. The two girls were young, pretty, and had perfect temperament. All 4 interviewers picked up their pens and began writing on the assessment forms. Only Han Junqing crossed his arms and said stiffly without any movement, let the show begin. Dear teachers, we are going to perform the song, one is like summer and the other is like autumn. Huan Linger and Sun Xiaolu looked at each other and said in unison. One is like summer and the other is like autumn? The interviewers were stunned. Aren't all the test songs personally selected for the trainees by Han Junqing, the music director? Was this song among the test songs? What's going on? Was your song chosen by Teacher Han? Of course, Mr. Han is the top musician in the industry. How dare these two girls take it upon themselves to change the song? Not only the interviewers, but also the trainees sitting on both sides of the theater were excited. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be a trainee who would be so bold as to change the song chosen by the company teacher. Isn't this courting death? The trainees' eyes changed when they looked at the two girls on the stage. If they were curious and hostile at first, now they were filled with pity and contempt. You are eliminated. Just when everyone was stunned, Han Junqing's cold voice rang out. Chapter 32, Teacher Han's Revenge. What? Eliminated? On the stage, Huan Linger and Sun Xiaolu's faces turned pale in an instant. They didn't expect that the interviewer would not give them any chance to perform and would eliminate them directly. Han Junqing continued, you are trainees of the company. You must complete the tasks assigned to you by the company. Your task in the last stage was to practice the songs I chose for you. If you can't even do that, what are you still doing in the company? You are eliminated. Yeah, now they dare to change the company's tasks. If they become famous in the future, won't they expose the truth? Who are you? Just do whatever I tell you to do. You even changed the song chosen by Teacher Han. Do you really think you're such a big shot? Among the other 4 interviewers, 3 expressed dissatisfaction. They were just a few trainees of the company, but they actually disobeyed the company's arrangements. This was outrageous. Seeing that the interviewers were all on his side, Han Junqing, who was already harsh, continued to vent his anger. Who are you? A-list celebrities? You take yourselves too seriously. With every word the interviewers spoke, the 2 girls on the stage trembled a little. Nowadays, all the children are spoiled at home. They had never suffered such criticism. They just lowered their heads timidly and cried secretly. These people are really bad. Listening to the bad words from these interviewers, Lu Zixia got angry. He originally thought that after teaching these 2 girls songs, with their talent and hard work, they would naturally be able to stand out in the interview assessment and become contracted artists of Wenqing Entertainment. But unexpectedly, more than half of these interviewers were flatterers. In order to please the director Han Junqing, they spoke harshly to the 2 girls in their early 20s and had no sense of being seniors in the industry. Lu Zixia frowned, stood up and walked towards the small stage. Although they didn't know Lu Zixia, he was brought by Lang Wenqing, so the interviewers didn't dare to scold him. The trainees were even more afraid. Although some of them recognized Lu Zixia as the guy who sang Just Met You, he came with his boss. What if he was a senior executive of the company? Raise your heads. Lu Zixia walked straight to the edge of the small stage and looked at the 2 girls on the stage. Senior brother. The 2 girls saw Lu Zixia when he entered the door, and now they don't want, nor do they want the senior brother who wrote songs for them and taught them how to sing to see them like this. Believe in yourself. Lu Zixia encouraged. Say whatever you want to say. For yourself and for the hard work you've put in over the past 6 months, show yourself well on this stage. The 2 girls held hands and looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Today may really be their last day at Wenqing Entertainment, but they are unwilling to be eliminated like this. Even if they have to leave, they want to leave in a graceful and beautiful manner. Sun Xiaolu, who has always been gentle, stroked her chest and said in a low voice, word by word, teachers, we changed the song that Teacher Han had chosen without permission. It's our fault, and we apologize. But I hope you can give us a chance to show ourselves. Even if we're eliminated, we'll leave with no regrets. Teacher Han, they are still young. I think we should give them a chance to show themselves. Perhaps the song can better demonstrate their abilities, said the only interviewer who did not mock the 2 girls. Teacher He, when you say this, do you not believe me? Han Junqing said coldly, in our company, even those top singers are singing the songs I wrote. These trainees don't even like the songs I chose for them. Who in the company can serve them in the future? Han Junqing absolutely would not allow the 2 of them to sing this song, because he knew the importance of this song. Not to mention the songs he wrote, even the classic songs in the past could not compare to this song. On the stage, the light in the 2 girls' eyes dimmed. Everything was over. I think, suddenly, a low voice sounded, and the entire small theater fell silent in an instant. President, it's the president who has spoken. Only then did they remember that besides them, the company's boss was also in the theater today. Mr. Lang, what do you mean? The interviewer sitting next to Han Junqing had a flattering smile on his face. Lang Wenqing is well known in the company for his decisiveness. What he says is what it is. Anyone who disobeys his orders will have to say goodbye to the company. In other words, obeying orders and following instructions is the unspoken rule of Wenching entertainment media. Now, the two girls had changed the song without permission, which was a violation of this unspoken rule. If this were the case, the performance the two girls wanted to perform would most likely fail. It was just right that the boss directly ordered the elimination of the two girls, so that the interviewers would not be given a bad reputation as seniors in the music industry bullying the younger ones. I think young people should be driven. If they don't have drive, can they still be called young people? Lang Wenching laughed and said, "Two little girls, sing and express everything you want to express." After hearing Lang Wenching's words, the interviewers were all stunned. Even Teacher He, who preferred to let the two girls perform, was stunned. This is so unexpected. When did Mr. Lang change his temperament? Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger had no idea what the interviewers were thinking. They excitedly thanked Lang Wenching. Thank you, Mr. Lang. Okay, let's get started. Lang Wenching waved to the two girls, glanced at Lu Zixia who had returned, and said, "How's it going? Are you satisfied with this?" Lu Zixia said expressionlessly, "Brother Xing, I think that apart from Teacher He, the rest of the interviewers are scumbags. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Brother Xia, what you said is what I wanted to say." Yi Lintao came over and gave Lu Zixia a thumbs up. It seems that the company is going to conduct a personnel review. Because of Lu Zixia's words, Lang Wenching made a decision. On the stage, the two girls took a deep breath. Facing the ridicule, they could only fight back with what they were good at, using their strength to silence them. Oh yeah, I didn't like you when we first met. Who knew they would become so close later on? We are like summer and autumn, but it always turns winter into spring. Chapter 33. I won't negotiate with you. Both girls have clean voices, but they are also very different. One has a sweet voice and the other has a slightly metallic sound, which makes their voices very distinct, but talent alone does not mean anything. Hard work, opportunity, luck, and other factors also play a role. The two girls sang very attentively and devotedly. Although their guitar playing and singing were still a little awkward, it could not conceal their own strength. The changes in facial expressions of the trainees and interviewers who had just mocked the two girls were very interesting. There was no pre-recorded musical accompaniment and no prepared lighting, only simple guitar sounds and beautiful singing. When the prelude sounded, everyone acted nonchalant, but when the unique melody gradually became more and more exciting, everyone was attracted and showed surprise on their faces. When the two girls opened their mouths and started singing, everyone's eyes widened. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't believe it. Friends are more loyal than lovers. Even if I'm busy with love, freeze you into ice. You won't hate me just scolding me a few times. The first climax came, and all the interviewers sat up straight unconsciously, with shock on their faces, except Han Junqing, who still had a sour face. But if you look closely, you can see that old Han can't hold on any longer. Not only is his forehead covered with sweat, but even the ballpoint pen in his hand is broken by his grip. Lao Tong, this should be an original song, right? It's original, but it wasn't created by our company. And listening to the lyrics, it seems like it was tailor-made for them. Teacher Han, these two girls are beautiful, have good temperaments, and have nice voices. I think we should sign them. Although before, except for Mr. He, the other three interviewers seemed a bit flattering, they still had some real skills and knowledge. Of the two girls on the stage fully met and even exceeded the company's signing conditions. Han Junqing didn't say anything, but his face was so dark that water seemed to drip out of it. He didn't want to say a word of praise, because if he did, wouldn't that prove he wasn't as good as Lu Zixia? Lang Wenching had already laughed at him once before, outside the rehearsal room. Was he going to have to put his face forward and let Lu Zixia hit him again this time? Han Junqing could only choose to remain silent and even closed his eyes. Han Junqing lost again this time, so he remained silent, but Lu Zixia didn't want to let him get away with it so easily. After such a long time, even a fool could see that Han Junqing was deliberately targeting him. Although he didn't know why, Lu Zixia didn't want to swallow his anger. He was just that kind of person. If you respect me 3 feet, I will give you 10 feet. If you provoke me for no reason, I will never let you go. I'm against you, no negotiation. Teacher Han, what do you think of this song? Lu Zixia looked at Han Junqing expressionlessly. You are a senior in the industry. I really want to know your evaluation of the song. Brush. Everyone looked at Han Junqing in unison. There was a moment of astonishment on Han Junqing's face, and then his thick eyebrows raised, and the anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Mr. Lang, is there any grudge between Brother Xia and Teacher Han? Yi Lintao, who was sitting in the middle row, noticed something was wrong and turned to ask Lang Wenching. Lang Wenching didn't say anything, but took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video and handed it to Yi Lintao. This is? Yi Lintao took the phone and looked at it for a while, then suddenly realized, Mr. Lang, was Teacher Han with you at that time? It's also old Han's fault for being too impatient. He was so determined to challenge Zixia. Lang Wenqing nodded and said, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Boss Lang, why don't you stop him? Yi Lintao said worriedly, Brother Xia just joined the company and he's already offended the music director. His songs in the future, Taozi, are you stupid? Lang Wenqing looked at Yi Lintao with the eyes of a landlord's idiot son. With Zixia's talent for writing these two songs, will he still need old Han to write songs for him in the future? Yi Lintao was stunned for a moment, then he touched his chin and chuckled, Teacher Han, I'm waiting for your evaluation. Lu Zixia ignored the anger in Han Junqing's eyes and pressed on. The sisters' voices were great in this performance, and they sang with great emotion. It was excellent. I can sign them on behalf of the company. Han Junqing gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing across his face, but, sure enough, a dog can't spit out ivory, Lu Zixia sneered in his heart. This old man was really cunning. He just kept praising the two girls and didn't praise the song itself at all. It's just that the lyrics of this song about summer and autumn are too ordinary, and the artistic conception is also a bit lacking. Han Junqing shook his head. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. I still think the songs I chose for them can better show their abilities. Although he didn't say it so directly, everyone present could hear that he was not only emphasizing that the song he chose was good, but also satirizing that the song was bad. Han Junqing has really reached the pinnacle of telling lies with his eyes open. Oh? Lu Zixia smiled. I wonder if Teacher Han could let me. The lyricist and composer of one is like summer, the other is like autumn. Appreciate what it means to have ornate lyrics and a profound melody? Cruel, so cruel, didn't you say this song is bad? Okay, then come up with a good one, let me hear it, and let me admit defeat with a sincere heart. What? He wrote this song? Such a great original song, and it's tailor-made for me. As expected of a ruthless person who has become a viral sensation on the internet, every single song he releases is a classic. The trainees and interviewers were all crazy. Such a good song, and its composer was so young, and he was from their company. Well, Han Junqing was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Zixia to suddenly break up with him. Why? Is it because Teacher Han has written so many songs, each with gorgeous lyrics and profound realms, that it's hard to choose? Lu Zixia decided to push Han Junqing into a desperate situation. If that's the case, then just pick out a song at random. Everyone in the small theater is not a fool. Although the trainees have just entered the entertainment industry, they can still judge whether a song is good or bad. One is like summer and the other is like autumn is obviously a very nice song, but Han Junqing criticized it and said that the song is not very good. Isn't this just a lie? If you ask Han Junqing to come up with a song to compare with this one, it would be a wonder if he can do it. Chapter 34, Fainted with Angry Lu Zixia, Don't Go Too Far. Han Junqing's face turned from black to white, and then from white to black. After several changes, he finally roared in a low voice. That's too much? Lu Zixia's face darkened. Han Junqing, I'm giving you face, right? I just signed a studio contract with the company, and I just changed the song these two girls were going to sing for the audition. Are you so jealous? And vindictive? Wow, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples, studio? The company actually signed a studio contract with a newcomer. Since the establishment of Winching Entertainment Media Company, apart from a few first-line stars who have become affiliated studios of the company with their own abilities, no one has ever been able to directly help the company set up a studio, let alone a newcomer. The trainees looked at Lu Zixia with eyes full of envy, but few of them were jealous. There was no way. Not to mention the song Just Met You, even this song one is like summer and the other is like winter was not comparable to them. Even if I wanted to be jealous, I couldn't be jealous. I was able to sign with the studio because of my worth. I changed the music for them and the songs are more suitable. If you can do it, why don't you do it? When he said the latter part, Lu Zixia's eyes were full of provocation. He was not afraid that the news of signing the studio contract would get out. It would be known to others sooner or later anyway, so it was better to say it himself. You are so arrogant. Han Junqing was about to vomit blood. Lu Zixia, from now on, don't even think about getting any songs from me, hee. Lu Zixia threw two words at him. Does he need Han Junqing to write a song for him? There is absolutely no need for that. As long as he wants, he can come up with 1,000 or 800 songs, and guarantee that every one of them will crush Han Junqing. Plop. Han Junqing kept saying you for a long time, and suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. What made Lu Zixia laugh was that when the old guy fell to the ground, he actually leaned backwards instead of falling forward. In his judgment, he was probably pretending to be faint. This was indeed the case. Han Junqing had no good songs to deal with the situation. He could only pretend to be unconscious and pray that someone would move him away from here. Teacher Han, the interview examiners around were all startled and hurriedly bent down to see what was happening to Han Junqing. After checking his breath and finding that he was still breathing and his vital signs were basically normal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Call 120. Lang Wenqing strolled over slowly. Put him down, don't move him. What if his old illness relapses? Let's wait for the ambulance to arrive before moving him. They are all smart people. Lu Zixia can see that Han Junqing is pretending, and Lang Wenqing and Yi Lintao, as professional actors, can naturally see it as well, but Lang Wenqing is as mean as ever. Since you, Han Junqing, want to lie on the ground, then lie down. It's hot in the summer anyway and the ground is cool. Okay, spread out a bit and keep the air circulating. Lang Wenqing looked at the interviewers and trainees who had gathered around him and said, wait for the ambulance to arrive, and then continue the assessment. Mr. Lang, what about these two girls? An interviewer asked. Approved. Lang Wenqing glared and said, didn't Teacher Han just say that we can sign them? Besides, if we don't sign such great singers, are we going to kick them out of the company? Yes. The interviewer nodded repeatedly. Congratulations, you succeeded. Turning his head to look at the two girls walking over, Lu Zixia showed a sincere smile on his face. Senior brother, thank you. Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger bowed to Lu Zixia excitedly. Okay, don't thank me. You will be the company's artists in the future, so you must work hard. Lu Zixia encouraged the two girls and left the small theater. The two girls became contracted artists of the company, and the anger in their hearts was relieved. There was no point in staying. Lang Wenqing originally wanted to wait for the paramedics to arrive before leaving, but when he saw Lu Zixia leaving the small theater, he followed him out. Hey, Zixia, why are you in such a hurry? Lang Wenqing said as he chased after him, I was thinking of waiting for the paramedics to come and expose him. Mr. Lang, please keep your voice down. We haven't gone far yet. Yi Lintao, who was following behind Lang Wenqing, was a little speechless. Don't let Teacher Han hear it again. I heard it, so I heard it. Lang Wenqing rolled his eyes. Is Han Junqing allowed to act all by himself, and we're not allowed to give him a slap in the face? This old guy usually relies on his seniority and a bit of talent to look down on me, the CEO. Now I finally have a chance to give him a good beating. I have to seize this opportunity, right? You can go back. Lu Zixia said without turning his head. Yeah, why should I chase her out? Lang Wenqing was stunned and obviously tempted. It seemed that Lang Wenqing had endured a lot of hardship in the past few years. His expression changed for a while, and Lang Wenqing suddenly shook his head. Oh, forget it, I don't want to bully the old man. Why don't you bully the old man? You are such a Lang Wenqing, Lu Zixia's mouth twitched. Why didn't he see this guy's evil nature at the beginning? Ding-a-ling, as he was walking forward, Lu Zixa's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the name flashing on the screen. A gentle expression appeared on his face involuntarily. Hello? Hello, is this Daddy? Ye's childish voice came from the phone. Lang Wenqing, who was originally planning to eavesdrop, was slightly startled when he heard the familiar voice coming from the phone. He then pulled Yi Lintao aside, leaving the time to the father and daughter. It's Daddy. Lu Zixia couldn't help but laugh. Did Ye listen to me today? Did you miss Daddy? Ye is so good. Ye's voice became sweet and innocent. Also, and Ye misses Daddy too. Does Daddy miss me? Of course I did. Lu Zixia's smile widened. What did the teacher teach you this morning? He taught us how to draw. Ye was very proud. I drew the ugly duckling, and Sister Han drew the white swan. The teacher also praised our drawings. Ye is so smart. Lu Zixia said, Dad will tell you a little story as a reward tonight. Can I have two? There was anticipation in Ye's voice. No. Lu Zixia paused deliberately. I won't tell you one, I'll tell you two. That's great. Xiao Ye's voice was filled with joy. One for me and one for Sister Han. She will definitely be very happy. This little guy. Lu Zixia laughed. Chapter 35 I am not myself, I can't tell the difference after leaving the small theater. Lu Zixia sent Lang Wenqing and Yi Lintao away and went to the recording studio again. The song recorded yesterday was already out, with two versions, one abridged version and one complete and lossless version. Lu Zixia returned to the office with the song, turned on the computer, logged into the Copyright Association website, first registered the copyright of One Is Like Summer and the Other Is Like Autumn sung by the two girls, and then downloaded a Penguin Music client. As mentioned before, Penguin Music is a music platform under the WeChat group, with a huge user base of hundreds of millions. The music on it is available in two modes, a free, truncated version and a paid, full version. You can download a song for $1, and the fee is split 50-50 between the website and the singer. When Lu Zixia clicked on the main interface of Penguin Music, his eyes lit up at the light green style. Like any music client on Earth, the main interface of Penguin Music is divided into two parts. On the far left is the vertical personal center, which has the following vertical columns: My Music, Music Gallery, MV, and Search. On the right is a section that has the selections, rankings, playlists, radio stations and new songs listed horizontally. As long as you have a WeChat account, you can log into Penguin Music. After entering his account number and logging into Penguin Music, Lu Zixia clicked into the backstage to link the singer's account. The singer's nickname was his own name. After listening to the two recorded versions of Just Met You Again, Lu Zixia directly posted the song on the Penguin Music backstage. Generally speaking, after a song is published to the Penguin Music backend, it needs to be reviewed by a music editor within 24 hours. If the editor is capable, the song may be reviewed and appear in the new song directory on the homepage as soon as it is uploaded to the backend, appearing in the new song catalog. Netizens can listen to and download the songs. Ding dong. Just a few minutes after Lu Zixia uploaded the music, a system message came and I clicked on it and saw, congratulations, your work Just Met You has passed the review and has been officially included in the Penguin Music library. So fast? Penguin Music is really efficient. Lu Zixia was delighted. The song has been uploaded. The next step is to set up Weibo. Thinking of this, Lu Zixia searched for the official website of Xianlang Weibo, and then logged in using the account given to him by Lang Wenqing. After clicking on his Weibo and taking a look, Lu Zixia showed a wry smile on his face. His nickname on Weibo is his name, he is certified as Orange V, and he is a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. Compared with other celebrities' Weibo, Lu Zixia's Weibo looks very miserable, with only 53 followers, 50 of whom were liked by company employees at the request of Lang Wenqing. Just to get Orange V certification, the remaining 3 fans are President Lang Wenqing, actor Yi Lintao, and restaurant owner Zhang Mingho. Clicking on Yi Lintao's Weibo and seeing that he had 10 million followers, Lu Zixia couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to these big stars, I really have very few followers. Shaking his head, Lu Zixia posted his first Weibo post since entering this world. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Zixia, the singer of Just Met You. I'm very grateful to all my friends for liking my song. Thank you. As soon as the Weibo post was published, Lu Zixia received a private message from Lang Wenqing. Zixia, go buy a promotion and promote the Weibo post. If a new user wants to publish a Weibo post that is seen by netizens as quickly as possible, there are only 3 ways on the Weibo platform. One is Weibo Hot Search, one is Hot Topics, and the last one is Weibo Promotion. As for hot searches, everyone who browses Weibo can see them because they always appear on the Weibo interface. The effect of Hot Topics is slightly worse than hot searches, and they can only be seen when searching. The effect of promotion cannot keep up with the two at all. It just randomly recommends the published Weibo to other people's Weibo hotspots. It is very likely that when the Weibo main interface is refreshed, it will be directly wiped out before it can be seen. Although the promotion effect is very poor, compared with hot searches and hot topics, promotion has a big advantage, that is, it can be purchased with money, and 10 yuan can be used for promotion for 24 hours. Okay. Lu Zixia replied to him and spent money on promotion without hesitation. The effect of the promotion was immediate, and comments soon appeared under this Weibo post. Ever since the singing video of Under the Tree, I Just Met You went viral overnight, many people have been impersonating the singer, with many claiming on Weibo that they are the singer of Just Met You. After many fans who fell in love with Lu Zixia because of the song Just Met You were deceived, not many people are willing to believe those who claim to be the singers of Just Met You on Weibo. Therefore, when Lu Zixia's Weibo post was promoted, although many Weibo users saw it, they did not believe it and complained under the post, another one pretending to be the singer Under the Tree. At Weibo official account, are you guys going to do anything about this? There's another fake product. Show us the photos and we'll believe you. Almost every reply was a complaint about the post, and no one believed that this was really the person in the video Under the Tree. I Just Met You. What's going on? It's so inexplicable. I'm not myself anymore. Lu Zixia was a little amused and helpless as he read the comments from netizens one by one. After thinking for a while, Lu Zixia searched his phone and picked out a selfie of flowing short hair, a bright smile, a white shirt and a pair of light blue jeans. Although the outfit is simple, it is full of sunshine and very handsome. After slightly retouching the photo, Lu Zixia posted it on Weibo, adding the caption, it's me, it's not me, I can't tell the difference. Also, Just Met You has been released on Penguin Music. Here's the link. If you're interested, you can go listen and download it. We have the same promotion, we have money. As soon as Lu Zixia updated his Weibo post, people immediately paid attention to it, commented on it, and forwarded it. I've captured an idol. My dear brother Xia, your singing is so beautiful. Download it to show your support. When Lu Zixia saw the first comment and repost in the front row, he couldn't help but laugh. It was that guy Yi Lintao. He was probably staying in his office right now, checking Weibo. Oh, that's not right, this photo is indeed the handsome guy in the video. Are you stupid? These days, even if you're pretending, you have to have some real stuff. The one-sided complaints didn't last long before a large number of Yi Lintao's fans came out in groups to defend Lu Zixia. Wu Li Taotao has an idol, and as a fan, I'm here to report. Honestly, Just Met You is really good, and I become a fan. +1 for Tommy's report, I really like Just Met You. Tommy +50, after listening to Just Met You, I decided to confess my love to her. Chapter 36 Abstract Painters. Lu Zixia's second Weibo post received nearly 1,000 comments, led by Yi Lintao, all of which were occupied by Yi Lintao's fans, who perfectly dominated the screen. At this time, those netizens who did not believe this Weibo post finally became rational, because it was impossible for a quasi-first-line superstar to forward and comment on a liar's Weibo post. Even if Yi Lintao was wrong, then those more than 1,000 Tommy were also wrong, right? Some careful. Netizens discovered that this Weibo account actually certified a personal Orange V, a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. Wenqing Entertainment, isn't it the media company that's one of the 3 giants in the entertainment industry? Awesome. This is actually the Weibo of the singer from Under the Tree restaurant. I did a human flesh search, and the singer of Just Met You is Lu Zixia from the acting department of the Chinese Opera School. The comments and reposts from Yi Lintao and his fans had unimaginable effects, although some people are still hesitant. More people do believe the authenticity of this Weibo post. As a result, Lu Zixia's Weibo fans are increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Lang Wenqing's driver took Ye to the company, the time stopped at 5:10. Lu Zixia's Weibo followers also skyrocketed from 53 to 53,000. No matter how many fans really like him there are, Lu Zixia is still happy because this is just the first step. There will be more to come. Dad, I'm here to see you. Ye ran into Lu Zixia's office holding a small school bag. Throwing away the mouse, Lu Zixia stepped forward and picked up Ye. Ye, here you are. Tell Daddy, who brought you here? It's a beautiful big sister. Ye tilted her little head. She also said she would bring me something delicious later. Daddy, where is this place? It's so big. Lu Zixia kissed Ye's little face and said, this is where Daddy will work in the future. You will come here every day after school. He. Dad's beard is prickly. Ye smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. Will you come again in the future? Is this our home? Yes. Lu Zixia held the little guy and sat on the sofa. If Ye likes it, we can live here when our place downstairs is finished. That's great, Ye has another home. Ye clapped her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Zixia put Ye on the sofa and looked towards the door. The pretty secretary Zhang Jie came in with a fruit plate and a bunch of snacks, and placed them on the coffee table in front of the small sofa. Ye's eyes lit up, and she said to Lu Zixia, Dad, this is the big sister who sent me here. Ms. Zhang, thank you for your help. Lu Zixia thanked Zhang Jie sincerely. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. This is my job. Besides, I like Ye very much. Zhang Jie shook her head slightly. Hanin, stop hiding. Why don't you come out and say hello to Uncle Lu? Hello, Uncle Lu. Lang Wenqing's second daughter, Hanin, walked in timidly from the door and greeted Lu Zixia shyly. Hello to you too. Lu Zixia smiled and waved to Hanin, come here. Hanin moved over with a red face, not daring to look at Lu Zixia. Mr. Lu, Hanin is just like that. She's fine today, but if it were Teacher Han, she would have been scared to tears. Zhang Jie was also helpless with her cousin. Don't even mention Hanin. Even Ye would be scared to tears when she saw Old Man Han. Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. Hanin, I heard you painted a white swan today. Can I see it? I gave it to Ye. Hanin lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Dad, they're here with me. Ye excitedly took out 2 pieces of drawing paper from her school bag and showed them to Lu Zixia. Let me take a look. Lu Zixia took the 2 pieces of drawing paper with a smile. At this time, Zhang Jie also came over. Lu Zixia looked at the 2 pieces of drawing paper and almost burst out laughing. These 2 paintings are really an abstract style, whether it's the ugly duckling or the white swan, the colors are correct, but the appearance. The ugly duckling does have the appearance of a duck, but its neck is a little shorter and it has a chicken beak on its head. The white swan is even more abstract, with a duck's head, a swan's body, and a tail drawn like a peacock. Dad, how is our painting? Did we do it well? Ye looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Hanin also secretly raised her little head, and both ears stood up. Lu Zixia looked at the 2 little guys and said with a smile, you draw very well. I think you two will definitely be great painters when you grow up. Phew, seeing that Lu Zixia was clearly lying with his eyes open, Zhang Jie covered her mouth and chuckled. It's all ruined. Zhang Jie's smile ruined everything. Lu Zixia looked up at Zhang Jie helplessly and said, okay, Miss Zhang, Boss Lu, just call me by my name. Zhang Jie waved her hand. The CEO said that if you're busy in the future, Ye will be left to me. If you're always so polite, I'll feel uncomfortable. Well, okay. Lu Zixia said, Zhang Jie, does our company have a piano? Yes, except during rehearsals, I have it in my office. Zhang Jia nodded. Do you want to use it? Lu Zixia said happily, that's great. Yeah, likes playing the piano very much. I think when I'm busy in the future, I can let her learn to play by herself. Yeah can also play the piano? Zhang Jia looked at Yaya in surprise, she's still so young. Yeah, do you want to play the piano with daddy? Lu Zixia smiled and suddenly asked. Yaya raised her head and asked in surprise, can Yaya play the piano again? Yes, dad will teach you a song today. Lu Zixia touched the little guy's head. Yes. Yaya nodded happily, can Sister Han go too? Let's go together. Lu Zixia held the two children in each hand and said, let's go. Although Zhang Jia is just Lang Wenqing's secretary, she is the president's nephew and has a doctorate in business administration. Her abilities are obvious and she will become a senior executive of the company sooner or later. Therefore, Lang Wenqing prepared an office for Zhang Jia on the 21st floor. The office is on the westernmost side of the 21st floor. Walking into Zhang Jia's office, Lu Zixia's eyes lit up. The office was divided into two areas. One part was equipped with normal office supplies, desks, filing cabinets, and video projection equipment. The other part was supposed to be equipped with sofas and coffee tables for entertaining, but she placed a piano and an oval hanging chair. Chapter 37 Singing with Yaya. Zhang Jia, your place is really special. Lu Zixia glanced around Zhang Jia's office and said with a smile. Zhang Jia closed the door and explained, not many people come here usually. Most work is done in the president's office, so it's not usually used here. It would be nice to use it as a lounge. Lu Zixia led Yaya to the piano. Yaya, can you play a song for me? Yaya tilted her head and said, okay, then what should I play? Yaya, just play whatever you can play. Zhang Jia said with a smile as she hugged Hanin and sat in the hanging chair. Yes, when I came to see Dad, Mom taught me a new song. I can even sing it. Yaya puffed out her chest proudly. I'm going to start. As he said this, the little fellow put his hands on the piano in a serious manner. Ding ding dong dong, the pleasant sound of the piano rang out, and along with it came Yaya's sweet voice. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, I wish everyone a Happy New Year, Happy New Year. The cheerful tune and simple lyrics seem simple, but when a 4-year-old child performs it, it is amazing. Yaya can actually play the piano, and she plays so well? Zhang Jia was really amazed by Yaya. She originally thought that Lu Zixia was bragging about Yaya's talents because he doted on her. Unexpectedly, what he said turned out to be true. Not only did he play so smoothly, but he also sang so beautifully. Bang bang bang, after his song was finished, applause broke out. Yeah, you are so awesome. Hanin's big eyes sparkled and her little hands were red from clapping. Zhang Jia also smiled brightly. Yaya plays the piano very well and sings beautifully too. Thank you. Yaya bowed politely to Zhang Jia, then turned to look at Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia patted the little guy's head and said with a smile, oh my. I didn't expect our Yaya has such a hidden talent. Her singing is much better than Daddy's. He. Yaya smiled contentedly, her big watery eyes curved into crescents. Boss Lu, would you consider giving Yaya individual training? Zhang Jia asked eagerly. Our company has specialized teachers for dance, vocal music, singing. With Yaya's talent, she'll quickly rise to prominence in the entertainment industry, forget it. Lu Zixia interrupted Zhang Jia directly, I just want Yaya to grow up healthy and happy, have her own hobbies and ideas, instead of arranging a life for her that she doesn't want. Zhang Jia was silent for a while, and just as she was about to speak, the internal phone on her desk rang. When the call was connected, it was Lang Wenqing who called and said that there was something urgent and he needed her to come over. Zhang Jia and Lu Zixia apologized and went to the president's office, leaving Lu Zixia, Yaya, and Hanin in the office. When Zhang Jia came back, it was already half an hour later. In the office, Lu Zixia was having fun with Yaya and Hanin. When they saw Zhang Jia coming back, they suddenly said, Zhang Jia, can you do me a favor? Zhang Jia came back and was originally going to tell him that Lang Wenqing was going to take them home, so she smiled and said, Boss Lu, it's no problem for me to help you, but let's talk while we walk. The president is already waiting for you in the garage. Don't worry, it won't take more than a few minutes. Lu Zixia waved his hand. I just taught Yaya a song and now I want to record it. Can you help us record it? In just a short while, you taught Yaya a song? Zhang Jia blinked, somewhat unbelieving. Lu Zixia nodded affirmatively. In fact, Lu Zixia was also very surprised. He didn't expect that although Yaya was young, she was very smart. Not to mention her super high musical talent, she also had a strong comprehension ability. He just wanted to record this song now and let Yaya practice it well in the few days after returning home. After all, he had promised Yaya that he would perform with the little girl at the graduation performance. Sister, Yaya is amazing. Hanin has turned into Yaya's little fangirl, chiming in, I haven't even learned it yet, but Yaya has already. What else could Zhang Jia say? She readily took Lu Zixia's phone and turned on the camera. When Zhang Jia turned on the camera and clicked record, the elegant piano music sounded at the same time. Yaya tilted her head and looked at Lu Zixia, asking, Dad, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? No. Lu Zixia looked at Yaya gently and shook his head. Then I'll teach you. Okay. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you were. You're out of tune. At the beginning of the question and answer session, the father and daughter laughed happily at the lively melody and the simple conversation between father and daughter. This unique opening style caught Zhang Jia's ears in an instant. There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and spears. His palms are a bit rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. Yaya's baby voice is full of rhythm, and against the backdrop of the light melody, it is indescribably harmonious. Lu Zixia looked at Yaya tenderly, his 10 fingers dancing on the keys. After Yaya finished singing, he said, Thank you for visiting my little monster. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Buttons hold the happiness of a home. I love you regardless of the weather. It was the first time that Zhang Jia heard Lu Zixia sing live. She had seen the video of Just Met You before, but compared to hearing the live performance, she somehow heard a lot more flavor in it. Just like a person full of mental journey, telling others about his journey, the duet between Lu Zixia and Yaya is full of the most sincere emotions. They sing with their hearts and with fatherly love. As Zhang Jie listened, she couldn't help but be moved. Dad, where are we going? You are my heaven and earth. Baby, time has waved its hand and you are forever precious. When the last syllable fell, Ye threw herself towards Lu Zixia with a smile. Lu Zixia reached out, picked up Ye and kissed her little face. The air was still for a moment. Hanin looked at the father and daughter with envy on her little face. Zhang Jie, who was recording the video, had a look of lingering regret on her face. Original again, Zhang Jie works in the entertainment industry. Although she can't say that she has a 100% grasp of information about the music industry, she does know a lot about it. She searched her mind but couldn't find any information about this song. Moreover, if such a beautiful melody and such innocent lyrics had appeared in the music circle, it would have been sung by people long ago. Zhang Jie came back to her senses, handed the phone back, and said, Mr. Lu, is this an original song? Although she was already certain in her heart, Zhang Jie still wanted to confirm it with Lu Zixia. Yes. Lu Zixia took the phone and smiled. Zhang Jie, this song needs to be kept secret for now. You must not tell Brother Xing. Although Zhang Jie didn't know why, she still agreed. Chapter 38 Performance Report 5 days passed quickly. In the past few days, Lu Zixia recorded and mixed various musical soundtracks of Where Are We Going, Dad, and also took time to visit the children's department of Yewa Publishing House. After reading the proof of publication of Yeya's Goodnight Story, Lu Zixia was not satisfied with the layout of some fairy tale texts and illustrations, so he went to the publishing house in person to guide Wang Xiaotong in the layout. Yeya has been living a fulfilling life these days. She goes to kindergarten during the day, practices singing when she gets home in the evening, and listens to new stories from her father before going to bed. She is happy every day. It has been 5 days since Just Met You was uploaded to Penguin Music. On the first day that Just Met You appeared in the new song list, by midnight, just 8 hours later, the number of clicks reached an astonishing 200,000, and the number of downloads and subscriptions exceeded 50,000. On the fifth day, which is today, the number of clicks reached 8 million, and the number of downloads and subscriptions skyrocketed to 3 million, and this number is still continuing to grow. The download of the complete lossless version of Just Met You costs 1 yuan, which is split 50-50 between the website and the singer. In other words, in just 5 days, Lu Zixia's pre-tax income from Penguin Music reached 1.5 million. In addition to this happy news, Lu Zixia's Xianlang Weibo has also undergone gratifying changes. Since its opening, he has only posted 2 Weibo posts, and his fans have skyrocketed from 53 to more than 600,000. Although it cannot be compared with Yi Lintao's tens of millions of fans, it is at least similar to some Weibo fashion gurus. From Orange V certification to Gold V, Lu Zixia also gained a group of loyal fans. On Saturday, it was the day of the performance report of the Chinese opera department. Zixia, are you ready? Lang Wenqing, still dressed in a well-ironed suit, came to Lu Zixia's house early in the morning. Because it was Saturday and the kindergarten was closed, Lang Wenqing did not bring Han in with him. Brother Xing, why are you in such a hurry? Lu Zixia was changing clothes and dressing up Xiao Yeye in the inner room. Brother, don't you see what time it is? Lang Wenqing sat in the living room, constantly looking up at the time. I'm telling you, I won't show up this time. I'll just hide in the crowd and wait for you to win. No. Lu Zixia, wearing a white shirt, blue jeans, and a baseball cap, walked out with Yeye. The people at Orange Light should know you, right? When you go there, they'll definitely call the CEO of Orange Light. If the CEOs of your 2 major media companies show up at Huaxi Opera, it will bring honor to our acting department. Oh, our Yeye is so beautiful today. Lang Wenqing turned his head, and when he saw Yeye following Lu Zixia, his eyes lit up. Yeye was dressed up very beautifully by Lu Zixia today. She had a bun on her head and a cute little rabbit hairpin on the right side of the bun. She wore a blue dress with white flowers. The skirt was wide and big. When she ran, she looked like a beautiful blue butterfly. Thank you, uncle. You look so handsome today too. Yeye is very happy today. Nothing can make her happier than being able to perform with her father. Isn't uncle handsome? Lang Wenqing said deliberately unhappily. Is this a funny thing for you? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. No, uncle is always handsome. Yeye said innocently, he's even more handsome today. Ah, I love to hear that. Lang Wenqing laughed. Brother Xing, what do you think of my suggestion? Picking up Yeye, Lu Zixia followed Lang Wenqing out of the house. Come on. Lang Wenqing walked forward, curling his lips. Zhang Changgong is clearly selecting talent for his company. If you come in first, I'm sure this old man will come and poach my employees right away. Really? Lu Zixia said jokingly, the salary is high, so I changed jobs. Through this period of time together, Lu Zixia has basically seen through Lang Wenqing's character. Although he gives the impression of being a cold and domineering president to outsiders, he is actually a mean and rough man. Just jump. Lang Wenqing touched his chin and laughed. Anyway, our agency contract is only for 3 years, and the penalty isn't much. If you want to jump, just jump. Hey, that's what you said. Lu Zixia narrowed his eyes, feeling that this was very un-Lang Wenqing. Anyway, no matter where you go, Xiaoyu Studio gets 20% of our company's revenue. If you go out, you will help us earn money for Orange Light, so in the end, I'm the one who makes the profit. Lang Wenqing was very proud. Yes, Xiaoyu Studio was built with the help of Wenqing Entertainment. As long as Xiaoyu Studio does not disband, Wenqing Entertainment will always be able to share 20% of the profits. Damn, what a mistake. This guy is really mean. After chatting all the way for 20 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the performance theater of Huaxi Opera. Huaxi Opera has its own theater, which is similar to the stage used by satellite TV stations to hold evening parties and can accommodate 8,000 people. Because the performance department's report performance will be held here at 9 o'clock this morning, the theater has been prepared long ago, and the lights, curtains, audio, have all been debugged. At this moment, many students had already come to the theater. Lang Wenqing deliberately did not walk with Lu Zixia. He got a pair of large sunglasses from somewhere and blended into the group of students. When Lu Zixia was about to reach the backstage, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him and couldn't help but stop. Yaya, who was being held in Lu Zixia's arms and looking around curiously, suddenly stopped moving when she saw Lu Zixia. She couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why aren't you leaving?" "It's okay." Lu Zixia smiled and shook his head, then changed direction and tried to go around. "Hey, don't go." The person walking towards him didn't intend to let him go. "You're wearing a hat, so I can't recognize you?" Lu Zixia stopped helplessly. He really wanted to say that this hat did block a lot of fans for him. Shaking his head, Lu Zixia turned around and looked at the person standing in front of him, saying, "Hello." "Hello," the man said with a smile, "you helped me lead the way that day, and I haven't thanked you properly yet." Yes, this person is the girl that Lu Zixia knocked down in front of the 10th grade boys' dormitory some time ago. Unlike the pink sportswear that day, the girl wore a fashionable black suit today, with her long hair combed behind her head and large sunglasses never leaving her delicate cheeks. "No need to thank me, it's just a small favor." Lu Zixia waved his hand to the girl, smiled, looked at Yaya who was held in Lu Zixia's arms, and said, "What a beautiful girl, what's your name?" "Hello, sister. My name is Yaya." Yaya looked at the girl in front of her curiously and asked innocently, "Sister, you're wearing sunglasses in the house. Don't you think it's dark, puff?" Lu Zixia couldn't help but burst out laughing. The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Yaya to ask this suddenly. "It was my daughter's misfortune, so I had to continue the conversation no matter how awkward it was." Lu Zixia asked, "Are you here to watch the graduation performance as well?" "Yeah." The girl came back to her senses, nodded slightly, and stared at Yaya. "Is this child your relative?" "My daughter." Lu Zixia touched the little girl's face very gently. Chapter 39, Sister Lian's Love Rival Bang. "I remember now. When you were singing in the restaurant under the tree that day, Yaya seemed to be there too, right?" The girl clapped her hands, as if she remembered something. "Yes." Lu Zixia nodded. "Have you watched this video too?" "That video went viral, how could I not have seen it?" the girl laughed. "I even went to Penguin Music to download the song. Just met you is really good." "You're welcome." Lu Zixia smiled and pointed to the backstage of the theater. "I have to go over there. I need to prepare the music and hand over the music for the performance to the sound engineer. Goodbye." "Okay, bye." The girl nodded and watched Lu Zixia and his daughter walk around her and head backstage. She suddenly asked, "You still don't recognize me? Is this important?" Lu Zixia shrugged and said, "Don't you know my name too?" "Isn't your name Lu Zixia?" the girl said dissatisfiedly. "If you can call out my name, you might get a surprise." "Oh?" Lu Zixia shook his head. "Forget it. Let's save the surprise for those who need it." After saying this, Lu Zixia hugged Yaya and left without looking back. This damn guy. Watching Lu Zixia leave in a leisurely manner, the woman gritted her teeth in hatred. She looked as if she wanted to eat Lu Zixia. "Chi-Chi, why are you here?" At this moment, an anxious female voice was heard, and then a middle-aged woman with ordinary looks, wearing high heels and fashionable clothes, walked over quickly. "Sisterly." Seeing the middle-aged woman, the girl's expression relaxed a little. "What's wrong?" "Chi-Chi, can you please stop running around?" Sisterly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought you were lost again like last time. I was so scared." "Oh, Sisterly, last time was an exception." Chi-Chi stamped her feet and said, "Besides, didn't anything happen last time? You still said." Sisterly was about to scold Chi-Chi, but suddenly remembered something and said, "Look at me, you interrupted me and made me forget about the important things. Come on, follow me." Sisterly said this, and she pulled Chi-Chi up and ran to the third floor of the theater. "Sisterly, what are you doing?" Chi-Chi was a little confused. "Professor Huang is here." Sisterly spoke hurriedly. "The date for this graduation performance is incredibly well chosen. Today is the 30th anniversary of the Department of Acting, and the Academy specially invited Professor Huang to come and watch the performance." After reaching the third floor, Sisterly gasped, "Let me tell you, Mr. Huang is the old principal of the Chinese opera. He has students all over the world, including many top stars. You're very lucky today. As a sponsor, Mr. Huang specifically asked to see you. Be polite and don't act so willful." "Sponsor, that's right, this girl is Lu Chi-Chi, the sponsor of this Huaxi graduation performance, and she is also one of the top singers promoted by Orange Media." "Ah, Mr. Huang is here too?" Lu Chi-Chi took off her glasses and said nervously, "Is that Huang Bingkuan, Mr. Huang? What did you think?" Sisterly rolled her eyes. "Okay, I knocked on the door. I carried Yaya to the backstage, where many students from the acting department had already arrived to participate in the performance report." Lu Zixia was walking forward with Yaya in his arms when Yaya suddenly pointed to the corridor not far away and shouted excitedly, "Dad, look. It's Uncle Song and Fatty." Recently, Lu Zixia went out at 7:30 every day and did not return home until around 6 o'clock in the evening, so he had not seen Song Qingshan and others for almost a week. Song Qingshan and the other two were very nice to Yaya. They bought her all kinds of delicious and fun things and played games with her. Yaya liked them very much. She really missed them after not seeing them for a week. Lu Zixia looked towards the corridor and saw a large group of people gathered there, both men and women. Yaya clamored to go over and say hello to Fatty and the others, so Lu Zixia carried the little one over. In the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other. There were 7 people in the group, including Song Qingshan, Fatty Su, and Bai Lianqing, with 4 pretty girls in black cheongsams protecting them. The other group consisted of 4 young men in their 20s, all of them were fair-skinned and all wore punk outfits, exuding a strong rock style. Lu Zixia didn't know those young men. After thinking for a while, he nudged a friend next to him and asked, "Classmate, can you tell me what's wrong with them?" The guy looked excited and didn't care when Lu Zixia pulled him. He said without turning his head, "Does Zhang Ning know? He's bullying us again." "Zhang Ning? Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment and then remembered Zhang Ning is a well-known figure in the acting department because his brother-in-law Chen Luo is the boss of Huawei Media Company. Because of his brother-in-law, Zhang Ning signed a contract with Huawei. Huawei Media Company is a second-tier entertainment company in Jinghua. Most of its employees are second and third-tier celebrities, so they have more or less some resources. After signing the contract, he obtained some resources from the company and worked in the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, barely becoming a fourth-tier star. But this guy is a typical playboy. He either stays overnight in a hotel with a female fan, or has an ambiguous relationship with some second-rate female celebrity. In short, there are scandals flying everywhere. As for Song Qingshan and the others, forget it, just go in and ask. Boss, Sister Lian, fatty. Lu Zixia squeezed into the crowd holding Ye and greeted Song Qingshan and the others. Third brother, you're here. Seeing Lu Zixia, Song Qingshan, and the others all smiled. The fat man stretched out his arms from a distance, took Ye from Lu Zixia's arms, and placed her in his own arms. Oh, our Ye is here too. Hello, fatty uncle. Ye sat obediently in the fat man's arms. Hello, Uncle Song. Hello, Uncle Bai. Hey, Ye, how are you too? Song Qingshan and the others all laughed. Boss, what happened? Lu Zixia asked. Someone is bullying your sister-in-law. Bai Lianqing pulled Wang Yingying over directly. This is your sister-in-law, Wang Yingying. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Zixia was stunned, then chuckled. Hello? Wang Yingying's face turned a little red. Yingying, tell the third brother what happened just now. Bai Lianqing was a little angry now. Yeah. Wang Yingying nodded and described what had just happened to Lu Zixia. It turned out that Zhang Ning had pursued Wang Yingying before, but was directly rejected by Wang Yingying. This guy did not give up, but became more aggressive and kept harassing Wang Yingying. Later, after Bai Lianqing and Wang Yingying confirmed their relationship, Zhang Ning was quiet for a few days. This time, Zhang Ning heard from somewhere that Wang Yingying would come to the performance, so he came here specifically to meet her. Wang Yingying couldn't dodge for a moment and was blocked by Zhang Ning and his men. Fortunately, Song Qingshan and his team arrived in time, and Wang Yingying and the others did not suffer any loss. Yingying, I'm sincere to you. Zhang Ning was the one standing in front of the four men. What can you achieve by following this pretty boy? My brother-in-law is the CEO of Huawei Media. Follow me, and you'll become a Huawei artist in no time. Huawei, that's one of the top entertainment companies in Beijing. Everyone says Zhang Ning has a backer, but I never thought the CEO of Huawei is actually his brother-in-law. Why is this girl still hesitating? If it were me, I would have agreed directly. After hearing Zhang Ning's words, the students around him started talking about it, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Zhang Ning. They have no reason not to be envious. Not to mention other drama academies, the Chinese Academy of Drama alone has more than 600 graduates every year. Among these 600 people, it would be a miracle if 1/10 could be signed by an entertainment company. As the focus of everyone, Zhang Ning really enjoyed the spotlight. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. How about it, Yingying, follow me. Zhang Ning, I've already made it very clear to you. Wang Yingying's pretty face flushed with anger. I won't be with you. Besides, my boyfriend is Lian Shang. Please don't harass me anymore. Yingying, don't be willful. The smugness on Zhang Ning's face seemed to grow even stronger. I've investigated this by Lianqing. To put it nicely, he comes from a family of opera singers. To put it bluntly, he's just a lousy opera singer. What's with the Beijing opera? Pa. You won't achieve anything by following him, or isn't that too much? Yes, after all, opera is also our traditional culture of China. Someone is doing the backstage work, and this guy is inflated. The people around couldn't stand it anymore and started talking about it. Their original impression of Zhang Ning as a playboy was now labeled as an insult to traditional culture. This is really too much. After hearing the whole story, Lu Zixia originally didn't intend to get involved in this matter. After all, emotional matters still needed to be resolved by themselves, but as time went on, Zhang Ning went more and more outrageous, and in the end he even openly insulted the traditional Chinese culture. As a traditional Chinese person, Lu Zixia could not tolerate it. Mr. Zhang, just stick to your business and don't insult other people's professions. Lu Zixia stepped forward. You're an actor, and so is Lian Shang. What qualifications do you have to insult him, acting? Lu Zixia was wearing a hat, so Zhang Ning couldn't see him clearly. He curled his lips and said, don't compare me with him. I'm a star, and what's he? At best, he's just a second-generation actor with a little money. Without your brother-in-law, you wouldn't even be a second-generation actor. Lu Zixia retorted mercilessly, if you have the ability, show some real skills. Do you have the nerve to highlight yourself by belittling others? Real skills? Zhang Ning laughed. Okay. Since you say you have real skills, then, little white face, do you dare to compete with me? Comparing what? Lu Zixia sneered, don't even think about comparing our backgrounds. We're definitely inferior to you in this regard. Chapter 40 Competition and Conditions. Haha, Lu Zixia's words made everyone, including Song Qingshan and others, laugh. Indeed, you, Zhang Ning, have a brother-in-law who is the president of a media company, but we don't. In this comparison, you definitely win. TSK, just talking nonsense. Zhang Ning sneered, isn't today a performance? I've already signed up. Do you dare to come on stage and compete with me? This guy is so shameless. Yeah, the show is about to start. How can he compete with only half an hour to prepare? When it comes to shamelessness, I'm even more shameless than you. As soon as Zhang Ning said this, the crowd exploded, but none of them were good words. They all mocked Zhang Ning for being shameless and dishonest. Zhang Ning, you're shameless. Wang Yingying was furious. She pointed at Zhang Ning and shouted, let's not even talk about whether we can still register for the gala. Even if we can, the gala will start in half an hour. How are you expecting Lianqing to prepare? Then I can't control it. Zhang Ning shrugged. The woman laughed dryly and said, "Little white face, if you don't dare to compete with me, just say it directly. Let the brothers and women stand up for you. Are you still a man? Let me compete with you." Bai Lianqing stood up directly. "Lian Shang, Sister Lian, don't be impulsive." Wang Yingying and the other 4 girls, as well as Song Qingshan and the fat man were all shocked and quickly tried to dissuade them. Lu Zixia didn't react much. "Just compete. Is he afraid of him? Okay. Fearing that Bai Lianqing would change his mind, then let's compete at today's performance. How do we compare?" Lu Zixia asked first. "Secret ballot." Zhang Ning said, "There's a secret ballot machine in the theater. Let's see whose show gets the most votes." "Okay, as long as I beat you, you are not allowed to harass Ying again." Bai Lianqing was obviously overwhelmed by anger. "I can't agree to this." Zhang Ning said slowly, "If you win, I can't look for Ying anymore." "But what if I win? You can't just give nothing, right?" Bai Lianqing was about to speak when Lu Zixia stopped him and asked, "What do you want?" A sinister look flashed across Zhang Ning's face. He said, "If I lose, I promise you all that you will never harass Wang Yingying again. I promise I will never appear in front of her again. But if Bai Lianqing loses, I don't want him to leave Yingying. I want him to strip naked and run around the school grounds. This guy is really cruel." "Where is this place?" Huaxi, one of the cradles of the Chinese entertainment industry, streaking in the academy, will definitely appear on the front page of major entertainment newspapers the next day. This is intended to completely discredit Bai Lianqing and make him forget about staying in the entertainment industry in the future. I agreed on his behalf. Lu Zixia's face flashed coldly, and he said expressionlessly, "But there's one more thing, if you lose, you have to run naked." Zhang Ning didn't think twice and directly extended his hand. "It's already said." Bai Lianqing glanced at Lu Zixia and raised his hand as well. It's impossible to catch up with him. Bang! The palms of the 2 men slammed together fiercely in midair, and the strong smell of gunpowder instantly filled the entire corridor. The students who were watching around saw this scene and immediately became excited. It's big, these 2 guys are really ruthless. It's exciting. The loser has to run naked on the playground. No, this matter must be spread. Maybe the hospital leaders will pay attention to it. A group of onlookers were very excited and did not mind making the matter known to the whole world. Then, we'll see you on the stage. Lu Zixia didn't care what the group was excited about. He said coldly to Zhang Ning and left with Song Qingshan and the others. As he watched Lu Zixia and the others leave, a trace of ferocity appeared on Zhang Ning's face. "Brother Ning, you played this hand very well. That pretty boy Bai Lianqing is bound to lose this time." A young man standing behind Zhang Ning laughed. A shorter young man continued, "This time, Brother Ning has invited Huayua's top musicians and choreographers to create songs and dances specifically for our show. Don't even mention Emir Bai Lian ascending. Even if that recently popular Lu Zixia showed up, he'd have to kneel." The last young man flattered, "Brother Ning will definitely be chosen to star in Lu Qiqi's MV this time." Ha ha ha. After leaving the corridor, everyone came to a lounge backstage. Yaya was put on the ground by Fatty Su. At this moment, the little guy was turning left and right in the lounge curiously. Except for Lu Zixia, everyone's expression was solemn. "Zixia, you've really screwed Sister Lian this time." Fatty Su got a bag of melon seeds from somewhere and spat out the shells with a depressed look on his face. "Zixia, that Zhang Ning clearly came prepared." Song Qingshan, the usually bold man, also wilted. He's probably thinking about how to humiliate Sister Lian right now. The girls remained silent. Only Wang Yingying clutched Bai Lianqing's hand tightly and said, "Lianqing, at worst, we can just tell him that registration for the show is closed. That way, you won't lose." It's useless. It was clearly written on the performance poster at the time that there was no time limit for registration, but those who registered later would be performed later in the order. Bai Lianqing helped Lu Zixia register for the performance, so he naturally knew the registration time for the performance. "What should we do then?" Wang Yingying said anxiously, "What can we do in half an hour?" The group of people looked worried and gloomy, obviously having no hope for the competition between Bai Lianqing and Zhang Ning. "Hey, why do you have so little confidence?" At this time, Lu Zixia spoke up. He looked at the group of people in front of him with a look of confusion and said, "Since I dared Sister Lian to agree, I am sure I can beat him. Look at you two, you all have such sad faces, as if you really lost." Third brother, do you have any ideas? Third brother, please don't fool us. We have a low psychological tolerance. Student Lu, what do you have in mind? A group of people were talking at once, and their eyes looking at Lu Zixia were all full of anticipation. Of course I have a way. Looking at the anxious and expectant expressions of the crowd, Lu Zixia smiled, and like a magic trick, he took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write and draw on a table. After 5 minutes, Lu Zixia finally raised his head and handed the paper in his hand to Bai Lianqing, saying, "Sister Lian, see if you are satisfied." What? Bai Lianqing took it, and everyone else also leaned forward. The new drunken concubine? Looking at the deliberately bold mark on the paper, everyone was stunned. Third brother, what is this? Is it a play or a song? Bai Lianqing frowned. If it's a play, I've heard it before, but if it's a song, I've never heard it before. We haven't heard of it either. Wang Yingying and others were also thinking hard, but there was still no information about the song in their minds. Lu Zixia rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I just came up with this song." "How could you have heard of it before, ha?" When everyone heard Lu Zixia's words, their eyes widened, especially Fatty Su, whose eyes almost popped out. "Third brother, you're not serious, are you?" Fatty Su looked at Lu Zixia with a troubled expression. "We all know that your original song Just Met You is really good, but I still don't believe you could create a song in just 5 minutes. Ah, you are Lu Zixia. Oh my god, Lian Shang, is the roommate you're talking about Lu Zixia? Mr. Lu, your song Just Met You was great. I'm your fan. As soon as Bai Lianqing finished speaking, 3 shrill shouts blew the roof off. It turned out that Wang Yingying's 3 roommates didn't know that the man wearing the baseball cap was actually Lu Zixia, the recently popular internet celebrity. Hello, I am Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia took off his hat and greeted everyone politely. Hello? Several girls became reserved, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Lu Zixia. Okay, I'll explain this to you later. Wang Yingying knew that the third brother Bai Lianqing was referring to as Lu Zixia, but she hadn't told her roommates. The most important thing now is this song. Is it really feasible? Does Lianqing really have to sing it at the performance? Why not? Lu Zixia asked back, sister-in-law, have you forgotten my song just met you? To tell you the truth, I'm pretty good at it. Yes. Ye trotted over and said proudly, my dad is awesome. Well, at this time, Wang Yingying stopped talking and just looked at Bai Lianqing, hoping that he could come up with an idea. To be honest, if it were under normal circumstances, Wang Yingying would be happy to let Bai Lianqing try this song, but now is not the normal time. If I have to say, this matter concerns Bai Lianqing's future. In this case, you have to think seriously about it. Compared with Wang Yingying, Bai Lianqing is much more open-minded. If he doesn't sing, he will lose. If he sings, he might win. Why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Bai Lianqing calmed down and looked down at the song on the paper. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed that year. There were too many sorrows left by the watching pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in love. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dreams. After reciting the lyrics and tune twice, Bai Lianqing tried to hum a few lines. Although he didn't sing it clearly, the melody and tune still made Bai Lianqing look surprised. This. Bai Lianqing was shocked. Old third, this song is not a pop song, right? Yes, and no. Lu Zixia explained. This song combines classical, dramatic, and pop elements. It also requires a lot of classical instruments in the background, such as the guzheng, flute, and pipa. Honestly, if Sister Lian hadn't studied opera since childhood, I wouldn't have written this song at all. Okay. I'll sing this song. Bai Lianqing said excitedly, in my opinion, these 2 songs are no less good than Just Met You. Lu Zixia smiled, as long as you like it. Chapter 41, Where are we going, Dad, with the new song? Today's performance by Wang Yingying and her friends happens to be a performance of ancient musical instruments, and with Lu Zixia's guitar, there is also live accompaniment. The 6 of them started practicing in the small lounge. Lu Zixia and the others who were in a frantic singing practice mode didn't know that the whole academy was now spreading the news that Bai Lianqing and Zhang Ning had agreed to a performance in competition. Taozi, have you heard? Zhang Ning is causing trouble again. He wants to compete with a classmate. Who is this guy bullying again? Why? A woman? I heard about this. It's just jealousy. These 2 even agreed that whoever loses will run naked on the Huaxi playground. How exciting. Originally, students from other departments of the Huaxi Academy of Drama had no desire to be in the audience for the performance of the Department of Acting. However, when they heard the news, they could no longer sit still and rush to the theater. Time passed slowly, and at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, the lights were ready, the sound system was ready, the camera was ready. As the familiar school song sounded, the 10th grade graduation performance of the Performance Department of China Drama Academy began. The theater, which can accommodate 8,000 people, was already half full, all of whom were students from various departments of the college. Some of them came to see Lu Qiqi, some were just bored, and most came to watch the FUNDI in the front row of the theater. Near the stage, there were only 5 of the 6 reserved judges' seats. In addition to Lu Qiqi, there were also Cheng Wang's agent Dong Li, the current dean of Huaxi Academy Chen Shi, the director of the acting department Feng Zhang, and the deputy director, associate professor Chen Gang. The remaining seat on the left was empty. The hosts this time were the 2 vice presidents of the student union, Lin Shangyang and Chui Minrui, third-year students in the Department of Performance. When everyone arrived, the hosts, Lin Shangyang and Chui Minrui, walked onto the stage and said to the audience, "Welcome everyone to the Hua Opera Theater to watch our acting department's performance report. I am the host, Lin Shangyang and Chui Minrui. Here, we welcome." The 2 hosts were worthy of being vice presidents of the student union. They aroused the emotions of the theater audience as soon as they appeared on stage. In the backstage, Lu Zixia and the others also heard the voice from the front desk. Not long after, a huge cheer came from the front, and the slogan was clearly, "Liagang, Hanxi, Liagang, Hanxi." Oh my god, forget about that sissy Hanxi, but Liagang is here too? Hurry up, anyone who wants an autograph or a photo, go to the front. It's really them. Third brother, I'm going to see the great god. Backstage, except for a few students who were at the front of the performance line, the rest of the people rushed out like a swarm of bees to forget about Hanxi. Li Aigang, a 2000 graduate of Huaxi Film and Television Performance, signed a contract with Orange Media while still in school. He has appeared in hundreds of film and television dramas and created many classic roles. In 2005, Li Aigang announced his departure from Orange Media and established his own studio. In the same year, he entered the music scene and released his first self-titled album Aigang. However, this album did not seem to have many sales and soon faded from the music circle. In 2007, Li Aigang, who had been silent for 2 years, released another music album. The situation had improved a little, but it still didn't cause much waves. Realizing that his experience was insufficient, Li Aigang finally gave up his musical dream and focused on movies and TV series. In 2009, he entered the Western United States and won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. For a time, Li Aigang became the idol of countless young men and women in China, and Lu Zixia was one of them. Of course, Lu Zixia was not as excited as everyone else. On the contrary, his expression was a little weird. There is no way, this Li Aigang and Li Yugang from Lu Zixia's previous life are simply copied from the same mold and look exactly the same. It's just that they are the same people but have different destinies. Li Yugang is a musical genius, while Li Aigang is a film and television superstar. They have 2 different paths. Bai Lianqing, Wang Yingying, and her roommates were also in a calm mood like Lu Zixia. There's no other way, time is tight and the task is heavy, we have to practice the song quickly. The initial high-temperature warm-up has passed, but the report performance continues. Before we knew it, half the time had passed and it was Lu Zixia's turn to be the next performer. On stage. Classmates, recently, there's an original song that's gone viral in Beijing, all over the internet, and all over northern China. Do you know what it's called? Choi Min-ri is a tall girl with delicate features. Her voice seems to have a natural magic, very soft and coquettish. Just met you. Just met you. Yes, it's just met you. Choi Min-ri smiled. Do you know who sang and wrote this song? Lu Zixia. The cheers are overwhelming. Today, our acting department's musical talent, Lu Zixia, will bring us another surprise after Just Met You. Choi Min-ri's voice was filled with obvious anticipation. Let's welcome the next performer, Lu Zixia, to perform Where Are We Going, Dad? Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. The cheers were getting louder and louder. It seemed that Lu Zixia was now a well-known figure in Chinese opera, even if he was not known to everyone. Tap tap tap. At this time, Lu Zixia, wearing a white shirt and blue jeans, slowly walked onto the stage of the theater, holding the hand of Yaya, who was wearing a blue dress with white flowers. When Lu Zixia and Yaya appeared in front of everyone together, the audience began to discuss in low voices. Ha, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Lu Zixia also signed up to participate. Just Met You was so good, I really want to hear my Xia sing live. Hey, who's that little girl next to you? She's so cute. There's also a little girl in that video. Could she be his daughter? I've become your fan, father-in-law, I want to be your son-in-law. The audience in the theater were all excited. Some were excited to see their idol, and some were simply delighted by the cute Yaya, who was so pretty and dressed so adorably. After going on stage, Lu Zixia and Yaya faced the audience and bowed. At this time, Lu Zixia noticed an acquaintance sitting in the judge's seat. There was a small red card in front of her with her name written on it, Lu Qiqi. Lu Zixia was shocked and thought to himself, so she must be Lu Qiqi. No wonder she keeps asking me if I know her. As if noticing that Lu Zixia's expression was wrong, Lu Qiqi took advantage of the situation and playfully stuck out her tongue at Lu Zixia on the stage. Lu Zixia was speechless for a moment. He turned around and took Yaya's hand to sit in front of the piano in the middle of the stage, facing the audience sideways. On the judge's panel, the originally empty seat was occupied by a well-proportioned, handsome middle-aged man wearing a simple white gown. Sitting behind the man was Han Shi, who had stopped Lu Zixia at the tree restaurant and wanted to buy the copyright of Just Met You. Brother, this person is Lu Zixia. Han Shi sat in the seat behind Li Aigang. That little girl is his daughter. Li Aigang raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, it seems that I can't buy the copyright for this song. I can only try to negotiate and see if I can get the authorization to sing it solo. Brother, I heard that he signed with Wenqing Entertainment. As for his agent. Han Shi hesitated. I'm sorry, brother, I don't know who his agent is. It's okay. Li Aigang waved his hand. If you want to make a comeback in the music industry, one song won't be enough. Take it slow. No one noticed the conversation between the two people because everyone's attention was on the stage. Faced with so many people, Yaya seemed a little nervous, and her little head subconsciously looked at Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia nodded gently to Yaya. Yaya, feeling courageous, spoke in a tender voice through the microphone at her lips. Dad, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? No. Then I'll teach you. Okay. Twinkle Winkle Little Star, how I wonder what you wear, you're out of tune. The father and daughter laughed out loud, just like their usual conversation between father and daughter. The simple dialogue-style opening quickly drew everyone's attention to the stage. The audience's faces were filled with surprise and anticipation. They had never heard of an opening dialogue like this before. Everything was full of novelty. My home there is a cool guy, 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a bit rough, holding my hand. I learned to walk. Yaya's childish voice sounded different from the acquired academic voice. Her pure and heavenly voice without any impurities caught everyone's ears in an instant. Lu Zixia moved his 10 fingers rhythmically on the piano keys and sang softly, thank you for visiting my little monster. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Buttons hold the happiness of a home. Love you, rain or shine. The 6 judges on the panel subconsciously sat up straight. Lu Qiqi looked at the father and daughter on the stage with shining eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. What about the audience here? They were all speechless, thinking about the lyrics and melody of the song in their minds, and finally came to the conclusion that they had never heard of this song before. Original song, another original song. They were all shocked by the singing of Lu Zixia and Yaya, father and daughter, on the stage. Many girls, looking at the father and daughter singing a duet on the stage, couldn't help but think of their fathers, and many childhood memories suddenly emerged before their eyes. When they were young, their father loved them in this way, or rather, he has loved them in this way since they were young. Father's love is like a mountain. They never express it, but just give silently behind the scenes, never expecting any return. All along, they have ignored their father, and even since they were little, they have never said to their father in person, I love you. They owe their father. At this time, Yaya's voice continued, Dad, where are we going? You are my heaven and earth. Lu Zixia was completely immersed in the song, Baby, the hand of time waves, you are forever precious. When Lu Zixia finished singing the last word, all the lights on the stage went out at once, and the spotlights gathered into one beam, shining on Lu Zixia and his daughter. This scene made the entire theater suffocate for a few seconds, and then the whole audience boiled over, and all the audience stood up, raised their hands high, and cheered. Chapter 42, Yeah, the crazy fan attractor. This kid is quite popular. Hiding in an inconspicuous corner in the front row of the theater, Lang Wenqing, holding a professional video camera, was still muttering, this distance is still not good enough. The recording is not clear. I'll have Zixia ask the theater to get a copy of the performance video later. Lang Wenqing wanted to record Lu Zixia's program this time, and after returning to the company, handed over to the post-production department to make a short film to promote Lu Zixia. There were many people in the theater who were also holding mobile phones or cameras to record videos. Their idea is quite simple, which is to record it and put it online to increase their popularity on Weibo or WeChat moments. Wow. Wow, the entire theater erupted in applause. Even the 6 judges sitting in the front row clapped their hands in appreciation. This Lu Zixia really surprised us. Feng Zhang, the director of the performance department, was a short, stocky man in his early 40s. When the police officer brought the child to us, I was thinking Lu Zixia was living a disorderly life. But now it seems that anyone who can write a song like this can't be irresponsible. You guys are just too stuck in the ways of the past. Dean Chen, she smiled and shook his head. From the lyrics to the emotional involvement, it's clear that Lu Zixia has a deep love for that little girl. This little girl won't suffer if she lives with him. This young man will definitely have a place in the future entertainment industry, said Professor Chen Gang, now over 70. I'm afraid it's not too late. As he spoke, Chen Gang turned his head and looked at Lu Qiqi. Qiqi, I'm not being nosy, but this classmate Lu Zixia is very talented. I suggest that he be included as one of the candidates. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, just nodded. Qiqi, Li Gang said with a smile, you've really found a treasure this time. He's a singer-songwriter. I suggest you ask him to write a song for you. You might even get something unexpected. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment, thinking of just met you and where are we going, Dad, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. She quickly thanked Li Gang, thank you, brother, for the reminder. The audience in the theater paid no attention to the judges' discussion and continued to clap excitedly. This was followed by a deafening roar of only 3 words: Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. On the stage, Lu Zixia felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he had reached the heights on Earth, and Lu Zixia was confident that he could recreate his glory here. The crazy screams of the audience obviously scared Yaya a little. Yaya had never encountered such a situation before. Her little body involuntarily moved closer to Lu Zixia, and her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her father's clothes. Lu Zixia came back to his senses and looked down at Yaya, just in time to see the nervous look on Yaya's face. With a slight smile, Lu Zixia bent down and picked up Yaya, whispering, Yaya, don't be afraid, Daddy will always be by your side. Hearing Lu Zixia's words, Yaya's body relaxed instantly. She nodded her little head vigorously, her little face full of happiness. After bowing to the audience, Lu Zixia hugged Yaya and turned around to walk off the stage. The audience was not willing to let Lu Zixia go, and they just kept shouting, Lu Zixia, one more. We want to listen to Just Met You. At this time, the beautiful female host Chui Wenrui came up and stopped Lu Zixia. Senior Lu Zixia, please wait a moment. Lu Zixia, who was stopped halfway, stopped and looked at Chui Minrui in confusion. Classmates, please be quiet. Chui Minrui turned her head and looked at the audience. Do you want to know the name of Senior Lu's daughter? Do you want to hear exclusive news about Senior Lu's daughter? The host is awesome. Vice Chairman Chui, you are really good at scheming. 6666, the host's operation is perfect. Choi Min-ri is indeed a master at stirring emotions. The audience quickly calmed down, and the occasional discussions were harmless. Chui Wenrui smiled confidently, looked at Lu Zixia and asked, Senior Lu, can I ask your daughter a few questions? Lu Zixia smiled. He had a good impression of this beautiful vice president of the student union. Looking down at Yaya, Lu Zixia said, Yaya, can you answer a few questions from me later? Yaya nodded seriously. What a sweet little girl. Women have always been unable to resist cute and adorable things, and Yaya just happened to fit both of those criteria. Pretty little girl, what's your name? My name is Yaya. Yaya replied in a baby voice, Big sister, you are very beautiful too. Chui Wenrui was amused by Sha Yaya and continued to ask, Yaya, can you tell me, big sister, who taught you to sing this song? Yaya smiled and said, my dad taught me this song. I learned it after just 2 tries. Really? Yaya is so smart. Chui Wenrui praised Yaya and changed the subject, saying, I heard that you and your father just met not long ago. Can you tell me who your mother is? This woman even tricks children. Lu Zixia shook his head. It turned out that one should not underestimate women's curiosity and gossip. Yaya frowned for a moment, then relaxed. She carefully drew a circle in the air with her little hand and said, Mom, tell Yaya that this is a little secret that belongs only to Dad. Don't tell anyone else. But I can tell big sister that my mom is the most beautiful person in the world. Bang bang bang, everyone present praised the little guy's well-behaved and cute actions. This was a textbook answer. In the eyes of parents, their children are the most beautiful in the world, and in the eyes of children, aren't their parents the most handsome and beautiful people in the world? Xia, from today on, I am your son-in-law. Nonsense, don't recognize your father-in-law randomly. I, Xia, declare that I am no longer your fan. My idol is Xiao Yaya. At this moment, all the audience became fans, and most of them even made up their minds that they must have a daughter after they get married. The show was still going on, but the subsequent programs were not as good as Lu Zixia's performance. After the hit show, Where Are We Going, Dad, the audience became quiet, because the students participating in the performance were all preparing their own programs backstage. They had no idea what was happening in the front row. However, some students who performed later just shook their heads resignedly when they heard that the previous performer was Lu Zixia. Compared with Lu Zixia, they really can't compare. After another 5 shows, the depressed mood of the theater audience finally changed, because it's Zhang Ning's turn to perform next. And no matter how bad Zhang Ning's character is, he is still a small star in the entertainment industry and has a group of loyal fans in school. Coupled with the preheating of the gimmick of naked streaking competition, the audience's mood has been significantly raised. Next, please welcome Zhang Ning, Senior Zhang. Senior Zhang has been active in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years. Today, he's performing for us with a brand new song and team. His song is Burning Youth. Lin Shangyang was wearing a neat black suit, which made his 1.8-meter tall figure look even taller, and there was always a smile on his handsome face. As soon as Lin Shangyang finished speaking, the entire audience cheered immediately. Most of them were students who came to watch the fun. These students who were just there to watch the fun were not afraid of getting involved. Showtime. Following a deafening burst of subwoofers, an explosive melody burst out from the stage's sound equipment. Immediately afterwards, 4 men, led by Zhang Ning, dressed in denim outfits with a distinct rock style, walked onto the stage from the back of the stage with their own aura. In recent years, China has been swept by a rock trend, and heavy metal and rock from Europe and the United States have swept the entire Chinese music circle. China's traditional rock dancers and young people who love Music began to follow the trend crazily. However, they are not purely original, but imitate the European and American rock style, and have no Chinese characteristics at all. Of course, this does not prevent China from producing good rock songs, but the style is completely biased towards Europe and the United States. Needless to say, the song and dance that Zhang Ning begged his brother-in-law to create for them were indeed beautiful to listen to and see. The raging bass, the dynamic tones of the electric guitar, the rhythmic dance. There was no need to warm up the audience. The theater was immediately filled with excitement. This young man is not bad. Dongli, who was sitting next to Lu Qiqi on the judges' panel, raised her eyebrows slightly. Qiqi, this young man can also be considered as a candidate. Lu Qiqi nodded. Judging from her appearance and the feedback from the audience, she could indeed be one of the candidates. It was just that her singing skills were a little lacking. But it didn't matter, as her singing skills were not needed for the MV. Who is this young man? On the other side, Li Aigang also noticed Zhang Ning. Han Shi's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said, his brother-in-law is Wang Zhe from Huaihua. Some time ago, Wang Zhe paid a large sum of money to ask Mr. Gao to compose a song. I also heard that he borrowed a choreographer from Chengguang. I think it was for him. Oh. Li Aigang suddenly realized that it was due to nepotism. He had such good resources, but had not achieved anything in the entertainment industry for 2 years. It was such a waste. Li Aigang simply stopped paying attention to him in the theater. The audience's response was also quite positive. Hey, I think the song is alright. This guy is absolutely sure of winning, otherwise he wouldn't dare add the lose and run naked condition. Poor classmate Bai, he got screwed this time. Soon, the performance of Burning Youth was over, and the audience in the theater naturally applauded and cheered, but the gap was still obvious compared to Lu Zixia. Listening to the endless applause and cheers from the audience in the theater, Zhang Ning laughed triumphantly, thinking to himself, Bai, if I don't completely ruin your reputation this time, I'll write my name backwards. Poor Zhang Ning still doesn't know that Lu Zixia is Bai Lianqing's roommate, otherwise he wouldn't be so optimistic now. Chapter 43, The New Concubine is Drunk. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Lin Xiangyan walked onto the stage. Then what's next, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Zhang Ning, who had not yet left the stage, interrupted Lin Xiangyan, I have a few words to say. Lin Xiangyang was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said to the audience, then let Senior Zhang, who just performed, say a few words. Lin Xiangyang was somewhat embarrassed, but he didn't hold a grudge against Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning proudly supported Mai and said, classmates, first of all, I want to thank you for your support. Secondly, I want to say that I believe you all already know about the competition agreement I made with Bai Lianqing. Without waiting for the audience's response, Zhang Ning continued, I hope the students here can vote for me. I believe that Bai is not my opponent. Not now, and definitely not in the future. After saying this, Zhang Ning turned around and walked off the stage. The audience exploded. Oh my god, Zhang Ning is so arrogant. Just because of his arrogance, I won't vote for him. So domineering, Zhang Ning, I support you. Unlike the audience who were in an uproar, the 6 judges on the panel all frowned, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? Chen Shi frowned. It's just a performance, why is there a competition? This. I'm not quite sure. Feng Zheng shook his head and turned to whisper a few words to someone behind him. After a while, the man came back jogging and told Feng Zheng and others what he had learned in nonsense. Shen Shi, who had originally had a favorable impression of Zhang Ning, suddenly changed his attitude and said with a gloomy face, jealousy is one thing, but he even dared to make a bet. This is fostering unhealthy tendencies. This Zhang Ning must be severely disciplined. Because the condition of running naked if losing was proposed by Zhang Ning, Chen Shi only investigated the culprit, so Bai Lianqing could not be blamed for this matter. There are winners and losers. One of these two people must fulfill his promise. Where will our acting department put our face when the time comes? Feng Zheng's face became even uglier. He is the director of the acting department. If a graduate of the acting department makes a mistake, the department director will bear the brunt of the responsibility. Moreover, over the years, the acting department has sent countless talents to the entertainment industry. If a streaking scandal really happened, how would the outside world view the acting department of Huaxi Opera? Young people are bound to be impulsive. Unlike others, Dong Li didn't care at all. She said slowly, it's okay if you can correct your mistakes. When this young man wins, why not let him give up and make the loser fulfill the agreed conditions? That way he'll appear magnanimous. That's the only way. Shenxi, Feng Zhang, and Shen Gang looked at each other and stopped talking. At the end of the performance, only Bai Lianqing and his group were left. Because of Bai Lianqing's sudden participation, the 4 roommates in Wang Yingying's dormitory voluntarily gave up the classical instrument performance program they had signed up to participate in, just to be able to perform The New Drunken Concubine well. More than 2 hours have passed since the performance began. More than 2 hours was enough time for Bai Lianqing and the others to polish the song to its best condition. On the stage, the announcements began. Next, we have one last student left to participate in the performance. Cui Minrui and Lin Xiangyang stood side by side on the stage. Because this performance is quite special, this student didn't prepare any electronic accompaniment in advance, and we don't know what program this student has prepared, so Lin Xiangyang paused for a moment. Please welcome Senior Bai Lianqing. Tap tap tap, a series of footsteps sounded, and the first to appear on the stage were Wang Yingying and her 3 roommates. 4 classical beauties wearing Chinese cheongsams and with buns on their heads, are holding a guzheng, a pipa, a flute, or a shao. This scene gives people a sense of beauty. And next, Lu Zixia walked onto the stage holding an electric guitar. As soon as Lu Zixia came on stage, the audience in the theater went crazy again. Oh my god, isn't this my Xia? Why is he on the court again? What do you know? Senior Lu and Bai Lianqing are roommates in the same dormitory. What's the big deal? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. I think Zhang Ning will cry this time. After the performance, Zhang Ning, who thought he had won the game, did not return to the backstage. Instead, he took his 3 younger brothers to the audience seats to watch Bai Lianqing's performance. When Zhang Ning saw Lu Zixia appear on the stage, his expression suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, damn it. Why is Lu Zixia here on the stage? The shorter young man whispered, I thought the man in the hat who was talking to us looked familiar, damn it. Zhang Ning grabbed his clothes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't realize that he was Lu Zixia. The short young man was so regretful. Why did he bother to make trouble for no reason? Brother Ning, don't be impulsive. The other two young men tried to dissuade him. They only have 2 hours, so they probably won't be able to accomplish anything. Don't worry, we'll definitely win this time. Huh, forget it. Zhang Ning let go of his hand and sneered, so what if it's Lu Zixia? I don't believe he can help by turn defeat into victory. Lu Zixia and the others could not see Zhang Ning's performance, nor did they want to see it.at this time. Bai Lianqing finally appeared. His current outfit is somewhat similar to Li Aigong, who was sitting on the stage, but compared to Li Aigong, Bai Lianqing is younger and more refined, holding a white folding fan in his hand. Bai Lianqing said to the audience, hello everyone, I'm Bai Lianqing. Next, I'm going to share a song my good brother wrote for me called The New Drunken Concubine. I want to use it to prove to those who look down on Chinese opera that our Chinese opera is also world-class music. After hearing Bai Lianqing's words, the audience immediately began to whisper to each other. What did he say? Is it another song written by Senior Lu? That's right, they're in the same dormitory. If a brother is in trouble, we'll stick together. I really came this time. I was able to hear 2 songs by Senior Lu. The classmates were talking among themselves, and the judges on the panel all sat up straight, especially Li Aigong, because he vaguely saw his own shadow in Bai Lianqing on the stage. The music started, and the first to sound were various classical instruments from our great China, followed by Lu Zixia's electric guitar, the simplicity and plainness of the xiao, the roundness, softness and elegance of the flute, the lightness and gentleness of the pipa, the elegance and clarity of the guzheng, and the chords of the lightly plucked electric guitar. For classical music instruments and modern pop instruments, the 5 of them blend together to give people a soft and light feeling. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed that year. There were too many sorrows left by the watching pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in love. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dreams. Amid the soft melody, a beautiful and magnetic male voice sounded, and the originally noisy theater suddenly became quiet. All the audience stopped talking and focused their attention on the stage. The audience, who were already full of expectations for Lu Zixia's appearance, were not disappointed in the ENDI and this melodious melody and rich singing. They seemed to have instantly arrived in the prosperous Tang dynasty, in Chang'an, and in the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Originally, Yang Guifei had an appointment with Emperor Minghuang of Tang to have a banquet at Baihua Pavilion, but she didn't know that the emperor had already moved to the West Palace. She was extremely ashamed and angry, and all kinds of depression and melancholy surged in her heart. She ordered Pei Lisher and Gao Lisher to add more cups, and then she got drunk and returned to the palace in disappointment. The golden hairpin and jade hairpin are the gifts you gave me. The colorful feathered robe song has been sung and danced for you for many times. Jinmen Pass represents your deep longing for Meet Mawei Slope. I am willing to die for my true love. When the song reached this point, a hint of bitterness and nostalgia appeared on the faces of many audience members. At this time, concubine Yang Yuhuan had already died, leaving behind only the golden hairpin, the jade hairpin, and perhaps the colorful skirt and feathered dance that were deeply imprinted in people's memories. All the audience were moved by the love story between Yang Yuhuan and Li Longji in the lyrics. The audience closed their eyes and suddenly inexplicably thought of their girlfriends, their lovers. They used to laugh and play, they used to curse at each other, they used to hate each other deeply and love each other deeply. Compared with Li and Yang, everything seemed so beautiful. At least they still had each other, they could still stay together for a long time, and they could still see each other day and night. The sweet past of the two that had been buried deep in the hearts of the audience suddenly came to mind. At that moment, they only thought of her goodness. It was so good to be alive and together. Love and hate happen in an instant. Toasting to the moon. Love is like the sky. Love and hate. When will I fall in love? The melody of the music suddenly broke, and then a slightly shrill female voice sounded from the stage. What's going on? Why is it a girl singing now? All the audience were stunned and looked towards the stage in surprise. On the stage, only Bai Lianqing was singing. The 4 girls in Cheongsam were immersed in their own melodies. Lu Zixia, who was holding an electric guitar, also had a devoted expression. Where were the girls singing? Could it be Bai Lianqing? Good. Suddenly, Li Aigong, who was sitting on the judges' panel, stood up from his seat and said excitedly, cross-dressing, it's a male singing a female voice, similar to the female role in opera. Some audience members who were closer to Li Aigong passed on Li Aigong's words to the back. Word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and soon the entire audience in the theater knew that this was called cross-dressing, although they still didn't quite understand. After knowing that the latter part was also sung by Bai Lianqing, everyone got goosebumps when looking at the stage. It's not that I feel disgusted or anything, but I think it sounds good. It's really damn good. Boys singing female voices can sound so good. Chapter 44. Only the national is the world. Chrysanthemum terrace reflects the bright moon. Who knows my heart is cold drunk in the king's arms dreaming of love in the Tang dynasty. The best singers are those who devote their whole heart and soul to singing. Lu Zixia was like this, and Bai Lianqing is like this now. After singing the last line of lyrics, Bai Lianqing was still immersed in the role and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. For a moment, he thought of the opera, The Drunken Concubine. Although it was not an authentic Mei style and could not sing with the charm of Mei style, Bai Lianqing never forgot his original intention. He recalled his childhood, when he was training his voice in the yard, at the age of 4 or 5, stretching his legs and practicing his posture in the small theater, regardless of the cold or heat, and performing on stage for the first time, and the audience's cheers. To be honest, Bai Lianqing brought himself into the situation perfectly. It had nothing to do with the lyrics or the melody. All he had was the most sincere emotions, the love for opera, for singing, and for performing. Exhaling a breath, Bai Lianqing looked at Lu Zixia, Wang Yingying, and others standing beside him. Lu Zixia had a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Bai Lianqing could perform The New Drunken Concubine so smoothly and perfectly. Lu Zixia was confident that Zhang Ning was definitely finished this time. As for Wang Yingying and the other 3 girls, they seemed even more nervous than Bai Lianqing. The 4 of them stood up and walked together, holding hands, not daring to look up at the audience, for fear that the result would not be what they wanted. After a brief silence, the audience in the theater all stood up, clapping their hands wildly like the most enthusiastic fans and shouting heartbreakingly, Bai Lianqing, from today on, I will be your fan. Oh my god, I support you, bro. This song is amazing. I'm a Peking opera performer, and this one incorporates elements of the female role. It's a perfect fusion of Chinese and Western elements. I wonder which bastard dares to insult our traditional Chinese opera culture again. The audience cheered loudly, and the enthusiasm seemed to surpass that of Lu Zixa's performance in Where Are We Going, Dad? In the audience, Zhang Ning's face looked very ugly, as if water was about to drip out of it. His premonition was getting stronger and stronger. He was sure that he would lose this time. What a great song, The New Drunken Concubine. Thank you, Senior Bai, for singing it. After a long time, when the emotions of the audience in the theater had calmed down a little, Lin Xiangyang and Cui Minrui finally had the opportunity to speak. Even now, the two hosts still had shock on their faces. It is worthy of being a song tailored for it by Senior Lu himself. It is really great. Lin Xiangyang came to Bai Lianqing and asked with a smile, Senior Bai, I'd like to ask, why are you able to perform this song so perfectly? Bai Lianqing smiled. First, it's definitely the music and lyrics. Second, the live accompaniment is great. Third, maybe it's because when I was a kid, I sang the female role. The climax of this song uses some of the female role singing techniques, so I'm more adept at singing it. Then, Senior Lu, I would like to ask you, what sparked your creative inspiration? Cui Minrui stood beside Lu Zixia. She was very curious. This man really gave them surprises again and again. It's simple. Lu Zixia glanced at the audience. Someone insulted opera and our traditional Chinese culture. I couldn't stand it. And this guy just happened to be bullying my brother. So, I thought of a saying, only what is national is global. And just like that, my creative inspiration came. Simple, direct and domineering, 3 words to summarize Lu Zixia's answer. Moreover, only what is national is global. This sentence has profound philosophical meaning. Anyone who knows about the naked streaking competition will understand who Lu Zixia is talking about. Cui Minrui blinked and didn't respond to the conversation. It would be better to let others deal with things that offend people. She began to change the subject. Okay, let's thank Senior Bai for his performance. Now that the last performer has finished, I wonder, host, wait a moment. This time, it was Lu Zixia who interrupted Cui Wenrui. He took 2 steps forward, bowed to the crowd, and said, Dear students, dear judges, I would like to solve a personal problem. Is that okay? Whether it is Lu Qiqi, Li Aigang, or Chen Shi and other leaders of the hospital, they have always had a good impression of Lu Zixia. He is talented, polite, and loyal. Where can you find such a young man? Okay. Chen Shi said. Thank you, judges. Lu Zixia bowed again and then said, As for my brother, although he's handsome, he's very honest. This has given some people the false impression that he's easy to bully. Now that someone and my brother have finished their performances, it's time to decide the winner. Lu Zixia is such a person, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. We have voting machines on every seat in the theater. The green button represents someone, and the red button represents my brother Bai Lianqing. Lu Zixia paused and said, Can the backstage control teacher please turn on the large LED screen to display the voting progress? Can someone please come up to the stage? The students are desperate for votes. Lu Zixia was rarely naughty and made the audience laugh. This damn Lu Zixia. In the audience, Zhang Ning's face looked very ugly, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Walking onto the stage with a gloomy face, Zhang Ning looked at the expressionless Lu Zixia and growled in a low voice, Remember this. Classmates, please start voting. Lu Zixia curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to him. The names of Zhang Ning and Bai Lianqing appeared on the large LED screen behind everyone. Above each name was a rectangular pattern with numbers on it. As the number increases, the rectangular pattern will slowly rise. Everyone on the stage was a little nervous, and the audience was full of anticipation. Soon, more than 4,000 people in the theater finished voting, and the number of votes the 2 people received appeared on the big screen. Zhang Ning, 690 votes. Bai Lianqing, 3,875 votes. With a huge gap of more than 3,000 votes, Bai Lianqing defeated Zhang Ning. Bai Lianshan. The new drunken concubine. Bai Lianshan. Seeing this result, the audience immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Some of them like rock music, but they want their own rock music, not European and American rock music. Compared to this graduation performance, they want more traditional Chinese songs, that is, songs with a Chinese style. After all, only what is national is global. I believe that it won't be long before Chinese-style songs will take this opportunity to sweep across the whole of China. Thank you. Thank you, classmates, for your support. Bai Lianqing and Wang Yingying were very excited. The young couple held each other's hands tightly and bowed to the audience sincerely to express their gratitude. Looking at Zhang Ning again, this guy was completely speechless. Not only did his face turn pale, but he also became listless, like an eggplant hit by frost. Lost. It's over. Everything is over. I hope you can keep your promise. Lu Zixia glanced at Zhang Ning, turned around and left the stage. Bai Lianqing and others picked up their musical instruments and walked past Zhang Ning one after another. In the theater, the audience's voices have already been heard. Zhang Ning, buddy, I'll be waiting for you on the playground to run naked. Haha, what's the point of being the second generation of entertainment? Even if he has a strong backing, what can he do? He's still lost. You were determined to kill them all, but now they're coming back to kill you. You're so confused. There was booing in the theater. Except for a very few people who expressed sympathy for Zhang Ning, the rest of them were all in a bad mood. It seems that Zhang Ning's reputation in school is really not that good, otherwise he wouldn't end up being despised by thousands of people. Okay, since Senior Lu has finished his personal affairs. Lin Xiangyang saw that something was wrong and quickly took over the conversation. Well then, let's move on to the final item of the day, the judges' vote. Cui Minrui said to Chen Shi and the others with a sweet smile, Dear judges, after more than 2 hours of competition, I'm sure you all have your own choices for first place. So, please discuss the results. Several people on the judges' panel began to discuss. How about it, have you made your choice? Chen Shi asked first. Feng Zhang, Chen Gang, and Lu Qiqi all said in unison, Lu Zixia. Zhang Ning. Bai Lianshan. Li Aigang explained, My personal opinion is that I really like Bai Lianqing's voice and unique cross-dressing singing style. Li Aigang is very honest. If he likes something, he likes it. If he doesn't like something, he doesn't like it. However, he also understood that if there was no performance piece, the new drunken concubine, Li Aigang would also vote for Lu Ziexia.as for Zhang Ning. Everyone frowned and looked at Dong Li, who said the name. Dong Li remained unhurried as she spoke. Like Aigang, I like Zhang Ning's singing. This is just my personal opinion. Alright, Bai Lianqing voted 1, Zhang Ning voted 1, and I'll also cast my vote for Lu Zixia. 4 votes passed. Chen Qi looked towards the stage and said loudly, "Host, after our vote, we unanimously agree that the winner of this performance report is Lu Zixia." In fact, the result was already determined when Lu Zixia sang "Where Are We Going, Dad?" Whether in terms of personal image, temperament or talent, Lu Zixia was the best candidate. The judges have already announced the results. Cui Wenrui said with a smile, "I declare that the winner of this performance report is Lu Zixia. Please give a round of applause to our senior Lu." Great. It's what everyone wants. I told you, unless the judges are being dishonest, there's no way Xia won't win. Xia, I knew you would win. I'm going to give birth to a baby for you. The audience has sharp eyes. They are the most loyal listeners and the most honest judges. Chapter 45, Disgusting Orange Media. Dad, you guys are awesome. Yaya, who had just gotten off the stage and was being temporarily looked after by Song Qingshan and Fatty Su, ran over with her short legs. Lu Zixia bent down and picked up Yaya, saying, "Does Yaya like Uncle Bai's show?" Bai Lianqing, Wang Yingying and others also looked at Yaya with interest. Yeah. Yaya nodded her cute little head. Uncle Bai, no, it should be Aunt Bai, but not. Oh, anyway, Yaya really liked the show just now. Just now, Song Qingshan, Fatty Su and others were watching the performance in the audience. Speaking of which, among Bai Lianqing's 3,875 votes, 1 vote was contributed by the 3 of them, but Yaya was a little confused. Uncle Bai's voice was sometimes male and sometimes female. It was so hard to tell the gender. Bai Lianqing's face turned red, and he didn't know how to respond. Senior Lu, congratulations on winning first place in this performance. At this moment, Cui Minrui, who had finished the performance and came backstage, walked over with a catwalk. Lu Zixia smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the appreciation of the judges." Senior Lu is too modest. Cui Minrui smiled, her delicate face instantly blooming like a flower. The first place winner of this performance will be in senior sister Chi-Chi's new song's music video. She's already waiting for you upstairs in the theater. Senior Bai, please come along too. Senior Li Aigang specifically requested to see you. Me? Bai Lianqing pointed at his nose. Are you sure? Bai Lianqing doesn't know Li Aigang, so if they really want to establish a relationship, it's just that they are senior and junior students. That's right. Cui Wenrui looked at Bai Lianqing with some envy. Senior Aigang said that he really likes Senior Bai's voice, especially his handling of cross-dressing singing. Maybe this time Senior Aigang will sign Senior Bai to his studio. Bai Lianqing was completely confused. Life is so tortuous. On the second floor of the theater, Lu Zixia was sitting on the sofa holding Yaya, and Bai Lianqing was sitting on the side, his body tense and he seemed a little nervous. Sitting opposite them were Lu Qiqi and Li Aigang. Surprising? Surprised? Lu Qiqi blinked her beautiful eyes and said mischievously, "Now, do you recognize me?" Lu Zixia scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Senior sister, I didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry before, so please forgive me." Qiqi, did you know each other before? Li Aigang was a little surprised. Lu Qiqi smiled and told him about the guide. There really are people who don't know you? Li Aigang said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Junior Zixia, you really are special. As a popular first-line singer, few people don't know Lu Qiqi. I didn't expect that there is one here. It was an accident, purely an accident. Lu Zixia touched Yaya's soft hair, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, let's get down to business. Lu Qiqi didn't dwell on the topic. Zixia, you don't mind me calling you that, right? The music video for my new song is missing a male lead. Would you like to star in it? Okay. Lu Zixia nodded directly. This was what he and Lang Wenqing had discussed. So straightforward? Lu Qiqi laughed, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. If I don't seize the opportunity to appear in the new song MV of a top domestic singer, then I would be a fool, right? Lu Zixia laughed. Dad is not stupid. At this time, Yaya raised her head from Lu Zixia's arms, her nose wrinkled slightly. Dad is the smartest person in the world. Yes, whatever Yaya says is right. Lu Qiqi liked Yaya very much. After hearing what the little girl said, she couldn't help but reach out and touch her pink little face. Snap! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and in walked Lu Qiqi's agent Dong Li and Zhang Ning, whose face was flushed and looked like he had been injected with chicken blood. Oh, they're all here. Dong Li said to Lu Zixia arrogantly after entering the house, "Student Lu Zixia, you can leave now." Lu Zixia did not move, but just narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Zhang Ning, who was following behind Dong Li, had a provocative look in his eyes and pretended to be embarrassed. He said, "Student Lu, I'm so sorry." Lu Zixia didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lu Qiqi, wanting to see what she meant. "Sisterly, what are you doing?" Lu Qiqi was stunned and stood up suddenly. Li Aigang's face changed slightly, and it was obvious that he had thought of something. "Qiqi, this Zhang Ning is very suitable for the male lead in your new song MV in terms of both appearance and temperament." Dong Li didn't even glance at Lu Zixia and continued, and Zhang Ning only had 6 months left on her contract with Huaiyue. Huaiyue unilaterally terminated the contract. On behalf of the company, I've signed a 5-year agency contract for Zhang Ning. This Dong Li is really decisive and has dropped one bombshell after another. Sisterly, Mr. Zhang told me that I can choose the cast for the music video for the new album's title song. You have no right to make the decision for me. Lu Qiqi's pretty face flushed with anger. Besides, Lu Zixia was the first place in this performance report. What's that? Dong Li said nonchalantly. When the performance awards were announced, they didn't say that first place would definitely get to star in your music video. They just said there was a chance. If you could just say it wasn't suitable, then it would be over, wouldn't it? I don't agree. Lu Qiqi was almost furious. Her agent was usually a bit harsh, but he was still a nice person. Why did he seem like a different person today? Qiqi, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, she is her own artist, and she will see him every day in the future. Dong Li did not want to make the relationship so awkward, so she explained it. To tell you the truth, Zhang Ning just told me that Lu Zixia is already a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. I reported this to Director Zhang. You should know the feud between us, Qingwan, and Wenqing. This was instigated by Director Zhang. Zhang Ning again. Lu Zixia raised his eyebrows, wondering why this guy is everywhere thinking of this. Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning again. At this moment, Zhang Ning was glaring back at Lu Zixia with a smug look on his face, and even arrogantly reached out and scratched his neck. Ye caught this action and immediately asked, Dad, is this bad uncle who bullied the fat uncle and the others going to shave? How can he shave with his hands? Children are very innocent, and the impression Zhang Ning left on Ye was that of a bad uncle. By Lianqing, who had been acting very reserved, could no longer hold back his laughter. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and Lu Zixia also smiled and touched the little guy's head. Okay, you, Zhang Qiangdong, have messed up all the plans of me and Lang Wenqing, so I will give you a big gift. Senior Qiqi, I'm so sorry, it looks like I won't be able to be in your new song's music video. Lu Zixia shook his head and stood up. However, I still have to pay what I owe you. I'll give you a bank account later. Please transfer the prize money from this performance to me. And then, as he spoke, Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning, whose face was full of pride from beginning to end. Student Zhang Ning, if I remember correctly, you seem to owe Sister Lian a promise, right? The pride on Zhang Ning's face froze. He was completely immersed in the joy of becoming a contracted artist of Orange Media, and had no idea about the competition agreement with Bai Lianqing. Recalling his complete defeat on the stage, Zhang Ning's body stiffened. When he looked at Lu Zixia, his face had a somewhat ferocious expression. Lu Zixia! Zhang Ning roared in a low voice, the resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. He didn't think that he lost to Bai Lianqing. If Lu Zixia hadn't intervened, Bai Lianqing would definitely have been the loser. Then he wouldn't be in this predicament now. It's all because of Lu Zixia. It's all Lu Zixia's fault. At this moment, whether it was Lu Qiqi or Li Aigang, they all came to their senses, with strange expressions on their faces. They both understood that this was revenge from Lu Zixia. Originally, whether the agreement of running naked if losing was fulfilled or not had nothing to do with Lu Zixia, but that was no longer the case. Didn't you, Qingguang Media, go back on your word? Didn't you, Zhang Ning, feel proud to be associated with Qingguang Media? And you still want a 5-year agency contract? Well, I'll make you completely disgraced in the entertainment industry and disgust you, Qingguang Media. I'm here, why are you calling me? Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning expressionlessly. At that time, I saw that you and Sister Lian made an agreement with more than 1 or 2 people. Now this matter has spread throughout the entire Huaxi Opera. Do you want to go back on your word? Zhang Ning really meant this. It's just a verbal agreement. If you want to break it, then just break it. What can you do to me? But Dong Li's idea was similar to Zhang Ning's. Anyway, no one had any evidence to prove that there was such an agreement to streak naked. If she denied it, at most people would talk about it for a few days. After a while, who would remember it? As if he had guessed their thoughts long ago, Lu Zixia took out his mobile phone and casually clicked on a video. The video was playing the scene in the corridor today where Zhang Ning made an agreement with Bai Lianqing that if he lost, he would run naked. From beginning to end, there was no omission. If you want to regret it, that's fine. Lu Zixia put away his phone and said, when the time comes, I'll post this video on the Jinghua Sky Forum. Oh, and I'll also ask President Lang to have all the artists under Wenqing Entertainment post this video on Weibo. Believe me, President Lang will agree. Cruel, Lu Zixia's move was really too cruel. There is absolutely no chance for Zhang Ning to regret. If he fulfills his promise and really runs naked on the Huaxi playground, this will definitely be reported on the front page of major entertainment newspapers tomorrow. But if Zhang Ning fails to fulfill his promise, his reputation in the entertainment industry will be completely ruined. Even if he is supported by a company in the future, it is estimated that not many people will be willing to use him or cooperate with him. It's a dilemma, and both have serious negative impacts. Chapter 46. A new voice begins. This is an open conspiracy. This is a naked open conspiracy, no matter which one Zhang Ning chooses. I'm afraid Orange Media will not support him in the future. Facing the fiery gazes of several people in the room, Zhang Ning felt like there was a torch under his feet, burning continuously, roasting his face black and making him sweat all over. Classmate Lu Zixia, please forgive others when you can. Dong Li's face was not happy. It's better to have one more friend in the circle than one more enemy. Lu Zixia didn't even bother to look at Dong Li, and looked down at Zhang Ning condescendingly. Don't go too far. Zhang Ning's eyes were blazing with anger. Okay, I know your choice. Lu Zixia leaned over and picked up Ye. See you on the trending search. Bai Lianqing felt it was pointless to stay any longer, so he stood up and chased after him. Classmate Lu, classmate Bai, wait for me. Li Ai just stood up and shook his head as he passed Dong Li. Zhang Wang, you're just as shameless as ever. This conversation ended unpleasantly, and Lu Zixia was in no mood to stay here any longer. After apologizing to Li Aigang, Lu Zixia carried Ye and went to the parking lot to find Lang Wenqing. On the way, Lu Zixia told Lang Wenqing what happened today. Lang Wenqing first cursed loudly in the car, then immediately called the planning department and held an internal meeting. Half an hour later, the behemoth Wenqing Entertainment quickly took action. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a video and text description about the performance report of the performance department of Huaxi Opera appeared on the Weibo of Yi Lintao, an artist under Wenqing Entertainment. The Weibo post was then quickly reposted and commented on. In addition to those celebrities reposting, the fans of these celebrities are also the main reposting subjects. In addition, on the Jinghua Sky Forum, the Great Wolf Brother Wu Go posted a long title commenting on the betting competition of Chinese dramas. Not only did he point out that Orange Media went back on its word, but he also pushed the four important figures in the whole incident, Lu Qiqi, Dongli, Lu Zixia and Zheng Ning, to the forefront. Of course, there is overwhelming sympathy and admiration for Lu Zixia on the internet. Lu Qiqi was the least affected, while Dongli and Zheng Ning were unlucky and almost became examples of negative examples. As soon as the post was published, it was immediately reposted, replied to, and rewarded by countless people. What happened in the report performance of the Chinese drama department spread throughout the entire Chinese entertainment circle within just 1 hour. Soon, the betting and defaulting on debt incident became a hot search on Weibo. Changshui City is located in the southwest of Nanhu. It is the provincial capital of Nanhu and also one of the most prosperous cities in Nanhu Dai in the Shangnan high-tech development zone of Changshui City. On the top floor of a 26-story building, a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head and wearing a tang suit was staring at the computer in front of him with an expressionless face. Ding-a-ling. At this time, the cell phone on the table rang. "Hello, this is Zhang Changgong." The bald middle-aged man didn't look at the screen and directly pressed the answer button. "Mr. Zhang, this is Dongli." A cautious voice came from the phone. "Oh." Zhang Changgong responded and asked, "How is it? Can Zhang Ning be on the new Voice of China?" Boss Zhang, Director Huang from the program, said that Zhang Ning's negative influence is quite large right now. If he participates in the program, the station will probably just take him down. Dongli considered it for a moment and said, "Do you think we should change someone?" "Change someone?" Zhang Changgong pondered for a moment. "Zhao Pengchu should be in Jinghua, right? Let Zhao Pengchu go." Dongli was delighted when she heard the name, but she still said deliberately, "Director Zhang, Pengchu's agency contract is not with me. I'm afraid Sun Yao will have an extreme reaction. I'll call Sun Yao later and ask him to transfer Zhao Pengchu's contract to you." "Okay, that's it." After saying that, Zhang Changgong was about to hang up the phone. "Director Zhang, what about Zhang Ning?" Dongli was afraid that Zhang Changgong would hang up the phone. "We signed a 5-year agency contract with him, you have to bear the consequences of your own sins." Zhang Changgong said coldly, throwing down his phone. Zhang Changgong walked to the huge French window and whispered, "Lao Lang, you're really ruthless. Remember this account. China New Voice is a music talent show planned and produced by Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. When the first season was broadcast, due to its novel program format, it created a terrifying viewership rating of up to 5.1. At the same time, the students of the new voice of the season and the four mentors Lu Yu, Wu Ying, Yang Shen, and Yu Chengming became popular throughout China and are still talked about today. And now, the second season of China's new voice has started recording. This time the recording location is in Studio 9 of the Beijing Radio and Television Building. Mentor Yang Shen withdrew due to health reasons, and Chen Yiji replaced Yang Shen as the mentor. Of course, this is just the preliminary location. The subsequent mentor team battles, mentor battles, etc. will return to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lang Wenqing's driver drove here, a lot of young men and women had already gathered at the entrance of the building. The driver experiently went around the main entrance and parked the car in the underground parking lot. Through the small door of the parking lot, Lang Wenqing led Lu Zixia into the building with ease. Lu Zixia didn't bring Yaya with him this time. Firstly, it was inconvenient, and secondly, Hanin and Zhang Jie were there to play with the little one, so Lu Zixia felt relieved. When we arrived at the 16th floor of the building, staff were already waiting there. When the staff saw Lang Wenqing, they were obviously a little bit disbelieving and lowered their heads to start pressing their phones. Ding-a-ling, seeing Lang Wenqing pull out a cell phone from his pocket, the staff member hurried over and extended his hand to Lang Wenqing. "Hey, Mr. Lang, why are you here in person? Why can't I come?" Lang Wenqing smiled faintly. "Xiao Lu, I'm not only the president of Wenqing Entertainment now, I'm also his agent." At this point, Lang Wenqing pointed at Lu Zixia standing beside him and continued, "You should know him too, right? Lu Zixia, the recently popular guy. Hey, you two are actually from the same family." I know him. Looking at Lu Zixia, Xiao Lu nodded repeatedly and took the initiative to shake Lu Zixia's hand. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Lu Dachuan, the director of China New Voice. You can call me Xiao Lu or Dachuan." "Hello, Xiao. Dachuan." Lu Zixia opened his mouth to call Xiao Lu, but then felt it was a bit strange, so he changed it to Dachuan. "Mr. Lang, Mr. Lu, please follow me to the lounge." Lu Dachuan nodded and led the two to a lounge. The lounge has its own entrance and is equipped with an LCD live TV, a sofa, and a coffee table. On the coffee table are some fruits, snacks, nuts, and milk. The program crew was quite thoughtful. Of course, Lu Zixia didn't know that if Lang Wenqing hadn't greeted him in advance, Lu Zixia would have to wait in the public lounge like the other contestants. Lang Wenqing said hello to Lu Zixia and left. After arranging Lu Zixia, Lu Dachuan was about to leave when he suddenly slapped his forehead and asked, "Mr. Lu, what song do you want to sing? Do you have any accompaniment music?" The program team's band needs to familiarize themselves with the accompaniment music. Yes. Lu Zixia pulled out a small USB flash drive from his pocket. "This is the music track made by the company. Take it." Lu Dachuan took the USB drive and said, "Okay, I'll go give it to the band right away. Don't worry, our band is top-notch and will be able to master the accompaniment quickly." "Thank you." Lu Zixia nodded politely. Lu Zixia was leisurely eating fruits and drinking water in his personal lounge, but there was a lot of noise in the public lounge not far away. Compared with Lu Zixia's independent lounge, the public lounge is no different. The only difference is that it is much bigger. There is also no shortage of food and drink, and there are plenty of places to rest. "Hey, have you heard? This time, there's an awesome guy in the blind audition." "So what? Can you still go to heaven?" "Yes, we can't go up to the sky, but they have their own separate lounge." "Look at us? Oh my god, is this true? Even Zhao Pengchu, a third or fourth tier celebrity in the industry, doesn't have his own room?" While saying this, the speaker glanced towards the corner of the public lounge. There were two people sitting in the corner, a man and a woman. The man looked to be around 30 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was very handsome. The woman was Lu Qiqi's agent Dongli. "Pengchu, this is an opportunity one fought so hard to get you. You must work hard. Dong Li said with a look of great effort. If Chi-Chi hadn't had the day off today, I wouldn't have had the time to come here. Sisterly, don't worry, I will definitely pass the blind audition. Zhao Pengshu was very confident. Although he was just a small film and television actor, he graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and a mere blind audition would not be a problem for him. By the way, Sisterly, do you know who is the person who has an independent lounge they are talking about? Zhao Pengshu was also very curious and wondered who had such a great reputation. Dong Li shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either, but she was clear about one thing, that is, this guy who stayed in the independent lounge successfully attracted a lot of hatred. I'm afraid every player in the public lounge hated him. In fact, not only the contestants were curious about the contestants staying in the independent lounge, but the 4 mentors who were putting on makeup backstage were also curious. Hey, brother you, I heard there's a really good contestant coming up this time. Do you know who it is? Yu Chengming, who was dressed in hip-hop style and had his hair dyed gray, approached Lu Yu, who had long hair and a burly figure, and said, I heard that he and you are from the same family. Ahem. Lu Yu almost choked on Yu Chengming's words. Chengming, I have to know him just because he's from the same family. It seems so. Yu Chengming touched his chin. Forget it. Anyway, I'm going all out this time. I have to grab a few good students. That's not necessarily true. Shenny Jie, who was not very talkative, said in his unique voice, look at Sister Ring, she's clearly trying to steal your girl. You're right. Wu Ing, known for her outspoken personality, said carelessly, you 3 are all my targets. If anyone dares to compete with me, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Ha, Lu Yu and the other 2 all burst into laughter. Chapter 47 Blind Selection at 7:59 in the evening, approaching prime time, at the recording site of China's New Voice, the program director Huang Kersen was nervously making final work arrangements, because the blind auditions for China's New Voice this time are broadcast live, there cannot be any mistakes. Lights, sound, microphone, okay. Close the audience entrance. It's 8 o'clock. Turn on the lights and sound. Instructors, enter. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the entire studio was plunged into darkness. Then, a magnetic voice rang out from the darkness, please welcome instructors Wu Ing and Shen Yijie. 2 lights suddenly appeared in the studio, shining on the dark stage. The figures of Wu Ing and Shen Yijie gradually became clear in the lights. Then, beautiful music melodies sounded, and the instructors began their individual performances. This audiovisual feast presented by the mentors lasted for more than 20 minutes, giving the audience on site and the audience in front of the TV a great enjoyment. During this period, staff from the program team distributed appearance order cards to everyone. The first contestant to take the stage was a girl from Daliangshan Inn. Sichuan, after going on stage, the girl's family and friends were invited to a separate lounge backstage. This place is exactly the same as the lounge where Lu Zixia stayed. You can see the girl's performance at the front desk through the LCD live TV. The girl came on stage, the lights dimmed, and the performance began. The girl sang a classic cheerful song with a light melody and lyrics with a slight Beijing flavor. The girl's voice is a little hoarse, which is characteristic of the ethnic minorities in Daliangshan. It can be said that she sings out emotions and expresses that joyful and playful attitude. It was obvious that Chen Yijie liked this girl's voice very much. As soon as the main part of the song was finished, he patted the chair and turned around. The successful advancement of the first contestant is good news for both the audience and the contestants waiting to go on stage. Backstage, the audience naturally hopes that their favorite voices will advance, while the contestants think this is a good start and are more confident in their own performances. Time passed quickly, and the next contestants seemed to be under some kind of curse. None of the 3 singers were able to advance. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Mr. Lu, you're in 6th place. It will be your turn soon after the 5th place finishes. You need to go to the public lounge to prepare. Lu Dashwan walked in and explained to Lu Zixia, because it's closer to the stage, so, oh, it's okay, I'll be there now. Lu Zixia nodded and followed Lu Dashwan to the public lounge. Seeing someone walking down the corridor, all the contestants in the public lounge turned their heads to look over, because there is nothing else over there, only a few personal lounges, and the only person who can come out from there is the guy who is rumored to be very awesome. Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, why is it him? Lu Zixia, the guy who sang just met you, and where are we going, Dad? Isn't this funny? He's already a signed artist with Winching Entertainment, why is he still joining in the fun? The contestants in the public lounge immediately started talking. Most of the contestants who originally felt dissatisfied and resentful were somewhat lacking in confidence, because compared with Lu Zixia, they were indeed much worse out. Of course, there are also some people who still fail to recognize the reality and always think that they are superior to others and better than anyone else, such as Zhao Pingqiu and Dong Li, who was extremely jealous when meeting her enemies. TSK, isn't it just 2 songs I composed myself? What's so great about that? Dong Li curled her lips, her words full of contempt. That's right, sisterly, look, I'm here to help you get revenge this time. Zhao Pingqiu said as he was about to step forward. This time, a short young man with a bald head, a square face, and a hook nose snorted and walked up to Lu Zixia with a look of disdain. I've heard your songs, they're not that great. Lu Zixia was stunned and puzzled. Is this guy sick? Don't think you're great just because you wrote 2 songs. When I was playing music, you were still peeing and playing with mud. The bald man continued to taunt, wash your ears and listen to what music and originality are. Lu Zixia was just about to retort him when he saw this guy walking straight towards the stage. It turned out that he was contestant number 5. I went on stage in the same darkness and the music started. Wow, it's actually a rock and roll style, with a heavy metal feel that instantly draws people into the situation. It's no wonder that the bald man sang this so-called original song quite well. His voice is rough, and coupled with his technical control, at least it sounds fine to Lu Zixia. It should be no problem for him to get the mentor's turn. I don't know why, but the melody of this song sounds very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. As if they had discussed it beforehand, no mentor was willing to turn around in his chair until the bald man finished singing the song. Bald man failed to advance. Why don't you turn around? I think this song is great. Yeah, why don't the instructors turn around? Is this guy not the instructor's type? Don't worry, the instructors will give us the answers. Not only the bald man couldn't accept it, but the audience present also felt a little confused. According to previous rules, even if a contestant fails to advance, the four mentors will turn around and ask questions and comfort the contestant after the contestant finishes singing. The same is true this time. Please introduce yourself. Lu Yu's face had no expression, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Hello, teachers. My name is Li Tong. I'm from Harbin province and I run my own bar in Harbin. Although he was very reluctant, the bald man still introduced himself. Do you want to know why I didn't choose you? Lu Yu asked, as if he saw Li Tong's confusion. Yes. Lu Yu asked with a serious face. In my bar, whenever I'm a resident singer, the shows are always packed. And I always sing original songs. In terms of songwriting ability, I don't think I'm any worse than the internet sensation Lu Zixia. Damn it, what did I do to provoke you? Lu Zixia, who was waiting to perform on stage in the public lounge, was completely caught in the crossfire. He wanted to rush up to him, grab his collar and ask him, how did I offend you? Creation? Lu Yu stood up immediately, his face blazing with anger. Ask yourself, is this song truly your original creation? What's going on? Did this guy plagiarize someone else's song? No wonder, why does it sound so familiar? Oh my god, you dare to compete with me? Compare with me, you are a scumbag. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the audience watching in front of the TV, they were all excited. This world has a strong sense of copyright. If it is really plagiarism, Li Tong will not only face elimination, but will even receive a summons from the court. Teacher Lu Yu, I didn't plagiarize. This is my original song. Li Tong said righteously, if this is all plagiarism, then what about Lu Zixia's? Damn it, why do you always bring me along? What have I done to provoke you? In the backstage, Lu Zixia's face was completely black. Even if a person has a good temper, being compared with others twice in a row, and being the one being belittled, if it were you, would you not be angry? You're not worthy of being compared to Lu Zixia. Wu Ying slammed the armrest of her chair. Sound engineer, can you do me a favor? Could you please search online for Alex Mars's Black World? Boom. After a few minutes, heavy metal music began to play on the stage. The whole song, apart from the different lyrics and a few different melodies of the transition from bass to treble, is almost exactly the same. It can be said that it is just a different name. Do you think that because Mars is a washed-up American singer, we can't recognize the melody of this song? Wu Ying was as straightforward as ever, showing no mercy. Honestly, your Chinese lyrics are well matched, and your voice is good. If you had just sung the original version, I don't know about others, but I would definitely turn you around. But you shamelessly claim to be the original. Sorry, you are not welcome in my team. That's right, we won't choose you either. The other three mentors expressed their support for Wu Ying. Wu Ying said a lot, but she still seemed unsatisfied. She finally said, also, you are not worthy of being compared with Lu Zixia, and you don't deserve to call yourself a musician. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Tong's face turned extremely pale in an instant. After a long while, he turned around and left the stage. Lu Zixia was just below the stage. Seeing Li Tong's iconic bald head, he walked over and said, just wait. You'll soon receive a letter from Mars' lawyer. Just prepare to go to jail. Plop, Li Tong's face turned black and he fell headfirst onto the ground. Contestant Li Tong, Contestant Li Tong. Hurry, hurry, call 120. Ah, this Contestant Li Tong's psychological endurance is too low. He fainted immediately. Seeing Li Tong fall to the ground, several staff members of the program team were suddenly panicked. They had never encountered such a situation before. You deserve it. You dare to disgust me? I'll scare you to death. After a bit of a joke, Lu Zixia felt happier as he walked forward, and his anger seemed to have subsided a little. When he stepped onto the stage and the lights shone on Lu Zixia, the entire stage suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Is it him? It's definitely him, there's no doubt about it. I didn't expect that. Shoot, don't say the name. It's more interesting to let the four mentors guess it. In the afternoon, under the dual influence of Weibo and Jinghua Sky, the betting and defaulting on debt incident became a hot search, and Lu Zixia, the important victim in the video, successfully gained more fans. Therefore, there is no one in the studio who doesn't know Lu Zixia. Chapter 48, Ordinary Road. While, who is it? Why is the audience reacting so strongly? Chen Yiji looked at Wu Ying in surprise. Wu Ying shrugged and said, don't look at me. I don't know who it is. It might be that stronger contestant. Lu Yu pushed his glasses up on his nose. Finally, he's here to make his debut. I want to see whether this mysterious contestant has real talent or is just a facade. Yu Chengming grinned, with a sly glint in his eyes. Lu Zixia had no idea what the mentors were thinking. He walked to the center of the stage and stood there. He first bowed politely to the audience, then looked at the four mentors sitting in front of the stage with their backs to him. Although the four mentors' faces were not seen, their appearances were quickly matched with several stars in Lu Zixia's previous life. He stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The cheers and applause of the audience froze for a moment, and the studio suddenly became quiet. Then Lu Zixia nodded to the accompaniment musicians waiting at the edge of the stage. As the prelude sounded, the rhythm of the music felt quite soothing, the scene became even quieter, and all the audience were listening attentively. Wandering, on the road are you leaving, via Via Fragile, proud that was me, too, Ordinary Road, Lu Zixia's favorite song in his previous life. This song is not a high-pitched one, but Lu Zixia's voice is very magnetic, and coupled with the song's strong sense of immersion, although the melody and lyrics are plain and even a bit depressing, it still successfully attracted the audience's attention. Boiling, restless, where are you going, via Via Mysterious, silent, are you really listening to the story? The slow and lyrical rhythm makes the whole song full of faint warmth and sadness. The audience was completely immersed in the song, and an unprecedented calmness suddenly rose in their hearts. They thought of their past, failures, successes, hardships, all kinds of encounters. With so many different experiences in life, choices naturally become numb. They listened, thought, and searched, trying to find the answer in Lu Zixia's singing. I have crossed mountains and seas also through the crowds of people everything I once had in the blink of an eye, everything dissipates like smoke I was lost, disappointed, and lost all direction until I see that ordinariness is the only answer. The song continued to be sung, and the audience in the studio was deeply moved. They climbed over the mountains to see the scenery below, and found that the heights were not the answer. They swam into the sea to feel the deep blue, and found that the coldness and saltiness of the sea were not the answer either, so they returned from the wilderness to the human world, but found that they still had not found the answer, but instead had more confusion, dullness and depression, fantasy and entanglement. What kind of song is this? Is this an original song? I've been thinking about it for a long time but I can't think of a title. I haven't heard it either, but this song is really nice. Original song? And this familiar voice, could it be Luzicia? Definitely Luzicia. I'm telling you, you absolutely can't compete with me. On the judges panel, the four mentors, with their backs to the stage, were completely immersed in Luzicia's singing. They only had a brief discussion when the main song ended and the chorus accompaniment music sounded. The plain and depressing melody and lyrics, and the emotions roaring at fate, were perfectly interpreted by Luzicia. I once fell into endless darkness. I want to struggle and can't help myself. I used to be like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers, desperate and longing. I cry and laugh in an ordinary way. The depressing melody and singing left many audience members breathless. They tried hard to move their bodies, but found that confusion bound their hands and feet, and even prevented them from thinking. They are desperate and eager for answers. In the personal lounge backstage, Lang Wenqing stared at the LCD live TV. How's it going, Xiaolu? How did your brother Xia sing? Lang Wenqing sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a smug look on his face. Lu Dashuan, who was accompanying Lang Wenqing, praised him sincerely. Mr. Lu, this song is absolutely classic. Even the champion of last season's Voice of China didn't have such great talent as Mr. Lu. That's right. Lang Wenqing continued to brag, but what the hell are Lu Yu and the others doing? Why aren't they turning yet? Mr. Lang, don't worry. The mentors must have been stunned by what they heard, Lu Dashuan explained with a smile. With Mr. Lu's song, if it can't even make it past the blind auditions, I'm afraid the audience will accuse the production team of shady dealings. Just as Lu Dashuan said, the audience in the studio also had the same doubts. What's going on? What are the instructors doing? Such a beautiful song, why haven't they been playing it yet? Exactly, is there something shady going on with Sing? If this doesn't even pass, I'm going to complain to the production team. What kind of mentor is that? Even Xia couldn't make it through the blind auditions, so who else could? Looking at the audience who were becoming irritable, Luzicia was not worried at all. The power of this song was far more than that. He continued singing, and soon the song was coming to an end. I am just like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers. This is the only way for me to go. Time is silent, like this tomorrow is already here. Hia the wind blows, the road is still long. Where does your story end? By the end of the song, the audience suddenly understood. They gave up struggling, gave up looking for answers, stopped resisting, and stopped going anywhere else. When they let go completely, there was no more confusion in life. It turns out that being ordinary is the only answer to life. Turn around. Turn around. At the end of the music, all the audience in the studio were excited. They stood up from their seats, waving their hands and shouting loudly. Bang! 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 The four music instructors could no longer hold back and pressed the buttons on the swivel chairs almost at the same time. The four electric chairs turned at the same time and slid along the long track to the front of the stage. These four guys finally turned around. In the lounge, Lang Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, you dare to scare me? I'll eat you to death. Among the four mentors, Lu Yu and Yu Chengming have their own studios, while Wu Ying and Chen Yiji, although they also have studios, are affiliated with Wenqing Entertainment. If you really think about it, Lang Wenqing is their boss, so he has a good relationship with them. It's turning. The audience in the auditorium was also excited, and thunderous applause rang out again in the studio. Many female audience members even shouted loudly, Xia, I want to marry you. My Xia, it's great to meet you. Luzicia, my hair has grown to my waist. Will you marry me? The audience's enthusiasm exceeded the mentors' expectations, and of course the mentors themselves were also surprised. What do you think? What do you think? I told you it was Luzicia. Wu Ying was so happy that she almost danced with joy. Very good, I like his songs. Chen Yiji responded, his eyes shining. Wu Ying looked at Luzicia standing in the center of the stage and stretched out her hand, saying, come on, calm down first. Luzicia smiled and said nothing. Although all four mentors knew Luzicia, the basic procedures still had to be followed. Yu Chengming rushed over to Wu Ying and said, okay, please introduce yourself. Luzicia had a smile on his face from beginning to end. He replied, hello, teachers. My name is Luzicia, and I am a graduate of the performance department of Huaxi Opera. Luzicia. 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 Just after listening to Luzicia's self-introduction, the scene exploded and the audience cheered again. Luzicia, I know you. You're quite popular. Chen Yiji said with a smile, to be honest, when I heard you singing just now, my scalp was tingling. It was so, hey, Yiji, how could you say such ridiculous things? Yu Chengming teased Chen Yiji. From the heart, from the heart. Chen Yiji covered his chest and said, just look at the audience's reaction and you'll know how good Zixa's song is. Wait a minute, are you two using this opportunity to get closer to Zixa? Wu Ying quickly stopped them. If you two are so sincere, why didn't you press it at the beginning? Don't we just want to disturb Zixa? Yu Chengming and Chen Yiji said in unison. If you don't want to disturb us, you can just stay there. Lu Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly made the final move. Wu Ying also said, I have the same opinion. But I don't want to miss such a wonderful voice. Yu Chengming said. Chen Yiji quickly tried to make amends. Honestly, you are absolutely perfect in my eyes. Thank you. Lu Zixa bowed his head in gratitude. Zixa, I don't think you can be tempted by our style of snatching people away, Lu Yu said sternly. Also, I'd like to ask, is this song your original work? What's its name? It's my original song. Lu Zixia nodded. The song is called Ordinary Road. Zixia, did you know? During the first season last year, my team also had 2 original singers, and I was their mentor. Lu Yu pushed his glasses up, finally revealing his true purpose. Come to my team, I can lead you to the championship. Hey, brother Yu, you're so cunning. Yu Changming shouted, Zixia, I'm known as the little prince of originality. You're not wrong to come to me. Zixia, the champion of the first season is me. Wu Ying also showed his fangs. I have 33 concerts across the country this year. Come to my team and I can invite you to all my concerts. Chen Yijie was even more ruthless and began to seduce her nakedly. The 4 mentors started competing for it, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. The audience laughed in good faith. Okay, let's not fight here. Since all 4 of us have turned around, it's time for Zixia to choose us. Seeing that the 3 guys were about to fight, Lu Yu handed the right of choice to Lu Zixia. Chapter 49, Crazy, all crazy. The choice was handed to Lu Zixia, and the audience all showed expectant expressions. Who will I choose? The ones who are nervous now are the 4 music instructors. There is no way. Although this young man is young, he is definitely one of the best in China in terms of musical talent and has absolute potential to win the championship. Who doesn't want their team to win? Come on, Zixia, tell me your choice. Lu Yu said nervously. My choice is, in fact, Lu Zixia didn't care who he followed. He had already discussed it with Lang Wenqing before. As long as one of Wu Ying and Chen Yijie turned around for him, he would choose that one. Now it's a question of choosing a boy or a girl. Brother Yijie. Wah 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 wah. The moment Lu Zixia made his choice, the exciting promotion music suddenly sounded on the stage, and the audience in the studio stood up and applauded and cheered for Lu Zixia and Chen Yijie. Ha! It's me, is it really me? Upon hearing Lu Zixia's choice, Chen Yijie was stunned at first, then he came to his senses and leaned forward, wishing he could stick his entire body out. It's you! Don't stretch forward any further, or you'll fall. Yu Changming had an expression of envy and jealousy on his face. What a missed opportunity, what a missed opportunity. Wu Ying is also a dramatic person. She covered her face with her hands, looking very desperate. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Lu Yu took off his glasses and pretended to have a headache. Ha, that's great. Chen Yijie stood up from his seat, walked onto the stage, and warmly hugged Lu Zixia. I'm glad you chose me. I will definitely bring you to the Jinghua Olympic Stadium. Last year, the championship battle of the first season of China's New Voice was held at the Beijing Olympic Sports Center. In other words, entering there means being one step closer to the championship. Aha, Yijie is so cute. You chose my idol. From today on, I am also a fan of Lu Zixia. Finally, my trip wasn't in vain. Yijie's team now has a singer with the potential to win the championship. The audience was amused by Chen Yijie's straightforwardness and was truly happy for him. Lu Zixia, who successfully advanced, returned to his personal lounge. Lang Wenqing, who was waiting there, naturally praised him again. Lu Zixia dragged the excited Lang Wenqing to the underground parking lot and urged the driver to drive back to the company quickly. It was already 9 o'clock, and it would take half an hour to drive from the TV station back to the company. Recently, Yeya's bedtime has finally become fixed, around 10 o'clock. If I pick Yeya up from the company and take her home, it's almost time for her to go to bed. Dad, you are so great. Yeya is very happy today. Back home, Yeya sat next to Lu Zixia, dancing excitedly and chattering nonstop like a lark. How can you be so happy? Lu Zixia asked with a smile. Yeya doesn't know either, but she's very happy anyway. Yeya shook her little head, and Sister Jia also praised me, saying that I sing like my dad, and ring ring ring. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang from the little guy's phone. Watch. The little guy looked down and immediately cheered. Dad, it's mom calling. I haven't received a call from mom in many days. Because several scenes in the TV series Li Mingyi was filming needed to be shot in the deep mountains in the mountains, except for a radio, all communication equipment had no signal, so Li Mingyi's mobile phone was naturally useless. For 8 consecutive days, Yeya didn't receive a call from Li Mingyi. Lu Zixia touched Yeya's hair and said, hurry up and pick up the phone. If you hang up soon, you won't be able to hear your mother's voice. Yeah. Yeya nodded excitedly and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this mom? Yeah, do you miss your mother? Li Mingyi's voice came from the phone watch. Yeah, misses her mom very, very, very much. Yeya's big eyes narrowed into slits, and a look of deep longing appeared on her face. On the other end of the phone, Li Mingyi's voice was choked with sobs. Mom is also super. Lu Zixia no longer disturbed the conversation between the mother and daughter, but returned to his room and turned on the computer. I logged into my Xianlang Weibo, and just as I came online, I heard the system notification sound continuously. Lu Zixia was stunned and checked his Weibo main interface. He found that there was a plus character in the upper right corner of fans, and then there was also such a character in the upper right corner of mailbox. Normally, if you just add a few followers or are at ed, there will be a number after fans and email, but now it's just a plus sign. Click on fans, swish. Lu Zixia himself didn't know how many Weibo avatars he had refreshed. I looked at the number behind the fans again, 4.69 million, from the time he opened his Weibo account until this morning, just before the performance of the Huaxi Opera Department's performance report. Lu Zixia's number of fans had been growing steadily, but by this morning it was only a little over 370,000 in just over 10 hours. The number of fans soared to more than 4 million. I'm afraid even those third-tier stars don't have so many fans, right? I set it up in the background and Weibo automatically screens fans. A large number of gold V-bloggers are automatically divided into a group according to the number of fans. When Lu Zixia took a look, he saw that the first person to pop up was Wu Ying, followed by Lu Yu, Chen Yijie, Yu Chengming, and other stars. When did celebrities start following the trend? Luzicia smiled and first added these Gold V fans one by one, and simply followed each other on Weibo. Then I opened my mailbox, and it was all it is. All of them came from the trending search betting and defaulting on debts on Weibo, as well as hot topics about hashtag Luzicia hashtag where are we going, dad hashtag China New Voice hashtag ordinary road hashtag. There are so many topics about him that it is impossible to count them all. Up to now, apart from the betting and defaulting on debts incident ranking first on Weibo's hot search list, 6 of the top 10 hot topics in the 24-hour hot topic rankings are related to Luzicia, and it is not known how many of the others that are not on the list are related to him. Hashtag and hashtag ordinary road hashtag took the top 2 spots on the hot topics. It won't take until tomorrow for these 2 topics to become trending searches on Weibo. Dingaling. Just then, the cell phone rang. Luzicia glanced at the phone screen and laughed. Hello. Third brother, you're crazy. As soon as the phone was connected, an impatient voice came from the other end. Luzicia's face darkened, and he angrily retorted, Fatty, you're the one who's crazy. You called just to scold me, didn't you? Fatty, can you speak? Give me the phone, I'll tell you. The voices of Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing came from the cell phone. It seemed that the 3 guys were fighting over the cell phone. Third brother, congratulations on passing the blind audition of China's New Voice. After a while, Song Qingshan successfully obtained the right to use the fat man. Thank you, brothers. Luzicia smiled. What happened to Fatty just now? What nonsense did he say? Oh, right, that's what happened. Song Qingshan came back to his senses. Go check out Penguin Music. The download volume of your song Just Met You has gone crazy. Song Qingshan was a little excited. Take advantage of the current popularity and quickly upload the song Where Are We Going, Dad, and the song Ordinary Road from today's Voice of China blind audition. Is it that exaggerated? Hearing Song Qingshan's excitement, Luzicia shook his head and directly opened the Penguin Music app. As soon as he clicked in, Luzicia was shocked. The reason is simple. On the main interface of the Penguin app, the top 1 popular chart, the top 1 hot song chart, and the top 1 new song chart, among the 3 charts, several positions marked in red, are the ones with Just Met You, first among the 3 lists. Have you opened it? How is it? Is it exciting? Song Qingshan's voice was a little trembling. 9.3 million downloads, third brother. Song Qingshan had no reason not to be excited. According to the profit-sharing ratio between Penguin Music and the singers, Luzicia's song share from Penguin Music was a pre-tax income of more than 4.6 million. This is a huge sum of money. How could an ordinary person have ever seen so much money? It's a bit unexpected. After the initial surprise, Luzicia came to his senses. He had seen all kinds of scenes in his previous life. What surprised him just now was not the high number of downloads, but the fact that this song could be ranked first on 3 charts in such a short time. This is not something that can be achieved by just cheating on the charts. It is real popularity and real results. Third brother, I really want to thank you this time. At this time, Bai Lianqing's voice came from the phone. Do you know why Senior Igang asked me to join him? He actually signed me into his studio. If it weren't for the song you wrote for me, I wouldn't have had this opportunity at all. Really? Luzicia's eyes lit up. Then Sister Lian, congratulations. You must prepare a feast for us brothers later. A big meal is a must. Bai Lianqing laughed. But third brother, you should listen to the eldest brother and upload those 2 songs to Penguin Music. I've already uploaded the song The New Drunken Concubine you wrote for me. At the end of the month, I'll transfer the share of the money from Penguin Music to you. Because both the lyrics and music of The New Drunken Concubine were created by Luzicia and the copyright is in his hands, the share of Penguin Music should belong to Luzicia. Bai Lianqing would never do anything to betray his brothers. Sister Lian, you don't have to give me the money. Luzicia refused. I'm just the composer, you're the singer. Without your voice, this song wouldn't be complete. No. Bai Lianqing said in a serious tone, brothers are brothers, but we still have to distinguish between public and private matters. I've already confirmed your copyright with the Copyright Association, and Senior Igang has also drafted a contract for me to authorize you to perform. I'll send it to you later for you to sign. Chapter 50 Shyly Mingy. To be honest, it's just a song, and Luzicia didn't feel sad or wasteful giving it to his brother. He will not sell the songs from his previous life to others, but that does not mean that he will not give his songs to others. For example, if we give one is like summer and the other is like autumn to Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger, wouldn't that be like giving it away for free? You. Luzicia shook his head. How about this? Don't say that just because I own the copyright, I should pay you all the money. Let's split the song 50-50. That's fair, right? Bai Lianqing was about to refuse, but Luzicia just said to him, alright, besides, we're not even brothers anymore. So, let's just leave it at that. I'm going to upload both of today's songs to Penguin Music. Snap, without waiting for Bai Lianqing to speak again, Luzicia hung up the phone, because both versions of Where Are We Going, Dad, and Ordinary Road have been recorded in the company's recording studio. The original plan was to upload them when the popularity of New Voice increased. Now it seems that the time is right. He logged into the Penguin Music backend with ease and uploaded Where Are We Going, Dad, and Ordinary Road. It was also approved within seconds, as if the music editor of Penguin Music had been waiting in the background. After uploading the song, Luzicia posted another Weibo post. The new songs Where Are We Going, Dad, and Ordinary Road have been uploaded to Penguin Music. Friends who like them can listen to and download them. Links are attached. Although Luzicia did not use 24 hours for promotion, this Weibo post was quickly reposted and commented on once it was released. Finally, I've been waiting for these 2 songs. We captured a great god. Stop whining, repost it quickly, and then download it from Penguin Music, the official Weibo of New Voice, the official Weibo of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, the official Weibo of Wenqing Entertainment, Cheniji's Weibo. This Weibo post, like a plague, spread like wildfire on the internet as more people reposted and commented on it. In the living room, yet his phone call with her mother also ended. The little fellow had a big smile on his face. He ran to Lu Zixia room and said to him, "Dad, Mom said she will make time to come visit me in a few days." Lu Zixia turned off the computer and walked to Yaya. "Didn't Mom say she would come to see you in 3 months?" "Yeah, but Mom said she'll come see me when she has time." Yaya tilted her head. "Hee hee, that's great, I can finally see Mom. Then Dad will return you to Mom and live on his own." Lu Zixia said, pretending to be angry. "Hee hee, Dad, you're jealous." Yaya's big, watery eyes flashed with a sly look. "That's how it's played out in TV dramas. Little devil." Lu Zixia tapped the tip of the little guy's nose. "Come on, Daddy will give you a bath, tell you a story, and go to sleep. Let's go, take a bath and listen to a story." Yaya was as happy as a little rabbit, jumping and skipping as she walked. Behu Province is more than 1,200 kilometers away from Beijing. Dai in the presidential suite of Shoshang Nanyu Holiday Hotel in Changshui City. Li, wearing a pajamas, put down his mobile phone, with a look of deep longing and a hint of disbelief on his face. The TV in the suite's master bedroom was playing Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, a rerun of China's New Voice, looking at Lu Zixia singing passionately on the stage on TV. Li Mengyi was so surprised that she was speechless. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Before Li Mengyi could go to open it, a tall young woman with a pretty face and wearing a yellow cat nightgown ran in with a tablet computer in her hand. Have you checked Weibo?" The young woman's face was full of disbelief. "I just finished calling Yaya and didn't have time to reply." "What's wrong, Sister Jingjing?" Li Mengyi asked the young woman with some confusion. He Jingjing, the young woman, is Li Mengyi's assistant, responsible for her daily life and some trivial matters. He Jingjing was about to hand the tablet computer to Li Mengyi when she accidentally turned her head and saw the LCD TV hanging on the TV. Sister Jingjing? Seeing that He Jingjing stopped talking halfway, Li Mengyi walked up to her and shook her shoulders, feeling both amused and helpless. That's what I want to talk about." He Jingjing pointed at the LCD TV. "It's Lu Zixia. Did you see that? I didn't expect this guy to have such talent." "Yeah, I didn't expect that either." Li Meng shook her head slightly and sighed. "If Yaya hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known he had entered the entertainment industry." "It's not just that." He Jingjing handed over the tablet. "Look, the most popular posts on Jinghua Sky these days have all been talking about his songs, and there are many hot topics on Weibo today, all related to Lu Zixia. This guy is famous, completely famous." "Jingjing, what are you doing? I can hear you yelling through the wall." At this time, a female voice that was a little rough but full of charm came into the room. Then, a middle-aged woman who was about 1.8 meters tall and looked somewhat androgynous walked in. "It's so late, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? Why are you disturbing me?" The middle-aged woman is named Cheng Siki. She is one of the best agents in the industry. Even Lang Wenqing back then was only on par with her. Moreover, Cheng Siki is a strong woman. She has been engaged in the brokerage industry for many years. Not to mention how many first and second tier stars she has made famous. Many of the younger generation of agents in the industry are her students. If Cheng Siki had not spotted Li Mengyi at first sight and trained her vigorously when she just debuted, Li Mengyi might not be as popular as she is now. "Oh, what are you looking at?" It turns out to be him. Seeing He Jingjing holding a tablet and swiping it non-stop, Cheng Siki said carelessly, "I know this guy. He's handsome, young, and very talented. He's already an artist at Wenqing Entertainment, and his agent is Lang." "The last name is Lang?" In the entertainment industry, there is only one agent named Lang, the chairman and president of Wenqing Entertainment Media Company, Lang Wenqing. Those stars and ordinary agents may not know that Lang Wenqing has returned to the entertainment industry, but for top agents like Cheng Siki, it is no secret. It's just that the guy surnamed Lang is quick. If he had signed with another media company, I would have poached him no matter what. Cheng Siki didn't know that Lu Zixia was Yaya's biological father. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have praised him so much. Seeing Cheng Siki admire Lu Zixia so much, Li Mengyi felt a little happy for some reason, as if she was praising her. Sister Siki, have you seen this video about Lu Zixia?" Ever since He Jingjing scolded Lu Zixia on the phone that day, she has always regarded him as a modern Chen Shimi. How could she think anything good of him? "What video? Let me see it." Cheng Siki was a little curious. He Jingjing clicked on a video and silently handed over the tablet. "My home, there is a cool guy, 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a bit rough, holding my hand, I learned to walk. This is? Yeah. Cheng Siki didn't care much about the first 2 sentences, but when she heard this familiar voice, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and rub them subconsciously without watching the video. Cheng Siki threw the tablet away and looked at Li Mengyi and asked, "Didn't you tell me that you sent Yaya to her father? Why is she with this college student? Don't tell me that this Lu Zixia is Yaya's father." Although Yaya is Li Mengyi's daughter, Cheng Siki, who has been single and has no children, has long regarded Yaya as her own child, and now Yaya appears next to a newly graduated college student. How can Cheng Siki not be angry? "Sister Siki, he is Yaya's father." Li Mengyi lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look at Cheng Siki. Nonsense. Cheng Siki was indeed furious. "Why are you so shameless? Or did Lu Zixia do something to you?" "No, I have to send someone to bring Yaya back." As he said this, Cheng Siki took out his cell phone. "Sister Siki, that's not true." Li Mengyi said anxiously, "Do you remember the welcome reception my alma mater's acting department held 4 years ago?" That day, there was really no other way. Li Mengyi could only tell Cheng Siki and He Jingjing the secret that she had kept in her heart for more than 4 years. "So, this Lu Zixia is your savior?" After hearing what Li Mengyi said, He Jingjing felt embarrassed. It turned out that what she thought was wrong. Li Mengyi had not done anything to offend him. "Is everything you said true?" Cheng Siki also came back to her senses, but she was still a little worried. "No, I have to ask someone to investigate thoroughly. If that's true, then this Lu Zixia is not bad either. He can also write songs, which will be helpful to your career. As for age, although he's a little younger, he's a good match for you. Oh, Sister Siki, what are you talking about? He is just Yeye's father, there is nothing between us. Li Mingyi was still fine, her cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Oh, is that so? After so many years, Cheng Siki knows Li Mingyi very well. If Li Mingyi didn't like her, she would never behave like a child. Forget it. Jingjing, what do you think of this guy? Cheng Siki wanted to tease Li Mingyi. He's handsome, talented, and so popular right now. And he's giving me a daughter for free. Do you want to consider marrying him? No. Before He Jingjing could say anything, Li Mingyi said firmly, absolutely not. Oh, Cheng Siki and He Jingjing looked at Li Mingyi at the same time, deliberately lengthening their voices. Oh, you guys? Li Mingyi blushed completely and pushed the two of them out. Let's go. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Chapter 51, Penguin Music Shock, do I really like him? Li Mingyi, who had driven away Cheng Siki and He Jingjing, lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind was full of the image of Lu Zixia immersed in singing on the stage on TV. I looked at the time, it was 10:30 in the evening. Li Meng swiped her phone and stared at a phone number on the screen that she had only dialed once in her life. She pressed it several times but hung up immediately. She wanted to call but was afraid to get through. She looked very conflicted. This went on and on until 11:30, when a look of determination suddenly flashed across Li Meng's eyes and he dialed the number for the last time. The waiting time is always long. A short wait of just a few seconds feels like an hour to Li Mengyi. Just when Li Mengyi hesitated and wanted to hang up again, the call was connected. Hello? Lu Zixia's somewhat stiff voice came from the phone. Li Meng was stunned and didn't reply. Li Mengyi, if you have nothing to do, I'll hang up. Lu Zixia wondered, what's wrong with this woman? Hey, don't hang up. Li Mengyi quickly replied. So the phone fell silent again. Lu Zixia waited for Li Mengyi to speak, but Li Mengyi didn't know what to say. At this moment, Li Mengyi's mind was blank and he didn't know what he was thinking. After all, he was a man, and Lu Zixia felt that his tone just now seemed a little stiff, so he took the initiative to break the silence. I heard from Yeye that you have been filming in the mountains for the past few days. Are you tired? Yeah. Li Meng responded automatically, then came to her senses. Filming is always like this. As for you, I heard you signed a contract with Wenqing Entertainment and became an artist. Congratulations. Lu Zixia thanked him. Thank you. By the way, I listened to a few of your songs, they are very nice. Did you write them yourself? Li Mengyi was a little curious. How could someone who studied acting play music? Also, both just met you and Ordinary Road demonstrate extremely high musical standards, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are classic songs. Yeah. Lu Zixia's voice was very flat. I wrote it. It's okay, right? Is it okay? If the songwriters in this world heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would jump up and down and curse. If these two songs were just okay, then there would be no classic songs in this world. Li Mengyi was also a little angry. With such a calm tone, did he really not care, or was he just pretending not to care? So, Li Mengyi stopped talking. Silence is not good. Lu Zixia instinctively felt that the woman opposite seemed angry, so he continued, are you planning to visit Yeye in a few days? Yeah. Li Mengyi calmed down. The filming of the scenes in Behu will be finished in a few days. I have 5 days of vacation before going to Shanghai to film. Oh. Lu Zixia thought for a moment. Yeah, and I have rented a house outside. If you come to Jinghua and want to see Yeye's room, I can send the address to your phone. Okay. Li Meng responded, and suddenly said, Lu Zixia, you can add me on WeChat. After saying this without any reason, Li Mengyi hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyi threw the phone aside and covered her face with her fair hands, unable to hide the blush on her face. During this call with Lu Zixia, Li Mengyi felt like a little girl falling in love for the first time, with her heart beating faster and her face flushed, instead of the high and mighty female star or goddess on the stage and TV screen. Ding dong. After a while, Li Mengyi's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw a new friend request on WeChat. The new friend's user avatar is a cute little girl, and the application content attached to it is 3 small words, Lu Zixia. I knew you couldn't forget me. Li Meng smiled. Pass. On a quiet night, Lu Zixia's Weibo post was being reposted at a rapid pace. On the Penguin Music side, the clicks and downloads of both Where Are We Going, Dad, and Ordinary Road have skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xizjiang Community, Sichuan City, Dongguan Province. After a busy day, Chen Jinhua, editor-in-chief of WeChat Group's Penguin Music, was about to take a break when he suddenly received a call. Editor Chen, could you please come to the company? Something has happened. The person who called was Peng Cheng, an editor under Chen Jinhua, who happened to be on duty tonight. What's wrong? Chen Jinhua frowned. Peng Cheng replied, Editor Chen, around 10 o'clock, I reviewed 2 songs, but the data doesn't look right to me. I suspect a hacker has broken in and tampered with them. Can you please? Okay, I'll go back to the company right away. Chen Jinhua hung up the phone directly and then started calling the staff in the technical department. Half an hour later, on the 17th floor of the WeChat building, in the Penguin Music Room, all the staff members who had already gone home after work were called back by Chen Jinhua. Peng Cheng, a chubby man in his 30s, pointed to the data growth chart on his computer and said, these 2 songs, from 10 o'clock to now, in just 4.5 hours, the number of downloads has soared from 0 to 1.3 million, and the number is still growing. Chen Jinhua frowned and said, is it sung by a top singer? If it was sung by a top singer, not to mention 1.3 million downloads in more than 4 hours, even 2 million would be normal. Peng Cheng shook his head. No, it's just a newcomer who just entered the entertainment industry. His name is Lu Zixia. He has a song called Just Met You, which is #1 on the Pop New and Hot Song charts. I know this song. It's been uploaded for 4 or 5 days, right? Chen Jinhua said, but this isn't normal. Even if he's really popular, it's impossible for him to have this much traffic. At this moment, the data investigator, who had been sitting in front of the computer, typing away nonstop, reported, "Chen Bian, everything is normal on the database side. There's no sign of malicious clicks or downloads. Editor Chen, I think I know what's going on." At this moment, a young woman suddenly looked up. A little after 10 o'clock, Lu Zixia posted a Weibo post about uploading music. Many celebrities and influential bloggers reposted it. And this Lu Zixia even became a trending topic on Weibo. Chen Jinhua was speechless. This guy was no small figure who had just entered the entertainment industry. Even those second and third tier stars could not compare to him. Organize this data into a report and hand it over to Director Zhang tomorrow morning. After pondering for a while, Chen Jinhua came to his senses and gave the order. The blind auditions of China's New Voice, also known as the Battle for Mentors, are divided into 5 rounds, with each round lasting 3 days. In other words, after Lu Zixia participated in the first round of blind auditions, he had at least half a month of free time. So the next day Lu Zixia definitely gave himself a day off and took Ye out shopping. After sending a WeChat message to Langwenqing in the morning and asking for leave, Lu Zixia began to prepare breakfast for Xiao Yeye, because today is the weekend and Yeye doesn't have to go to school. Lu Zixia wants her to sleep a little longer. It was 8 o'clock, and just when Lu Zixia was about to wake Yeye up from bed, a text message alert sounded and stopped him. I clicked on it and saw it was a text message from the bank. Your card ending in 0xx9 received an interbank transfer of 6,756,633 renminbi and 50 cents at 8:01 on July 1st at XX Bank, with a remaining balance of 6,957,633 renminbi and 50 cents. XX Bank, Lu Zixia's eyes widened in surprise. That's not right. There should have been more than 200,000 yuan on my card. Even if you add in the share from Penguin Music, it should be around 4 million yuan. Could it be those 2 songs that were uploaded yesterday? With doubts in his mind, Lu Zixia ran back to his room, turned on his computer and logged into the Penguin Music backstage. Just met you. 13,225,671 listens, 9,504,261 downloads. Where are we going, Dad? 2,704,256 listens, 2,207,682 downloads. Ordinary Road, 3,206,631 listens, 2,904,352 downloads. Total downloads, 14,616, 295. Total income, 6,756,633.5 yuan. 5.11 million. What's going on? In just one night, the download count for these 2 songs has already reached 5.11 million. This is simply a money grab. If this momentum continues, it won't be long before these 2 songs catch up with the performance of Just Met You. Lu Zixia never thought that a month ago, he was still struggling to make a living and thinking about how to make money, but in just 1 month, he became a millionaire, or even a tens of millions of dollars. Although this method won't make much money after the song download volume reaches saturation, it's at least a way to make money quickly. For the first time, Lu Zixia regretted his previous decision to pass up the idea of uploading songs to Penguin Music to make money. Fortunately, it's not too late now. At least it doesn't delay making money. More than 6 million, not to mention it is a drop in the bucket for those rich people. Even for Lu Zixia in his previous life, it is just a string of numbers in the bank, but after all, that was in the past. Now Lu Zixia needs money everywhere, and the first thing he needs to solve is the problem of house and car. With more than 6 million yuan, you can definitely buy a decent-sized house within the 2nd or 3rd ring road of Beijing. When it comes to cars, buy a comfortable one. After thinking about it, Lu Zixia put away his phone and went to Yeye's room. The little guy is now curled up like a kitten, with his long eyelashes trembling. Little lazy pig, the sun is about to burn your butt, why don't you get up? Lu Zixia stepped forward and pinched Yeye's upturned nose. Yeye murmured and stretched out her little hand to pat Lu Zixia's hand. The little guy was quite grumpy when he woke up, and was drowsy and didn't want to get up. Yeye, get up quickly. Dad has already prepared dinner. Lu Zixia smiled and let go of his hand. Dad, what time is it? Yeye opened her eyes and rubbed them. Lu Zixia brought Yeye's clothes over and said, hurry up and get up and wash up. After dinner, Daddy will accompany you to the playground, okay? Amusement park? Yeye suddenly perked up, staring at Lu Zixia with her big eyes. Dad, is this true? Lu Zixia touched Yeye's little head and said, when has Dad ever lied to you? Yeye became excited and raised her hands, shouting, oh, great. Let's go to the amusement park. Chapter 52, Bad News for Gaozhua. Lu Zixia had a very fulfilling whole day. Yeye had a blast at the amusement park. Except for a few things that children are not allowed to play with, she tried almost all the rides. In the evening, Lu Zixia received a call from Wang Xiaotong. Yeye's goodnight story was ready to be printed in 1 million copies and was expected to be on the market in 3 days. The next day, Lu Zixia had just arrived at the company when Gaozhua, the editor-in-chief of Yihua Publishing House, called him. Brother Lu, there is something I need to tell you. Gaozhua's voice was a little solemn. Brother Gao, I haven't even had time to wish you a hot sale on Fairy Tale. Lu Zixia answered the phone, first saying a few polite words, then teasingly said, you're not going to tell me it's going to be released today, are you? Brother Lu, the release date remains unchanged. Gaozhua said solemnly, I'm looking for you about something important. Do you know Wutong Publishing House? Wutong Publishing House is one of the best publishing houses in the entire North, even better than Yihua Publishing House. It mainly focuses on children's books, comics and entertainment books. If we only talk about children's books, Wutong Publishing House is the #1 publishing house in the entire Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. I know. Lu Zixia nodded. What happened to Wutong Publishing House? Gaozhua said in a hoarse voice, do you remember the Hebe bookstore I asked Xiaodong to find? Previously, his fairy tales were always signed to our publishing house. Now, he switched to Wutong Publishing House, and he even posted on Weibo that his new collection of fairy tales, Hamster Story, will be available in major bookstores in 2 days. Wasn't our fairy tale release date in 2 days? Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, are they planning to compete with us? He must have thought so. Gaozhua laughed bitterly. Although we did a lot of publicity before, He Bishu is a well-known fairy tale author in the circle. His Weibo post, plus the reposts and replies from the authors of the Beijing Writers Association, means our publicity efforts have been in vain. What Gao Zhi said made some sense. After all, He Bishu was a senior in the industry. He joined the Beijing Writers Association and even the China Writers Association early on, and had enough resources and connections in the circle. People are more willing to buy fairy tale collections written by authors they are familiar with than buy a new fairy tale author they have never heard of. Brother Lu, why don't you promote your fairy tale book on Weibo? Just when Lu Zixia was stunned, Gao Zhi suddenly spoke. Lu Zixia is not just a fairy tale writer, he is also one of the most popular singers nowadays. As of today, Lu Zixia's Weibo followers have grown to 5.9 million. Such a huge fanbase, coupled with the reposts of his works by big V bloggers, is a complete crushing blow to He Bishu and his friends in the Writers Association. To be honest, Lu Zixia was moved for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. He has just made his mark in the entertainment industry. If he continues to hang out in the literary and artistic circles, many people will probably say that he is not doing his job properly. It's better to be low-key, develop slowly, and don't waste time. Besides, gold will always shine, and whether it is a mule or a horse, just take it out for a walk. After a moment of silence, Lu Zixia said, Brother Gao, I definitely wouldn't do it myself, Brother Lu, even if I beg you. Gao Zhi, who was rejected, almost cried, you don't know, we originally had 400,000 copies pre-ordered, but because of He Bishu, 300,000 copies were returned by bookstores. So many? Lu Zixia frowned. Does that mean we still have 900,000 copies? Gao Zhi sighed and said, yeah, I'm not worried about these books not selling. The main thing is that they're being squeezed out by Wutong Publishing House and He Bishu. It's so damn frustrating. Even someone as polite as Gao Zhi started swearing, which shows how angry he was. Lu Zixia really wanted to help him. After all, he had a share of the sales revenue of Ye's Goodnight Story. He was now beginning to deny his previous idea of developing in a vulgar way. Suddenly, Lu Zixia had an idea and asked, Brother Gao, have you ever considered selling online? Online sales? Gao Zhi was stunned. How many books can be sold online? It's no wonder that Gao Zhi was stunned. Although there are online shopping platforms like Taobao, JD.com, etc. in this world, these online shopping platforms only sell snacks, daily necessities, electrical appliances. As for paper items such as books and reading materials, there are really not many of them for sale, because instead of buying books and reading materials on online shopping platforms, it is better to read them directly on the website. Anyway, they are inseparable from the internet, so in the eyes of consumers, there is no difference. It can be sold, and we are only targeting readers and retail investors. Lu Zixia said firmly, how about this? Contact Jingtao.com and discuss with them about opening a separate flagship store for Yihua Publishing House on their website. Jingtao.com is the world's largest online shopping platform, with customers covering the entire China. Flagship store? Gao Zhi didn't understand this new word. The term flagship store comes from the name of brand center stores in major European and American cities. In fact, it is a city center store or a regional center store. Generally, it is a store of a certain merchant or brand located in a prosperous area of a certain region, with the largest scale, the most complete range of similar products, and the most luxurious decoration. In this world, the concept of flagship stores has not yet emerged. Lu Zixia came to his senses and explained to Gao Zhi. Oh, this flagship store is quite interesting. Gao Zhi said, seemingly understanding. Well, I'll take care of this today, but I still suggest you promote it over there as well. Don't worry, I'll find someone to help promote it when the time comes. When you've finished setting up the Jingtao flagship store, just send me a link. I'll be happy to help. Lu Zixia gave a few more instructions and then hung up the phone. At 8 p.m., A-list singer Chen Yijie posted a Weibo post recently. My friend Xiaoyu created a few fairy tales and sent them to me to share. I was quite moved after reading them. Due to copyright reasons, I am only sharing half of them with you for your enjoyment. Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl. Everyone loved her, but her grandmother loved her the most, giving her everything she wanted. One day, her grandmother gave the little girl a little red hat made of velvet, which fit her head perfectly. From then on, the little girl refused to wear any other hat, so everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood. Yes, this fairy tale was given to Chen Yijie by Lu Zixia according to his usual style of doing things. If you were so unkind, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. You ask your friends in the Writers Association to promote it, so I will go to my friends in the entertainment industry. As we are from the same company and are his nominal mentor, Chen Yijie naturally became the first choice. Chen Yijie has 20 million fans, and after this Weibo post was published, it was quickly reposted and replied to. Oh my god. I was so engrossed in it, and suddenly it's gone. How can I be so embarrassed? Baby Jia, please tell me who Xiaoyu is. I want to find him and ask him for the whole fairy tale. Compared to this Little Red Riding Hood story, all those popular fairy tales these days are just rubbish. Chen Yijie's fans and celebrity friends all reposted the Weibo and strongly condemned Chen Yijie, demanding that he hand over the entire fairy tale, and at this moment, on the 9th floor of Wenqing Building, in Yijie's studio. Zixia, do you think this will work? Chen Yijie sat in front of the computer, looking at the replies under the Weibo post with a wry smile on his face. Brother Yijie, it will definitely work. Lu Zixia held Yeye and sat next to Chen Yijie. This half of Little Red Riding Hood is enough to attract attention. You're really mean. Chen Yijie refreshed his Weibo account. By the time your fairy tale collection becomes a huge hit, I'll be blasted to death by my fans. There's nothing I can do. After all, Brother Yijie is my senior brother. Lu Zixia showed an expression that said, may the best come to you. You brat. Chen Yijie scolded with a smile. If Brother Xing hadn't told me that you were a newly signed artist, would you still be hiding this from me? I didn't hide it from you. Lu Zixia shook his head innocently. Who told you not to ask? Well, it's still my fault. Chen Yijie couldn't argue with Lu Zixia. What should we do next? Lu Zixia laughed and said, post another Weibo. Just as Chen Yijie's fans and friends were discussing the matter, another Weibo post appeared. Fairy Tales Trust Xiaoyu's masterpiece Yeye's Goodnight Story. Here are Little Red Riding Hood, The Ugly Duckling, The Little Mermaid. There are fairy tales you have never seen before. This is a brand new visual creation. Are you ready? One day later, Yeya's Goodnight Story will be available in major bookstores. It will also be sold online at Jingtao.com and Ihua Publishing House's flagship store. Quantities are limited, so first come, first served. A link to the flagship store is attached below. All the fans who saw this Weibo post finally realized that Chunijia was actually advertising, but this advertisement is worth it. Fairy tales like Little Red Riding Hood are not only educational for children, but also benefit adults a lot. Ihua Publishing House flagship store? Yeya's Goodnight Story can still be bought on Jingtao? Hurry, go to Jingtao and have a look. What the hell? Didn't you see it on Ijia's Weibo? Sales won't start until the day after tomorrow. Netizens are arguing about it, and both the flagship store and online sales are very novel to netizens. In just 13 hours, 3 hot topics emerged around these 2 Weibo posts. Hashtag Yeya's Goodnight Story hashtag fairytale author Xiaoyu hashtag, and hashtag Little Red Riding Hood hashtag. Chapter 53, Buying a House. 2 Weibo posts about Chuniji continue to ferment on the internet. On the third day, Yeya's Goodnight Story was put on sale. The children's department of Ihua Publishing House has 17 or 18 staff members, all of whom are busy in the office. Editor-in-chief Gaozhuo paced back and forth in the huge office, lecturing. Today is the first day of Yeya's Goodnight Story's release. Of the remaining 900,000 copies, 200,000 will be allocated to a few large bookstores that haven't given up on us as a backup. The remaining 700,000 will all be distributed to the Jingtao flagship store. Remember, here at the Jingtao flagship store, we absolutely guarantee that you can buy and sell as soon as you want. Wang Xiaotong sat in front of a computer and said to Gaozhuo without looking up, Editor-in-chief, can Jingtao really take over our inventory? What if those big bookstores want to come to us to purchase goods? I believe in Brother Lu's vision, and yesterday, over 1 million Jingtao users left messages under our flagship store. Gaozhuo gritted his teeth and said, as for those big bookstores, since they chose to return the fairy tale books to us, then we won't give them any. I want to make sure they don't have anywhere to cry. Wang Xiaotong couldn't help but say, but, Editor-in-chief, what if Jingtao's sales can't keep up? No ifs. Gaozhuo waved his hand. I'm very optimistic about Brother Lu's fairy tale. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely attract people's desire to buy it. Then we can wait for it to be shipped. Unlike the overly nervous Ihua Publishing House, Lu Zixia slept in today. When he got up, it was already 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the Sunflower Kindergarten was undergoing overall disinfection today, so Yeya didn't have to go to school. After stretching and washing up, Lu Zixia went into the kitchen. The little guy has been growing very fast recently, and his nutrition has not been neglected, but Lu Zixia feels that it is a bit unbalanced, so he wants to make a hearty and nutritionally balanced breakfast today: chicken sandwich, vegetable salad, skim milk, and a hard-boiled egg. These ingredients were the freshest ones bought in the supermarket yesterday. Lu Zixia didn't want Yeya to eat something stale and make herself unwell. First, prepare the easy-to-make boiled eggs and vegetable salad, and slightly warm the milk, then heat the whole wheat toast, turn on the fire and fry the chicken breast in a pan, cut 2 slices of ham, a slice of tomato, 2 slices of cheese, and a piece of lettuce leaf, and sandwich them between the heated toast. Then cut the toast diagonally and you have 2 perfect chicken sandwiches. Wow, Dad, it smells so good. Just as Lu Zixia brought the bread to the table, Yeya's voice rang out. The little guy rubbed his sleepy eyes with one hand, and when he saw the food on the table with the other eye, he swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Hey, is Yeya awake? Lu Zixia took the skim milk out of the hot water and poured it into a transparent cup. Why didn't our little princess wait for the sun to dry her bottom today? Hee. Yeya laughed cutely, rubbing her belly and said, there's nothing I can do. My belly is already protesting. If you don't believe me, just listen, Dad. Lu Zixia took 2 steps forward, carried Yeya to the chair, and exaggeratedly put his head close to her. Then I have to listen carefully. Hee. Yeya giggled, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face. After the father and daughter played for a while, Lu Zixia took Yeya to wash up. After coming out of the bathroom, Yeya jumped onto the chair impatiently, picked up a piece of the sandwich and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you. Lu Zixia smiled and wiped the corner of Yeya's mouth with a tissue. Wow. It's so delicious. Although she was used to eating bread and milk since she lived with Limeni, Yeya felt that the sandwich made by her father was delicious for the first time, better than all the sandwiches she had eaten before. Lu Zixia chuckled, remembering a famous advertising slogan from his previous life, if it tastes good, eat more. Ding-a-ling, just then, Lu Zixia's cell phone rang. Lu Zixia picked up the phone and saw it was Lang Wenqing. Hello, Brother Xing, what's going on? You're such a hands-off boss. Lang Wenqing complained as soon as the call was connected. You said you threw away the general renovation plan for the studio and then disappeared. Could you please come and take a look at the studio? I've been busy these days. Lu Zixia said with a smile, I'll treat you to a meal later. How many meals do you owe me? Lang Wenqing said unhappily. Alright, I've got your business done. I've had the driver deliver the keys, property ownership certificate, and real estate sales contract. Stay put and wait for these things. About the house? Lu Zixia was moved when he heard this and said, Brother Xing, aren't you too fast? I just told you yesterday that I wanted to buy a house, and you've already done it today? It turned out that Lu Zixia had greeted Lang Wenqing yesterday and said that he wanted to buy a house in the urban area of Jinghua City, preferably a larger one and closer to the Sunflower Kindergarten. Sunflower Kindergarten is located on the edge of the 2nd Ring Road and close to the 3rd Ring Road. There are both primary schools and middle schools nearby, so it can be said to be a veritable school district. Generally, school district housing is very expensive, starting at least 31,000 yuan per square meter, and there is no demand for it, so it is impossible to buy it. It was a coincidence that Lang Wenqing happened to have 2 houses in the Shanshui Sun City community near the Sunflower Kindergarten, which was only about 10 minutes away. Lang Wenqing's original plan was to move out of the Jingtai Villa district and live here when Hanin grew up, so that it would be more convenient to pick up and drop off Hanin to school. When Lu Zixia proposed to buy a house, Lang Wenqing gave him one without hesitation, and it was at the price he paid for the house, 28,000 square meters, a large house with a total area of more than 180 square meters, for bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It had already been renovated, and all kinds of electrical appliances and furniture were available, and they were all new, so he could move in directly. What are you talking about? I can't make the decision on other people's houses, but can I make the decision on my own? Lang Wenqing snorted. By the way, I've left a car for you in the basement garage. Don't be so quick to refuse. Just think of it as a company-assigned vehicle. We'll also have dining cars and nanny cars in the future anyway, so just consider it in advance. Okay, thank you, Brother Xing. Lu Zixia did not refuse anymore. It was just a car, which was nothing to Lang Wenqing, a rich man. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Lang Wenqing hung up the phone directly. Beep. Lu Zixia put down his phone and Yaya finished her breakfast. Dad, is that Uncle Lang? Yaya blinked and looked at Lu Zixia. Dad, is he going to work again? Can you take Yaya with you? Yaya doesn't want to stay at home alone. She wants to go to work with her dad. It's so nice to see her dad and have a beautiful big sister to play with her. Dad, why don't you take Yaya to see our new home instead of going to work today? Lu Zixia took out a tissue, wiped the corners of Yaya's mouth, and asked. A new home? Yaya frowned slightly. Dad, are we going to move to a new house? Yeah, that's right. Lu Zixia nodded. Why, Yaya doesn't want to change. Yaya clasped her hands together and said aggrievely, if we move to a new house, will I no longer be able to go to school with Sister Han, go home together, and go to see Dad together? Lu Zixia patted Yaya's little head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How could that be? Let me tell you, our house is right next to Hanin's. We're neighbors. And that house is huge. Even if we moved all of Yaya's dolls over there, they wouldn't fill up the living room. Really? Yaya raised her head and asked expectantly, then Dad, can I go play with Sister Han every day from now on? Of course. Lu Zixia believed that as long as he moved, Lang Wenqing, his agent, would definitely move to the Shanshui Sun City community and become his neighbor. Oh, that's great. Let's go see our new home. Yaya blinked her big watery eyes and cheered happily. At 9 o'clock in the morning, major bookstores in Beijing finally started to officially sell The Story of the Hamster by the well-known fairy tale author He Bishu, published by Wutong Publishing House, and Yaya's Goodnight Story by the new fairy tale author Xiaoyu, published by Yiwa Publishing House, not to mention the major chain bookstores. Even in those small bookstores, the hamster's story fills an entire bookshelf and is placed in the most conspicuous place, while Yaya's Goodnight Story has only 50 copies and is placed in the corner. If you don't look carefully, you may overlook it. Shanshui Sun City community is located on Guanyuan Street, the second ring road. It takes about half an hour to get there from where Lu Zixia currently lives. After taking a taxi to Guanyuan Street, Lu Zixia got out of the car directly holding Yaya. He wanted to get familiar with the place. After all, this would be where he would live in the future. After all, it is in the second ring road, a good school district. Not to mention the shopping malls and hospitals that are essential for life. There are even many luxury stores. Lu Zixia saw at least 5 luxury stores while holding Yaya in his arms. As he was about to reach the entrance of the community, a bookstore appeared in front of Lu Zixia. It was a national chain, Xinhua Bookstore. Dad, why don't you leave? Yaya was looking around curiously, and suddenly saw Lu Zixia stopped moving, so she couldn't help but ask. Yaya, how about we go to the bookstore? Lu Zixia pointed to Xinhua Bookstore and said, do you still remember the stories Daddy told you? Yaya puffed out her chest proudly and said, remember, I can tell you a lot of them. Yaya is so smart. Lu Zixia kissed Yaya's forehead and continued, Dad has compiled the little stories he told you into a booklet called Yaya's Goodnight Stories. You can find this booklet in the bookstore. Yaya's Goodnight Story, Dad, is it specially told to Yaya? Yaya's eyes lit up and she became excited. Dad, let's go in and take a look. Chapter 54, 4,200 volume Xinhua Bookstore is divided into 3 floors, equivalent to a large book supermarket. When Lu Zixia walked in holding Yaya, he suddenly found that there were a lot of people in the bookstore today, and most of them were with their children. Why are there so many people? Don't the children have classes today? Confused, Lu Zixia walked to the front desk and asked, hello, where are the fairy tales and children's books? Lu Zixia is a public figure now, so he wore a hat and a pair of brown sunglasses before going out. The lady at the front desk didn't recognize him. Hello, the children's books are on the 3rd floor, the receptionist politely replied. If you're also here to buy Teacher He's Hamster's story, please leave your name and contact information here. Lu Zixia was stunned and asked, why leave your name? Well, sir, the receptionist explained, since it's summer vacation now, many children have come to the bookstore to buy Teacher He's fairy tales. So, Wutong Publishing House and Teacher He have decided to randomly select 100 children who purchase Hamster's story and give them the complete collection of Teacher He's fairy tales. It turns out it's summer vacation, no wonder there are so many children. Don't leave your name. We are either here to buy the story of the hamster or just to take a look around. Lu Zixia shook his head and walked straight to the 3rd floor with Yaya in his arms. As soon as we reached the 3rd floor, we saw a red banner on the elevator door with gold letters saying, the latest masterpiece of the famous fairy tale author He Bishu, The Story of the Hamster, is here. Want to see the daily life of a little hamster? Come and take The Story of the Hamster home. In order to advertise, Wutong Publishing House and He Bishu are really trying hard. Lu Zixia shook his head. He disdains to do so. As he himself said, gold will always shine. Dad, there are so many little brothers and sisters over there. Suddenly, Yaya's voice interrupted Lu Zixia, who was thinking. Ha? Lu Zixia came back to his senses and looked towards the front left. It was true. There were at least 200 people huddled around two bookshelves, fighting over something. Many children were standing outside the crowd, standing on tiptoe and craning their necks to look inside, wishing they could squeeze in and grab the tickets. Luzicia walked over with Yaya in his arms and took a closer look at the bookshelf. It was Hibishu's new fairy tale, The Story of the Hamster. Hey, the Shinwa bookstore is really not afraid of being overwhelmed. The two huge bookshelves are densely packed with The Story of the Hamster. A rough count shows that there are as many as 4,000 copies. This is just a Shinwa bookstore. Don't forget that Shinwa bookstore is a chain bookstore, with one or even several branches in almost every city and county. Judging from this quantity, the initial print run of Hamster Story must be at least 5 million copies. Wow, that's really generous. Luzicia shook his head and immediately started looking for his fairy tale book, but he searched for a long time and couldn't find the fairy tale book he wrote on several nearby bookshelves. Just when Luzicia wanted to ask the salesperson if the store didn't have Yaya's Goodnight Story on the shelves, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Dad, what's that? Is that a little duck? It's so cute. Can you take it down and show it to me? Little duck, Luzicia had an idea and took Yaya to a bookshelf in the corner. In front of the bookshelf, a little boy was pulling a young man's clothes and saying something. Yeah, Dad, this should be our book. Although Yaya only knew a few words, she knew her own name, Lu Jiayue and Yaya. She immediately saw the fairy tale book on the top of the bookshelf. There are a few simple black bold words on the back of the book. Yaya's Goodnight Story, written by Xiaoyu. Oh? Is there a new fairy tale book here? The little boy's father was stunned for a moment. When he saw the title of the fairy tale book, his expression changed instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. I went to several bookstores to find you, and finally found you. Luzicia, who had just brought Yaya over, was confused. Seeing this guy gritting his teeth, he wondered what was going on. This wasn't over yet. The young man took out his phone and started a video chat in the WeChat group. Brothers, after all the hard work, I finally found the book my idol mentioned. Take a look. As he spoke, the young man pointed his phone camera towards the bookshelf. Fuck. I couldn't find any on Jingtao, and there are so many copies here. Liangzi, buy me one. Brother Liang, give me one too. No, give me two. My wife's nephew is clamoring for one too. Liangzi, I want 5 copies. They're exactly what I need for my study class. The young people's WeChat group suddenly exploded. One said he wanted 1 copy, another said he wanted 2 copies, and they were about to fight, not to mention the little boy and Yaya. Even Luzicia was stunned. However, Luzicia also understood that it was his fault after all. If he had not asked Shiniji to help promote the fairy tale book, this incident would probably not have happened. After a while, the little boy got anxious and said, Dad, why aren't you talking? Please help me get this book down. The young man named Liangzi finally came to his senses. He touched the little boy's head and said with a chuckle, Okay, Daddy will give it to you right away. By the way, do you remember the story of Little Red Riding Hood that Daddy told you a few days ago? The little boy's eyes lit up and he said, Dad, is that the story you only told me half a few days ago and said if I was good for the next 2 days, you would tell me the other half? Liangzi's old face turned red. He was fooling this silly child. If he had known what was going to happen next, why would he have made the child wait for 2 days? Well, you've been very good these past 2 days. Daddy will tell you the rest of the story now, okay? Liangzi quickly covered up her embarrassment and first took down 10 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Stories from the bookshelf. Then she pulled out another volume, opened it, found the story of Little Red Riding Hood in the catalog, and continued. Little Red Riding Hood was surprised to see that the door of her grandmother's house was open. As soon as she entered the house, she felt something strange and thought to herself, oh my god. I usually love coming to my grandmother's house, why am I so scared today? She shouted loudly, Good morning. But there was no answer. Yoshiko's voice is very charming. Although it was his first time reading Little Red Riding Hood, the emotions revealed in his voice seemed very charming. The little boy listened with great interest and would exclaim in surprise from time to time. At the beginning, there were not many people around them, but as the story progressed, Yoshiko's voice unconsciously became louder. Many children who were waiting around the 2 bookshelves were attracted by Liangzi's voice. They gathered in front of the bookshelf in the corner and listened with fascination. The parents of the children grabbed the story of the hamster from the bookshelf, but found that their children were gone, and began to look for their children in circles. When they found the children and planned to take them away, they discovered that the children's feet seemed to have taken root and they could not be moved away no matter how hard they pulled. There was nothing they could do, they could only stand beside the child and wait quietly. In this way, more and more people gathered in this corner. When Yoshiko finished telling the story of Little Red Riding Hood and looked up again, she found that she was surrounded by a circle of children, and the children's parents were standing not far away, smiling and nodding at her. Uncle, you speak so well. Uncle, can you tell me another story? Uncle, is this story called Little Red Riding Hood? After listening to the story, the children clapped their hands and shouted. Children have simple minds. If something sounds good, it sounds good. If something sounds bad, it sounds bad. In fact, not only the children, but also their parents were stunned by the novel story of Little Red Riding Hood. Among these people there are also fans of Chenijia. It was not until now that they remembered that Chenijia posted 2 Weibo posts a few days ago, saying that there is a new fairy tale author named Xiaoyu who wrote a book, Yaya's Goodnight Story. The story of Little Red Riding Hood in it is super attractive. The lively scene in the corner soon attracted more people, all of whom came to read Hibishu's The Story of the Hamster. Hey, why is it so lively over there? I don't know, but it sounds like there's a new collection of fairy tales too. It seems to be true. Chenijia even posted a promotional post on Weibo a few days ago. When people who were attracted here saw this book, Yaya's Goodnight Story, they were quickly attracted by the colorful cover of the book. After flipping through it twice, people were all fascinated. Compared with this book, the hamster story is simply rubbish, so the parents who had originally taken the hamster story put the books in their hands back to their original places and took Yaya's Goodnight Story off the bookshelf. Soon, the copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story on the bookshelf were cleared out by these people. There was no other way. There were only 200 books on the bookshelf, and Liangzi had the foresight to grab 11 books. Naturally, the remaining books were not enough for these people to share. Shopping guide. Is there any more copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story? The bookshelf is empty. Is your store manager crazy? He only has 200 copies of such a good fairy tale book on the shelf? Those who got the books naturally took their delighted children to the front desk to pay. But what about those who didn't get the fairy tale books? Faced with their crying children, the parents looked dissatisfied and questioned the shopping guide. Well, everyone, I'm really sorry, but we've only got 200 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story. I'll talk to the manager, so please don't worry. The pretty salesgirl was so anxious that she was sweating profusely and hurried downstairs to communicate with the store manager. Chapter 55 sold out. In fact, Luzicia understood Xinhua Bookstore's concerns. After all, no one knew how much sales a fairy tale book written by a new author could achieve when running a bookstore. Making money is the first priority. No one wants to buy new books and end up selling few copies, leaving them in the warehouse to be eaten by insects. Yaya looked at the 200 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Stories on the bookshelf and saw them sold out in the blink of an eye. She couldn't help but say to Luzicia happily, "Dad, these little brothers and sisters really like the fairy tale books you wrote." Luzicia smiled and said, "Yes, but it's useless even if they like it. Dad didn't write many of these little stories into the storybook." "Why?" Yaya blinked her big round eyes in confusion and asked. Luzicia winked at Yaya, "They are not my daughters. Why should I tell them the little story I worked so hard to make up?" Then Yaya, can you listen? Yaya's eyes lit up and she looked at Luzicia expectantly. "I am Daddy's only daughter." Luzicia touched Yaya's little head and said, "Of course. Daddy will give Yaya everything she wants." "Yeah." Yaya smiled contentedly, her eyes curved into cute crescents. At Xinhua Bookstore on Guanyuan Street, Yaya's Goodnight Story has been sold out, while the hamster story by the famous fairy tale author Hibishu, which filled 2 bookshelves, is rarely bought. There's no way. After reading the fairy tale in Yaya's Goodnight Story, Hamster Story completely lost its appeal. All those who bought Yaya's Goodnight Story shared and spread it on WeChat and Weibo. The news that Yaya's Goodnight Story was on sale in major bookstores spread like wildfire, and more people remembered yesterday's hot topic on Weibo and the story of Little Red Riding Hood on Shenijia's Weibo 2 days ago. People couldn't help but be curious and rushed to the bookstore to buy the book. However, the bookstore staff told them that Yaya's Goodnight Story was sold out, or they simply did not stock this book. The same scene happened in bookstores of all sizes in Beijing, the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, and even across the country. At this time, the children's department of Yiwa Publishing House, all staff members have served as customer service staff for the Jingtao flagship store. Yaya's Goodnight Story will be released at the Jingtao flagship store at 9 o'clock. At 8:50, the entire large office of the children's department of Yiwa Publishing House fell silent, and all the staff stared at the computer screens in front of them with nervous expressions. At 9 o'clock, it will be put on sale. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The moment it was launched, everyone's computers in the big office started ringing almost at the same time, and the Jingtao.com buyer version app downloaded on the computer started flashing wildly. When I clicked on it, I was met with inquiries about what kind of courier it was, whether I could pay cash on delivery, and when it would be shipped. The staff members quickly answered the questions from Jingtao netizens one by one. "How's it going? Did Xiao Zhang call?" Gao Zhuo was walking back and forth in the large office and came to Wang Xiaotong's desk nervously. "Editor-in-chief, this is just the beginning. We'll have to wait a while before we can compile the exact data," Wang Xiaotong said without even looking up. "You should stay in the office and wait for calls from the major bookstores." "Them?" Gao Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. "Fight them if you want, but we won't supply them even if we fight." Ding-a-ling. At this time, Wang Xiaotong's cell phone rang, and the number displayed on the phone was Data Xiao Zhang. Before Wang Xiaotong could pick up the phone, Gao Zhuo snatched it away. "Hello, I'm Gao Zhuo from the children's department." "Editor-in-chief Gao, this is Xiao Zhang from the data department." Xiao Zhang's voice came over. "Hurry up and shut down the sales backend for Yaya's Goodnight Story on the flagship store. All 700,000 copies have already been pre-ordered." Bang! As soon as Xiao Zhang finished speaking, the phone in Gao Zhuo's hand fell to the ground. "Ah, my cell phone." Wang Xiaotong widened his eyes and quickly picked up the phone from the ground. Hello, Editor-in-chief Gao, why aren't you talking?" Xiao Zhang's voice kept coming from the phone. "Xiao Zhang, I'm Wang Xiaotong." Wang Xiaotong wiped the screen of his phone. "What did you just say?" "The editor-in-chief threw my phone away." "I said, Wang Song, quickly close the sales backend for Yaya's Goodnight Story. Hurry." Gao Zhuo finally came to his senses and said with ecstasy, "All copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story have been sold out. We won the bet." "What? It's only been 5 minutes, right?" "No way. I just contacted a few buyers from Jingtao." All the staff looked confused. What was going on? Isn't it said that books and reading materials on Jingtao are not selling well at all? How come 700,000 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story were sold out in just 2 minutes? "Editor-in-chief, I have already closed the back-end sales function." Wang Song is a tall, thin man in his 30s. He is in charge of the back-end operations of the Yiwa Publishing House flagship store on Jingtao.com. "But we've already sold 50,000 to 60,000 copies, you see. From the remaining 200,000 copies, take some and distribute them to netizens." Gao Zhuo waved his hand. "We can't run out of stock on Jingtao.com. At this point, Gao Zhuo turned to Wang Xiaotong and said, "Xiaotong, contact the printing factory immediately and print another 1 million copies. Also, post a preview on the flagship store, and it will go on sale promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes." Wang Xiaotong was very excited. This time their children's department had made a great comeback. Just as Wang Xiaotong was contacting the printing factory, the landline next to her computer rang. Gao Zhuo directly pressed the hands-free button. "Hello, is this the children's department of Yiwa Publishing House? I'm Xinhua Bookstore, the Jinghua main store." "Oh, hello, I'm Gao Zhuo, the editor-in-chief of Yiwa's children's department." Gao Zhuo raised his eyebrows and replied. "Editor Gao, I'm Guan Shifeng. The 2,000 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story I ordered from you are sold out. Can you please allocate another 200,000 copies to me?" The tone on the other end of the phone suddenly softened. Well, the quantity was raised directly from 2,000 copies to 200,000 copies. It seems that Xinhua Bookstore is in a hurry. I'm sorry, we're out of stock right now. Gao Zhou smiled. How about you wait a few days, Mr. Guan? I'll have someone send the new book to you once it's printed. Previously, Xinhua Bookstore ordered 100,000 copies of Yeye's Goodnight Story from Iowa Publishing House. However, when Wutong Publishing House announced that Hebe Book Club would release a new book on the same day, Xinhua Bookstore decisively abandoned the order from Iowa and instead ordered 500,000 copies of Hamster's Story from Wutong Publishing House. You say this, who wouldn't feel suffocated if this happened to them? You want to order new books from me now? It's too late. Gao Zhou is also a man with a temper. I have been watching your Xinhua Bookstore's face for more than 20 years. Now it's time for you to watch my face. No. Guan Shifeng said anxiously, Editor-in-Chief Gao, we've been friends for many years, you should at least support me a little. How about this, 100,000 copies, 100,000 copies? Boss Guan, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that we are out of stock. Gao Zhou said bluntly, to tell you the truth, there are only 150,000 volumes left in the library, but all of them have already been ordered. Mr. Guan, please don't make things difficult for me, 50,000 copies. How about giving me 50,000 copies first? Guan Shifeng replied, and I'll order another 2 million copies of Yeye's Goodnight Story, and 100,000 copies of your books like The Cat and the Old Man and the Young Wanderer. How about that? Mr. Guan, this time, considering our friendship over the years, I will accept your order. Gao Zhou thought for a moment and continued, by the way, if you feel that today's 50,000 copies are not enough, we will continue to sell 1 million copies on Jingtao.com tomorrow, and you can order more online. You've opened an online shopping service? Guan Shifeng asked in surprise, can you sell it? Gao Zhou smiled and said, Mr. Guan, it's you. If it were anyone else, I would never tell him. Today, we just launched Yeye's Goodnight Story on the Jingtao flagship store. In less than 5 minutes, 700,000 copies have already been sold out. Hiss. Guan Shifeng gasped, Editor Gao, you are not joking, are you? Gao Zhou replied, how could I joke about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can wait until tomorrow and look at the data released by the Publishing Rights Association. According to past practice, if copyrighted items are sold, they will be counted in real time by the Copyright Association, because this involves royalties and cannot be taken lightly. Okay, I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Guan Shifeng responded, chatted with Gao Zhou for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Editor-in-Chief, it's rare for you to be so tough. Wang Xiaotong, who had put down his phone a long time ago, looked at Gao Zhou and laughed. Guan Shifeng is the general manager of Xinhua Bookstore, and you dare to talk to him like that? What's the big deal? Gao Zhou touched his nose. Now that he needs our help, we should wake him up. Without our publishing house, wouldn't these bookstores be left with nothing? Wang Xiaotong nodded repeatedly, yes, whatever you say is right. The transfer to Xinhua Bookstore set the precedent, and then the children's department of the publishing house became a service hall, constantly receiving calls. Hello? You said you're from the main branch of Dongxing Bookstore? Is Yeye's Goodnight Story sold out? Sorry, we don't have it in stock either. Banshan Bookstore? Do you want to order 2,000 copies of Yeye's Goodnight Story? Okay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you right away. Humanities College? Sorry, your call is late. We just sold out the last copy of Yeye's Goodnight Story. The entire children's department of Iowa Publishing House was busy, and everyone wished they could do the work of 2 people. Editor-in-Chief Gao Zhou was also completely relieved. Looking at the booming sales, he knew his livelihood was secure. Chapter 56, My face is swollen. The house that Lang Wenqing transferred to Lu Zixia has a really good location. Not only does it face north and south, but it is also on the 8th floor of building number 8, which is neither too high nor too low, and has excellent lighting. After leaving Xinhua Bookstore, Lu Zixia went to the supermarket to buy some fruits and vegetables, and then took Yeye to room 801, Unit 1, Building 8, Shanshui Sun City Community. Because this floor has large apartments, there are only 2 households. That is to say, 801 belongs to Lu Zixia, and Lang Wenqing's family lives in 802. Wow, Dad, what a big balcony! Lu Zixia used the key to open the security door of 801, and Yeye's surprised voice rang out. When you open the door and enter the house, the first thing that catches your eye is a large balcony. The entire balcony is enclosed with floor-to-ceiling tempered glass, forming a sunroom of 20 square meters. On the right side of the door is a light blue floor-standing cabinet that leads directly to the roof of the 8th floor. At the bottom of the floor-standing cabinet is a shoe cabinet, and the middle is empty, which should be a place to store miscellaneous items. There are also some empty cabinets at the top. On the left side of the door, there are 2 hanging basket swing rocking chairs. In the middle of the rocking chairs is a thick tree stump-like coffee table. On the coffee table are the latest Greenberry computer and a Greenberry tablet computer. Lu Zixia looked at Yeye, who was surprised, and asked, Yeye, do you like this balcony? Yeah. Yeye nodded repeatedly, I like this balcony and this rocking chair. Dad, I've wanted a rocking chair like this for a long time. When I was with Mom, she always held me in her arms and told me stories in the rocking chair. Daddy will hold you in the rocking chair and tell you stories from now on, okay? Lu Zixia laughed. Okay. A smile bloomed on Yeye's little face. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Zixia led Yeye and walked across the balcony. There is a door leading to the room from the entrance balcony. After opening the door, you will reach the living room. Because there are only 2 households on this entire floor, there is not much common area in the more than 180 square meters. In total, the actual usable area is about 177 or 178 square meters. This also frees up a lot of spare space for the interior decoration of the house. The living room of the house is very large. The overall design is Chinese style with a slight Nordic touch. The floor is made of solid wood flooring, and a set of mahogany sofas is placed in the middle of the living room. Outside the living room, there is a space similar to the entrance balcony. This is designed as a music room where there is a piano on the left, 2 bar stools on the right, a guitar hanging on the wall next to it, and a small platform half a meter square nailed into the wall. On the small platform are a retractable tripod, a high-frequency camera and a microphone. On the right side of the living room, there are 3 steps leading down to the dining room. There is a marble dining table in the restaurant, and next to the table is a wine cabinet with several bottles of red wine and foreign liquor placed diagonally on it. I guess they were all bought specially by Langwenching. They are both beautiful and practical when placed here. After the dining room is the kitchen. Nowadays, kitchens are all integrated, the range hood and natural gas have been connected, and there is a transparent disinfection cabinet under the gas stove, which neatly houses more than 10 sets of tableware and various cups for drinking. Lu Zixia put the fruits and vegetables in his hands on the table. He even walked to the gas stove to try it out. It turned out that it ignited quite quickly. After the kitchen is the bathroom, which is equipped with a water heater and a large bathtub for bathing. After leaving the bathroom and walking further in, there are 3 bedrooms, except for one room designed as a study. The bedrooms all have windows facing south, so the lighting should be very good. It is worth mentioning that the master bedroom has a large bay window, which has been transformed into a tea room. It is covered with a thin layer of tea art cushions, 7 or 8 sky blue square pillows and backrests, and in the middle is a small coffee table engraved with a go board, on which is a set of tea sets. Of course, all the rooms are fully furnished with furniture and appliances. Each bedroom is equipped with air conditioning and a wall-mounted LCD TV. The living room is equipped with a smart screenless TV and a surround sound home theater. Dad, I want this room over here. After walking around the house, Yaya pointed to a room decorated in pink and acted coquettishly towards Lu Zixia. Okay, you can live in whichever room you want. Lu Zixia patted the little guy's head. How are you? Are you hungry? Daddy made you something delicious. Yaya touched her belly and frowned. Dad, is there anything to eat in the new house? Did you forget that Dad bought some fruits and vegetables? Lu Zixia tapped Yaya's nose lightly. How about this, let's cook and eat here today. You watch TV for a while and wait for dinner obediently. As he spoke, Lu Zixia turned on the smart screenless TV for Yaya, and then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. The pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil and salt were all newly bought by Langwenching. Lu Zixia only needed to buy vegetables and he could start cooking. The next day, Wutong Publishing House. At Wutong Publishing House, the editor-in-chief who is specifically responsible for the children's department is named Pang Chunsheng. In his early years, he worked in the general administration of press and publication. Later, for some reasons, he left and turned to Wutong Publishing House. This time, Pang Chunsheng was sitting in his office, drinking tea, and chatting with a short and fat middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit. Ah, teacher you've really helped me this time. Pang Chunsheng had a square face, thick eyebrows, and narrow eyes. His voice was a little rough. I think Gao Zhuo must be so angry that he'll spit blood this time. Teacher he held a string of Vajra Bodhi seeds in his hand. He grinned and said, Editor Pang, you're too polite. It was Yewa Publishing House that gave up on me first. I'm just trying to find another way out to make a living. Teacher you're too modest. Pang Chunsheng shook his head. With your golden brand name He you'll be sought after wherever you go. If Yewa Publishing House doesn't sign you, Gao Zhuo must be blind. He it turns out that this short, fat, greasy middle-aged man is the so-called He. What's the big deal? It's just that my friends in the circle think highly of me. He said modestly, but even a fool could see the smug look on his face. Pang Chunsheng smiled and suddenly changed the subject, saying, Teacher in your opinion, how much sales do you think the book Yaya's Goodnight Story published by Yewa Publishing House yesterday can achieve? Tisk. He sneered. What kind of sales can it possibly achieve? These days, anyone dares to write fairy tales. Do you really think fairy tales are that easy to write? In my opinion, that Xiaoyu is just a sensationalist. Yewa Publishing House is going to lose a lot of money this time. It shouldn't be a huge loss, but it will definitely be a loss. Pang Chunsheng nodded in agreement. After all, singer Chen Yijie helped Yewa Publishing House with some publicity, so he shouldn't lose so much money that he even takes off his pants. So what if he's a singer? He said with arrogance and confidence. After all, he's just an actor. How much power can an actor have? Don't worry, we're definitely the winners this time. That's right. Literature and entertainment are 2 different things. Pang Chunsheng felt that he was worrying too much. Teacher have you heard of Xiaoyu, the author of Yaya's Goodnight Story? I've never heard of him. He shook his head. He's just a minor author. He'll disappear from the literary world soon. Don't pay any attention to him. Teacher he is right. Pang Chunsheng echoed, smiling. By the way, I have to congratulate Teacher he in advance this time. Xinhua Bookstore alone has ordered 2 million copies of Hamster Story. I'm afraid the first day sales will set a new record. Congratulations, congratulations. Hibishu's face was also full of joy. It's about time, right? The Copyright Association's real-time statistics should be out. Why don't we check it out online? Good. Pang Chunsheng stood up and walked to his laptop, turned it on, and logged into the Copyright Association's website. Generally speaking, the sales results of the day cannot be seen on the Copyright Association. They can only be seen after the Copyright Association updates the data around 9 o'clock the next morning. Has the data been updated? Hibishu did not come with Pang Chunsheng. At the moment, he was holding a teacup and drinking tea leisurely, and he didn't seem to worry about his poor grades. Pang Chunsheng was dumbfounded as he looked at the data interface of the Copyright Association. It has been updated, but, are you surprised? Hibishu said with a smug smile, our sales should have exceeded 400,000 copies, right? How's the performance of Yaya's Goodnight Story? Have you sold 1,000 copies? Hearing this, Pang Xuanqing's face became even uglier. He didn't say anything, just picked up the laptop and walked silently to Hibishu. Hibishu raised his eyelids and took a look. The string of dazzling numbers made him stunned. Bang! With a crisp sound, Hibishu's face turned pale as if he had lost his parents. The purple clay teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground and shattered into pieces. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 50,000 copies? Impossible. How could there be only 50,000 copies? Hibishu grabbed the computer in disbelief and stared at the screen intently. Yaya's fairy tale sold 1 million copies on the first day? Suddenly, Hibishu's eyes lit up, and he said to Pang Chunsheng, editor-in-chief Pang, did the Copyright Association get the name wrong? The 50,000 copy book is Yaya's Goodnight Story, and the 1 million copy book is Hamster's Story? Pang Chunsheng obviously thought of this possibility. He went outside the office, took out his mobile phone, found a number, and dialed it directly. After a while, Pang Chunsheng walked in with a gloomy face. I asked a friend to check with the Copyright Association, and the data is correct, and the numbers are correct. His face was swollen after being hit. He was caught off guard. Chapter 57, Cyber War. Pang Chunsheng felt suffocated. This time Wutong Publishing House is mainly promoting Hibishu's new work, The Story of the Hamster. Not to mention the 2 million copies that have been pre-ordered. They still have 2 million copies in stock, but now, only 50,000 copies were sold in 24 hours. If Xinhua Bookstore chooses to return the goods, then nearly 4 million copies of The Hamster Story will be completely wasted in his hands. Hibishu also had the same idea as Pang Chunsheng. This guy has always claimed to be the best fairy tale writer in China. It would be strange if he was happy to see his reputation being smashed. Ding-a-ling. At this time, Pang Xuanqing's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was President Zhao. Pang Xuanqing's face twitched, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, President, Pang Chunsheng, what the hell are you doing? Go take a look at the data released by the Copyright Association. Hamster Story only sold 50,000 copies in 24 hours. What the hell is going on in your children's department? On the other end of the line was Zhao He, the president of Wutong Publishing House. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao He launched into a barrage of abuse. You promised me before the fairy tale book was released that it would definitely set a new first-day record. Now, you're playing a fool on me. President, please listen to my explanation. Pang Chunsheng was almost in tears. Before, the entire Chinese market only imported 100,000 copies of Yaya's Goodnight Story. I really don't know how they suddenly got 900,000 more copies. You do not know? It would have been fine if Pang Chunsheng hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as he did, Zhao He instantly got furious and cursed. Do you have a pig's brain? How could the Copyright Association make a mistake? Go to Jingtao and see for yourself. At 9 o'clock today, another 1 million copies were sold out online. You can't even figure out your opponent's tactics, and you still dare to argue with me. If you can do this as editor-in-chief, do it. If you don't want to, pack up and get out of here. Snap. After saying this, the call was disconnected. Hibishu was right next to Pang Chunsheng, and he heard everything Zhao He said in a scolding tone. Open the Jingtao app on your computer and search for Yaya's Goodnight Story. A red-marked page pops up directly. Yawa Publishing House Children's Department Flagship Store. When you click on it, there is only one product on the entire page, which is Yaya's Goodnight Story. Now, the product selection interface is dim, with 2 words sold out printed on it. Looking down, monthly sales, 1.76 million, location, Jinghua. With a gloomy face, Hibishu scrolled down to check the reviews. Among the buyer's product reviews, some netizens specifically posted the first half of several fairy tales. Hibishu lowered his head and read a few of the articles. The shock on his face became more and more intense, and in the end he simply couldn't believe it. Since he can be called the #1 fairy tale writer in China, his cultural background and vision are naturally beyond doubt. He can tell the quality of a fairy tale at a glance. It was also because of this that after reading the first half of several fairy tales, Hibishu's face became increasingly uglier. He suddenly discovered that almost every story posted on this Yaya's Goodnight Story was a classic fairy tale. Not only were the content rich and full of interest, but the writing was sophisticated, the words and sentences were easy to understand, the characters were clearly portrayed as good and evil, and the right and wrong were clear at a glance. Even with Hibishu's arrogance, he believed that he could not write such a fairy tale. Who exactly is this Xia Yu? Hibishu felt increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. Could it be a senior from the Writers' Association? Xia, who has the surname Xia? Could it be Mr. Hua? Hibishu was shocked by the sudden thought in his mind. No, it's impossible. Who cares who he is? Since we have already decided to challenge Yawa Publishing House, there is no need to consider who the author of the other party's fairy tale is. Even though Hibishu felt that the fairy tales he wrote were not as good as Xia Yu's, it did not mean that he would give in. His arrogance and condescension over the years would not allow him to remain silent when being slapped in the face. Originally, Hibishu just posted a Weibo, and his friends from the Beijing Writers Association reposted his Weibo in groups of 2 or 3. However, more authors in the Writers Association do not like the internet very much. Their thoughts are more like some old-fashioned people in Lu Zixiao's previous life. They like to use typewriters and pens and are not interested in computers, the internet, and the like. More often than not, their own Weibo accounts are managed by dedicated people, and now, he is going to ask these influential friends in the literary circle to help him promote his work. Teacher how about we try online sales? Seeing Hibishu holding the computer and not saying anything, Pang Chunsheng pondered for a moment and said, that's one way. Hibishu nodded. I'll have to put in some effort on my end too. I'll ask some of my friends at the China Writers Association who are best-selling authors to help me promote it. Pang Xuanqing's eyes lit up and he said, that's a good idea. If we take a 2-pronged approach, there should be some improvement. Good. Hibishu responded and started calling his friends in the Writers Association in front of Pang Chunsheng. That afternoon, Hibishu first posted a long Weibo post. To all my dear readers and friends, yesterday, Bishu's new book, The Hamster Story, went on sale in major bookstores nationwide, but sales were disappointing. Bishu knew the reason, and while he hadn't wanted to make a fuss, the other party had gone too far. Bishu's Hamster's Tale invested heavily in pre-publication, garnering over 1 million pre-orders. But on the day of its release, an unknown author suddenly appeared with Goodnight Stories. It would have been fine if it had capitalized on Bishu's popularity, and Bishu wouldn't have taken it personally. But this unknown author went so far as to deceive readers, even selling it online, leading many to buy it without their knowledge, and even comparing it to Hamster's Tale. How could my fairy tales be compared to those of random people? I have no choice but to write this with my sincere heart, and ask for your support, my readers and friends. As soon as Bishu posted on Weibo, many big V bloggers who were certified as members of the China Writers Association jumped out and reposted Bishu's Weibo. Although there was no other text description, the little fists and muscle flexing expressions still showed their stance. As a leading domestic fairy tale writer, Bishu has a large number of fans. This long Weibo post was quickly forwarded in reply to Teacher He. A few days ago you posted on Weibo that your new book was on the market. I thought you were just kidding, but it's actually out now. I'm going to buy a copy to relive the feeling of that time. You're so shameless. How dare you deceive us and ride on Teacher He's popularity? Good night. His methods are despicable, and he even buys things online. We must absolutely boycott him. Most of the fans of Bishu and those big V bloggers of the China Writers Association grew up reading their literary works and are considered die-hard fans. Naturally, they express their support indiscriminately. However, there are also many netizens on the internet who are still very wise. What are you talking about? Have you seen Little Red Riding Hood? Have you seen The Frog Prince? A lot of people only know about hamsters. Can a hamster be compared to an ugly duckling? That's right. Besides, it was clearly Xiaoyu who promoted it first. You, Bishu, are the one who's just trying to ride on the hype. Soon, the internet was divided into two distinct factions. One faction naturally stood on Bishu's side, and the other side stood on Lu Zixua's side. On both sides, those on Bishu's side are die-hard fans of some authors of the China Writers Association, while those on Lu Zixua's side are readers who truly think that Yeya's goodnight story is good. The two sides started a war of words online, and in just one day, the incident successfully became a hot topic on Weibo and the headlines of WeChat. Lu Zixia had no idea that he had become a trending topic on Weibo again. Ever since Xiao Yeya slept in the new house yesterday, she had completely fallen in love with this place. Early this morning, Lu Zixia asked Lang Wenqing for another day off. After sending Yeye to kindergarten, he rushed back to Jialan Community. Speaking of which, Lang Wenqing was really nice to Lu Zixia. The car left for him in the garage was a top-of-the-line Audi Q3, an imported Burgundy version, with a full price of about 480,000 or 490,000 yuan. The car had already been registered and had only been driven for over 1,000 kilometers. It was obviously newly bought for Lu Zixia. In addition, a child safety seat was thoughtfully installed on the back seat. Lu Zixia is moving today. Although his lease still has a month left, he doesn't plan to live there anymore. Who would want to live in a small house when there is a big one? In fact, there was not much to move. Lu Zixia and his daughter moved in with just their luggage. Apart from buying a few clean quilts, pots and pans, and firewood, the most important thing left was Yeya's things. At least 30 stuffed dolls, a small box of toys, 2 large boxes of Yeya's clothes. Fortunately, the space of Audi Q3 is large enough, and even if it is compressed, it can be pulled back at once. Ding-a-ling, I had just returned to the room and packed the things I needed to take away when my cell phone rang. Hello, sister-in-law, is there anything wrong? Lu Zixia glanced at the phone and answered it. Third brother, are you free now? Wang Xiaotong's voice came from the phone. If you have a computer, log into Weibo and take a look. What happened again? Lu Zixia hadn't been online much in the past 2 days, so he didn't know that the battle between Bishu and Xiaoyu had become a hot search on Weibo and the headlines of WeChat. You'd better go check it out online. It's hard to explain it in just a few words. Wang Xiaotong was very anxious, even though the online war of words did not affect the sales of Yeya's goodnight story and even increased the sales of the publishing house. But, after all, this incident did not have a very good impact on Lu Zixia. After hanging up the phone with Wang Xiaotong, Lu Zixia took out his laptop again and logged into Weibo. As soon as I entered Weibo, the first thing that caught my eye was the trending search on Weibo. Bishu, Xiaoyu's battle. What's going on? Lu Zixia was stunned, then clicked in directly. When he clicked on the hot search, a long list of dense information about Bishu's Weibo, the story of the hamster, Yeya's goodnight story, new author Xiaoyu, and so on appeared in front of Lu Zixia. Chapter 58, on shamelessness. I only admire Bishu. Looking at the hundreds of messages that appeared in front of him, Lu Zixia calmed down and read them one by one. After a while, Lu Zixia finally understood. It seems that Bishu's hamster story had a new low sales volume on the first day yesterday, and then this guy was embarrassed and started to tear up his own Yeya's goodnight house, and even turned the tables and put all the blame on him and Wutong Publishing House. Why write this? Why write this? You really are a mad dog. Lu Zixia was also angry. He was a normal person and would get angry when he saw others slandering him for no reason. After thinking for a while, Lu Zixia took out his cell phone and called Wang Xiaotong back. Hello, sister-in-law, this is the third child. Third brother, have you seen this? The call quickly connected. What should I do? Should I post a response on Weibo? This Hebishu is distorting right and wrong. It's really shameless. I will definitely post on Weibo, but I don't plan to use my current Weibo account. Lu Zixia whispered, how about this, sister-in-law? Help me apply for an account and verify me as a fairy tale author. Then just send me the account and password, and I'll deal with Bishu myself. Can you do it alone? Wang Xiaotong hesitated. Otherwise, I'll ask the editor-in-chief to find some friends from the Writers Association and have them. No need. Lu Zixia interrupted her, just wait and see the show. Okay then. Wang Xiaotong agreed. By the way, there's one more thing. Wutong Publishing House has also opened a flagship store on Jingtao, selling Bishu's hamster story. She's just trying to imitate someone else. Lu Zixia curled his lips. Whether a fairy tale book is good or bad, readers are the best judges. Our fairy tale books are selling well on Jingtao, so why would he write that? The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Wang Xiaotong hung up the phone. About 15 minutes later, a WeChat message was sent to Lu Zixia's mobile phone. So fast? After looking at the account and password on WeChat, Lu Zixia logged in immediately. The name on Weibo is Xiaoyu and the certification is Orange V, fairy tale author. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoyu, the author of Yeya's Goodnight Story. At the request of a friend, I've opened a Xianlang Weibo account to let my readers know. As soon as Lu Zixia posted this Weibo, it was forwarded by the official Weibo of Yihua Publishing House, as well as the editor-in-chief of the Children's Department Gao Zhua, followed by the editor-in-charge of the Children's Department Wang Xiaotong. Xiaoyu? Oh my god. She's not a fake, is she? What's that look? Look who was the first person to retweet it. Isn't Yihua Publishing House the publisher of Yeya's Goodnight Story? Fuck, I finally saw you. Xiaoyu, I'm your fan. If Lu Zixia had posted this Weibo silently himself, it might have ended up being exactly the same as his other Weibo account, and he would have been considered a fake, but now it's different. The editor-in-chief of the Children's Department of Yihua Publishing House reposted the Weibo post, which directly proved the identity of Xiaoyu. Many netizens who stood on Lu Zixia's side began to forward this Weibo post. Nowadays, which young married couple does not have children? Yesterday, the sales volume of Yeya's Goodnight Story reached 1 million copies, plus the 1 million copies sold today, which has already accumulated a huge fanbase for Lu Zixia. Previously, because Lu Zixia did not open a Weibo account, the netizens who were fighting with the fans who stood on Ibishu's side could not find an organization. Now that Lu Zixia has opened a Weibo account, these people are like they have found their boss. After becoming Lu Zixia's fans, they have been forwarding this Weibo post and spreading the word on their moments.asa result. Xiaoyu's fans increased, and in just 1 hour, the numbers soared to 390,000. Seeing the steady growth in the number of followers, Lu Zixia continued to post on Weibo. When it comes to shamelessness, I only admire Hibishu. I hereby declare that I will absolutely not encourage this kind of evil trend. I have 3 questions for you, please answer them. First, I started promoting Yeya's Goodnight Story as early as June 17th. When did you start promoting Hamster's Story? Second, you said that I deceived the readers, so I would like to ask you, how did I deceive them? Third, since you say I am just a nobody, then I would like to ask you, the total sales of Yeya's Goodnight Story written by me, a nobody, reached 1 million copies yesterday. You, the self-proclaimed #1 author of Chinese fairy tales, why did the total sales of Hamster's Story written by you only reach 50,000 copies yesterday, at Hebishu at Wutong Publishing House? Lu Zixia asked 3 questions in a row, and finally directly at Hibishu and Wutong Publishing House. He would never let others ride on his head and poop and pee and remain indifferent. Oh my god, they're going to tear up Hebisha and trample on Wutong Publishing House. Master Xiaoyu is so powerful and majestic, he should kill them. At Wutong Publishing House, if you have the guts to make up stories, why don't you just come out? Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Lu Zixia's fans were overwhelmed and started to hashtag Hibishu and Wutong Publishing House. After all, the two sides have clearly shown that they are not on good terms, and now there is a good show to watch. These netizens who are eager to watch the fun are naturally happy to see it happen. Jinghua Sunny Day Club. Hibishu, who posted on Weibo to shift the blame and pretend to be a victim, is now drinking and chatting with 4 friends. Thank you so much this time. Hibishu was dressed in his Zhongshan suit as usual, holding a fully filled wine glass. If you hadn't helped me, I would have lost all my face this time. It turns out that these people were the ones who helped Hibishu repost his Weibo posts. They are all members of the China Writers Association and authors of current best-selling books. Brother he, that's very polite. We are all members of the Writers Association, so we should help each other. Several people became polite. In fact, in their opinion, it was not a big deal, just a matter of clicking the mouse. Ha, I'm the one being pretentious. Come on, let's have a toast. Hibishu laughed twice, clinked glasses with a few people, and drank it all in one gulp. Ding-a-ling, just when everyone was enjoying their meal, a phone call came in. Teacher He Xiaoyu, the author of Yeya's Goodnight Story, has opened a Xianlang Weibo account. Go check it out. We're in some trouble now. The caller was Pang Chunsheng from Wutong Publishing House. Please check Weibo first. If you need me to do anything, just call me directly. I will do my best. Snap, as soon as he finished speaking, Pang Chunsheng hung up the phone. Hibishu was stunned for a while holding his phone, then clapped his hands and called the waiter. Sunny Day Club is one of the best private clubs in Beijing, and each private room is managed by a dedicated waiter. Mr. He. The waiter bowed to Hibishu. Is there anything you need? Do you have a laptop? Bring it to me, I want to use it, said Hibishu. The waiter nodded. Yes, please wait a moment. Brother He, what's wrong? The waiter went out to get the computer, and the people present looked at Hibishu strangely. Hibishu just shook his head and said nothing. After the laptop was brought in, Hibishu logged into Weibo directly. I just logged in and saw the plus behind my email address. I opened my mailbox and countless emails appeared, all at his. There were even 2 trending topics on Weibo, hashtag Xiaoyu-san1 hashtag and hashtag Hibishu how to respond hashtag. When he saw those 3 questions, Hibishu's brows were twisted into a shape. When the people present saw the change in Hibishu's expression, they couldn't help but stand up, walk behind Hibishu, and look at the content on the computer. This guy is really going too far. Since we've already fallen out, brother He, just confront him. He's just a new author, brother He. You're right this time. Fight him. Several authors of best-selling books usually don't go online much. This time, they helped Hibishu promote his books out of friendship, so they don't know much about the feud between Hibishu and Lu Zixia. Until now, they still believe that what Hibishu said is true. Hibishu's face looked a little ugly. The reason why he dared to turn the tables on Weibo was because he knew that Xiaoyu did not have a Weibo account. Now it seems that it has completely exceeded his expectations. After thinking about it, Hibishu sent a Weibo post in response to Lu Zixia. I feel the need to give a direct answer to the 3 questions asked by this shameless villain. First, my book Hamster Story was already in the promotion stage in early June, and Wutong Publishing House can attest to this. Second, you hired a troll army to discredit Hamster Story and promote Yeya's Goodnight Story to deceive readers into buying it. Third, and this is the most shameless thing about you, you actually begged Mr. Chinijia, a first-line singer, to post a Weibo post in support. In fact, most of the reading materials were purchased by Mr. Chinijia's fans. Besides, I still have doubts about your character. Does your Yaya's goodnight story, besides exposing and mocking the dark side of society, have no positive meaning? In the story of Little Red Riding Hood, wolves devour people, and all the sinister evils of human nature. In the story of Snow White, mother and daughter kill each other. In the story of the Frog Prince, promises are broken. Stories like this can easily lead children astray. On behalf of all the creators of children's books, I boycott people as shameless and bad as you, at Xiaoyue. What a distortion of the truth. Hibishu is worthy of being a fairy tale author, with sharp words and penetrating writing. The originally beautiful and educational fairy tales were turned into malicious literature by him. That's right, what big bad wolf? It eats people? Wouldn't that scare the kids? The Frog Prince is also sick. That princess didn't keep her promise, and he ended up marrying her. Isn't that asking for trouble? A rubbish author writes a rubbish book, and Yaya's Goodnight is not written for yourself, right? Hibishu's fans are a bunch of brainless fans. They follow Hibishu's Weibo and make personal attacks on Lu Zixia. Chapter 59 was liked by someone. Hibishu, I really underestimated your shamelessness. Lu Zixia, who was standing next to the computer, became angry when he saw Hibishu's answer. Click and continue to argue. Ed, do you have any evidence for the early June you mentioned? You're a fool to hire a cyber army to smear you. Please don't treat your readers as fools too. You said that readers who bought Yaya's Goodnight story are all fans of Chenijia. So, please tell me, who told you that? You say my fairy tales only reveal the dark side of things. I can only say that you are blind. There is black and there is white. You only see the black because you are inherently evil. The last point is, remember that you are just a fairy tale author, at best a fairy tale author who writes relatively well. You alone cannot represent the vast majority of fairy tale creators. You are using language kidnapping to force the majority of fairy tale creators to cooperate with you. You don't deserve it. Remember, you can't be too shameless. Lu Zixia used rhetorical questions to refute Hibishu's several answers. Fairy tales are for innocent children. Children have the purest minds and they will subconsciously put themselves into the vulnerable groups in fairy tales, hoping to get help, protection, and a perfect ending. Why do you directly classify Yaya's Goodnight story as malicious literature? What is your intention? Yes, there is good and evil in the world. If there were no evil, how could good be highlighted? This Hibishu, he's a fairy tale author. I didn't expect his intentions to be so sinister. However, this book does have a dark side. What Hibishu said is true. Originally, because of Hibishu's answer, some readers had begun to favor him, but now after seeing Lu Zixia's answer, they began to reflect. Just when everyone was expecting Hibishu to refute again, a Weibo post from a certain department of basic education in the education department became a hot search. Little Red Riding Hood entered into basic teaching courseware for young children. After all, it is a relevant department, and Xianlang Weibo directly made this Weibo post a hot search. Xiaoyu, a rising fairy tale author, has a fairy tale called Little Red Riding Hood in her collection of fairy tales called Yaya's Goodnight Stories. The content is novel and the language is easy to understand, allowing children to experience Little Red Riding Hood's experiences and adventures while reading. This wonderful experience is something that children cannot encounter in real life. I in the story, the big bad wolf is evil, cunning, and deceitful, while Little Red Riding Hood is good, kind and brave. The clear distinction between good and evil is clearly portrayed to take care of children's cognitive abilities, allowing them to question themselves and form a correct view of good and evil. The fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood praises Little Red Riding Hood's kindness and bravery and satirizes the big bad wolf's hypocrisy and greed. It is in line with children's psychological characteristics and understanding ability. After discussion, our company has decided to include the fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood in the basic teaching materials for early childhood education. A certain department of basic education in the education department has the function of formulating basic teaching documents for general high school education, preschool education, and special education. In other words, the fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood has become a must-learn lesson in early childhood education textbooks. Oh my god, did I see it wrong? You're so shameless. You're still saying that the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood eats people, and the implication is dark. Now you've been slapped in the face, right? Spread the flowers, spread the money. If I'm not mistaken, Little Red Riding Hood is the only fairy tale ever to be included in the basic teaching materials for early childhood education, right? Master Xiaoyu, please stop paying attention to Yuoxi and let him have his fun. The relevant functional department of basic education made all the fans under the pseudonym Xiaoyu crazy. They forwarded the Weibo and added their own mood pictures, which soon flooded the Weibo interface. As soon as a certain basic education department posted a Weibo, Lu Zixia received a call from Gaozhua. Brother Lu, the problem is solved. Gaozhua's voice was filled with excitement. Little Red Riding Hood has been included in the basic teaching materials for early childhood education. Let's see if Hibishu dares to talk nonsense again. Lu Zixia also just saw this Weibo post. This is all Hibishu's fault. This time I don't even have to slap him in the face, the people above just let me out. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare confront the higher-ups. Gaozhua chuckled. In all these years, not even a single fairy tale has been included in children's teaching materials. You've really set a precedent. Brother Gao, if you praise me again, I will be soaring to the sky. Lu Zixia laughed. After hanging up the phone with Gaozhua, Lu Zixia posted a Weibo post about the incident. Thanks at Basic Education Department, I just wanted to share the story I wrote with more children. At Xiaoyue, the conscience of the industry, thumbs up. Originally, Lu Zixia had a certain department of basic education just out of courtesy, but he didn't expect to receive a like from the Department of Basic Education. It was really a pleasant surprise. For a time, the interaction between Lu Zixia and the second Department of Basic Education on Weibo quickly spread on the internet. Those who had originally stood on Hibishu's side and had been constantly criticizing Lu Zixia were all dumbfounded and looked confused. Even a certain Department of Basic Education highly praised Little Red Riding Hood and later gave a thumbs up to Xiaoyu, so there must be no problem with Yaya's Goodnight story. At this Moment, Hibishu from Sunny Day Club, seeing so many fans supporting him so much and seeing fewer and fewer netizens on the internet supporting Satyaan, Hibishu couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. Ah, you are a young man after all. Even if I don't answer your questions, you can still do it. Hibishu knew that the sales of Xiaoyu's fairy tale would probably drop sharply, while the sales of his hamster story should reach a new high. His goal has always been to make his new book a big hit, especially being able to take advantage of Xiaoyu's popularity in the past 2 days to regain his popularity, which gives him a special sense of pleasure. But just when this guy arrogantly thought that he had one, a Weibo post that directly became a hot topic appeared out of nowhere, like a big slap in the face, slapping Hibishu hard in the face, snapping sound. Education Department, Basic Education Department? Xiaoyu, I'm your grandma. The smile on Hibishu's face completely froze there, and then it turned from white to red, from red to blue, and from blue to black. With each level of change, his expression became as ugly as it could be. The 4 Writers Association members standing behind Hibishu also noticed something. It seems like they helped the wrong person. The trending search on Weibo of a basic education department once again pushed Yeya's goodnight story to the entire network. Just like the betting and defaulting on debt incident of Huaxi Opera sometime ago, in just 3 hours, the number of fans of Xiaoyu skyrocketed to 1.2 million, and the number is still growing, and so, 3 more days passed. The popularity of Yeya's goodnight story on the internet remains unabated. The number of fans of the pseudonym Xiaoyu has increased to 2.6 million, while the number of fans of Lu Zixio's real pseudonym has also stabilized at 7.2 million. The download volume of the 3 songs on Penguin Music has almost reached saturation. Thanks to the blind audition of China's New Voice, the total download volume of the 3 songs has reached nearly 28 million. Except for Where Are We Going, Dad, which has only about 6 million downloads, the other 2 songs have nearly 11 million downloads each. On this day, when Lu Zixia came to the company, Lang Wenqing dragged him directly to the president's office. Zixia, do you know Xiaoyu? After staring at Lu Zixia for a long time, Lang Wenqing suddenly said. Lu Zixia raised his eyebrows and said, I know. Then tell me the truth, is this Xiaoyu? Lang Wenqing asked directly. Some time ago, Lu Zixia went to Cheniji to post on Weibo, and later told him to keep it confidential. It seems that this guy really didn't tell anyone. Why do you ask? Lu Zixia did not answer him directly. Fuck, do you really think I'm stupid? Lang Wenqing said unhappily, your studio is called Xiaoyu's Studio, and the fairy tale collection you published is called Yeya's Goodnight Stories. Who would believe you if you said it wasn't you? Hey, I didn't expect you to be so smart, brother Xing. Lu Zixia whistled and teased, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? How dare you say that? Lang Wenqing jumped up, and his straight suit trembled. Look at you, you finally made it to the trending searches on Weibo thanks to a few events. And now, before you've even been there for 2 days, you've been pushed out by the sudden appearance of Xiaoyu. Luckily, this Xiaoyu is you. If it were anyone else, I'd definitely go to his house and set it on fire. That's too much. Lu Zixia's eyes widened. Aren't you exaggerating too much? What are you exaggerating about? Lang Wenqing raised his eyebrows. If it were someone else, I'd probably be more serious. But since Xiaoyu is you, it's easy. Wait, brother Xing, what exactly do you want to do? Lu Zixia was a little confused. I've already asked Yewa Publishing House. The copyright of all the fairy tales in Yeya's Goodnight Stories is in your hands. Lang Wenqing looked at Lu Zixia and said, I want to buy the film rights to the 3 fairy tales, Cinderella, Snow White, and Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood won't work. Lu Zixia said without thinking. What? Lang Wenqing didn't expect that Lu Zixia would deny him just after he finished speaking. Brother Xing, Little Red Riding Hood has been included in the basic teaching materials for early childhood education by a certain department of basic education, Lu Zixia explained. You don't want to be approached by someone related to it, do you? After a certain basic education department posted that Weibo that day, Lu Zixia was invited to go there and sign an agreement. The agreement clearly states that Lu Zixia still holds all copyrights to Little Red Riding Hood, but the film and television adaptations of Little Red Riding Hood require the consent of a certain education department. Is that so? Lang Wenqing touched his chin. Then let's just have Cinderella and Snow White. Lu Zixia confirmed, Brother Xing, you want the film rights? Are you going to make a live-action movie? Lang Wenqing nodded, a bit proud on his face, how about it? Then I'll give you a leading role, and you'll have entered the film and television industry. Chapter 60 Lang Wenqing wants to buy copyright. Be the protagonist, is it Prince Kid in Cinderella or the Prince on a White Horse in Snow White? It's always a bit jarring to see an Asian actor play a Western role, Lu Zixia thought about it carefully. In his previous life on Earth, it seemed that only Cinderella had been made into a live-action movie by various countries. Snow White was only an animated film, right? Moreover, even the live-action version of Cinderella was only produced by Disney, and it was once warmly welcomed by audiences around the world. Other versions of Cinderella are simply examples of ruining the original work. Lu Zixia thought about it seriously for a long time and said, no. Zixia, are you deliberately going against me, your brother? Lang Wenqing originally thought this was a sure thing, but he was unexpectedly rejected by this guy again. It's fine if you don't give me Little Red Riding Hood, after all, it was specifically mentioned by the relevant departments. But you should at least give me one of Cinderella and Snow White, right? But you don't give me any of them. I need a perfect explanation. Brother Xing, you need to change your temper. I haven't even finished talking yet and you're already mad. Lu Zixia said slowly, I said it's not possible because Snow White is not suitable for adaptation into a live-action movie, and you haven't filmed it before, so how do you know it won't work? Besides, your fairy tale books are so popular right now, you can use this popularity to spread the news that Snow White and Cinderella are going to be made into live-action movies, and try to boost the popularity even more. Lang Wenqing was a little anxious. Besides, you have already established a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. If you can also enter the film and television industry, it will only benefit your future development, not harm it. Come on, I don't want to live such a tiring life. Lu Zixia waved his hands repeatedly. Let's talk about entering the film and television industry later. I have to take care of Yaya now, and I don't have that much time to waste. You kid, you really have no ambition. Lang Wenqing said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Well, you said Snow White isn't suitable for a live-action movie, but then Cinderella should be okay, right? Lu Zixia shook his head and continued, think about it, these two fairy tales themselves have a strong Western flavor. If we Orientals were to perform them, it wouldn't ruin the originals, but it wouldn't be much better either. Lang Wenqing complained, we can hire actors from Europe and America. Besides, if that doesn't work, we can always use special effects. That's how movies are made in our country now. No, I'm afraid of being scolded to death by the children's parents. Lu Zixia shook his head. Brother Xing, can't you change your mind? Why do you have to make it a live-action movie? What else can be filmed then? Lang Wenqing was deflated at once. The copyright holder of the fairy tale was not happy about it, and he really couldn't force Lu Zixia to agree. Make it an animated film. Lu Zixia said directly. Cinderella and Snow White both have illustrations. All the company needs to do is add and reorganize them based on those illustrations, saving them the need for redesign. Animation? Lang Wenqing's eyes suddenly widened. He really had never thought that it could be made into an animated film, because in today's world, there has never been an animation released in theaters. One reason is that the animation plot itself is very short and not enough to support a 90 to 120-minute movie. The other reason is that most people who go to the cinema to watch movies are adults. Who would go to the cinema to watch an animated film if they were in their 20s, or even 50s or 60s? Even if they were to take their children to see an animated film, how many people would do that? Lang Wenqing still remembers that a few days ago he took Hanin to the cinema to watch a movie. The little guy fell asleep in his arms before 20 minutes had passed, and the remaining 100 minutes were all spent in his sleep. If Hanin is like this, how can other children be any better than her? How about it? Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing's pensive expression and continued, you have to believe me, the difference between animation and live-action movies is that it allows for more room for imagination. And magic and the like can be more expressive in animation. In fact, the reason why Lu Zixia was so active in persuading Lang Wenqing to make these two fairy tales into animated films was because he clearly remembered how popular the animated films adapted from fairy tales produced by Disney in the previous life were. Even before Lu Zixia came into this world, many of Disney's early fairy tale animated films were still in theaters, loved and sought after by children of all ages around the world, and the most important point is that Lu Zixia has a deep memory of the plot arrangement, character images and details in the movie. With his guidance, why worry that the animated film will not be a hit after it is successfully produced? Maybe, this will work. Lang Wenqing nodded. How about this? I'll go ask the planning and animation departments later. If they have the technical support, I'll be the first person in the entertainment industry to try this. Believe me, Brother Xing, you won't be disappointed. Lu Zixia blinked. By the way, I've already moved to Shanshui Sun City. When will you move there? I knew it. Lang Wenqing rolled his eyes. If Yaya hadn't told me, you would still be hiding this from me. Wenwen will be going to junior high school soon. I'll arrange for her to attend junior high school there, and then we'll move in directly. Wenwen is Lang Wenqing's eldest daughter, named Lang Mengwen. She is 12 years old this year. When Lang Wenqing divorced his wife, Wenwen was given to her mother to take care of, so Lu Zixia has never had the chance to see Wenwen. Oh, Wenwen is coming to live with you? Lu Zixia asked in surprise. Lang Wenqing had a longing expression on his face. I haven't seen Wenwen for a few months. Her mother is expanding her business overseas and won't be back for a year or two. She doesn't have time to take care of Wenwen, so she asked me to send her here to take care of her. You still don't have time, don't you? Lu Zixia curled his lips. Everything is thrown to Zhang Jie anyway, aren't you afraid of exhausting that girl? Why, are you feeling bad? Lang Wenqing raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, you're not married yet, and it's not easy for you to take care of Yaya by yourself. Why don't you consider Zhang Jie? That way, we can become closer relatives. Zhang Jie is beautiful, well-educated, and has a good temperament. She has also been taking good care of Yaya these days. To be honest, if Lu Zixia hadn't been more inclined to let things take their course, he would have taken the initiative to pursue Zhang Jie. Stop joking. Lu Zixia waved his hands repeatedly. How can I, a man with a family to support, burden a young girl like her? Besides, Yaya is not without a mother. Who knows what? Lang Wenqing pressed. Who knows, maybe you'll get back together, right? Come on, I don't have the time to waste on this nonsense with you. Lu Zixia was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Go away. You hide when this issue is brought up. These days, Lang Wenqing has been asking in a roundabout way who Yaya's mother is. Every time, Lu Zixia either evades the question or simply avoids it, which makes Lang Wenqing very angry. Lu Zixia waved his hand and walked out. Lu Zixia believed that with Lang Wenqing's vision, he would definitely not miss the animated film copyrights of Cinderella and Snow White. So after returning to his office, Lu Zixia began to work on the animated film scripts of the two fairy tales, as well as the animation designs of some major scenes. Now Lu Zixia is no longer a poor man, so his office is well equipped with a full set of external painting equipment, a Qingmei computer dedicated to drawing, and even some simple musical instruments, such as guitar, accordion, can all be found in his small office. Sitting in front of the computer, Lu Zixia pondered for a moment and then started to work on the animated film script of Cinderella. Although it was called a production, it was actually a copy of Cinderella which was released in Europe and the United States in 1950 on Earth. Cinderella is adapted from Cinderella. It tells the story of a girl named Cinderella whose mother and father died one after another. She was tortured by her stepmother and her daughters. However, with the help of the fairy godmother, she successfully participated in the princess selection ball held by the king and became the prince's beloved. After thinking everything through, the sound of typing on the keyboard began to sound just as Lu Zixia was absorbed in writing. The phone rang. Ding-a-ling. Hello, Sister Lian, I haven't seen you for a while. Why did you think of calling me today? Lu Zixia glanced at his phone, turned on the speakerphone, and answered the call. You act like a busy man all day long, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? Bai Lianqing's voice came over the phone. I heard from my sister-in-law that Yeya's Goodnight Story has been selling like crazy these days. 5 million copies have been sold on Jingtao alone. Haha, why do I feel so envious and jealous when you say this? Lu Zixia laughed. Who wouldn't be jealous of you shoveling money into your arms? Bai Lianqing also expressed envy. Okay, let's talk later. I called you this time because I need your opinion on something. What's the matter? Lu Zixia pushed the mouse away and picked up the phone. Brother Gang wants to invite you to have dinner together. When are you free? Bai Lianqing replied. Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment and said, Brother Gang? Which brother gang? Which brother gang are you talking about? Bai Lianqing said helplessly. Is that Senior Li Aigong? Look at me, I've been so busy lately that I can't think straight. Lu Zixia patted his head and said, sure, I'm free anytime. Okay, how about today at noon? Bai Lianqing said quickly, Brother Gang happens to be free too. Okay, tell me the place later and I'll go there myself. Lu Zixia agreed. Chapter 61. Li Aigong came to ask for a song. 12 noon, restaurant under the tree. Lu Zixia arrived here early. There was no other way. When Lang Wenqing heard that Li Aigong was going to invite Lu Zixia to dinner, he called Zhang Mingho directly and asked him to prepare a table of delicious food. Then he urged Lu Zixia to go to the restaurant quickly. Lu Zixia didn't know why this guy was so active, so he called Bai Lian and set a time. At 12 o'clock, Bai Lianqing appeared in the private room on the second floor of the Shusha restaurant with the fully armed Li Aigong. Junior Zixia, sorry for the wait. After shaking hands with Lu Zixia, Li Aigong looked at Lang Wenqing standing next to Lu Zixia and asked in surprise, Boss Lang, why are you here? Aigong, long time no see. Lang Wenqing and Li Aigong are also old friends. I'm Zixia's agent. If not here, where else would I be? That's right, I heard a while ago that Zixia had become a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. I didn't expect his agent to be Mr. Lang. Li Ai just came back to his senses and said with a smile, Mr. Lang really has good taste. He has good taste. If it weren't for my help, Zixia might have already gone to a better entertainment company. At this time, Zhang Mingho, wearing a chef's hat, walked in with a plate of food. Aigong, you haven't been here for a while. I've been very busy recently, brother Hao, don't blame me. Li Aigong and Zhang Mingho are also friends. It's okay. Work is important. You're always welcome to come over. Zhang Mingho placed the dishes on the table. Try them all. This is a new dish I recently learned from a Sichuan chef. Looking at the delicious Sichuan-style boiled fish, Lu Zixia jokingly said, Brother Hao, why didn't I see you cooking it yourself a few times before? Are you sure it's not a dark dish? How can you talk like that? Zhang Mingho said unhappily. Brother, at least I have a second-level chef certificate, so this dish is still edible. Come on, we're all here, come sit down. Lang Wenqing invited everyone to sit down. Hey, this young man must be Lian Shang, right? I know your father. I thought you'd pursue a career in opera, but you ended up working for Aigong. I bet your father is so pissed he wants to kill you, right? Mr. Lang knows my dad? Bai Lianqing scratched his head and chuckled, more or less. I haven't dared to go home lately. Your father has a bad temper. Lang Wenqing nodded. By the way, old Zhang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get out all the fine wines you've collected. Zhang Mingho took off his chef's hat and put it aside. You are really a wolf. Whenever you come to my place, you have to give me some meat. Lu Zixia ignored the good friends and said to Li Aigong, Senior Aigong, thank you for taking care of Sister Lian during this period. You're too polite, junior brother Zixia. Li Aigong waved his hand. Speaking of which, Lianqing and I are still brothers. There's no question of taking care of each other. Ha? Lu Zixia was also stunned and asked, what brothers? A few years ago, I filmed a film about Chinese opera. The person who directed my Peking opera performance was Lian Shang's uncle, Mr. Yan Hua, Li Aigong recalled. After we finished filming that scene, Mr. Yan Hua took me in. So, if you really count it, Lian Shang is actually my senior brother. You two have such a connection? Lu Zixia suddenly realized. Then we should have a few drinks today. Haha, okay. Li Aigong laughed, by the way, today I'm looking for my junior classmate Zixia, brother gang, just call me Zixia. Lu Zixia interrupted Li Aigong, always calling me senior or junior is too distant. Okay, then I won't be so pretentious. Li Aigong nodded and continued, it's like this. As you know, a few years ago, I always wanted to enter the music industry, but I tried twice and failed both times. It was also Li Aigong's bad luck. Those two attempts almost made him lose confidence in music. At this point, Li Aigong's face showed anticipation. I heard from Lian Shang that you wrote the song The New Drunken Concubine specifically for him, so I would like to ask you to write a song for me as the title track for my new album. As soon as Li Aigong finished speaking, Zhang Mingho suddenly said, Aigong, are you going to release a new album? Before retiring, Zhang Mingho had been active in the music industry and had a deep memory of Li Aigong's two failures. Lang Wenqing perked up. He stood up and sat down next to Li Aigong. Aigong, you should talk to me about this. Have you forgotten that I'm Zixia's agent? What price do you plan to offer Zixia to write a song for you? Friendship is friendship, but when it comes to interests, Lang Wenqing instantly turns into a shrewd agent. He emphasizes the key points when speaking and especially puts emphasis on the word ask. Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing with a look of confusion and said, "Brother Gang, tell me." "Well, actually, I don't really understand the market situation in the industry." Li Aigang scratched his head awkwardly, then pulled out a contract from his bag and said, "My agent has always been in charge of these things. I didn't bring him here today, so this is the contract he prepared for me in advance." Lang Wenqing was quick-witted and snatched the contract from Li Aigang. After all, he is one of the best brokers in the industry. Even though he has retired for more than 10 years, he is still quite skilled in his business. After just a few quick glances, Lang Wenqing put down the contract in his hand. Lu Zixia took the contract and looked through it. Lang Wenqing looked at Li Aigang with a smile on his face and said, "Aigang, you haven't read the contract your agent drafted yet, right?" Li Aigang nodded and said, "My agent has been with me for several years, and I trust him very much." "Trust?" Lang Wenqing raised his eyebrows. "Is this guy bullying our Zixia?" Li Aigang was stunned for a moment and asked, "How could it be?" Lang Wenqing didn't say anything, but just pulled the contract from Lu Zixia's hand and threw it back to Li Aigang. Li Aigang subconsciously lowered his head and looked up. After a while, his face flushed slightly, and he said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Zixia, I didn't know he only offered you 100,000 yuan and a 5% share of the copyright." 100,000? 5%? Zhang Mingho's eyes popped out. "Aigang, who's your agent? Just fire him later. 100,000 is a steal. Let me tell you, when Zixia was singing Just Met You, a guy waited for him for 2 hours and offered 300,000 for the rights to the song, but Zixia refused to sell it. Facts have proved that Lu Zixia's choice was not wrong. Putting aside other things, the song Just Met You earned no less than 5 million on Penguin Music. 100,000 yuan? That really looked down on Lu Zixia." Hearing Zhang Mingho's words, Li Aigang became even more embarrassed. "That, the little brother who made the bid in the restaurant that day was also the one I asked to make the bid for me. This time, everyone's faces turned strange. They were really regressing. From 300,000 to 100,000, that agent, was he stupid? Was he stupid? Aigang, listen to my brother's advice and fire your agent later." Lang Wenqing said earnestly, "I won't talk about others, but you should know Han Junqing, right? Years ago, he wrote a song for Hong Kong superstar Zhang Tianwang, and the writing fee alone was 1 million, not including the copyright share stipulated in the contract. 100,000? Oh, let's fire him." Seeing Lang Wenqing's expression of "I'm doing this for your own good," Li Aigang felt helpless. His agent was good in every way except that he was too stingy. He would treat $1 as $5. After tearing the contract in half and throwing it into the trash can, Li Aigang said bluntly, "Boss Lang, as long as Zixia can create a hit song specifically for me, you can set any conditions." Lang Wenqing glanced at Lu Zixia, and Lu Zixia nodded slightly. So, he continued, "Aigang, we're not outsiders. If you ask for too much, it won't be acceptable for our relationship. How about this, we can ask you for less songwriting fees, but the percentage of copyright share must be increased." "You say?" Li Aigang has already accepted his fate. Lang Wenqing thought for a moment and said, 1 million yuan for songwriting fees and 25% of the copyright share. How about that? Puff. As soon as Lang Wenqing finished speaking, Zhang Mingho spat out a mouthful of old wine. Bai Lianqing was sitting next to Zhang Mingho, and Comrade Zhang sprayed him all over his head and face with wine. Blinking, Bai Lianqing managed to utter, "Do you have any tissues?" Lu Zixia couldn't help laughing. He took out a tissue from the side and handed it to Bai Lianqing. "Oh my god, Lao Lang, this is really unreasonable, isn't it?" Zhang Mingho interjected, "Why don't you just go and grab the 25% copyright share? Copyright income in this world is very high. For example, Li Aigang runs a personal studio. He needs to pay 3% of the income from song sales to the Copyright Association, 10% to 20% to various channels, and 5% to 15% to the songwriters. The rest all belongs to Li Aigang. If it is an entertainment company, 30 to 40% of the entertainment company's share must also be added. This is a huge income, but you, Lang Wenqing, are so good that you just ask for 25%, which is 10% higher than the highest 15% in the previous contract. If this isn't robbery, what is it?" Li Aigang was naturally aware of this. He thought about it seriously for a long time and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Lang, to be honest, the songwriting fee is very fair, but the profit-sharing ratio is a bit high." "You can't say that." Lang Wenqing took a sip of water to moisten his throat. "You created this album to successfully enter the music industry. Have you forgotten your previous 2 failures? Don't you want to use this album to redeem yourself from your previous failures?" Chapter 62, Successful Money Robbery for Li Aigang. Lang Wenqing's words were very provocative, especially the last 2 sentences, which touched Li Aigang deeply. Over the years, what Li Aigang wanted to do most was to break into the music circle with a brand new song and avenge his previous shame. How about this? Seeing that Li Aigang's face was clearly moved, Lang Wenqing struck while the iron was hot and continued, if this song Zixia created for you becomes one of the best hits of the year, we want 30% of the song's profits." Lang Wenqing continued to shock people. "Of course, if this song doesn't become the best song of the year, we only want a minimum of 5% of the commission." "How about that?" Puff. Zhang Mingho spat out another mouthful of old wine, and Bai Lianqing, who was wiping his face, was sprayed in the face again. "Brother, are you still spraying? I won't wipe it off." Bai Lianqing was almost crying. Sorry. While apologizing to Bai Lianqing, Zhang Mingho said to Lang Wenqing, "Lao Lang, I think you've lost your mind. Is the Song of the Year award that easy to win? I think you should come up with a more reasonable share." 30%? Li Aigang was also shocked. "Boss Lang, isn't that too much? 30% of the profit is indeed too high. Except for those who write the lyrics, compose the songs and sing the songs themselves, any personal music studio will probably be chased out with a stick if they were to receive such a profit ratio. Hey, Aigang, why can't you count your legs?" Lang Wenqing spoke eloquently. "If the song Zixia tailors for you truly becomes one of the year's best hits, wouldn't it be worth the price? Think about it, whose album only has 1 song? Our Zisha only wants 30% of the copyright for your one song, and the other songs aren't worth that much. One song drives an entire album, so in the end, you're still the one making the profit. Liai Gang blinked and it seemed to be the case, an album must have at least 8 songs. If one song can drive the album to sell well, then the other 7 songs will definitely make money as well. This business seems to be profitable, right? Lang Wenqing gave Liai Gang a final push and said, also, if the song doesn't become the best song of the year, we, Zisha, will only take 5% of your commission, which is the lowest. Given Zisha's current status, we will be the ones who suffer the loss. Lang Wenqing's last words successfully moved Liai Gang. I need to call my agent. Liai Gang felt that this could be done, so he stood up and walked out of the box. This time Lang Wenqing was anxious. Hey, Ai Gang, you have to think it over carefully. If it doesn't work out, just fire your agent. But don't talk to that guy about it. Liai Gang paused, then quickened his pace and left the box. Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing speechlessly and said, Brother Xing, can't you say less? Hey, how can we close the deal if we don't say a few words? Lang Wenqing regained his previous relaxed and casual demeanor. But Ai Gang's agent really needs a new one. Damn, he wants to buy our Zixia song for just 100,000 yuan. He's probably a moron, right? He's not retarded, he's fat. Bai Lianqing wiped his face clean once more and said weakly, but he's a very nice guy and takes good care of us newcomers in the studio. Alright, forget about him. Let's eat and drink. Zhang Mingho greeted everyone. Brother Lianqing, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. Come, let me toast you a glass. Bai Lianqing really wanted to say, you have toasted me twice. Liai Gang finally agreed to Lang Wenqing's condition, 30% of the song's share, but this share would be postponed indefinitely because the selection of the best golden song of the year would be held in February every year. It's only July now. If Liai Gang is ready to release an album, it will be at least September, which is still a long time. Lao Zhang's restaurant is well equipped. Liai Gang asked the studio to redraft a contract and send it over. Zhang Mingho then printed out 3 copies. After confirmation, the 2 parties signed the contract. Until now, Liai finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other way. His long-cherished wish for so many years was about to be fulfilled, and he was also looking forward to it. Zixia, you see, we have signed the contract. When can you give me the song? Liai Gang looked at Lu Zixia expectantly, feeling as nervous as when he took on his first role. Ai Gang, you've waited all these years, why do you still care about this moment? Zhang Mingho rolled his eyes. Let's eat first, and then we can talk slowly after dinner, okay? Zhang Mingho knows how difficult it is to compose a good song, especially the song that Lu Zi is going to compose next, which is going to be the best song of the year. Ha, I was too impatient. Liai Gang smiled and said, who knew Lu Zixia would say at this moment, I can give it to you after dinner, puff, this time, not to mention Zhang Mingho, even Liai Gang spat out a mouthful of old wine. Bai Lianqing was quick to see the situation. When he saw Zhang Mingho turning his head towards him, he knew something was wrong and quickly stood up, but he forgot that Liai Gang was next to him. As a result, Bai Lianqing successfully avoided Zhang Mingho's old wine attack, but was sprayed on his pants by Liai Gang. Well, this old wine happened to spray right below Bai Lianqing's lower abdomen, and it looked like he had wet his pants. Poor Bai Lianqing, he must not have checked the almanac before going out today. Among all the people present, only Lang Wenqing and Bai Lianqing had witnessed Lu Zixia's ability to compose on the spot. In their opinion, whether it was one is like summer and the other is like autumn for the Sun Shelu sisters, or the new drunken concubine for Bai Lianqing, weren't they all created on the spot and tailor-made? So compared to Liai Gang and Zhang Mingho, both of them acted very calmly. Zixia, what did you just say? Zhang Mingho asked in surprise. Liai Gang was also incredulous. Zixia, are you kidding me? Lu Zixia looked at the two of them with amusement and said, I told you, I can give you the new song after dinner. Liai looked at Lu Zixia blankly for a long while before saying, Zixia, there's no rush for new songs. I've just finished collecting all my other songs, so you can give me the new songs later. Liai Gang was worried that the quality of the new song Lu Zixia gave him would not be up to standard. Actually, if you think about it, no one would think a song composed within 2 minutes is a good song, right? Who is Lu Zixia? He quickly understood Liai Gang's concerns and said with a smile, Brother Gang, don't worry. I promise that the song I give you will satisfy you. Don't worry, Brother Gang. At this time, Bai Lianqing, who had already finished wiping his pants, said, the third brother has strong creative ability. The song The New Drunken Concubine that I sang was composed by the third brother in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Liai Gang and Zhang Mingho were so confused that they felt they couldn't keep up with the pace. We have a new duo in our company, and Zixia has created a song just for them. Lang Wenqing glanced at the two slowly and continued to reveal the explosive news. This time it's a little longer, about 7 or 8 minutes. 7 or 8 minutes, Liai Gang and Zhang Mingho were completely stunned. Is this still a human being? He created such a classic song as The New Drunken Concubine in just 5 minutes. Even though I haven't heard the other one, I think it should be about the same. Ahem. Lu Zixia coughed lightly. Brother Hao, Brother Gang, don't listen to their nonsense. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll sing for you. If you don't like it, we can change it. Still feel it's not good enough, want to change it again? Everyone in the box was speechless. This guy really thinks good songs are as cheap as cabbage. An hour later, the box had been cleaned up. On the sofa in the box, everyone looked at Lu Zixia, who was wearing headphones and tinkering with a computer. Okay. After a long while, Lu Zixia finally raised his head. Third brother, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to write a song? Bai Lianqing asked curiously. Lu Zixia smiled and said, the song I created for Brother Gang this time is very special. Some of the instruments require Chinese classical instruments, so I found a software online, compiled various classical music pieces, and then simply synthesized them. The good thing is that technology is advanced. Now you can find all kinds of software on the internet, photo editing, music synthesis, sound beautification. You only need to read the introduction of these software and you can easily get started using them. Oh. Bai Lianqing nodded in understanding, but why are you wearing headphones? Let us all listen, and we can give you some suggestions. If you play it directly out loud, it's a bit messy and not conducive to synthesis. Lu Zixia shook his head. He would never tell Bai Lianqing that he was not good at using the software. Was he afraid of being laughed at by them? Brother Hao, could you please let me use the guitar hanging on the wall? Lu Zixia put the computer aside and asked Zhang Mingho for a guitar for a moment. Everyone held their breath and looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and then clicked on the synthesized music. A burst of music mixed with the sounds of pipa, flute, xylophone, sounded, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. In the prelude of more than 10 seconds alone, several Chinese classical instruments were used. Chinese style. It must be a Chinese style song. Li Aigang suddenly became excited. He liked music styles like The New Drunken Concubine. Otherwise, he would not have decided to sign Bai Lianqing into his studio after watching only one performance of him. La 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 la. Whose girl is under the tree, playing the pipa with the armrest and sleeves raised. The wind blows melodiously. The piano sounds slowly. The wind blew to my house. The smoke rises little by little. Colorful clouds at sunset on the top of the mountain. The last drop. It's the finishing touch. The lively music style, plain tune, narrative situation, and vivid picture were presented clearly before the four people's eyes, quickly drawing them into the music. Chapter 63, Ink Painting. When I was very young, my grandfather taught me to practice Chinese painting, the technique of using softness and firmness to emphasize the charm of the horizontal and vertical lines. The old man talked about the 5 colors of ink and their different uses and different tones. It also needs to be painted with the finest ink. R&B? Rap. This song even has a rap part. You have to know that in this world, rap songs have always been the domain of black people. Whether they are European, American or Eastern singers, although there is no shortage of rappers, when compared with black people, they are simply trash and are completely crushed. But now the rap part of the song seemed to sound pretty good, clear, fluent, and catchy. Everyone in the box subconsciously followed the rhythm, nodding and swaying their heads. Shi Jiang went to Jinping, but I see the city walls are like a painting. Suddenly, the male voice turned into a female voice, and everyone's scalp tingled and goosebumps appeared. Okay. Li Aigang clenched his fists and growled subconsciously. It was this feeling, full of Chinese style. While enjoying the music, he was also promoting China's traditional culture. This was the feeling he wanted, as if every cell in his body was cheering. Bai Lianqing also felt very strongly about it. After all, the song The New Drunken Concubine could be said to be the pioneering song of cross-dressing singing. It was also the song that gave him the opportunity, gave him a new life, and gave him another chance to pursue his dream. This song is exactly the same as The New Drunken Concubine, with the same Chinese classical instrument accompaniment and the same ancient and simple lyrics, but it tells different Chinese stories and gives people different feelings. This is the Chinese song. This is the style of music that belongs to China. Celadon White is a dream who understands Xiaoxu's feelings. Celadon White is a dream who understands Xiaoxu's feelings. After the song was finished, the box fell into a brief silence. Everyone, including Lang Wenqing, was stunned. They never imagined that so many Chinese elements could be perfectly integrated into the lyrics, and the melody was so beautiful and graceful. Coupled with the rap in the song, the whole song combines tradition and pop, and is full of Chinese charm. Well, this song is really well written. Zhang Mingho, a former professional musician, naturally has the most say on this song. It's fantastic. Not only does the melody utilize classical Chinese instruments, but even the lyrics are inspired by traditional Chinese painting, including ink and wash painting. Li Aigang couldn't contain his excitement. He said excitedly, not only does this song incorporate R&B, giving it a refreshing feel, but the female vocals are the finishing touch. It's a clever combination of fashion and tradition. This sense of contradiction and collision is truly fantastic. Although I don't understand what you were talking about, to be fair, this song is really good. Lang Wenqing didn't understand music, but he could still tell the quality of a song. This song has beautiful lyrics and a lively and majestic melody. It's full of rich Chinese style. Third brother, your song is on par with The New Drunken Concubine you gave me. Bai Lianqing also said, by the way, what's the name of this song? Ink and Color. Faced with the four people's praise, Lu Zixia was a little dissatisfied. He put down the guitar and said, after all, it's just a temporary arrangement, synthesized by software, so the singing effect is still not very good. If there is a professional accompaniment, the song will definitely be able to reach a higher level. That's great. Li Aigang said quickly, Zixia, is this poem watercolor painting really written for me? Yes. Lu Zixia nodded and said, I have already written the lyrics and music. When I arranged the music just now, I also registered the copyright on the Copyright Association's website. I can send the lyrics and music directly to your email in a while. This is really. Zixia, I don't know how to thank you. Li Aigang was a little incoherent. Brother Gang. Lu Zixia waved his hands repeatedly. These are all written in the contract. I am doing my job according to the contract. You don't have to take it to heart. Friendship is friendship, and business is business. Although China is a society that values personal relationships, Lu Zixia adheres to the principle that friendship and business cannot be confused. He will do his best to do what he should do, and he will not interfere with what he should not do. Okay, I'll thank you this time. Li Aigang nodded. Alright, Aigang, you finally found a treasure this time. Lang Wenqing took over the conversation. You know, this is the first deal Zixia has secured since entering the entertainment industry. It's a great start. Oh? Really? Li Aigang's eyes lit up. Then I'm really lucky. Come, let me toast to everyone for this song. Done. After lunch, the dinner party ended. Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia and went back to work as usual. In the evening, Lang Wenqing's driver picked up Han In and Yaya from the kindergarten and brought them back to the company. When she saw Lu Zixia, the little girl went crazy. She hugged Lu Zixia's neck and said excitedly, Dad, Mom told me that she has arrived in Jinghua. Yeah, we'll be able to see Mom soon. Yeah is so happy. Lu Zixia hugged Yaya and said jealously, are you so happy to see Mom? Daddy is not happy. Don't hug Daddy. Wait until Mommy comes and hug her. As he spoke, Lu Zixia was about to squat down and put the little guy down. No. Yaya clasped her hands together and hugged Lu Zixio's neck tightly. I'm going to see my mom. Aren't you happy, Dad? Lu Zixia was stunned and asked himself, am I happy? Ever since he added Li Mingyi on WeChat that day, Lu Zixia had forgotten about it. What surprised Lu Zixia was that Li Mingyi would ask him about Yaya's situation on WeChat every day. Didn't they have a phone number? Why didn't they call? 2 days later, Lu Zixia finally came to his senses. He was not an EQ moron, so he naturally knew that Li Mingyi still had some feelings for him, or rather, for the predecessor of this body. After all, it was the predecessor of this body who took Li Mingyi's virginity. Women have a deep memory of the first time and will not forget it easily, not to mention that the two have a child as a bond. It seems reasonable that Li Mingyi has some feelings for Lu Zixia. After thinking for a long time, Lu Zixia felt a headache. He shook his head and said, okay, your mother said she will come tomorrow. You are so excited now, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sleep at night? Hee, I'm not afraid. Yaya smiled with her eyes curved. As long as I have my dad's stories to keep me company, I'm not afraid. Little devil. Lu Zixia laughed and rushed to the underground parking lot with the little guy in his arms. Chapter 64, First meeting with the mother. When I got home from get off work, it was already past 6 o'clock. Leaving the little guy to play by himself, Lu Zixia went straight into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. At around 7:30, the meal was almost ready, including 5 dishes, a soup, and some coarse grains. Lu Zixia was just about to call Yaya to come for dinner when the doorbell rang. Ding dong ding dong. Not it's time to eat. Who's here? Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then he remembered what he had said to Lang Wenxing during the day. Could it be Brother Xing? It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, just in time. While thinking this, Lu Zixia walked to the door and opened it directly. The thick security door opened, and to Lu Zixia's surprise, the person outside the door was not Lang Wenxing as he had imagined, but a slim woman wearing a baseball cap and a black and white sportswear. After looking her up and down for a few times, Lu Zixia made a judgment. She was a beauty, and a beauty with a perfect figure. According to Lu Zixia's theory, the criteria for identifying a beauty are, first look at the legs, second look at the buttocks, third look at the waist, fourth look at the breasts, and fifth look at the face. The legs are perfectly shaped, slender and straight, the butt is round, and it is not difficult to see its firmness and elasticity through the straight sweatpants. The waist is slender, and it is a bit exaggerated to say that it can be held in one hand, but it is not far off the mark. The breasts are more substantial, bulging under the sportswear, and the metal zipper can hardly hold it. As for her face, even though the white baseball cap covered her long, tied-up hair and most of her face, Lu Zixia could tell that she must be very beautiful, stunningly beautiful. The sportswear beauty obviously noticed Lu Zixia's scrutinizing gaze and immediately took off her sunglasses. Her bright, slender eyes looked at Lu Zixia coldly. Have you seen enough? The cold, lark-like voice instantly brought Lu Zixia back to his senses, because he is very familiar with this sound. He can even hear it every day. Li Mingyi? Yang Lu Zixia suddenly realized. No wonder he always felt a sense of familiarity when looking at her just now. Come to think of it, look at Li Mingyi's outfit. Isn't she wrapped up tightly from head to toe? Even celebrities are afraid of being recognized. Seeing Lu Zixia fall silent, Li Mingyi suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction from the bottom of her heart. Damn Lu Zixia, I told you not to take the initiative to send me WeChat messages, and I told you to secretly sign a contract without telling me and join Wenxing Entertainment. If Lu Zixia knew what Li Mingyi was thinking now, she would probably cry and complain about being wronged. He didn't send her a WeChat message because he didn't know what to say. Signing the contract with Wenxing Entertainment was not done secretly, it was signed openly. Why did you come today? Lu Zixia hesitated for a moment as he looked at Li Mingyi. Didn't you tell me on WeChat that you would pick me up tomorrow? I'm here today, so why not? Lu Zixia's attitude inexplicably irritated Li Mingyi. She said coldly, besides, if I told you I'd pick up Yaya tomorrow, did you believe me? Did this woman take the wrong medicine? Lu Zixia is not a good-tempered person and is known for being soft-hearted and not tough. After being teased by Li Mingyi, Lu Zixia's face became expressionless. Okay, Yaya is your daughter, you can say whatever you want. But, at this point, Lu Zixia said coldly, I am Yaya's guardian now, I cannot let you see Yaya. This is so unfair. The mother wants to see her child, and you dare to stop her? You can try. Li Mingyi didn't expect Lu Zixia to suddenly turn hostile, but she was not someone to be trifled with. I just don't believe it. I can't even do that to my own daughter. Dad, who is it? Just when Lu Zixia was about to say something harsh, Yaya's little head popped out from behind Lu Zixia. Mother! When the little guy saw Li Mingyi, he was so happy that he jumped up from behind Lu Zixia and flew towards Li Mingyi with his arms open. Li Mingyi bent down, opened his arms, and hugged Yaya in his arms, rubbing his delicate cheek against Yaya's chubby little face. Yaya, do you miss your mother? Li Mingyi hugged Yaya and whispered softly. Yeah. Yaya nodded vigorously. Yaya misses her mother very, very, very much. Li Meng half knelt at the door, Yaya snuggled into her arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and expressed their longing for each other. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Zixia suddenly felt a warm current flowing slowly from the bottom of his heart. Hello? The mother and daughter whispered a few more words, and Li Mingyi suddenly stood up, holding Yaya in her arms. She glared at Lu Zixia, who was blocking the door like a door god, and said, Do you really want us, mother and daughter, to stay at the door forever? Lu Zixia came back to his senses and quickly turned sideways to let Li Mingyi into the house. After entering the house, Li Mingyi held Yaya in her arms and walked from the entrance balcony to the huge master bedroom, as if she was visiting a relative's new home. After walking around, Li Mingyi felt like he was in a dream before. When Li Mingyi handed Yaya to Lu Zixia's care, he was worried that Lu Zixia would not be able to take good care of Yaya and would let Yaya go hungry, so he was ready to give him money. As a result, Lu Zixia was stubborn and refused to take a penny from her. How long has it been? In just over a month, this young dad has gone from a college graduate with nothing to one of the hottest singers of the moment. Not only did he move from a small rented house to such a big mansion, but he also became a contracted artist of Wenxing Entertainment. His agent is the president of Wenxing Entertainment, one of the most powerful agents in the circle. Such changes made Li Mingyi feel unreal, as if he was dreaming. Lu Zixia, where did you get so much money to live here? Li Mingyi asked suspiciously after coming to his senses. Compared to Luzicia, Li Mingyi knew how expensive the houses here were, not to mention other things, just the geographical location. Next to the second ring road, there is a kindergarten within 5 minutes, a primary school within 10 minutes, and a middle school within 15 minutes. In a location like this, the price per square meter has been hiked up to 50,000, and there is still no demand, not to mention the quality and decoration of Luzicia's house. It would be impossible to buy it without an additional fee of 1 million yuan. It seems that languishing sale of the property to Luzicia at 28,000 yuan per square meter was really a bargain, and Luzicia must be indebted to him for this favor. Mom, does it cost a lot of money to buy this house? Yaya raised her head from Li Mingyi's arms and asked. Li Mingyi touched Yaya's little head and said, yes, if you want to buy this house, you need a lot of money. Oh. Yaya lowered her head and stopped talking. After a while, Yaya suddenly jumped out of Li Mingyi's arms and ran back to her room. When she came out, she was holding a pink piggy bank in her hands. Dad, do you really need money? Yaya looked at the little pig in her hand with some reluctance and said, Yaya's pocket money is all in the little pig. I give it all to Dad. As she said this, Yaya walked the piggy bank straight towards Luzicia. Luzicia was stunned at first, but then a gentle look appeared on his face. He squatted down, stuffed the piggy bank back into Yaya's arms, and said, Yaya, Daddy is very rich, and he doesn't need your piggy bank. Really? Yaya blinked. Dad, you're not lying to me? Really? Luzicia nodded seriously. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. Mom, is what Dad said true? Yaya tilted her head and looked at Li Mingyi. Li Mingyi looked at Yaya's cute little expression, and her heart softened. She agreed, yeah, Dad is right, I didn't lie to you. That's great, Yaya doesn't have to worry about losing her little piggy bank. She can buy candy again. Yaya cheered and ran back to the room holding her little piggy bank. This girl. Looking at the little girls cheering back, Luzicia shook his head. Hey, Luzicia, you haven't told me yet. Li Meng frowned. From what I know, those songs of yours are pretty good, but they probably haven't generated any revenue yet, right? Luzicia didn't say anything, but took the Qingmei tablet from the small wooden stake at the entrance to the balcony, opened Penguin Music, and then handed the tablet to Li Mengji. Li Mengyi took the tablet and took a look at it in a daze. When he saw that Just Met You, Ordinary Road and The New Drunken Concubine occupied the top one of the hot song, new song, and popular song charts, he opened his mouth in surprise. Just Met You, downloads, 14,369,221. Ordinary Road, downloads, 12,654,387. The New Drunken Concubine, downloads, 9,872,031. Of these 3 songs, I wrote the lyrics and music for the first 2 and sang them myself. As for the last song, all the sales revenue belongs to me. I wrote it for our dorm leader, and I get half of the sales share. Seeing Li Mingyi's mouth drop open in shock, Luzicia suddenly felt very sexy. He smiled slightly, like a little devil, and said, I also wrote the lyrics and music for the song Where Are We Going, Dad, and sang it myself. Li Meng glanced down numbly. Where Are We Going, Dad, downloads, 7,021,693. Now, do you know where my money comes from? Luzicia was unusually proud, as if deliberately provoking Li Meng, as if to say, look, you are the only one who can make money? I can do it too, and I earn more than you. Seeing the smug expression on Luzicia's face, Li Mengyi was very angry, but she didn't know how to refute these days, because Yaya's Goodnight Story and Xiaoyu have become popular on the internet, Luzicia's popularity has declined. So although Li Mengyi knew that Luzicia had composed several very nice songs, she only listened to songs like Just Met You and Ordinary Road. She could never have imagined that Luzicia had already composed 4 songs, and put them all on Penguin Music, and achieved terrifying sales results. The income from song sales on Penguin Music alone is more than enough to buy not only this house but also a small villa in the suburbs. Chapter 65, Li Mengyi is a big eater. Mom, are you listening to music? Yaya ran out of the room and saw Li Mengyi holding the tablet. She leaned over to take a look and said happily, Mom, this is Where Are We Going, Dad? Yaya and Dad sang together. Dad even praised Yaya for her beautiful singing. Yaya's words helped Li Mengyi resolve the awkward situation. Well, Mom will listen to it in a moment. Li Meng looked up and glanced at Luzicia, and saw that this guy was still smug, and her teeth were almost broken. Luzicia suddenly felt that it seemed to feel good to annoy Li Mengyi occasionally. Luzicia, feeling refreshed, suddenly said, Li Mengyi, I prepared dinner. Do you want to eat with me? You can cook? Li Meng raised her head and said in disbelief, don't tell me it's some kind of dark cuisine, right? In order to feel at ease handing Yaya over to Luzicia, Li Mengyi hired a private detective at a high price and secretly investigated Luzicia. He knew very well what Luzicia was capable of cooking. Impossible. Calling him a dark cuisine is flattering him. Mom, Dad's cooking is delicious. Yaya stood up and defended Luzicia, and Dad can also make dumplings and meat buns. Mom, please eat with me, okay? Forget it if you don't want to eat. Luzicia curled his lips, not wanting to tolerate her bad habits. Yaya, Daddy has already served you food, come and eat. Let's go, Mom, let's have dinner together. Yaya was unwilling and dragged Li Mengyi to the dining table, looking at the 5 delicious dishes on the table, with the rich aroma wafting around his nose. Li Mengyi, who was originally reluctant, suddenly felt his stomach growl. Hey, where does that sound come from? Yaya is a little devil. She rolled her eyes and said, it turns out that it's my stomach that's protesting. Mom, let's fill our stomachs together, aha. Li Mengyi's pretty face flushed, and she said proudly, then I'll try it for Yaya and see what our Yaya eats every day. What a, Sundara girl, Luzicia shook his head helplessly and nodded, wait, I'll get you a set of bowls and chopsticks. The bowls and chopsticks were brought out. Li Mengyi behaved very restrainedly. He picked up the chopsticks, took a mouthful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, put it in his mouth and chewed it in small bites. Yaya was not so ladylike when eating. She just rolled up her sleeves, picked up a small bowl, and used a small spoon in her left hand to scoop the food in the bowl into her mouth. Looking like a real tomboy, Lu Zixia was sometimes very curious about how a lady like Li Mingyi could give birth to Xiao Yeye, who was so fierce when it came to eating. However, Lu Zixia soon got the answer. Li Mingyi was originally chewing her food in small bites, but after she tasted all 5 dishes on the table, her big eyes suddenly lit up. Soon, Li Mingyi threw away her ladylike image and transformed into a hungry devil, starting to sweep across the dining table at the speed of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Lu Zixia looked at Yeye and found that Yeye didn't care at all, as if she was used to it. Lu Zixia was stunned. Is this the ice goddess on the screen? She eats so fiercely. If her fans saw this, I'm afraid many of them would turn against her. Fortunately, Lu Zixia came to his senses and quickly grabbed a spoon to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth, grabbing a few spoonfuls of dishes. Otherwise, the 5 dishes and 1 soup that Lu Zixia had worked hard for more than an hour to prepare would all have gone into Li Mingyi's stomach. Li Mingyi didn't even look at Lu Zixia and his daughter. Her only target now was the 5 dishes on the table. She swore that she had never been so hungry as she was now. The meal ended in 20 minutes because the food was gone. I didn't expect that Li Mingyi, who has such a slim figure, can eat so much. Is she a big eater? Huh, I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Li Mingyi wiped her rosy lips with a tissue, a satisfied smile on her face. Lu Zixia was speechless. He really was letting a wolf into the house. Mom, you seem to have eaten a lot today. Yeye looked at the rice grains falling in front of Li Mingyi, then looked in front of herself. Feeling a little surprised, she put her little head directly on Li Mingyi's belly, and said while listening, Mom, is there another little person in your belly? How come you eat so much? Li Mingyi finally came back to his senses and looked at the messy dining table. His face was as red as an attractive red apple, making people want to take a bite. Li Mingyi blushed and pinched Yeye's little face, saying, What are you talking about, little naughty girl? There's no little person in my belly. When he said this, Li Mingyi looked up at Lu Zixia. That look, a mixture of anger and coquettishness, made Lu Zixia's heart skip a beat. His expression changed as well. He thought to himself, this woman is truly a seductress. Sighing, Lu Zixia said to Yeye, can you go play in the living room? Daddy has something to say to mommy. Oh. Yeye jumped down from the chair. Mom, you have to play with me later. Okay. Li Meng nodded and agreed. Watching Yeye skipping to the living room, Lu Zixia said to Li Mingyi while clearing the dishes, I didn't expect you to be a big eater. Li Meng gave Lu Zixia a sanitary look and said, Why, is that not possible? Can I make you broke by eating your meal? Rich man? There's no point in chatting today, so let's just stop calling her Li Mingyi and change it to Li Duijui. Seeing that Lu Zixia didn't say anything, Li Mingyi helped in the kitchen for a while but ended up making things worse, then ran to the living room, looking at the 2 small bowls that had been shattered into pieces on the ground. Lu Zixia was in tears. I'm such a bad mouth. Why do I have to chat with her? Li Mingyi is not only a big eater, but also a spoiled girl who can't do housework. If this were in a poor family, it would probably be thrown away within a few days of being born, because I really can't afford to spoil you. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen Yeye for a long time. Li Mingyi pulled Yeye and kept whispering in the living room. Moreover, this strange woman even occupied the TV, which was playing a TV series starring Li Mingyi. Lu Zixia sat at the other end of the sofa, looking a little lonely. He wanted to watch TV, but the TV was snatched away. He wanted to play with Yeye for a while, but the mother and daughter were already sticking together. There was really nothing to do, so Lu Zixia simply went to the study and continued working on the animated films of Snow White and Cinderella. Time always passes by unknowingly. When Lu Zixia finished painting another scene, he looked up and saw that it was already 9:30. It's time for Yeye to go to bed. I turned off the computer and went to the living room. Yeye and Li Mingyi were still chatting. Lu Zixia took a few steps forward and said to Yeye, it's time to go to bed. If you stay up any later, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Dad, I want to stay with Mom for a while longer. Yeye stared at Lu Zixia with her big, watery eyes, not blinking, and begged, I promise I can get up tomorrow. No, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Lu Zixia shook his head with a firm attitude. Well, Mom, why don't you live with Dad today like Yeye does? Seeing that acting coquettishly and cutely didn't work, Yeye rolled her big eyes and tried another method. Well, is it okay, Dad? When she said the latter part, Yeye turned her head and asked Lu Zixia. Li Mingyi was caught off guard by Yeye. He was stunned for a moment and spat, Bah, who wants to live with him? Lu Zixia was about to refuse subconsciously, but when he heard what Li Mingyi said, he said, okay, as long as your mother is willing, you can stay as long as you want. Oh, that's great, Mom is going to live with us. Yeye suddenly became very excited. When she was in kindergarten, she saw other children living with their parents, and she was very envious. Living with Mom and Dad is what Yeye has always been looking forward to. Looking at his excited daughter, Lu Zixia smiled sincerely, sadder. But in Li Mingyi's opinion, this expression was not what it seemed. It was clearly the result of a villain's success after his conspiracy succeeded. Oh, I forgot. You own a big house. How could you be interested in my small house? Lu Zixia naturally saw Li Mingyi's gnashing teeth, and he also acted mean and said, how about you leave now? You'll miss subway line too. Damn Lu Zixia, pervert, shameless, Li Mingyi's teeth are about to break, and there's also subway line too. Can't this guy be nicer to me? After taking a deep breath, Li Mingyi suddenly said calmly, Yeye, Mom has 5 days of vacation this time. I can stay with you in Jinghua for 2 days. Mom will stay here for the next 2 days. Damn, why doesn't this woman play by the rules? Lu Zixia felt like 1,000 alpacas were running through his mind, as if he had been tricked by himself or snap. Yeye kissed Li Mingyi on the cheek, then tilted her head and said innocently, so tonight, Mommy and Daddy, are you going to sleep with Yeye? Well, Lu Zixia's hands trembled. This question was so embarrassing. Today is probably the day when Li Mingyi blushed the most. Li Mingyi's pretty face flushed again. She secretly glanced at Lu Zixia out of the corner of her eye, pinched Yeye's little ear, and scolded her, Yeye, what are you talking about? Tonight, Mommy will sleep with you. That, Lu Zixia also lost his composure. He said in a muffled voice, Yeye, we have so many rooms. Just clean one up and give it to your mother. She won't be left without a place to sleep. As he spoke, Lu Zixia subconsciously glanced at Li Mengyi and found that the woman was also secretly glancing at him. The two of them looked at each other, and then immediately looked away like thieves. Okay then. Ye nodded. The little guy knew in his heart that his wish to sleep with his parents would not be realized in the near future. Chapter 66, Penguin music is here in the evening. Lu Zixia moved to the study. There was also a bed in the study, but it was a single bed and much smaller. Li Mengyi slept with Ye in the master bedroom. Originally, Lu Zixia was afraid that Li Mengyi would dislike them, so he wanted to change their bed sheets and quilts. However, when he brought the new quilt from the balcony, Ye had already finished washing and lay down. Li Mengyi didn't know what he was thinking and didn't say anything. What else was there to change? Lu Zixia simply took the quilt back and closed the door behind them. The night is long, the moonlight is hazy, and there is no conversation all night. The next day, Lu Zixia got up at dawn. There is no way. The habits formed in the previous life are probably difficult to change even in this life. Looking at the weather outside through the window, it seemed good. Lu Zixia put on his clothes quietly, went downstairs for morning exercise, and bought some breakfast. Li Mengyi will be staying here in the next few days. Lu Zixia doesn't plan to make breakfast for himself these days. There's no other way. To support such a big eater, how much food does he have to cook? After walking around the park twice, it was 6:40. Lu Zixia ran to the breakfast stall and bought some fried dough sticks, meat cakes with mending fillings, and crab meat dumplings. I returned home with a big bag of breakfast, and it was exactly 7 o'clock when he arrived at the door of the master bedroom. Lu Zixia hesitated for a while, but finally did not knock on the door. Instead, he grasped the door handle and turned it gently with a slight click. The door opened. Last night, Li Mengyi didn't even lock the door from the inside. How careless was he? You know, Li Mengyi is a stunning beauty, and Lu Zixia is a hot-blooded man. If he did something tonight, wouldn't it be normal? Lu Zixia was in a complicated mood. After thinking about it, he closed the door again and returned to the restaurant. Lu Zixia, who closed the door, did not notice that Li Mengyi, who was lying on his side on the bed in the master bedroom, trembled slightly when the door was pushed open. After Lu Zixia closed the door and left, Li Mengyi suddenly opened her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her eyes were full of smiles. Pervert, you really have the desire but not the courage. After laughing, Li Mengyi sat up from the bed and stretched. Her towering breasts were faintly visible under her thin silk pajamas. Looking at Xia Ye, who was still sleeping beside him, Li Mengyi smiled gently. Li Mengyi got out of bed quietly, changed his clothes, and came to the living room. As soon as I arrived at the corridor, I saw Lu Zixia, who was wearing a sports tights and taking out breakfast items one by one at the dining table. Lu Zixia is a thin guy, but unlike those frail pretty boys, because of his family background, Lu Zixia has been practicing the 5 animal exercises since he was a child, so he still has some muscles all over his body. Because of this, the tight sportswear perfectly highlights the curves of his upper body. Lu Zixia, why don't you change your clothes? Seeing the slightly blurred muscle lines on Lu Zixia's upper body, Li Mengyi suddenly felt his heart beating faster for some reason. Over the years, Li Mengyi has seen bodybuilders or actors with perfect bodies, but he has never had this feeling. But today he had it. Hey, change clothes? Lu Zixia was stunned and said, originally, I was planning to take a shower before changing, but since you guys were still sleeping, I didn't want to wake you up, so I didn't go. You, go take a shower and change clothes first. Ye is sleeping soundly and it won't be possible to wake her up. Li Mengyi was a little afraid to look at him. I'll get breakfast. As he said this, Li Mengyi reached into the plastic bag. Suddenly, she screamed, and with a whoosh, she pulled her hand out. What's wrong? Lu Zixia asked in surprise. Li Mengyi shook her head. It's okay, just a burn. Looking at Li Mengyi's ring finger on his right hand, which was slightly red and swollen from being burned, Lu Zixia frowned, turned around and walked into the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a small bottle of scented oil in his hand. He came to Li Mengyi and grabbed her little hand without saying anything. The palms are as white as milk, smooth, delicate and warm to the touch. Lu Zixia didn't look at Li Mengyi's burned fingers at first, but subconsciously touched Li Mengyi's palm. The skin on her hand was as smooth as silk and warm. Lu Zixia felt itchy in his heart. Suddenly, he felt that now was not the time to think about these things. He took a quick glance and saw Li Mengyi, whose pretty face was flushed and whose eyes were filled with shame and anger, staring at him fiercely. Damn, it seems like I went off track. Quickly collect your thoughts, look at your nose with your eyes and your heart with your nose. He deftly opened the cap of the sesame oil bottle, poured out a little sesame oil, and carefully applied it on Li Mengyi's ring finger on his right hand, which had just been burned. Then, he deliberately put on a serious look and said, we don't have any burn medicine at home. First, apply some sesame oil to reduce the temperature. This is the folk remedy we use in my hometown. Apply it once in the morning and once in the evening. It works very well. Li Mengyi's mind was now completely focused on Lu Zixia caressing the back of her hand. She couldn't hear what Lu Zixia said and just nodded unconsciously. What I fear most is the silence in the air and the rising awkward atmosphere. In his previous life, Mr. Lu, who was known for his ability to roam freely with female celebrities without getting involved in any of them, didn't know what to say at this moment. He even didn't dare to look at Li Mengyi. Alas, the beauty is actually a skeleton in disguise. It's all my fault for being so careless this time. Ding-a-ling. Suddenly, Lu Zixia's cell phone rang. Lu Zixia, who was sighing in his heart, immediately perked up when he heard the life-saving ringtone of the cell phone. Hello, I'm Lu Zixia. Who are you? He answered the phone in a flash. He didn't even look at who was calling and directly introduced himself. Lu Zixia, did you delete my phone number? Lang Wenqing's furious voice came from the phone. I'm telling you, if you dare to delete my number, I'll go to your house and block the door every day. Lu Zixia's expression froze, and he said, it's Brother Xing. I didn't see the caller ID just now. Sorry. Brother Xing, is there something you want? What? You want me to go to the company right now? Okay, I'll drive over right away. Lu Zixia said a few words in a pretentious manner and then hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Lu Zixia said to Li Mengyi, who was still a little confused, the company needs me for something, so I'll go to work first. Ye doesn't have to go to school today, I've already asked for leave for her, so you should spend some time with her. After saying that, Lu Zixia grabbed the car keys and rushed to the elevator like a fly, sadder looking at Lu Zixia's embarrassed escape. Li Mingyi suddenly burst into laughter. Far away in the CEO's office of the Wenqing Entertainment Building, Lang Wenqing stared at the disconnected phone in bewilderment, muttering to himself, I haven't even said what I want to talk to you about yet, and you already know I have something to talk to you about? What's going on? Lu Zixia rushed to the company in a hurry and broke into the president's office without even knocking on the door. You kid, can't you be polite for once? Lang Wenqing, who was looking down at a document, knew without even looking up that the person who came in was Lu Zixia. Hey, I was wondering why you came in wearing that. Isn't this one nice? Lu Zixia plopped down on the sofa. Simple and comfortable. You are comfortable. Lang Wenqing closed the document in his hand. Some people are not comfortable. Lu Zixia didn't continue the conversation but asked, by the way, Brother Xing, why did you call me? Oh, I almost forgot. Lang Wenqing patted his forehead. Someone is coming to the company today and asked to see you. Who? Lu Zixia asked curiously. Zhang Wentao, the director of Xuanteng Group and Penguin Music. Lang Wenqing said with a smile, that's why I said your clothes made some people uncomfortable. Penguin Music Director? Lu Zixia asked in surprise. Yeah. Lang Wenqing nodded. Brother Xing, do you know why he wants to talk to me about this? Lu Zixia asked curiously. President, Director Zhang from Penguin Music is already waiting for you in the reception room. Lang Wenqing was about to say something else when Zhang Jie suddenly walked in and said, Speak of the devil, and he'll appear. Lang Wenqing laughed. Let's go to the living room. Wenqing Entertainment's president's reception room is on the 10th floor of the Wenqing Entertainment Building. Walking to the reception room on the northernmost side, a middle-aged man in a suit, dressed like a successful man, was already waiting quietly inside. Squeak, pushing open the door, Lang Wenqing extended his hand to the man with a smile on his face and said, Brother Wentao, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? Hello, Mr. Lang. Zhang Wentao shook hands with Lang Wenqing and said with the same smile, thanks to Mr. Lang, Wentao has been doing well recently. That's good. Lang Wenqing nodded and pointed at Lu Zixia beside him. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Zixia, you should know him, right? Zixia, this is Penguin Music's artistic director, Zhang Wentao. Hello, Director Zhang. Lu Zixia extended his hand and nodded in greeting. Mr. Lu, your 3 songs, no, it should be 4 songs, are extremely popular on our platform. Zhang Wentao also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lu Zixia. Alright, enough polite talk. Lang Wenqing had tea and fruit brought up and said bluntly, Wentao, you wouldn't come here for nothing. Just tell me what you have to say. Mr. Lang really understands me. Zhang Wentao chuckled and said, it's like this. I came here this time to seek cooperation with Mr. Lu. What cooperation? Lu Zixia asked. As long as Mr. Lu agrees, no matter whether you release an album or a single, you will use Penguin Music as the first release platform. Then we can increase the profit-sharing ratio between the platform and you to 6.5. Zhang Wentao said, of course, in return, we will do our best to promote all of Mr. Lu's songs on Penguin Music, provided that you don't leave Penguin Music. Chapter 67 Buyout? Tang collapsed, Zhang Wentao's directness confused Lu Zixia. What's going on? Why are they suddenly offering a higher commission? And they've even promised not to leave their music platform. Is this a sign of a sale contract? He turned his head to look at Lang Wenqing and found that his eyes were flickering, and he was obviously up to something. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lang Wenqing's cell phone rang. Grabbing his phone and glancing at it, Lang Wenqing answered the call. Hello? It's me. What? There's some music that hasn't been recorded yet in your studio. Do you want Zixia to come over and take a look? Okay, we'll be right there. Putting away his phone, Lang Wenqing apologized to Zhang Wentao and said, Wentao, I'm sorry. There's a problem with the song Zixia recorded, and he needs to come over and take a look. Please wait a moment, we'll be back soon. After saying this, Lang Wenqing grabbed Lu Zixia and walked out of the reception room. After leaving the reception room, Lang Wenqing turned and walked into an office next door. Lu Zixia, who was still confused, looked at Lang Wenqing and said, Hey, when did I record a song again? How come I didn't know? Are you still asleep? Lang Wenqing's face darkened and he said, Boy, can't you see that I dragged you out here on purpose? Lu Zixia wiped his face and said, I thought so. I really thought I was recording songs again recently. Brother Xing, with your acting skills, it would be a waste of your talent if you don't act in movies and TV series. Okay, enough witty remarks. Lang Wenqing said, it was hard to talk in the room just now. Let's talk it over. Are you talking about what Director Zhang just said? Lu Zixia thought for a moment, he just wants to buy me out. Buy out? Lang Wenqing was stunned for a moment. You used the word well, but he's not buying you out. He wants to buy out the songs you create under the name Lu Zixia. In other words, he wants the Lu Zixia brand. Penguin Musicians is such a big company, how could they look down on a nobody like me? Lu Zixia smiled. Besides, I'm not used to hanging myself on a platform. In this world, there are more than just Penguin Music, there is also Cool Cat Music, Tian Tian Jingting. Penguin Music just occupies the huge traffic of WeChat and becomes the largest of all music platforms. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Penguin Music has grown so big and become a leading music platform company, so naturally other platforms are dissatisfied and there is commercial competition. It is perfectly normal to spend a lot of money to recruit people to your own music platform. Compared with Lu Zixia, Lang Wenqing saw this point very clearly. You really underestimate other music platforms. Lang Wenqing shook his head. If Penguin Music hadn't signed buyout agreements with those big-name singers, do you think they would have stayed with Penguin Music? If they stopped releasing songs on Penguin Music, it would be a huge loss for Penguin Music. Can I compare with them? Lu Zixia shook his head. If I had half a year, it would still be possible. But now, I'm still a little far behind. Lu Zixia knows his own business. When it comes to second-tier and first-tier singers, with his current popularity, he can still compete with them, but he should not compare with those top singers as it will hurt his self-esteem. Take Hong Kong superstar Zhang for example. His single song on Penguin Music has at least 50 million downloads, and that's just a random song. Lu Zixia's most downloaded song right now is Just Met You, and it has reached saturation point. It is estimated that it will stay at around 14 million for a long time. Do you think Zhang Wentao is a fool? Lang Wenqing said, he values you for two reasons, your brand and your potential. How long have you been in the music industry? Your 4 songs have already been downloaded over 40 million times. With such potential, it's surprising he'd let you go. Lang Wenqing's guess was indeed correct. The reason why Zhang Wentao came to Lu Zixia was because he was worried that he would release songs on other music platforms. Although Penguin Music is backed by Xuanteng Group, a large company, and will not care much about Lu Zixia's traffic, but even a small amount of money is still meat, and they don't want their traffic to be snatched away by other platforms. Moreover, Lu Zixia has just entered the entertainment industry, but he has already created 4 songs with a total download volume of over 8 million. Who can guarantee that he will not create more songs in the future if the following songs are as popular as these ones? The traffic will be quite considerable if we calculate based on 10 million downloads per song. What about 10 songs, or 100 songs? What Zhang Wentao saw was Lu Zixia's potential, not the tiny benefits in front of him. So, in your opinion, should I agree to him? Lu Zixia asked. After all, Lang Wenqing was his agent, and he had someone to share the burden with him, so he was too lazy to think about it. I'll go back and see how the situation goes, but a 6.5% share is indeed too low. Lang Wenqing quickly took on the role of agent. Back in the reception room, Zhang Wentao was leisurely drinking tea in the room. Wentao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lang Wenqing looked apologetic. It's okay, it's okay. Zhang Wentao waved his hands repeatedly. Well, what do you think about what I just said, Mr. Lu? How many fools are there who can become a department director of a multinational company? Not long after Lang Wenqing and the other man left, Zhang Wentao realized that the two had gone out to discuss something. Lu Zixia didn't say anything, just shook his head. If Mr. Lu is not satisfied with this profit-sharing ratio, we can still discuss it. Zhang Wentao frowned. How about 6.8? In order to compete with Penguin Music, the other 3 major music platforms in the industry, Cool Cat Music, Tiantian Jingting, and Crab Music, have chosen to cooperate to achieve music sharing, and at the same time are preparing to spend a lot of money to poach Penguin Music's talent. Lu Zixia, the most popular singer nowadays, whose 3 songs occupy the top 3 spots on the Penguin Music charts, naturally became the target of the 3 major music platforms. Zhang Wentao didn't want Lu Zixia to be poached, so he naturally came over to buy him out. Wentao, we're old friends. Just give us your bottom line. Lang Wenqing cut straight to the chase. Don't say 6.8 is the highest you can offer. Boss Lang, we really can't raise it any higher. Zhang Wentao was silent for a long moment. I can unilaterally raise Mr. Lu's salary to 7, but we have to wait for approval from above. In terms of song revenue sharing, a 7-to-3 split is actually already the share ratio for first-line singers. I think Zhang Wentao has made up his mind to give this share ratio, although he felt that Lu Zixia was not worth the price now. He made a few concessions for Lang Wenqing's sake. No need to wait for approval from above. Lang Wenqing waved his hand. This ratio is still a bit small. This is my bottom line. If it's any higher, I'll have to ask the group for instructions. Zhang Wentao's face looked a little embarrassed. After all, he is also an executive of Xuanteng Group. This time he went there in person and was rejected again and again. Does he still want the face of Xuanteng Group, Penguin Music, and himself? Then you should ask the group directly, Lang Wenqing replied. Just tell them that we, Zixia, demand a percentage of the top singers' commissions. That's impossible. Zhang Wentao refused without a second thought. Mr. Lang, you know that for all top artists on Penguin Music, 50 million downloads per song is a hard requirement. Unless all of Mr. Lu's songs have over 50 million downloads per song, the group won't offer him a top artist deal. Lang Wenqing said slowly, just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Well, I'm so sorry. Zhang Wentao shook his head. When Mr. Lu reaches this hard target, we can discuss the top singer contract. Zhang Wentao was already impatient. In his opinion, Lu Zixia and Lang Wenqing were both crazy. As the leader of Penguin Music in the China region of Xuanteng Group, Zhang Wentao has already given the other party enough face by coming in person. What about Lang Wenqing and the others? They actually complained about the low commission. It's just a few songs, right? They really think they're big shots. Thinking this in his mind, Zhang Wentao stood up directly. Then there's nothing to discuss, Lang Wenqing said flatly. Just do as Director Zhang said. When Zixia's single song downloads exceed 50 million, we can talk again. Looking forward to working with you. The enthusiasm on Zhang Wentao's face had faded. He shook hands with Lang Wenqing again and left the reception room. Until he left, this guy had no intention of shaking hands with Lu Zixia. He really changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. In Zhang Wentao's eyes, perhaps only Lang Wenqing can talk to him on an equal footing. Lu Zixia didn't care about this, but looked at Lang Wenqing with a smile. So, did the talks break down? Negotiation collapsed? Lang Wenqing grinned. If Penguin Music doesn't actively contact you to sign a top singer agreement before the finals of China's New Voice, then you should stop uploading music on Penguin Music and remove all the songs you uploaded before. When the time comes, you can choose any music platform that wants you to support the station. You're right. Lu Zixia nodded. He was not confident in himself, but in his song, with so many classic songs, even if the download volume cannot reach 50 million in a short time, he will be able to meet this condition soon with his growing fame. Lu Zixia didn't take this matter to heart because he had more important things to do today. It was just past 4 in the afternoon when Lu Zixia asked Lang Wenqing for leave and drove directly to the best supermarket in Jinghua to start a shopping spree. He bought all kinds of fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, and bags. He carried the things back and forth twice before he finally loaded them into the car. When I got home, Li Mengyi and her mother were not at home. Lu Zixia had already discussed with Li Mengyi on WeChat before, asking her to take Yaya to the amusement park and not go home until after 6 o'clock, because today is a special day. Lu Zixia and Li Mengyi, the parents, plan to give Yaya a big surprise. Chapter 68 Yaya's birthday. Mom, Yaya is super happy today. Coming out of Jinghuat amusement park, Yaya was holding a teddy bear that was half the size of her body, and looked up at Li Mengyi and acted coquettishly. Li Mengyi looked at Yaya. Although he felt a little tired physically, he felt mentally relaxed and comfortable, because she hasn't felt so relaxed in a long time, not to mention last month, when she went into the mountains of Shenangjia to shoot scenes, living a life of reverse day and night, and saying goodbye to modern society. Just the fact that she had been running around in various cities in the past few days to promote her new movie had already made her physically and mentally exhausted. If Cheng Siki had not been so strong and pushed forward some activities of the producers and some advertisers, Li Mengyi would have spent his days and nights on planes or high-speed trains these days. In short, it's very stressful. Only today, after putting aside his idol image, accompanying his daughter to play various rides in the amusement park, and grabbing a KFC meal with Yaya at noon, did Li Mengyi find the feeling of relaxation that he had been missing for the past 6 months. Yaya, from now on, whenever mom has time, I will accompany you to the playground to play. How about it? Li Mengyi touched Yaya's hair and said. Yeah. Yaya nodded, then as if remembering something, she added, and bring dad along, so we can go to the playground together. The kids in the kindergarten are all accompanied by their parents. Okay. Li Mengyi felt guilty when he heard Yaya's words and couldn't help but blurt out. Mom, you're so kind. Yaya hugged Li Mengyi happily. Come on, let's go home quickly. Yaya wants to tell dad that we can go to the playground together in the future. Children's wishes are always easy to satisfy. Just one word from Li Mengyi can make Yaya happy for the whole day. Yaya, it's still early, your father should not be home yet. How about mom take you to eat something first? Li Mengyi's face changed slightly, and she said guiltily she didn't forget what day it was today. She had promised to give Yaya a surprise, so how could she ruin it? It seems so. Yaya tilted her head and thought for a while, then suddenly said, then let's go to dad's workplace to find him. Yaya has been to dad's workplace many times. It's so big, and there's a beautiful older sister who always plays with me. Beautiful big sister? Li Mengyi's expression changed slightly, and for some reason, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at Yaya's excited face, Li Mengyi pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Yaya, have you been to dad's workplace? Then can you tell mom what the name of the big sister you mentioned is? Does your dad like her? The beautiful big sister is called Zhang Jia. Yaya said, dad likes her too. Every time Yaya goes there, it is the beautiful big sister who takes me with her and always prepares delicious food for me. Yaya has a very simple mind. She will be nice to whoever treats her well. In her opinion, Zhang Jia is a beautiful and kind older sister, and everyone will like her, but the speaker may not have intended it, but the listener took it to heart, and Li Mengyi guessed the hidden meaning. Lu Zixia actually already has someone he likes. Lu Zixia already has someone he likes, Li Mengyi murmured softly, and the sound unconsciously came out from her rosy lips. Yes, dad likes a lot of people. Yaya counted on her fingers. There's also Uncle Son, Uncle Bai, Fatty, Uncle Lang. Oh, yes, there's also Teacher Wang from our kindergarten. Li Mengyi was slightly stunned, and finally understood that what Yaya meant by like actually meant that they had a very good relationship. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were just friends. Mom, do you want to go to dad's company? Yaya was looking forward to telling Lu Zixia the news. No, daddy's very busy. Li Mengyi picked up Yaya and persuaded her, we can go eat something first, and then when daddy is almost down, we can go home, okay? Yaya touched her belly and carefully sensed it for a while before she said aggrievedly, okay then. After finding a cake shop, Li Mengyi found a corner and sat down. The mother and daughter stayed in the cake shop for 2 hours. Yaya ate 2 egg tarts and a small ice cream, wiped her mouth, and said to Li Mengyi, Mom, can you give dad a call? Why? Li Mengyi asked curiously. Ask dad when he'll be home. It's already 6 o'clock, he should be home soon. Yaya said to herself, I want to tell dad that I want to eat steamed eggs. The steamed eggs dad makes are so delicious. Looking at Yaya mumbling to herself, Li Mengyi suddenly wanted to laugh. This girl was almost becoming a chatterbox. Okay, let's go home now. Li Mengyi didn't call Lu Zixia, but directly said to the little guy, Dad is here. Where is it? Yaya shook her little head and started looking around. At this time, Lu Zixia, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, appeared in the cake shop. Oh, it's Dad. Yaya had sharp eyes. She jumped down from her seat and ran over with her thin long legs. Lu Zixia squatted down and picked up Yaya. Dad, why are you here? Yaya asked curiously. Lu Zixia tapped Yaya's nose and said with a smile, Dad knows magic. Just ask the magic mirror and he will be able to find where Yuezi is. Hee, does Daddy have a magic mirror too? Yaya blinked her big eyes. Then does Daddy have dwarfs? Snow White also has dwarfs. Yes, there are not only dwarfs, but Dad also has Cinderella's crystal shoes, Little Red Riding Hood's hat, and Pinocchio's long nose. Lu Zixia smiled happily, and all he described were images from fairy tales. Really? Yaya's eyes lit up. Then, can you show it to me? Of course you can. Lu Zixia said, but Yaya has to be a good boy. Yes, Yaya will be good. Yaya nodded seriously, then waved to Li Meng who was not far away. Mom, let's go home. Are you ready? Li Mengyi walked over and asked Lu Zixia. Yeah. Lu Zixia nodded and walked out holding Yaya. Shanshui Sun City community. Along the way, Yaya was thinking about the characters and objects in the fairy tales, and kept asking Lu Zixia when she could see them. Lu Zixia just kept smiling and didn't give Yaya an answer. When we got out of the elevator and arrived at the door of our home, Xiao Yaya's cheeks were puffed up, and her little face was full of unhappiness. Seeing that Yaya ignored him, Lu Zixia shamelessly tried to coax. Yaya was not willing to respond to Lu Zixia at all. She just kept pouting and deliberately avoided looking at Lu Zixia. The father and daughter stood at the door, one trying to coax her, the other sulking. Their expressions made Li Meng want to laugh. Yeah, if you ignore daddy, those fairy tales will be gone. Lu Zixia used his trump card, and daddy is planning to invite them home, right? When? Yaya's expression instantly thawed. She turned her head and looked at Lu Zixia with curiosity. Well. Lu Zixia dragged out the words and pointed to his right cheek. Snap. Yaya kissed Lu Zixia decisively. This time is. Lu Zixia gestured to Li Meng, then pointed straight ahead. Li Meng opened the door at the right time. The room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Yaya squeezed in the front and looked inside the house following Lu Zixia's finger. The room was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. Yaya opened her eyes wide, and although she was a little afraid of the dark, she still said bravely, Dad, there's nothing here. And it's so dark, Yaya is a little scared. Lu Zixia was about to speak when he felt his clothes being pulled. He turned his head and saw the slightly nervous look on Li Meng's face and a slender white right hand grabbing the edge of his shirt. After confirming their eyes, they are really mother and daughter. It turns out that this woman is afraid of something too. Lu Zixia felt a little proud, and it showed on his face. Li Meng came back to her senses at this time. She glared at Lu Zixia fiercely, and with her right hand that was holding Lu Zixia's clothes, she moved forward as if possessed by a demon, grabbed the soft flesh on Lu Zixia's waist, and twisted it hard. Hiss! This sudden attack was so painful that Lu Zixia almost cried out. Seeing Lu Zixia's mouth curl up and a painful expression appeared on his face, Li Meng smiled, and there was a hint of pride on her delicate face. You're so cruel. Lu Zixia mouthed a harsh word to Li Meng and turned on the lights in the living room. In an instant, all the lights in the living room came on. Wow! Yaya opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. So beautiful. Even Li Meng couldn't hide her surprise. The doors to the balcony and the living room were not closed. A circle of green vines circled the door frames, like two long dragons, winding and circling. The floor is covered with a green environmentally friendly carpet that leads directly from the door into the living room. Looking further ahead, the living room is decorated like a fairy tale kingdom. In the cabin, there's Snow White in a princess dress, and dwarfs wearing all kinds of hats. In front of the bed, there's Little Red Riding Hood in a red hat, and the big bad wolf lying on the bed. In the pumpkin carriage, there's Cinderella wearing crystal shoes. Each fairy tale character and scenery is a wax figure, 30 centimeters tall, placed on a small glass stand with its own lighting. They form a circle, making these fairy tale characters come alive above the originally empty living room. Some black ribbons were hung. At the end of the ribbons were some fluorescent little stars. In the middle of the little stars, 10 heart-shaped balloons were hung. On each balloon was a word written in fluorescent powder, which together formed a sentence. Chapter 69 Yaya's Fairy Tale Town. Dad, these little people are so magical. Yaya's attention was not at all on the balloons in the room. Her big, burning eyes ran to the glass displays and examined them carefully. Ah, I know them. Suddenly, Yaya cried out in surprise, this is Little Red Riding Hood, this is the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf is so scary, and this is Cinderella. Dad, did you really invite the people from the fairy tale home? Yes, they all came here specially to celebrate Yaya's birthday. Looking at Yaya's face full of excitement and joy, Lu Zixia suddenly felt that the arrangements made this afternoon were not in vain. Birthday? Yaya tilted her head, as if trying hard to recall something. Yes, Yaya, today is Yaya's 4th birthday. Li Meng took a small step over, squatted down, touched Yaya's little head, and said, look at those little balloons, there are words on them, which form a sentence. Storybook Town wishes Yaya happy birthday. As the most popular fairy tale collection nowadays, Yaya's Goodnight Story is owned by almost every family with children in every city in China. A few days ago, before returning to Jinghua, Li Meng asked someone to grab a copy for her on Jingtao.com, but Li Meng had not expected that there would be so many fairy tale characters here at Lu Zixia, and there were many wax figure background arrangements. There were no illustrations in Yaya's Goodnight Story, but they were particularly suitable for these fairy tale characters, as if they were supposed to be like this. Moreover, after she came back, she went to every supermarket in Jinghua, hoping to buy some peripheral derivative products from the fairy tale book to bring back to Yaya, but to her surprise, she didn't find any. In other words, the author of the fairy tale book did not authorize the copyright of the peripheral products, but here, he saw so many fairy tale wax figures. When he thought about the name of the fairy tale book, Li Meng had a bold guess in his mind. Fairy Tale Town? What a nice name. Are they all here to celebrate Yaya's birthday? Yaya had celebrated her birthday before, but each time it was at home, with several beautiful aunts accompanying her to have a good day of fun or have a good meal. It had never been like today, when they even decorated the house specially for her. Yes. It took your father a week to invite these children from Fairy Tale Town. As he said this, Li Meng turned around and looked at Lu Zixia. In fact, Li Meng had no idea that Lu Zixia would decorate the house like this. There were so many fairy tale images in the decoration of the house, which obviously took a lot of thought. This made Li Meng feel a little moved, and there was a layer of crystal in her eyes when she looked at Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia didn't say anything. He went to the small music room in the living room, turned on the CD player on the wall, and took down the guitar. This is the accompaniment Lu Zixia had prepared in the company a long time ago, just in anticipation of today. Click, click, the CD player was running, and suddenly the sound of a winding spring was heard in the silent room. The clear sound successfully attracted the attention of Li Meng and Yaya, mother and daughter. After the spring was wound up, it was like an ancient music box being started, and a whistle full of emotion came out of the music box. With the melodious whistle, Lu Zixia lightly played the guitar, and Yaya's Fairy Tale Town adventure began. I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a swan. Lu Zixia's voice is deep and magnetic. At this moment, he was smiling, holding the guitar with both hands, gently plucking the strings, injecting laziness and beautiful emotions into his singing, making people intoxicated. Is this also a song you wrote? His voice is so beautiful. Li Meng's eyes lit up and an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. She had never heard this song before, and the lyrics seemed to be about the characters in Yaya's Goodnight Story. Whereas Yaya, when today's little protagonist heard his father singing, he couldn't help but turn his little head to look for the fairy tale images in every line of Lu Zixia's lyrics. I heard that Peter Pan never grows up. Jack has a harp and magic. I heard there is a candy house in the forest. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper. Following the lyrics, Yaya found Peter Pan, with red hair, wearing clothes like green leaves, flying with his arms outstretched, Jack, holding a golden harp, climbing on a giant green vine, and a beautiful candy house made of colorful candies. Yaya walked past each fairy tale character with joy on her face, and her bright big eyes had turned into crescent moons when she smiled. Only the wise river knows Snow White ran away from the castle because she was having fun. Little Red Riding Hood has something to restrain herself. The red robe that turned into a wolf. While singing, Luzicia walked out of the music room and pushed a red box out from under each booth with his toes. At the same time, he gestured to Li Meng to open the box. Li Meng took a step forward and opened all the boxes one by one. Snow White's transparent crown, Little Red Riding Hood's red cap, Alice's brown cap, the Ugly Duckling's eggshell, Peter Pan's blonde elf. Each item was carefully prepared by Luzicia, and each item bears the obvious imprint of a fairy tale character. Wow, it's Little Red Riding Hood's hat and the crystal slippers. Yaya screamed in surprise, her eyes shining, especially when she saw the pair of crystal shoes. The crystal material was crystal clear, and the rhinestones on the edge of the shoes sparkled. If the crystal shoes weren't a little big, the little one would have put his feet in them long ago. There is always a colorful river winding through the fairy tale town, a perverse aura tinged with magic, yet there are twists and turns in love. The river flows endlessly, splashing water. Another curtain of time falls into the water. Let all long ago. It's time for a happy ending. Yaya was completely immersed in the fairy tale wax figures and the gifts in each red box. Now, only Li Meng is immersed in the song. After hearing these lyrics, Li Meng suddenly felt like crying. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, many things. Yaya is happy now. She has the fairy tale town specially created for her by Luzicia. Her carefree childhood is just like what is written in the lyrics, with Snow White's willfulness, Little Red Riding Hood's kindness, Alice's innocence, the Ugly Duckling's tenacity, and Peter Pan's dream. I just hope that time will go slower, so that the little girl's willfulness, kindness, innocence, and childish nature can last longer and will not be erased by the passage of time. I heard that Sleeping Beauty was buried. The Little Mermaid is looking at the Golden Palace. I heard that Apollo turned into a golden crow. There are saber-toothed tigers running on the grassland. I heard that Pinocchio always tells lies. Rumpelstiltskin has a chest full of gems. I heard there is a longevity tree on the cliff. The red shoes are dancing tirelessly. After the reflections on life, the lyrics became cheerful again. Li Meng shook her head slightly, getting rid of the emotion from her mind, and took Yaya to try out the new gadgets in the red box one by one. Yaya was so happy that she almost flew up. She felt that today was the happiest day in her little life. She had already decided to sleep in the living room today to accompany her new little friends. Let all the long ago, the moment of happy ending is strange. Time passed, the song came to an end, and Luzicia put down the guitar. Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, Alice, the Ugly Duckling. This is Once Upon a Time. Fairy Tale Town was something Luzicia heard by chance on a certain Ian music platform in his previous life. This song was composed by independent musician and Gang, with lyrics by Zhu Jun. And Gang served as the producer and was responsible for all the work, including singing, composing, arranging, instrumental performance, harmony arrangement, recording and mixing. In other words, the original singer of Once Upon a Time is the male version. This emotionally infused singing and playing allows Luzicia to fully interpret the song. Back in the living room, Luzicia squatted down, looked at Yaya straight in the eye, and said to the little one calmly but affectionately, Yaya, Daddy wishes you a happy birthday. It is not as passionate as imagined, with so many gorgeous words, it is just an ordinary blessing. Yaya, Mommy wishes you a happy birthday too. Li Meng squatted beside Luzicia, and a gift box appeared in his hand. Inside the gift box lay a Swarovski customized crystal tiger. Yaya blinked her big eyes and stared at Luzicia and Li Meng for a long time. Suddenly, she opened her arms and hugged them, murmuring, Thank you, Mom and Dad. Yaya is super happy today. Yaya's arms were not long enough to completely hug Luzicia and Li Meng, so the two of them could only lean towards each other as much as possible, with little Yaya's head fitting perfectly in the gap between their heads. After hearing Yaya's words, Luzicia and Li Meng subconsciously wanted to turn around and look at each other. With a turn of the head, their lips touched. In an instant, the air stagnated, Li Meng's eyes widened, his face quickly turned red, and he showed a look of shame and anger. Luzicia obviously didn't expect this to happen. He looked straight at Li Meng, a little confused. Dad, Mom, are you kissing? At this time, Yaya raised her little head and looked at the two people who were still touching each other. Yaya wants it too. Luzicia was the first to react. He quickly stepped back and picked up Yaya and said, No, Daddy didn't kiss Mommy. Yaya, do you want to eat cake? Li Meng was stunned for a moment, then glared at Luzicia fiercely. At the same time, she felt ashamed and angry. You stinky Luzicia, you bullied me and didn't even show any remorse. Am I really that unattractive? Sure enough, women's minds are the hardest to guess. The first thing that came to her mind was not that Luzicia had taken advantage of her, but that she was unattractive. Is this woman crazy? Chapter 70, Fairy Tale House Cake. Any more cake? Luzicia successfully changed the subject. Yaya, holding the crystal tiger in her hand, put the previous topic behind her. She looked at Luzicia with shining eyes and said, Dad, where is the cake? Yaya wants to eat cake, she wants to eat cake. You play with your mother for a while, and Dad will go get the cake, okay? Luzicia ignored Li Meng's shameful and angry look and put Yaya in her arms. He turned around and left the living room. When he reached the kitchen, he turned off the main light in the living room, leaving only a small circle of dim light around the roof and the light on the glass display stand. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yaya screamed as soon as the headlights were turned off. At the bottom of the ribbons hanging from the ceiling are all covered with small stars painted with fluorescent powder, plus the fluorescent words on the balloons and the images in various fairy tale books that form a circle. The whole living room is filled with mystery and is breathtakingly beautiful. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Suddenly, a low voice of happy birthday was sung, and at the same time, her flickering candlelight appeared in the dark room. The candlelight gradually became clearer and brighter from far away to near. Under the bright starlight and the light of the glass display stand, Luzicia walked over pushing a big cake. Oh, time to eat cake, time to eat cake. Seeing the cake that looked like a small house under the dim light, Yaya screamed excitedly and twisted restlessly in Li Meng's arms. Yaya's sudden agitation almost made Li Meng lose control. Yeah, wait a moment. Li Mingyi comforted Yeah, wait until dad comes, then you can go down. Crack, the small wheels of the cart made a clattering sound on the green carpet, and Li Mingyi and Xiao Yeye finally saw clearly what the cake looked like. This is a huge cottage-shaped cake with a pink roof made of chocolate and fruit, a chimney made of frozen milkshake, and light blue walls made of a thick layer of cream with some fairy tale images made of jam printed on them. The base of the cottage is a green meadow, with red, yellow, blue and white flowers as the backdrop. Next to the flowers are dwarfs, white swans, ugly ducklings. They are all made of chocolate. Although their faces are not so clear, you can still tell who they are from their clothes and body features. Further down is the main body of the cake. In addition to the thick cream, there is also a layer of beautiful colorful jam. The 4 candles representing Yeye's 4th birthday were inserted in the 4 directions of the cake. They were facing each other from a distance, and the swaying candlelight illuminated the entire cottage cake. The whole cottage is a miniature fairy tale town. It's so beautiful. Yeye felt that this birthday cake was the biggest and most beautiful cake she had ever seen. Yeah, how is it? Do you like this cake? Lu Zixia took Yeye from Li Mingyi's arms and held her close to the cake so that she could see it more clearly. Dad spent a lot of time to make this cake. Yeah, likes it, very much. Yeye nodded vigorously, and her little head almost became a kowtowing beetle. Dad, the cake is so beautiful, can we really eat it? Yeye asked with her head tilted. Of course you can eat. Lu Zixia nodded, but before you eat, there are 2 things you need to do. Yeye asked doubtfully, what's the matter? Li Mingyi's face was also full of confusion. Why should there be so many things to pay attention to when eating a cake? Lu Zixia smiled and took the box from under the snow-white stand. Inside were 3 crystal crowns, 2 large and 1 small. Yeah, you have to wear this too. Lu Zixia took the small crystal crown and put it directly on Yeye's head, and finally fixed it with an invisible small clip. The crystal crown sparkled under the light, seeming to brighten the entire living room. Hee, mommy, Yeye has turned into Snow White. Yeye turned her head to look at Li Mingyi. The light shone on Yeye's little red face, and she looked like a miniature version of Snow White. Yes, Yeye is our Snow White. Li Ming's face was full of tenderness. Come, you put it on too. Lu Zixia glanced at Li Mingyi and suddenly handed the crystal crown in his hand to her. Should I wear it too? Li Mingyi was visibly stunned. Yeye is the star of the show today, so what's the point of me wearing it? No, I specially prepared 3 crowns, 1 for each of us. Lu Zixia was very determined. He held the crown in his right hand and extended it forward again. And Yeye also wants you to wear it, right, Yeye? Yes, Mom. Yeye twisted her little body. Yeye is Snow White, and Mom and Dad are the king and queen. How can I not wear a crown? Xiao Yeye felt a little aggrieved and wanted all 3 of them to wear crowns so that they could be a family. Seeing the expression on Yeye's face, Li Mingyi's heart softened and he subconsciously wanted to take the crown. At this moment, Li Mingyi suddenly felt a sinking sensation on his head, followed by a pair of warm big hands covering him. Before Li Meng could come to her senses, the big hand had already left her long hair. Mom, you are so beautiful. Yeye couldn't help but blurt out as she looked at Li Mingyi's delicate face under the light. Li Meng's cheeks flushed, and her shy look made Lu Zixia stare at her in amazement. Stared at by Lu Zixia's burning eyes, Li Mingyi's face turned even redder. Dad, the first thing has been done, so what is the second thing? Yeye is the most innocent, she doesn't care what her parents are doing. Oh. Lu Zixia came back to his senses and put the remaining crown on his head. He then took out a SLR camera and said, Yeye, this is the first time Mom and Dad are celebrating your birthday together. Let's take a photo as a souvenir, okay? Okay. Yeye clapped her hands and said, Yeye loves taking pictures the most. As she spoke, Yeye hugged Lu Zixia with one hand and Li Mingyi with the other, with a bright smile on her little face. Click, click. After setting the timer for taking photos, the 3 of them started taking various photos. 2 people kissed Yeye on the cheek, Lu Zixia pinched his nose and acted funny, Li Mingyi opened his mouth in surprise. At the beginning, Li Mingyi was a little restrained, but later he completely let himself go. Today is the happiest day for Yeye, and also the happiest day for Lu Zixia and Li Mingyi. Okay, the first thing is done, now it's time for the second thing. After taking pictures for half an hour, Lu Zixia finally put away his SLR camera, placed it on a tripod, set it to video mode, and placed it in the middle of the living room. Come on, Yeye, make a wish. After you make your wish, blow out the candles, and then we can eat cake. Make a wish, Yeye's eyes lit up. The little one was still young in the previous birthday celebrations and she didn't have any memories. But this year, whether it was in TV dramas or cartoons, she always saw scenes of children making wishes, and the little one had been looking forward to it for a long time. So, Yeye quickly clasped her 2 little hands together, hugged them, closed her eyes, and chanted her birthday wishes in her heart. Neither Lu Zixia nor Li Mingyi said anything, they just looked at the little guy quietly. After a long while, Yeye opened her eyes and said, I'm going to blow out the candles, call. Yeye took a deep breath and blew on the cake with her little mouth. The slender candle flame flickered a few times in the air and then went out with a whoosh. Lu Zixia walked to the balcony at the entrance and turned on the lights in the living room again. Looking at Yeye's smiling face, Li Mingyi suddenly asked, Yeye, can you tell Mom what wish you made? No. Yeye wrinkled her nose and said in a baby voice, Daddy said that wishes won't come true if they're spoken out loud. Yeye also wants Daddy and Mommy to be together forever. I can't say it. The little guy let the cat out of the bag unconsciously, and his cute and naive look of covering his mouth anxiously made Lu Zixia and Li Mingyi laugh. After laughing, the 2 of them subconsciously made eye contact. This time, the expressions and demeanor on each other's faces were all clearly seen by each other. After a long time, the 2 smiled at each other and looked away. It seems that the life of a family of 3 is not bad. Come, Yeye, cut the cake and eat the cake. Lu Zixia took out an environmentally friendly knife and asked Yeye to hold the handle. Lu Zixia held Yeye's little hand. This time, a white and tender hand stretched out from the side and directly covered Lu Zixia's big hand. Lu Zixia paused for a moment and subconsciously looked up at the owner of the hand. Li Mingyi's pretty face flushed, and she said coquettishly, What are you looking at? Hurry up and cut the cake. Lu Zixia chuckled, and the three of them worked together to cut out a few pieces of cake on the green grass. After all, the cake was about half a meter long, and it was impossible for 3 people to finish it. In addition, Xiao Yeye cared more about the fairy tale cottage, so they had to settle for the second best and cut off the grass. In fact, even 3 people cannot finish eating just this piece of grass. Xiao Yeye was eating happily. She held a piece of cake and kept chewing it with her little mouth, making her face covered with jam and cream. In a few minutes, she turned into a little cat. Lu Zixia didn't like overly sweet foods like cream, so he just tasted it briefly and stopped. What about Li Mengyi? It is true that like mother, like daughter. Ever since her nature as a big eater was exposed at dinner yesterday, Li Mengyi has been going further and further down the path of a big eater. So when she ate the cake, she was exactly the same as Yeye, with food all over her face. She had completely lost the temperament of a goddess, and instead had the cuteness and innocence of a girl next door. I guess the only one who has the opportunity to see the scream goddess show this posture is Lu Zixia. Phew, thinking of this, Lu Zixia couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing the laughter, Li Meng, who was eating happily with his head down, raised his head and glared at Lu Zixia unhappily. Looking down at the cake in her hand, Li Mengyi had a sly smile on her face. She suddenly reached out and rubbed the cake, then quickly touched Lu Zixia's face. Lu Zixia was laughing heartily, but he didn't expect Li Meng to launch a surprise attack. For a moment, his right cheek was covered with cream. This time it was Li Meng's turn to laugh. She giggled like a child, and demonstratively clenched her little fists and raised them towards Lu Zixia. I can tolerate my aunt, but I can't tolerate my uncle. Lu Zixia quickly grabbed a piece of cream from the cake and smeared it on Li Mengyi's face. A cream offensive and defensive battle begins. Chapter 71. Li Mengyi's distress. Yeye had a very happy 4th birthday. I believe that even after many years, Yeye will still remember this day, because this year's birthday, not only her father and mother are there, but also so many friends from fairy tales, as well as the song Once Upon a Time written by her father specially for her, and a beautiful and delicious fairy tale house cake. It's great to be able to live with mom and dad. Yeye was very energetic today and fell asleep with a smile on her face around 11 o'clock. Li Meng waited until Yeye fell asleep, then tiptoed out of the bedroom, because there were too many surprises and accidents today. The Lu Zixia she learned about today was very different from the Lu Zixia investigated by the private detective. She needed to have a good talk with Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia didn't rush back to sleep. Li Mengyi took Yeye to wash up and rest. He simply tidied up the living room and went to sit on the balcony at the entrance. There were too many unexpected things for him today, and he needed to think carefully. Sitting in the rocking chair on the entrance balcony, Lu Zixia held a cup of tea in his hand, staring blankly at the dark night outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Haven't you rested yet? Lu Zixia said softly when he heard footsteps. You've been playing with Yeye at the amusement park all day. You must be tired, right? You should go and rest. You're still the same, aren't you? Li Mengyi sat down in another rocking chair on the balcony, chuckling softly. You surprised me today. Surprised? You too, who would have thought that the screen goddess would also show some childish behavior? Lu Zixia placed the teacup in his hand on the small tree stump table. Want some? Authentic Wui de Hongpo. Oolong tea? Li Meng blinked. I heard that oolong tea can help with weight loss. Is that true? I don't know if it helps with weight loss, but it helps relieve greasy feelings. Lu Zixia poured 2 cups of kung fu tea. You ate a lot of cream cakes today, don't you feel sick? Li Meng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, the taste is really special. If it tastes good, drink more. Lu Zixia smiled. Do you have anything to ask me? Yeah. Li Meng nodded and got straight to the point. That best-selling fairy tale author, Xiaoyu, is that you? She has been thinking about this question all night. If she doesn't get an answer now, she is afraid that she will not be able to sleep tonight. Why do you ask? Lu Zixia asked in surprise. Li Meng gave Lu Zixia a sanitary look and said, as far as I know, there aren't any peripheral products for Yeye's fairy tales yet. You've been able to get so many wax figures of fairy tale characters. You must have obtained the author's authorization, or maybe you're the author, right? The world has a strong sense of copyright. If you don't get authorization, even if you want to make a wax figure, the people at the wax museum won't dare to take the job. Also, the name of the fairy tale book, and the author's name, Xiaoyu. Even if there are many people named Yeye in this world, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Li Mengyi said eloquently. To sum up, you are Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu is you. Bang bang bang, Lu Zixia clapped his hands and said, your analysis is correct. I am indeed the author Xiaoyu. I didn't expect you could write fairy tales. Li Meng thought about it and suddenly said with some jealousy, but you are too shameless. You bribed Yeye with fairy tales. Until now, Yeye doesn't listen to my stories. She even says my stories are not good. Lu Zixia was stunned and said, can you sing to her to sleep? It would have been fine if Lu Zixia hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as he mentioned singing, Li Mengyi immediately became angry. Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? What do you mean? Lu Zixia was even more confused. He was so friendly and gentle just now, why did his expression change now? You don't know? Li Mengyi asked in surprise, seeing that the confused expression on Lu Zixia's face did not seem fake. Lu Zixia said innocently, I don't know what you're talking about. What's going on? Did something happen to you? If you don't mind, could you tell me about it? What are you talking about? Well, forget it, I'll just tell you. Li Mengyi sighed. A while ago, a fantasy TV series I starred in entered post-production. According to the contract, I had to sing the theme song for the show. However, I tried recording it many times, but I couldn't satisfy the director. Later, I don't know who spread the news, and since then, rumors have spread in the entertainment industry that I am tone-deaf. What song is it? Can you sing it for me? Lu Zixia raised his eyebrows and said. Yeah. Li Meng nodded slightly, took out her mobile phone, turned on the accompaniment, and started singing. When Li Mengyi finished singing and looked at Lu Zixia, she found that Lu Zixia's brows were almost twisted into a shape. How is it? Does it sound bad? Li Mingyi asked nervously. Lu Zixia was a top singer in the country in his previous life, so he could naturally hear the problem with Li Mingyi's song. Lu Zixia frowned and said, "Let me make 2 points. First, your voice is actually quite good. However, compared to professional singers, you haven't trained your voice and don't have the necessary vocal skills. You're currently unable to handle songs in this range." Having said this, seeing that Li Mingyi was not angry but showed a thoughtful expression, he continued, "The second point is the problem with the song itself. This song, whether melody or lyrics, is not suitable for you. The lyrics are very rough and require the singer to have a bold voice. If the vocal range is not up to par, it will easily be drowned out by the accompaniment. You mean to say that this song is not suitable for me to sing?" Li Mingyi has become accustomed to people saying that his singing is not good, but from what Lu Zixia said, it seems that he is denying this song. "The best is the one that suits you." Lu Zixia brought out the same theory he'd used to teach Sun Xiaolu and the others. "How about this? Your film should be in the early promotional stages, right? Tell me the synopsis of the TV series, and I'll see if I can create a song tailored for you." "You want to write a song for me?" Li Mingyi asked in surprise. "You really want to write a song for me?" Lu Zixia nodded and said, "What's wrong? Can't I? Or do you not want it?" "Yes, I want it." Li Mingyi nodded quickly. He knew how popular Lu Zixia's songs were. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity. "Well, it's too late today. Wait until I get home from get off work tomorrow and then you can tell me." Lu Zixia stood up and said, "You actually sing quite well, you just need a little practice. If you want to learn, I can teach you." After saying this, Lu Zixia turned and walked towards the study. Li Meng stared at Lu Zixia's back for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her hand and touched her lips, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured softly, "You have a conscience." The next day, Lu Zixia did morning exercises and bought breakfast as usual. Perhaps Li Mingyi and her daughter went to bed too late yesterday. When Lu Zixia returned home, the mother and daughter were still sleeping in each other's arms. After putting breakfast in the thermal box in the kitchen and leaving a note, Lu Zixia went straight to the company. As soon as I arrived at the company, Yi Lintao, who I hadn't seen for a long time, rushed in and shouted at the top of his voice as soon as he entered the door, Brother Xia, quickly turn on the TV and watch the Eastern Entertainment Channel. There's big news today." "Lu Zixia looked up at Yi Lintao and said, "Hey, kid, I haven't seen you for a while. Why are you so irritable?" Yi Lintao did not answer Lu Zixia, but directly grabbed the remote control on the desk and turned on the LCD TV hanging on the wall opposite the desk. "Find Oriental Entertainment Channel and click on it.a." As soon as he turned it on, a familiar piece of music came into Lu Zixia's ears. The Oriental Entertainment Channel was broadcasting a news story about the new group sisters, who quickly became popular with their single One Is Like Summer, the other is like autumn. At this time, the TV happened to broadcast an MV of One Is Like Summer and the other is like autumn. Sun Xiaolu and Huan Linger were both wearing light pink long skirts, one with a ponytail and the other with a bun. The two of them were laughing and chasing each other on the campus, just like sisters. "Brother Xia, it's the new couple in the company," Yi Lintao said excitedly. They finally made their debut. After all, the two girls were singing the song that Lu Zixia gave them, so when the two people appeared on the screen, Lu Zixia put down what he was doing and watched carefully. After passing the interview that day, Lang Wenqing arranged a female agent with rich industry experience for the two girls. Although the song One Is Like Summer and the Other Is Like Autumn was just released, it has been widely praised for its cheerful and lively rhythm and touching lyrics. In addition, Sun Xiaolu and Huan Linger are all very beautiful, with a fresh and innocent temperament. They are very popular and quickly attracted a large number of fans. According to Lang Wenqing's unique vision, he decided to let the two girls go for a pure route, preferably with the feeling of girls next door, and the target audience was also limited to high school and college students. The music video clip quickly ended, and a beautifully dressed female host appeared on the screen, holding a newspaper in her hand. Reporting on today's program recently, Wenqing Entertainment Media's new group Sisters has been gaining popularity. Wenqing Entertainment Media has announced that the song One Like Summer, One Like Autumn was created specifically for the two by the hottest singer-songwriter Lu Zixia. "Lin Tao, you came here just to tell me, have these two girls made their debut?" Lu Zixia stared at Yi Lintao and said, No. Yi Lintao shook his head repeatedly. "There's really big news today. Look, isn't it coming next?" Chapter 72 Panda Music. The camera on TV turned and another picture appeared. The picture seems to be the main venue of a press conference, with a podium at the front of the venue. The entire rostrum was simply decorated, with a long table in front of it and 3 nameplates on the table, Xiong, Meng Changkong, and Lin Yu. Behind the rostrum was a red sign that read Panda Music Press Conference. Maybe it's not time yet. There's not a single person on the podium. The rows of seats below were already filled with people. They were reporters or representatives from various TV stations, news agencies, entertainment newspapers, etc. Looking to the side and back, filming equipment had already been set up, with cameras aimed at the podium where the press conference was about to be held. Panda Music? In the office, Lu Zixia looked at the TV with some confusion. "Lin Tao, what is this Panda Music? How come I've never heard of it?" Panda Music is also a music platform, Yi Lintao explained. It's a brand new music platform created through a collaboration between Cool Cat Music, Crab Music, and Tian Jingtang. These 3 are the industry's top music platforms, Lu Zixia exclaimed in surprise. If they join forces, even the world's largest music platform, Penguin Music, would be intimidated, right? Who says not? Yi Lintao nodded and said, and it is said that Panda Music will have a big move this time. Penguin Music has really met its match this time. Lu Zixia wanted to ask something else, but at this moment, 6 people walked up to the podium on TV, all the cameras were pointed at them, and for a moment, the only sound was the continuous clicking of the cameras of the reporters and the eyes of the representatives from all parties below all looked over there. There were 4 men and 2 women. The one sitting behind Xiong's nameplate was a middle-aged man in his 40s with thick eyebrows, a broad nose and a sturdy build. The one sitting behind Meng Changkong's nameplate was a young man in his 30s with a thin build, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looking very gentle. As for the one sitting behind Lin Yu's nameplate, it was a cool and beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a black business suit that perfectly showed off her figure. As for the remaining two men, they should be assistants. The remaining beautiful woman is the host of today's press conference. Her name is Dong Jiaying and she is a famous host of Jinghua TV station. Brother Xia, these three people are the giants of the three major music platforms. Yi Lintao pointed at the TV and said, Xiong Xiong is the founder of Cool Cat Music, Meng Chankong represents Crab Music, and Lin Yu is the CEO of Tiantian Jingting. Thank you to all the friends from the media for taking the time to attend the Panda Music press conference. Dong Jiaying stood on the stage, looking at the representatives seated below. We all know that there are four giants in the music platform industry: Penguin Music, Cool Cat Music, Crab Music, and Tiantian Jingting. Those present here today occupy half of the music platform market. The host exchanged a few words with the representatives from the media before introducing the three people present. He also asked them some interesting questions. After a few minutes, the main topic began. The first person to speak was Xiong Xiong from Cool Cat Music. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the fierce competition in the current music platform market, the three of us have decided to join forces to create a music platform called Panda Music. This new platform will enable music sharing and provide a more convenient, comprehensive, and complete music platform for all our friends around the world. In addition, we have invested heavily in inviting many celebrities to join the platform and developing MV channels so that friends can enjoy a dual audiovisual feast on the music platform. Finally, we will introduce a singer ranking mechanism on the new platform. As long as you have a dream, you can upload music to the platform. We will evaluate the singer rankings based on the number of song downloads. Every time a singer's level is promoted, the platform will give you surprise gifts. 3 bombshells in a row stunned all the media friends present and the audience in front of the TV. A new music platform, Panda Music? MV splits, an audio-visual feast? Singer ranking system? Brother Xia, Penguin Music is really in trouble this time. Yi Lintao hadn't expected this outcome. I heard from Mr. Lang that when Zhang Wentao from Penguin Music came last time, he was so arrogant and even complained that Brother Xia wasn't famous enough. In my opinion, Brother Xia, why don't you switch to Panda Music? There's more potential there. I was wondering why you're so anxious. It seems you're here to act as a lobbyist. Lu Zixia recovered from the 3 messages from Panda Music and said with a half smile, tell me, which of these 3 music platforms is so attractive that it would allow a near-A-list star like you to come here and recruit people? Brother Xia, I'm wrong. Yi Lintao began to complain. I'm just thinking about you. That Zhang Wentao is so arrogant. Instead of being bullied under his nose, I might as well go out and make a lot of money. Okay, let's talk about this later. Let's watch the press conference first. Lu Zixia shook his head and said, on TV, the first part of the press conference has ended and the second part has begun. Dong Jiaying turned to the press representatives and said in a clear voice, now we will move on to the next step. Media friends are welcome to ask questions. As soon as Dong Jiaying finished speaking, the delegate seats suddenly became noisy. All the reporters and media representatives were whispering to each other. They really had too many questions, and it took some skills to figure out how to ask questions that would capture the key points and what questions to ask. Swish, swish, swish. After a minute or two, the reporters and media representatives in the seats began to raise their hands, and the filming equipment set up in the back also began to turn their lenses. The lady in white. Xiong Xiong pointed to the left side of the representative seats and said, the female reporter took the microphone, a sly glance flickering across her eyes. Mr. Xiong, your 3 companies in Penguin Music are collectively known as the 4 giants of the music platform industry. Why are you excluding Penguin Music from your new music platform? Well, this is a very pointed question. Lu Zixia, who was an executive of a media group in his previous life, couldn't help but secretly praise it in his heart. This was equivalent to exposing the contradiction between Penguin Music and the other 3 major music platforms. Okay, thank you for the question from this media friend. I will answer this question on behalf of Mr. Xiong. At this time, Lin Yu took the microphone and said, first of all, I have to point out that this so-called 4 giants of music platforms is a private name given by our friends. It is unofficial and we have never acknowledged this identity. When she said this, Lin Yu glanced at the female reporter and continued, secondly, the music partnership between our 3 music platforms is not aimed at anyone in particular, it's just a normal partnership. What we hope to see is new development for the music platforms, not stagnation. Finally, we believe that Penguin Music will not have any questions or dissatisfaction with the cooperation between our 3 companies. These are all normal business activities and there is no reason to exclude them. Thank you. The conventional answer not only answered the female reporter's question, but also implicitly ridiculed the female reporter, leaving her unable to refute. Mr. Xiong, what do you mean by the singer rankings you just mentioned? Could you give us a brief introduction? With the precedent set by the female reporter, these reporters and media representatives no longer dared to ask those sharp questions. The entire press conference became quiet, without the previous commotion, and everyone was waiting for Xiong Xiong's answer. This music rating mechanism has never appeared on any music platform before, and everyone is very curious about it. Xiong Xiong grinned, picked up the microphone and said, it's very simple. Our new platform, Panda Music, will divide each singer into 10 levels from low to high based on the total number of downloads of their songs. Singers with a total download volume of less than 500,000 are 1 cloud singers, and there will be a red cloud after their name. 500,000 to 5 million are 2 cloud singers, with 2 orange clouds. 5 to 10 million are 3 cloud singers, with 3 yellow clouds. 10 to 20 million are 4 cloud singers, with 4 green clouds. 20 to 50 million are 5 cloud singers, with 5 blue clouds. 50 million to 100 million is 6 clouds. 6 blue clouds. 100 million to 200 million is 7 clouds. 7 purple clouds. 200 million to 400 million is a white star. 7 purple clouds merge into a large white star. 400 million to 800 million is a silver moon. The white star turns into a silver crescent moon. More than 800 million is a golden sun. The silver moon turns into a golden sun. Correspondingly, the names of singers on the platform will also be called Qiyun singers, Changyun singers. We believe that all singers will have a clear level confirmation in the future. Of course, this rating is not officially recognized. We have applied for copyright from the Copyright Association. It belongs only to our platform. Please do not include singers outside the platform in this system. Wow, the incident caused a huge uproar. No matter whether it was the reporters and media representatives present or the audience sitting in front of the TV screen, they were all stunned. Brother Xia, are they going to rank singers? Yi Lintao was shocked in the office. Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid that the telecommunications office will call them for questioning? What are you looking for? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. They've clearly stated that this level belongs only to their platform. The Copyright Association has approved the copyright, which means the General Office of Telecommunications agrees. Oh, that seems to be the case. Yi Lintao was stunned for a moment. Those so-called big names and superstars are all hyped up by fans and the media. No one has a precise positioning. Panda Music's use of this method has actually stimulated the enthusiasm of the singers. Just like you said, Penguin Music must be panicking this time. Lu Zixia suddenly laughed. The music platform is probably going to undergo earth-shaking changes. Chapter 73 heading to Yuhang. Today's Panda Music press conference is definitely a bombshell for Penguin Music, but these had nothing to do with Lu Zixia. After finishing a day's work, Lu Zixia returned home. Dad is back. As soon as Ye entered the door, who was fiddling with her tablet computer on the balcony, she immediately dropped the computer and ran towards Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia squatted down and kissed the little guy's face. Ye, have you been good today? Well, Ye was very good today. Ye nodded and scratched Lu Zixia's chin with her little hand. Dad, your beard has grown again, it's tickling me. Ha, does it itch? Then prick it a few more times. Lu Zixia laughed and rubbed the little girl's pink cheeks with his chin. He. Ye laughed happily. Okay, stop messing around, both of you. Wash your hands and have dinner. Li Mengyi, wearing an apron and dressed casually, came out holding a small casserole. When Lu Zixia saw Li Mengyi's outfit, he was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this ice and snow goddess would have such a unique charm. When she changed into home clothes, I carried Ye to the restaurant, where the table was already filled with food, including garlic oysters, braised prawns, spicy stir-fried mantis shrimps, stir-fried matsutake mushrooms, all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. You made all this? Lu Zixia asked in surprise, watching Li Mengyi busying himself in the kitchen again. You can cook too? Why can't I learn to cook? Li Meng took off her apron and gave Lu Zixia a cold look. Lu Zixia put Ye on a chair, looked at the table full of food, and said hesitantly, is it poisoned? Lu Zixia, do you want to eat? If not, forget it. Li Meng's eyes were about to spit fire. This bad guy, couldn't he just praise her a few words? Every time he made her act like she was trying to hurt him. It's just a joke, don't be so angry. Lu Zixia laughed. To be honest, he liked teasing Li Mengyi like this more and more in the past 2 days. Wash your hands and return to the table. After picking up a large shrimp and tasting it, Lu Zixia's eyes lit up and he said, hey, it tastes pretty good. Hearing Lu Zixia's praise, Li Mengyi couldn't help but show a happy expression on his face. Yeah, let daddy peel some shrimp for you. Lu Zixia picked up a mantis shrimp and said as he peeled it, tell me about your TV series. Give me a synopsis so I can write the lyrics and music. Are you really planning to write a song for me? Li Meng was stunned for a moment. But, the theme song for this TV series needs the director's approval. Don't worry, the director will definitely approve of the song I write. Lu Zixia had this confidence because his mind was filled with popular songs from the earth for many years. It was just a TV series, so he could always find a suitable one in it. Okay. Although he didn't know where Lu Zixia's confidence came from, Li Mengyi didn't want to miss this opportunity. This TV series is adapted from a fantasy novel called 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Lu Zixia dropped the shrimp in his hand onto the table. He asked blankly, what's the name of the TV series? Eternal Love? Li Mengyi said naturally. Lu Zixia's expression became even more bizarre. He tentatively asked, a tragic love affair between a fox spirit who has lived for tens of thousands of years and a little black dragon? Ha? How did you know that? This time it was Li Mengyi's turn to be confused. This copy of 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms was just sold out online, and Sister Siki bought it out completely. How did you know the plot? Lu Zixia was speechless. It really was that novel. Isn't it said that the development of culture and entertainment in this world is very slow, and there are not many classics? Then where did this eternal love come from? Lu Zixia, you haven't told me yet, how did you know the plot? Seeing Lu Zixia lowering his head and not speaking, Li Mengyi became a little anxious. She thought the copyright had been plagiarized. As for this question, I read this novel when the author first posted it online. Lu Zixia mumbled a few words and changed the subject. If this novel is adapted into a TV series, I actually have some songs, and if I teach you how to sing, you'll definitely be able to handle it. But, at this point, Lu Zixia paused and said, it's just that this song is a duet, you can't sing it alone. 2 people singing? Li Meng thought for a moment and said, how about this? You write the lyrics and music first. Sister Siki and Sister Jingjing will come over tomorrow, and I'll show them. How about that? As you wish. Lu Zixia nodded. I'm going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang tomorrow to participate in the second round of China's New Voice. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Please take care of Ye tomorrow. Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Li Meng frowned and nodded. Actually, you don't have to rush. I can stay for another 3 days. You can come back the day after tomorrow. No. Lu Zixia shook his head. If I don't see Ye for a day, I will miss her. If you hadn't come, I would have taken Ye with me to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. It would have been more convenient to take care of her. Dad, are you going out to play? Ye wants to go too, okay? When Ye heard the 2 men mention her, she immediately raised her head with rice grains stuck at the corners of her mouth. Ye, be good. Daddy has to go to work. Li Mingyi would never let Yaya run around with Lu Zixia. Daddy will be back in 2 days. Yaya, be good and wait for Daddy at home, okay? Oh. Yaya's mood suddenly became depressed when she heard that she wouldn't be able to see Lu Zixia for 2 days. Seeing Yaya's aggrieved look, Lu Zixia almost called Lang Wenqing and asked to withdraw from the competition. Originally, he became a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment in order to be able to take better care of Yaya. Now it seems that this is somewhat contrary to his original intention. Seeing that Lu Zixia's face looked bad, how could Li Meng, a kind-hearted woman, not see what was going on? She stroked the little guy's hair and said to Lu Zixia, "Don't worry, go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. I will take good care of Yaya. Concentrate on the competition and don't be distracted." Lu Zixia paused for a moment as he picked up the food with his chopsticks. His heart seemed to be filled with something, full and warm. At night, Yaya refused to sleep no matter what. Li Mingyi had no choice but to run to find Lu Zixia. After making many unequal treaties with Yaya, he finally coaxed the little girl into submission. The next morning, Lu Zixia put the lyrics and music of Liang Liang on the dining table, picked up his small bag and drove to the company. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zixia and Lang Wenqing got off the plane and drove to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station with the general manager of Wenqing Entertainment branch as their driver. According to the arrangement of China's New Voice, the New Voice will start broadcasting on time at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the students under the mentors must rush to the program group before 3 o'clock in the afternoon to rehearse under the guidance of the music mentors. Originally, Lu Zixia had no plans to go to rehearsal, but to stay in this circle, one must abide by the rules, so he dragged Lang Wenqing and went directly to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station. The treatment they received was the same as at the China Radio and Television Building. As soon as they arrived at the TV station, staff from Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station welcomed them and Lang Wenqing went to his personal lounge, while Lu Zixia went to the rehearsal room belonging to music instructor Chen Yiji. Chen Yiji's rehearsal room was on the 8th floor of the Jiangsu Zhejiang Radio Building. When Lu Zixia arrived at the rehearsal room marked Chen Yiji team, there were already a few people gathered inside in groups of 3 or 4. These people include both men and women. The oldest is about 40 years old, and the youngest is about 16 or 17 years old. When Lu Zixia pushed the door open, he immediately attracted their attention and they all turned their heads to look over. Is it Lu Zixia, the one who sang Just Met You? Who else could it be but him? I had forgotten that he was the only student who received 4 mentor turns in the first round of this season's New Voice. Lu Zixia's arrival made the entire rehearsal room a mess. There is no way. Not to mention the popularity of Lu Zixia's previous works. Just Met You, Where Are We Going, Dad, and the betting and debt default incident in Chinese dramas. Just the fact that he participated in the New Voice and created Ordinary Road, the popularity of which is enough to make him well known on the internet, is enough to make him well known. What's more, the rehearsal room is full of students from this episode of China's New Voice, so they naturally pay more attention to this highly anticipated student. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Zixia, and I'm Brother Yijia's student. Please take care of me in the future. Seeing so many people looking at him, Lu Zixia did not feel awkward at all. With a smile on his face, he politely greeted the students in the room. Oh, hello. Hello, I'm Li Dan. Hello, I'm Xie Fan. After the small commotion, some students came over to greet Lu Zixia, while some remained unmoved and even looked at Lu Zixia with some hostility. Lu Zixia understood what was going on. After all, The Voice of China was a talent show, and only one person could win in the end. According to the second round of New Voice, the rules of the mentor team internal battle are as follows. Each music instructor has 14 students, and the 14 students compete in pairs to compete for the top 8 in the team, followed by the top 4 die. In other words, everyone in the rehearsal room is now a competitor to each other, and among these 14 people, only 4 can enter the third round. Of course, Lu Zixia didn't care about these hostile people as long as they didn't provoke him. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Just then, Chen Yiji, wearing casual clothes and with curly hair, pushed the door open and walked in with 2 staff members from the program team. Hey, Zixia, you are here too. When did you arrive? Seeing Lu Zixia blocking the door, Chen Yiji patted him on the shoulder. Oh, Brother Yijie, Brother Xing and I just arrived not long ago. Lu Zixia replied to him. Is Brother Xing here too? Well, let's go find him later. I'll finish things here first. Chen Yiji nodded and walked straight to the middle of the rehearsal room. In fact, when they saw that Lu Zixia and Chen Yiji were so familiar with each other, some students who were previously hostile to Lu Zixia changed their expressions. They did not expect that the relationship between the two was so good. Rather than offending him, it's better to sell it first. Chapter 74, The Devil's Sixth Power Cycle. Killing Bang. Clapping his hands and calling all the students together, Chen Yiji said, Dear students, I need to announce something. Everyone turned their attention over. There's something very lucky for you. Chen Yiji smiled at the students and said, I just received news from the program that the previously scheduled competition format has been changed. Originally, the second round was supposed to be a battle between the mentor teams, which means that 4 A students will be selected and 10 students will be eliminated directly. The students all knew this rule. Although it was a bit cruel, they still accepted the fact that there were winners and losers in the competition. Now, the second round's format has been changed to Mentor Devil's Sixth Power Cycle Elimination. Chen Yiji looked at the rules briefing in his hand and explained, the so-called Big Elimination refers to a battle between teams. The mentors need to divide their teams into 3 groups. Each group will represent their team once, and their opponents will be from the other 3 teams. Every time a team wins a game, it can eliminate 1 student from the opposing team. If the team loses, then our own team will eliminate 1 person. Simply put, every student present carries the honor of the entire team. If they win, they can remain on the stage and eliminate a student from the opposing team. If they lose, they will leave the stage, and the strength of our team will be weakened. What will happen if we lose continuously? Lu Zixia asked. This question may be somewhat demoralizing, so other students dare not ask it, except Lu Zixia, who was really not afraid of anything. The students were also very concerned about this issue and looked at Chen Yiji in unison. Continuous losses? Chen Yiji laughed bitterly and said, if our team loses every round, it means our team is completely wiped out. All the students in Chen Yijia's team will be eliminated, and I will be left alone. Shoo, isn't this too cruel? Does that mean the entire team might be eliminated in the second round? Who said it wasn't? Instead of this, why not have a civil war among the mentors? It's all a matter of time. Competitions are all about winning and losing. Besides, don't you think this format is exciting? All the students started talking about it. They never expected that the competition system would have such a big change, and the sense of urgency of the competition made them all excited. But if we have to divide into 3 groups, each team will have 14 people, and there is no way to divide them. It was Lu Zixia again, and he became the Mr. Question. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Chen Yijie took over. Because each mentor team still has a relatively large number of participants, today's competition will still be an internal competition among the mentor teams. However, the elimination rate has been changed from 10 to 5. Eliminating 5 people? Doesn't that mean we have more chances? This news is good news for the students. Teacher Yijie, how will today's elimination be conducted? A student asked. The students on the team will compete against each other in pairs, and the winner will automatically advance. Chen Yijie said, the remaining 2 spots will be chosen from the 7 losing students. Bang, checking the time, Chen Yijie clapped his hands again and said, how's it going? Do you understand the rules? If you have no questions, I'll move on to the second thing. Have you all prepared your pieces for today's competition? Submit your pieces to the production team now, and then head to the lounge next door to relax.to. Keep it confidential. I'll call everyone in later to rehearse the song. How's it going? Any questions? No. All the students shook their heads and said in unison. Okay. Chen Yijie nodded and pointed at the 2 staff members. The program team has prepared some forms. If you've already recorded your own accompaniment, just hand them the USB drive. If you haven't, come here and get a form. Fill out your repertoire and personal information. Of the 14 people present, except Lu Zixia, who directly gave a USB drive to the staff, everyone else went to get a form. In this way, Lu Zixia and his friends were led by the staff to the lounge next door. Lu Zixia chose a corner, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and dozed off. Hello, can I sit here? Just when he was about to fall asleep, a gentle voice sounded. Lu Zixia looked up and saw that the person standing in front of him was a boy in his 20s, about 1.75 meters tall, thin, with delicate features and a pair of large glasses on his nose. The older boy was very shy and was a little afraid to look Lu Zixia in the eye. Okay, sit down. Lu Zixia patted the sofa next to him and said, why didn't I see you just now? My name is Fang Bai, and I'm a student on teacher Wu Ying's team. The older boy rubbed his hands awkwardly. I know you. I'm a fan of yours. Can I call you Brother Xia? A student from Wu Ying's team? Why are they in this lounge? Of course. Despite his doubts, Lu Zixia would never refuse anyone who showed kindness to him. He extended his hand and said, I told you it's not easy. Is that okay? Sure. Fang Bai wiped his hands on himself before holding Lu Zixia's hand. I can sing your songs. Just met you. Where are we going, Dad? An ordinary road. Really? Lu Zixia smiled. How is it? Today is the mentor team's internal competition. Do you have confidence in advancing? Everyone in the team is too strong. I'm not sure. Fang Bai smiled bitterly, his left hand tightly clasped on his knee, his breathing a little rapid. Relax. Lu Zixia picked up a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table and handed it to Fang Bai. Drink some water. Thank you, Brother Xia. Fang Bai took the mineral water and took a sip. I've never participated in any competitions since I was a child. If my wife hadn't kept it a secret and signed me up, I probably wouldn't have come this time. You've been forced into this. Lu Zixia said with a hint of amusement, just listen to me. Sing the same way you practice singing normally. Keeping a calm mind is the most important thing. I want to be stable, too. Fang Bai said with a bitter face, almost crying, during the blind auditions, I didn't plan on advancing. After all, I didn't prepare much. In the end, the instructor just gave me a 4th turn, huh? Lu Zixia was surprised. He knew how difficult it was for the 4 music instructors to make the transition. Even he only got the 4th transition at the very last moment. This guy is awesome. As a result, I was prepared for this team battle, but I couldn't calm down, for fear that I would be eliminated by my teammates. Fang Bai continued to drink water and became more and more nervous. Lu Zixia was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This young man was really weird. When others got the 4th turn as mentor, their confidence immediately soared, but he was so nervous. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zixia said, who accompanied you to participate in the promotion match this time? A few of my friends. Fang Bai replied. Where's your wife? Lu Zixia asked curiously, the promotion match is such an important competition, and your wife didn't come with you? Fang Bai touched his head awkwardly and said, my wife is over 7 months pregnant and has difficulty moving around, so I didn't ask her to come. Lu Zixia smiled and said, congratulations. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. A girl. Fang Bai's nervousness faded a lot when he mentioned the child. The doctor originally refused to tell us, so I secretly asked the nurse. Girls are great. They're the sweetest little cotton padded jackets their parents can wear. Lu Zixia pulled out his phone, flicked on the screen, and said, I have a daughter too, yeah. Look, isn't she pretty? Fang Bai leaned over to take a look, a knowing smile on his face. Brother Xia, I've seen Yaya before. It was you who sang Where Are We Going, Dad, with little Yaya at the graduation performance of the acting department of the Chinese Academy of Drama. Right. Lu Zixia nodded. I can see that you like your daughter very much. So, think about it, when your daughter grows up, if you tell her about your outstanding performance on The Voice of China, how will your daughter react? Fang Bai's face changed and he subconsciously began to fantasize. Yes, that's the situation. Lu Zixia suddenly patted Fong Bai's shoulder and said, "Since you can't calm down, then try your best to think about your daughter, think about what she will look like in the future, and think about how you will get along with her in the future. It seems like it's really better." Fong Bai said in surprise. Lu Zixia was about to say something else when a staff member came in from outside, found Fong Bai and said, "Why are you here? I finally found you. Come on, teacher Wu Ying wants to teach you singing. Brother Xia, I'm going to rehearse first. I'll treat you to a midnight snack after the competition." Fong Bai said goodbye to Lu Zixia and left the lounge. Lu Zixia would never have thought that it was because of his guidance this time that this shy boy became his opponent in the championship battle. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Got AT this time, whether it was costumes, props, or makeup artists, they had already arrived backstage and were busy putting makeup on all the waiting students, hosts, and 4 music instructors. As for the recording site of New Voice, the #1 studio of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV has already been bustling with activity. The sound orchestra responsible for the musical accompaniment and the harmony group were also waiting at the side of the stage. 500 audience members and 51 professional judges from the music industry arrived early. They sat in their seats, looking forward to the start of the New Voice show. For a moment, the entire studio was filled with a tense atmosphere. Chapter 75, singing the song Once Upon a Time. Boom boom boom. At exactly 8 o'clock, as the deafening music sounded, Xiao Xiao, the top host of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, who was wearing a light blue suit and a pair of retro black-framed glasses, walked onto the stage under the guidance of lights. Audiences from around the world, this is the second season of XX's The Voice of China, where the mentors are having their own killer 6-power elimination rounds. This is the mentor team elimination round. Xiao Xiao held the microphone, his voice was loud and clear, and his words were crisp and clear. According to the competition rules, the mentors will undergo a 6-power cycle of elimination, and each mentor team only needs 9 students. So, tonight, we will have an internal elimination match between mentor teams. The first team to participate in the internal elimination matches. When he said this, Xiao Xiao deliberately prolonged the ending syllable, mentor Chen Yijia's team. Boom boom boom, music that was enough to burst the eardrums once again resounded throughout studio #1. The 14 students from Chen Yijia's team will compete in pairs. The winner will advance directly, while the loser will be placed on the waiting list. The instructor will select the final 2 spots from the 7 candidates waiting to be selected. Tonight will definitely be a battle for survival. Young Master Chow excitedly pointed at the audience and judges' seats and roared, "Are you looking forward to it? Expect." The audience all stood up, put their hands to their mouths in the shape of trumpets, and roared loudly. Okay, now the stage will be handed over to our mentor. After getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Xiao turned around suddenly and pointed his finger in the direction he had just walked out. Swish, 4 beams of white light appeared, and Lu Yu, Yu Chengming, Wu Ying, and Chen Yiji, the 4 music instructors, slowly emerged from the white beams of light. Showtime. Young Master Chow yelled and suddenly jumped down from the bright stage. Love is a fire that lights up my entire sky. It was similar to the opening of the first round of blind auditions, with another 10-minute solo performance by each mentor to warm up the audience. After the warm-up, the 4 music instructors took their seats, and Xiao Xiao took the stage again. Next, please welcome the first student who advanced from the blind audition of instructor Chen Yijia's team, Lu Zixia. Young Master Chow called out Lu Zixia's name word by word. Lu Zixia, who was waiting backstage, walked onto the stage with steady steps and stood in the center-left position of the stage. Lu Zixia! Lu Zixia! The people in the audience and on the judges' benches all started screaming like crazy. Some of the audience even held up fluorescent signs with Lu Zixia written on them and shouted his name. Then, Master Chow began to introduce the second student, Li Dan. A young man with fair skin and slightly curly hair walked onto the stage. A minute later, all 14 students in Chen Yiji's team had already stepped onto the stage. Young Master Chow looked at Chen Yijie, who was sitting in the instructor's seat, and said, "Before we officially begin, Teacher Chen Yijie, do you have any instructions for your students?" Chen Yijie stood up from his seat, walked down to the stage, and said, "I just think you all look very pleasing to the eye." Yes, very pleasing to the eye. Today is a very rare opportunity. I hope you will seize it. Even if it's an intra-team match, you must show your spirit and level. Keep up the good work. I support you. Everyone, please return to the preparation area. Xiao Xiao gestured for the students to return to the backstage, then raised his hands. Bridge of Glory, please raise it. 2 huge screens slowly rose from the ground, blocking the 2 passages leading to the backstage. What appeared on the screens of the 2 bridges of glory was the logo of China's New Voice. The main color was gold, and a hand holding a microphone held up a shining golden star, surrounded by 4 smaller golden stars. Tonight, the fate of each mentor's team will be decided by the strongest 51-member professional music judging panel in the history of China's New Voice. They are the top producers, authoritative music critics, veteran radio DJs, and media elites from the Chinese pop music scene across Taiwan, mainland China, and Hong Kong. Xiao Xiao faced the jury and the audience and bowed slightly. Thank you for coming, everyone. You've worked hard. The audience and the judges applauded and cheered respectfully. Next, the instructor's devilish 6th power cycle elimination, the team elimination round, begins. Xiao Xiao looked down at his cue card. Teacher on screen, please bring up the student selection interface. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the portraits of the 14 students from Chen Yijia's team appeared on the huge screen behind the stage. There was a thick border around the edge of each of these students' portraits, and now the border was constantly flashing. Teacher Chen Yiji, please make a choice. Xiao Xiao turned to Chen Yiji and made a gesture of invitation. Stop. Chen Yiji looked up at the screen and suddenly shouted stop. Afterwards, the flashing portraits of the students on the big screen suddenly stopped, and the first student to participate in the internal team battle appeared. Lu Zixia. When the flashing portrait on the big screen stopped and enlarged to fill the entire screen, everyone in broadcasting hall #1 was stunned. Because even they didn't expect that the first student to compete would be Lu Zixia. At this time, the New Voice logo disappeared from the left side of the Bridge of Glory, and a carefully edited video appeared, showing Lu Zixia's performance in the blind audition and his excellent result of getting 4 turns from the mentor. Finally, Lu Zixia handsome personal photo was frozen on the huge screen of the Bridge of Glory. My Xia, you will definitely win. Xia, we will always support you. Lu Zixia, come on. The audience was excited and they couldn't help but shout Lu Zixia's name. Later, they all shouted Lu Zixia, come on, which gradually formed a wave of sound and almost overturned the studio. This kid seems to be even more popular. Lu Yu pushed his glasses up at the mentor's table. It's a sure thing. Zixia's spot in the next round is a done deal. That's not necessarily true. Although Chani Jia had great confidence in Lu Zixia, he still said modestly, it wasn't us who made the selection this time. It was the 51 professional judges. They were very strict. I just can't stand you, you're so happy, but you pretend to be calm. Wu Ying curled her lips and said, you still have 2 spots. If the jury rejects Zixia, you can still pull him out from the waiting list. Sister Ing, are you jealous? Yu Chengming laughed. But I really can't wait. He impressed us so much during the blind auditions. Will Zixia let us down this time? Disappointed? I'm telling you, not at all. Chen Yijie grinned. I asked Zixia, and he said he'll be performing an original song today as well. It's definitely going to surprise you. Whether it's a surprise or not, we don't know. Liu said it this time, I know that if you don't choose someone, I'm afraid the audience will throw things at the mentor's seat soon. Sure enough, the audience around kept looking towards the mentor's seats, and their waiting expressions seemed to be really impatient. Okay, please ask instructor Chen Yijie to choose the second student to compete against. Xiao Xiao began to urge, stop. Chen Yijie quickly called for a stop, and a girl's head appeared on the big screen out on the right side of the Bridge of Glory. The girl's performance in the blind audition and her result of getting 3 turns from the mentor were shown. Finally, the photo of the pretty girl with a sweet smile was frozen on the screen of Bridge of Glory, Xiao Kersen. Please welcome the students, Lu Zixia and Xiao Kersen. Xiao Xiao raised his hand. Lu Zixia and Xiao Kersen walked out from the passage of the Bridge of Glory respectively. Oh, okay, Lu Zixia. Xiao Kersen. The audience was excited, they cheered and applauded for a long time. The two came to the center of the stage, and Chen Yijie walked up and hugged his 2 students. Xiao Xiao stood beside Chen Yijie and said, the duel is about to begin. Instructor Chen Yijie, is there anything else you would like to tell your students? I think since they've chosen to participate in the Voice of China, they've already made up their minds. Chen Yijie looked at the 2 of them and said, there's no point in saying more. Just be tough. Okay, thank you, Professor Chen Yijie, for your encouragement. Hearing Chen Yijie's words, Xiao Xiao smiled, that's right. Then we look forward to your performance. Now, please ask Professor Chen Yijie to return to his seat. Bridge of Glory, please raise it. Young Master Chao glanced at the audience. Round 2, the instructor's devilish 6th power elimination round. Team Chen Yijie's internal battle. The first group's PK. Now, let's begin. Please welcome the first student, Lu Zixia, to perform Once Upon a Time. Click, click, young Master Chao walked to the corner and the entire stage fell into darkness. Suddenly, a clear click sound was heard in studio number 1. It was like an ancient music box that was wound up, making the audience's hearts start beating fast. The audience was all shocked. They looked around, trying to find where the sound came from. Following an emotional whistle, the clockwork sound suddenly stopped. It's the accompaniment. Someone shouted, and the entire audience held their breath and watched the blurry figure on the stage, their hearts filled with anticipation. After a few breaths, a beam of white light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped Lu Zixia directly. Then, in the next moment, a magnetic, slightly deep voice sounded, I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a swan. As soon as the first 2 sentences were sung, thunderous applause broke out in studio number 1. The ones who were most deeply touched were the 51 professional music judges sitting in the front row. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. Just these 2 sentences are enough to be called good. Or too good. No wonder China's new voice has been promoting Lu Zixia as the main theme for some time. Putting aside other things, just the vocal range and emotional investment are definitely much better than other students. There is no comparison at all. Chapter 76, New Soul. Such a beautiful voice, coupled with the skills in singing songs, is enough to prove the quality of a person's singing skills. The 51 professional judges are well aware of this, and because of this, they are becoming more and more excited. Of course, the quality of a song depends not only on the singer's skills, but also on the lyrics and music of the entire song, as well as the emotions and atmosphere created by the singer. After the initial surprise, the studio quickly fell silent. The audience listened attentively, and some even closed their eyes and began to enjoy this auditory feast. I heard that Peter Pan never grows up. Jack has a harp and magic. I heard there is a candy house in the forest. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper. Some of the audience members came to their senses. The melody of the song was nice, but the lyrics seemed very familiar. Could it be that the lyrics were plagiarized from someone else? Someone in the front row of the judging panel had a solemn expression on his face. After all, in this world with a strong sense of copyright, plagiarism can have serious consequences. I know why the lyrics of this song are so familiar. Suddenly, one of the judges called out in a low voice, and everyone's eyes turned to look at this judge. The lyrics of this song are all about characters from Ye Ye's Goodnight Story. The judge's face lit up with excitement. Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, Alice, there's no doubt about it, it's definitely characters from Ye Ye's Goodnight Story. But now that you mention it, I remember it. Another judge's eyes lit up. Lu Zixia is truly talented. How long has Ye Ye's Goodnight Story been popular? He can actually create such a beautiful song. He's incredible. All the judges understood and recalled the plot of the fairy tale. Then they became excited and silently gave Lu Zixia a thumbs up in their hearts. If the judges were like this, let alone the crazy audiences. Holy crap, my Xia is so amazing. This is something straight out of a fairy tale book. I know. My daughter asks me to read Ye Ye's Goodnight Story to her every night before she goes to bed. Haha, such a beautiful song, and he was able to find a specific image. My xia is really amazing. Because of the hot sales of Ye Ye's Goodnight Story, almost all Chinese people know that there is such a collection of fairy tales. Now Lu Zixia directly describes the images in the fairy tales vividly and gives them emotions, so they are naturally shocked. Only the wise river knows Snow White ran away from the castle because she was having fun. Little Red Riding Hood is something to restrain herself. The red robe that turned into a wolf. In everyone's mind, the image of the fairy tale naturally emerged. Snow White, wearing a long white dress and a crystal crown. Little Red Riding Hood, wearing a red robe and a red hat. Peter Pan, with red hair and a leaf-like dress, flying with his arms outstretched. The cheerful melody makes the images in each fairy tale vivid and full. Happy expressions appeared on the faces of the audience. They seem to have turned into children, wandering in the ocean of fairy tales, and appreciating the splendor of the fairy tale world together with these fairy tale characters. There is always a colorful river winding through the fairy tale town, a perverse aura tinged with magic, yet there are twists and turns in love. The river flows endlessly, splashing water. Another curtain of time falls into the water. Let all long ago, it's time for a happy ending. As the song continued, the style of the lyrics and music suddenly changed, and the cheerful lyrics turned into a philosophical one with profound meaning. The people in the audience and the judges' seats had different expressions on their faces. Some of them frowned, some were melancholy, some were nostalgic, and some female audience members even shed tears quietly. They were immersed in Lu Zixia's songs and couldn't help but be intoxicated by them. With a lot of thoughts in their minds, the lyrics here are somewhat pessimistic. Little Red Riding Hood is essentially the big bad wolf, and the glass slippers will eventually be lost. The unrealistic love of the Little Mermaid will eventually dissolve into bubbles. In their ears, the lyrics here are sad. Although Lu Zixia's voice is gentle, it is so graceful that it breaks their hearts. I heard that Sleeping Beauty was buried. The Little Mermaid is looking at the Golden Palace. I heard there is a tree of immortality on the cliff. The red shoes are dancing tirelessly. However, sadness always fades away quickly. The music becomes cheerful again, and the audience's emotions fluctuate with Lu Zixia singing. Lu Zixia was completely immersed in his own singing and no longer cared about anything in the outside world. Promotion, competition, celebrities, all were thrown out of his mind. His mind is now full of Ye Ye. He only hopes that time will not pass too fast. He wants to take Ye Ye with him every step of his life. He wants to be with Ye Ye, no matter it is happiness, pain, sorrow or happiness, he will always be with his daughter. Let all the long ago when we reached the happy ending, we are still strangers. Time passed, the song came to the end, and more people were still in shock for a long time. In the first half of their lives, they have experienced setbacks and joys, and have tasted all the flavors of life, but what can we do about it? This fairy tale river separates ideals and reality, and converges at the mountain pass ahead. Courage and hope have always been there, and will always be there. It never disappears. After hearing the ending, all the audience and judges were filled with warmth, courage, and hope. When the performance ended, thunderous applause and screams broke out from the audience. At this moment, no matter who you are or what your status is, they all stood up and clapped their hands hard. They wanted to give their most sincere gratitude to the singer who could create such a wonderful song. Thanks to Lu Zixia for presenting them with a shocking audiovisual feast. Now please exchange places. Xiao Xiao, hidden in the corner of the stage, waited for the applause to break out for a full 2 minutes before speaking. Please welcome the second student, Xiao Curson, to sing New Soul. Swish, the lights in studio number 1 dimmed, and light and lively guitar sounds rang out, followed by a soft female voice. I'm a new Suli came to this strange world. It turned out to be New Soul, a household name and the advertising song for the MacBook Air. The audience didn't expect that Xiao Curson was about to sing an English song, and it was a widely circulated classic song. Everyone's interest was piqued. As the song started, a white beam of light descended from the sky and landed on a girl in her 20s wearing cute overalls and a pink sweatshirt. She was Xiao Curson. She was wearing light makeup, holding the microphone in her fair hands, and her red lips open slightly, hoping I could learn a bit about how to give and take. But since I came here, felt the joy and the fear, finding myself making every possible mistake. The soft female voice seemed to soothe people's hearts, and the melody and lyrics seemed to be able to heal people's wounds, making all the audience and judges present smile with joy and satisfaction. At this moment, the audience unconsciously swayed to the melody of the music. Following the light rhythm, they let themselves go and felt happy. New Soul. La 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 la. In this very strange world, every possible mistake, every possible mistake, mistakes. The song ended unknowingly, with a brisk rhythm and beautiful female voice. Even though there were many people in the studio who did not understand English, this did not prevent them from being cleansed by this song. So, until the music ended, the audience and judges were still immersed in the cheerful atmosphere brought to them by the song. Oh, that's beautiful. The person is beautiful, and the song is even more beautiful. Kuxin, I like you. After a while, thunderous applause and screams rang out in the studio. The audience and judges applauded generously. Although it was not as lively as after Lu Zixia's singing, it was still obvious how much the audience liked it. After all, applause and cheers are a respect for the singer and even more so for the song. Thank you, Curson. At this time, Xiao Xiao, who was standing in the corner of the stage, walked to the center of the stage and invited Lu Zixia, who was standing in another corner, to come up. Just like that, Xiao Xiao stood in the center of the stage, with Lu Zixia and Xiao Curson standing on both sides of him. The first group of students PK has concluded. Facing the audience and the judges, Xiao Xiao said, "Let's first ask your instructor, Chenny Jie." Chenny Jie, sitting upright in the mentor's seat, commented, "Zixia, I think he's staying true to his previous style and insisting on submitting an original song. That's really commendable. And the song is so beautiful. Let me ask you a personal question. Is this song based on the fairy tale from Ye Ye's Goodnight Story?" Chenny Jie is also very naughty. He knew what was going on but still asked. Yes. Lu Zixia nodded. When I saw Ye Ye's Goodnight Story, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Plus, my daughter is also named Ye Ye, so I wanted to create a beautiful fairy tale town for her. So, this song came into being. My xia is so loving. It's really based on fairy tale images. My xia is indeed the prince of creation. In the audience, Lu Zixia's female fans instantly turned into crazy fans, looking at Lu Zixia with eyes full of admiration, wishing they could rush up and eat him right now. Ah, your creative talent really amazes me. Chen Yijie laughed heartily. I don't have much to say about your song. In one word, great. Thank you, brother Xuanjie. Lu Zixia bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Chapter 77, Plagiarism? Infringement? I think Kuxian sings very well too. Wu Ying interrupted at this time. Sister Ying, why don't you comment on Kuxian? Chen Yijie simply threw the question to Wu Ying. Wu Ying smiled and said, the unique quality of Kursen's voice is inherently healing and cheerful, so her lighthearted, elf-like expression was quite spot on today. I really like it. The other two mentors, do you have anything to say? Xiao Xiao continued to ask. I think Zixia's songs are very original and full of charm, Liu said briefly. Kursen's voice is very nice. Kuxian's song immediately drew me in. Yu Chengming was as playful as ever. I was saying, you should have joined my team. Do you two have anything to say right now? Major General Qiao turned his attention to the two of them. Kuxian. Xiao Kursen has a quiet personality. Although she is young, she looks very steady. She held the microphone with both hands and said, what I want to say is that Teacher Jie is my idol and my family also likes him very much. I think the memories of being with Teacher Jie are very precious, so even if I am eliminated today, I have no regrets. Kursen, come on. We support you. The audience in the auditorium applauded and encouraged Xiao Kursen. Thank you, Kursen. Young Master Qiao nodded. Zixia. Lu Zixia smiled and said, I want to say that the competition system is cruel, but our friendship is everlasting. Kursen has a beautiful voice. If possible, I hope to have the opportunity to write a song for Kursen. Lu Zixia was not trying to appeal to her feelings or be polite. He genuinely thought the girl had a great voice and skills. Of course, the most important thing is that Chen Yijie has clearly revealed that he wants to sign Xiao Kursen into his studio. For this little girl, he even came over and begged me to write a song for her. You know, Chen Yijie didn't even think about asking him for a song for himself, but for a little girl. This is enough to show how much Chen Yijie values Xiao Kursen. Really? Xiao Kursen's eyes lit up. Of course. Lu Zixia nodded. Kursen, Xiao Xiao teased, several songs composed by Zixia are extremely popular both in real life and online. You've stumbled upon a treasure. Thank you. Xiao Kursen nodded and smiled sweetly. Alright, now we're going to face the results. Young Master Qiao said, 51 judges, if you support Lu Zixia, please raise your blue placards. If you support Xiao Kursen, please raise your red placards. Please vote. Swish, 51 judges raised their signs in unison under the supervision of the audience. Xiao Xiao began to count the votes. First row, the 5 judges all support Lu Zixia. Second row. Thank you all. After the vote count was complete, Xiao Xiao announced, currently, the professional music judges' scores for Lu Zixia and Xiao Kursen are 49-2. The one who lost this competition is Xiao Kursen. The gap is too obvious. After all, English songs are still at a disadvantage in China. Bang bang bang. As the background music started, the audience stood up and gave Xiao Kursen encouraging applause and cheers. Xiao Kursen had actually thought of this result a long time ago. She calmly bowed to the mentors, the audience, and the judges, and finally generously opened her arms and gently hugged Lu Zixia. After the studio quieted down a bit, Xiao Xiao said, Kuxian, your mentor theoretically has the chance to revive, but he only has 2 chances to do so. Now, please take your place and bid farewell to the stage for now. Xiao Kursen walked to a lift platform on the stage and stood on it. As the music started and the lift began to descend, a figure suddenly rushed up from the edge of the stage and shouted, wait, this isn't fair. Lu Zixia doesn't qualify to advance. The man was wearing staff clothes, a baseball cap on his head, and a director's certificate hanging around his neck. Who is this person? It looks like they are staff members of the program team. What the hell? Isn't the game going on? Seeing the staff members suddenly rushing onto the stage, the audience and judges were all stunned. They obviously did not expect such a situation to happen. Who is this bastard? What is he doing up there? Pull him down quickly. Huang Kursen, the program director who was watching the entire stage from the audience, suddenly became anxious. Director Huang, didn't you bring him here? A female director nearby asked in surprise. I brought him here? Huang Kursen was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, nonsense. When did I ever bring anyone to the group? Hurry up, 2 people go up and pull him down for me. As soon as Huang Kursen finished speaking, 2 staff members came onto the stage and reached out to pull the person who rushed up and naturally, the man refused to get down. During the struggle, the hat on his head fell off, revealing a shiny bald head, and the face that had been covered by the baseball cap was also revealed. It's him. Now, Lu Zixia, Xiao Kursen and the 4 mentors on the stage all recognized this person. Do you remember that during the blind auditions of The Voice of China, there was a guy named Li Tong, because he plagiarized the American singer Alex Mars's Black World, he was exposed by Lu Yu and lost the selection. Before that, Li Tong also inexplicably mocked Lu Zixia, therefore, Lu Zixia had a relatively deep impression of him. Isn't this guy from Harbin province? He also has a bar in Harbin. How come he ran to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station to be the director of The Voice of China after only half a month of not seeing him? Let me go. I need to speak. Li Tong struggled vigorously. This song is suspected of plagiarism and infringement. You can't let Lu Zixia advance. Wait a minute and listen to what he says. Huang Kursen was still angry, but something unexpected happened today. However, after hearing Li Tong shouting, Huang Kursen stopped the staff through the headset, and at the same time began to direct Xiao Xiao to question Li Tong. This is a new selling point. If this is true, it may cause a rising star in the music industry to completely fade out of the entertainment industry, but it will also bring a wave of popularity to China's new voice. Maybe the ratings of the program will be even higher to plagiarism? Infringement. Although Li Tong's voice was not loud, everyone in the audience and the judges were watching what was happening on the stage with bated breath, so the audience at the edge of the stage could hear it clearly. The air was stagnant, and as the news spread to the audience seats a little further away, the whole audience was in an uproar. I in the mentor's seats, the other three mentors except Chen Yiji all sat up straight, with solemn expressions on their faces. If Lu Zixua's song is really suspected of plagiarism and infringement, then he should not be allowed to advance, because neither plagiarism nor infringement is allowed. Facing the uproar on and off the stage, Lu Zixia looked calm. Why, now that I've exposed your true identity, you're going to stop talking? Grabbing a microphone from a staff member, Li Tong said proudly, "Dear audience friends, it's him, Lu Zixia, who plagiarized the fairy tale characters from the fairy tale author Xia Yu's Ye's Goodnight Story. He also created a song based on the characters from Ye's Goodnight Story without Xia Yu's authorization. How can someone like him qualify for the next round? Plagiarism? This guy seems to have forgotten how he was eliminated. It's a bit of a stretch to call it plagiarism, but using fairy tale characters and names without the author's authorization is indeed an infringement. It's not plagiarism, but I, Xia, am suspected of copyright infringement." After hearing Li Tong's words, all the audience were stunned, and then they came to their senses. They lacked knowledge of specific copyright laws, but they had a clear understanding of infringement. Everyone's faces looked unhappy. It was a pity that such a good singer was eliminated just because he did not obtain the author's authorization. "Teacher Chen Yiji, even if you have 2 resurrection spots, it's useless." Li Tong's face was filled with the triumph of revenge. "I've already called the relevant departments. You have video evidence here. Lu Zixia will be taken away soon." Chen Yiji didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was a little strange. He couldn't laugh, and he had tears in his eyes. Only Lu Zixia knew that Chen Yiji was clearly trying hard to suppress the urge to laugh and cry, and it was very uncomfortable to do so. Actually, come to think of it, in the entire studio number 1, the only one who knows that Lu Zixia is Xia Yu is Chen Yiji. It's amazing that Li Tong could come up with the idea of infringing on his own rights. "Li Tong, right?" Lu Zixia looked at him coldly. "You plagiarized it yourself. Don't assume everyone is as despicable as you." "What? You have the guts to infringe on someone's copyright, but not the guts to admit it?" Li Tong said disdainfully. "I've always said that when it comes to creative ability, you're no match for me. So what? You're creating something by plagiarizing others? What's that? Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me in creation? So what if it's copyright infringement? If I give you the same thing, can you write a song as good as Once Upon a Time? I know you. You plagiarized Mars Melody, and you still have the nerve to come here and accuse others of plagiarism." The conversation between the two was conveyed through the microphone, so after hearing Li Tong's words, all the audience became angry and stood on Lu Zixia's side. "Are you so sure that I've infringed your rights?" Lu Zixia said calmly. "Of course," Li Tong said. "As far as I know, the fairy tale author, Xia Yu, has only authorized the simplified and traditional Chinese characters to Yiwa Publishing House. She hasn't authorized any other copyrights to anyone else. If this isn't infringement, what is it?" Chapter 78. This guy is crazy. Even if the audience doesn't care, the production team will still consider getting it. Li Tong knew that he was just a small figure and the audience would not take him seriously, but it was different when he moved out of the program crew. In today's world, copyright awareness is too strong. If Xia Yu pursues the matter, the program team will definitely cancel Lu Zixia's program, and Lu Zixia will also face huge monetary compensation. At least, that's what Li Tong thought. "Dear audience friends, I'm sorry, I need to delay your time for 2 minutes." Lu Zixia ignored Li Tong and bowed to the audience and the judges. Then, in full view of everyone, he took out his cell phone and started typing. "Don't you think it's a little late to start working now?" Seeing Lu Zixia take out his cell phone, Li Tong couldn't help but sneer. He had waited for so long, and even spent money to sneak into Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station, just to take revenge on mentors like Lu Yu, revenge on Lu Zixia, and even revenge on the program crew. He would be even happier if the show could be ruined because of this. Just wait. Lu Zixia glanced at Li Tong and was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. The audience didn't know what Lu Zixia was going to do, but they instinctively sided with Lu Zixia. No one had a good impression of this bald man. After about 2 minutes, Lu Zixia handed his phone to Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, and said, "Xiao Xiao, please tell the director to switch the content on my Weibo account to the screen." In fact, just now, Xiao Xiao received instructions from Huang Kersen, asking him to interview Li Tong. However, facing Li Tong who suddenly rushed onto the stage, Xiao Xiao was disgusted. Although Huang Kersen was the chief director of China's New Voice, as the top host of Jiangsu and Zhejiang satellite TV, Xiao Xiao was still able to resist. Ever since Li Tong came on stage, Xiao Xiao has remained silent and hasn't spoken, and now Lu Zixia suddenly started a quarrel with Xiao Xiao, and he was unable to react for a moment. After Lu Zixia repeated it, Xiao Xiao finally reacted. Okay. Director, the phone was in the hands of the director, who quickly cut the Weibo content to the big screen. The first post on mobile Weibo was from Xia Yu. "Today, singer Lu Zixia suddenly contacted me and told me to create the song Fairy Tale Town, based on the fairy tale characters from Ye's Goodnight Story. Surprised, I then remembered that I received a demo of the song 2 days ago. I was busy with work at the time and didn't listen to it. Today I took out the demo of the song and listened to it, and I realized that many of the characters in my fairy tales can actually be written into lyrics. I was very happy and very grateful to the singer Lu Zixia. From this moment on, as the author of Ye's Goodnight Story, I hereby authorize singer Lu Zixia to freely use any fairy tale images in this book to compose songs. Please be informed." Going further down, there are reposts from a group of big V bloggers, and many fans also reposted and replied. The news on the screen surprised the audience and judges in Studio 1, and they cheered, "Thumbs up for Xia Yu. Xia, I knew you wouldn't infringe on my rights. Turns out you've already sent Xia Yu a demo of your song. That baldy Li accused me of plagiarism and infringement, but why doesn't it count if you plagiarized yourself?" The audience went crazy, and those who knew about Li Tong's first audition began to question him. After seeing Xia Yu's Weibo post on the screen, Li Tong panicked. He said in disbelief, impossible, impossible, how could Xiaoyu give you authorization? Have you waited for the result? Lu Zixia looked at him coldly. Are you satisfied with the result? That's impossible. You must have hacked Xiaoyu's Weibo account, right? Li Tong suddenly turned around and glared at Lu Zixia fiercely. I know. You must have hacked Xiaoyu's Weibo account and posted that, right? Lu Zixia looked at Li Tong as if he were a mentally retarded person and said nothing. Li Tong, right? Lu, you couldn't bear it any longer. Do you really think Zixia is omnipotent and can hack and steal accounts? You've read too many novels, haven't you? That's right, student Zixia was able to obtain Xiaoyu's authorization because he has the ability. Wu Ying curled her lips and looked at Li Tong with disdain. If you can do it, why don't you do it? Also, how did you get into the production? Chen Yijie stared at Li Tong. We'll ask security to detain you and wait for the police to intervene. What's going on? Xiaoyu agreed to the authorization. It was my song that moved Xiaoyu. That guy named Tong apologized to Xia. Yes, not only does he have to apologize, but the production team must also explain this matter clearly. The audience couldn't stand it anymore. They were watching the game happily, but suddenly an inexplicable guy ruined the atmosphere. What is the production crew doing? Shut up. The blunt words of the instructors and the accusations of the audience made the dazed Li Tong suddenly go crazy. With red eyes, he shouted, you guys, it's all because of you guys. You made me lose face in front of the audience, my bar is gone, and my wife ran away. Everything is caused by you. Just as Li Tong himself said, because Lu Yu and others exposed Li Tong's plagiarism on the spot during the blind audition live broadcast, after returning to his city, he found that his home was empty, his wife was missing, and his bar was also sold by his wife. It can be said that Li Tong worked hard for more than 10 years, and suddenly he was back to the time before liberation. In addition, Lu Zixia had threatened him before, telling him to wait for Mars' lawyer's letter, which made Li Tong feel resentful for a while. Determined to take revenge, Li Tong bribed the director of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, which gave him the opportunity to sneak into the recording site of China's New Voice. Security. Huang Kersen originally wanted to create a hot topic, but seeing Li Tong's current state, he immediately started calling for security. Control him. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Li Tong, who already had a strong desire for revenge, suddenly took out a dagger from his arms and gestured in the air. Is this guy crazy? Why would he carry a dagger with him? Can't you see? He planned it. My Xia, Ku Xayan, run. This thrilling scene made everyone in studio number 1 nervous. Some of the audience members who were strong and full of justice stood up from their seats and ran towards the stage. Lu Zixia didn't expect that this guy would be so crazy and even carry a knife with him. The voice of China, Lu Zixia, Lu Yu, you are the culprits. Since I can't let you, Lu Zixia, be eliminated, then I will ruin this show. Li Tong's face was red and his neck was thick, and he was in a crazy mental state. This time, Xiao Kersen was closest to Li Tong. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Kersen like a wolf and stabbed her in the chest with a dagger. Xiao Kersen was just a girl in her early 20s. She had never seen such a scene before, and she was already scared silly by Li Tong. Ku Xin, be careful. The 4 mentors in the mentor seat were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats and screamed. Off the stage, Huang Kersen was regretting it deeply. At the beginning, he just wanted to create some hype, but he didn't expect it to go too far. Although today's broadcast is just a recording and not a live broadcast, if a bloody incident occurs, not only will the program, China's New Voice, be ordered to be suspended by the General Administration of Communications, but even he, the program's director, will be held accountable and may even lose his job. Get out of the way. Lu Zixia, who was standing on the other side of Xiao Xiao, took 2 steps and rushed to the side of the lift. Seeing that Li Tong was holding a dagger and was only a few centimeters away from Xiao Kersen, Lu Zixia retracted his left hip and stepped forward with his left foot. At the same time, the left side of his body and arm, like a bear, swayed towards Li Tong slowly but quickly. Bang! Lu Zixia's seemingly powerless swing caused Li Tong's body to stagnate the moment it hit him. Then, as if he was hit by a car driving at 40 miles per hour, he fell back 4 or 5 meters and lay on the ground with his head tilted back. Quiet. The entire space of studio number 1 seemed to have stopped, and everyone's movements were frozen at that moment. It wasn't until the dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound that everyone reacted. Some opened their mouths to exclaim in surprise. Some took a step forward, some widened their eyes, some pointed their fingers forward, and in the next moment, they all raised their hands high and cheered loudly. Fuck, what did Xia just do? My Xia's slow movements are a bit like Tai Chi, right? It turns out that my Xia is a martial arts master. Lu Zixia's speed in rescuing people just now was not fast, and every movement was slow, but he had amazing attack power. Everyone present was shocked. Looking at Lu Zixia's thin figure, he didn't look like a strong man at all. How could such a strong explosive power come from such a body? Quick, hold him down. Huang Kersen rushed out from the backstage, followed by several security guards. Several security guards rushed forward and lifted up Li Tong, who was lying on the ground. In fact, Li Tong had no strength left at this time. Lu Zixia's just shake had knocked him to pieces. You let me go. I'm going to ruin this show. Li Tong roared weakly and struggled hysterically. Dear audience friends and media friends, I am so sorry. Huang Kersen asked the security guards to take Li Tong away while repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the judges and the audience. There was a small accident. Let's continue with our show. Continue. After saying that, Huang Kersen was about to walk off the stage. Wait a minute, come back to me. Program crew, give us a perfect explanation. Director Huang, do you need to explain something to us? This time, not to mention the audience and judges, even the 4 music mentors including Chen Yijie were fed up with it. Chapter 79. 2 people visiting. This is really just an accident. We don't have this person in the director team. Huang Kersen broke out in a cold sweat. He winked at young Master Qiao and said, please rest assured, we will definitely find out how he got into the show. We will explain the whole story on our official Weibo account later. Please trust us. Okay, dear audience friends, what just happened was just a small episode. After all, Huang Kersen was the chief director of The Voice of China, so we had to give her some respect. Xiao Xiao tactfully took over the conversation and changed the subject. Don't you want to know if Zixia is a martial arts master? Yes, then we can just go to the official Weibo of New Voice to learn more about the incident. Now let's ask whether the move Zixia just used is Tai Chi that makes sense. You won't have this opportunity again in the future. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao's entry point was very precise, diverting the attention of everyone in studio number 1. Zixia, would you mind sharing with us what move you just used? Xiao Xiao patted the frightened Xiao Kersen and turned to ask Lu Zixia for his opinion. Lu Zixia spread his hands and said, just now I used the bear move from the 5 animal play, the bear shake. The 5 animal exercises is a qigong practice that imitates the movements of 5 animals, tiger, deer, bear, ape, and crane, for health and strengthening the body. 5 animal exercises? Yu Chengming, sitting in the instructor's seat, frowned. I've heard of 5 animal exercises, but isn't it a fitness method for maintaining health and strengthening the body? It's mainly for strengthening the body, but my 5 animal exercises are a little different. They're a family tradition. Lu Zixia nodded and added, also, once the bones are set, you can't practice them anymore. Is that so? No wonder he's so powerful. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that I wonder about Zixia's family. Sorry, this is my personal privacy and it is not convenient to disclose it. Lu Zixia shook his head. Then we won't ask any more questions. Young Master Qiao nodded. Ko Xian was frightened just now. Could you please give her some applause to encourage her? Bang bang bang. Ko Xian, you are great, we will always support you. Ko Xian, stay strong. The bad guy has been caught. You are safe. The audience always sympathizes with the weak, not to mention that Xiao Kersen was a complete victim in the recent incident. The audience does not want this healing girl to be affected by what just happened. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Kersen came back to her senses from the shock and was very grateful for the audience's encouragement. Alright, let Kersen rest backstage for a while. Xiao Xiao said, the show continues. Xiao Kersen goes to the waiting area. Lift, please lower. Amid the audience's applause and cheers, Xiao Kersen waved to the audience and slowly descended on the lift platform. At this moment, let us congratulate student Lu Zixia for his successful advancement. Xiao Xiao announced loudly. Instructor Chen Yijie, don't you want to hug your student? Chen Yiji walked down from the mentor seat and gave a warm hug to Lu Zixia, who was standing on the stage. Applause for Lu Zixia, the winner of the first PK. Xiao Xiao pointed at the screen behind the stage, please enter the Bridge of Glory. As Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the Bridge of Glory on the left slowly fell down, and Lu Zixia strode over. After coming out of the Bridge of Glory, a staff member from the program team took Lu Zixia directly into a private lounge. As soon as he entered the room, Lang Wenxing came up to him, looked Lu Zixia up and down, and said, you scared me to death just now. Zixia, if anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Ye? Lu Zixia was frightened by Lang Wenxing's gaze and quickly pushed him away, saying, alright, what's there to be afraid of? Not to mention Li Tong alone, even if there are a few more, I'll be fine. Hey, that's a good point. Lang Wenxing suddenly became excited. You didn't fool the audience on stage just now, did you? Was that move you used against that bald guy really the 5 animal play? What good would it do to lie to you? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. Among the 5 animal plays, I'm only better at the bear play. If it were the tiger play, I'd be able to scare him to death. Really? Lang Wenxing's eyes lit up and he said expectantly, look at me, can I practice? No. Lu Zixia shook his head. Oh, forget it. Lang Wenxing suddenly deflated. Huang Kersen from the production team just came. He wants to invite you for a midnight snack after the recording is over as an apology. Do you want to go? No, I want to go back to Jinghua. Lu Zixia refused without hesitation. Where's the plane ticket? I guess you can't go back. Lang Wenxing shook his head. Seeing that Lu Zixia was about to lose his temper, he quickly explained, don't worry. We didn't get the late flight, and the earliest flight left is 5 in the morning. Instead of that, you might as well wait until tomorrow to go back. That way, you can still explore Yuhang. At this point, he seemed to feel that the words weren't strong enough, so he continued, you can also buy some small things for Yaya. I know there are many specialty stores in Yuhang that sell things for little girls. Lu Zixia frowned and thought for a moment, then said, the flight tomorrow at noon can't be any later. Finally convincing this gentleman, Lang Wenxing breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay. When did Lang Wenxing, a dignified entertainment industry giant, end up living such a miserable life? He actually had to act according to the moods of his subordinates. How miserable can one word describe it? While Lu Zixia was worried about not being able to book a return ticket for tonight, 2 guests also came to Lu Zixia's home in Shanshui community far away in Beijing. Ding dong, Li Meng was preparing in the kitchen when she heard a knock on the door and ran over quickly. You are here. Appearing outside the door were Li Meng's agent Cheng Siki and assistant He Jingjing. See, I told you I didn't knock on the wrong door. Cheng Siki, carrying a lot of bags, squeezed in through the open door. I say, your Lu Zixia is really good? He just graduated not long ago, and he bought such a big house. He has potential. Pa, what do you mean by my house? Li Meng blushed. He said that this house was transferred to him by Mr. Lang for just over 5 million yuan. He was also given a car. It's in the underground parking lot. Come, help me carry some things. He Jingjing followed Li Mingi into the room. But you're so arrogant. It only cost over 5 million. I'm just a poor assistant. After all these years, I've only saved over 4 million. Sister Jingjing, stop making fun of me. Li Mingi took the things from He Jingjing's hand. Your father has such a big jewelry company, and he still cares about such a small amount of money? He Jingjing's father is the chairman of Jinghua's Birui Jewelry Company. Birui Jewelry Company mainly deals in the sale of jadeite, Hutian jade, and other jade products. Although it may not be worth tens of billions or hundreds of millions, it still has a profit of 3 or 500 million. He is him, and I am me. He Jingjing rolled her eyes. Where's Ye? Let Ye come out quickly. I haven't seen the little girl for a long time. I miss her so much. Who is calling me? At this time, Ye heard the noise outside and ran to the balcony. When she saw Chang Siki and He Jingjing, she immediately jumped up with joy. Siki's mother, Aunt Jingjing. Xiao Ye screamed in surprise, and with her long legs she rushed towards Chang Siki at a speed of 1 or 2 meters away. Because Chang Siki had no children, she adopted Ye as her goddaughter. Ye, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Do you miss your mother Siki? Chang Siki bent down, picked up Ye, kissed the little one's pink face, and asked. Yeah, Ye misses mommy Siki a lot. Ye also kissed Chang Siki and said with her head tilted, Aunt Jingjing, do you miss Ye? He Jingjing, who was standing by, immediately acted arrogantly, no, not at all. Ye's voice was a little aggrieved. Originally, Ye wanted to show the treasured album to Aunt Jingjing. Since Aunt Jingjing doesn't want Ye, I'll only show it to Siki's mother. Album? What album? He Jingjing suddenly perked up. Ye, Auntie misses you. Auntie misses you every day. In order to appreciate Ye's collection of pictures, He Jingjing shamefully compromised. Aunt Jingjing, Ye is teasing you. The little girl giggled, jumped out of Chang Siki's arms, and ran back to the room. He Jingjing had the mind of a child and ran after Ye. Your Zixia has quite good taste. Ignoring Ye and He Jingjing, Chang Siki wandered through the rooms. There's a bay window in the bedroom. If this house were sold at market price, it would probably fetch 12 or 3 million. Just to cling to your Zixia, I've spent a fortune. He's the one who owes the favor. What does it have to do with me? Li Mingyi, who was serving food to the restaurant, said nonchalantly. Besides, Lu Zixia doesn't care about this little money. Did you know? Last month alone, Lu Zixia's share of Penguin music sales was over 6 million. Lu Zixia is robbing people. Chang Siki's eyes widened. Even top singers can't make money as fast as him, right? He's very confident in his songs. Li Mingyi said. By the way, he even wrote a theme song specifically for our TV series. Sister Siki, you've trained several top singers before, so you should be able to tell the difference between good and bad songs, right? TV series? Chang Siki was stunned. Which one? 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Li Meng replied. Huh? Chang Siki frowned. Doesn't this TV series already have songs? Why create new ones? I can't sing that song. Li Meng blushed. Last night was Ye's birthday. After I coaxed Ye to sleep, I complained to Lu Zixia, who knew he would write a song for me the next day and even recorded a demo. The demo here actually refers to a sample record, that is, the music creator roughly records his or her ideas on a cassette tape or laserdisc and provides it to record companies, producers or other singers as a reference sample. It's not wrong to call it a music demo. Chapter 80, A Song of Liang Liang, and you said you two have no feelings for each other? Hearing Li Mingyi's words, Chang Siki didn't take over the conversation, but looked at her with a half smile. He cares so much about your affairs, and he created a song in just one night. It really is true love. Hey, Sister Siki, I'm talking to you about something serious, why are you interrupting? Li Mingyi's cheeks had turned red like apples. If you say that again, I'll ignore you. Alright, enough joking. Chang Siki laughed. Where are the lyrics and music? Let me see. I'm half a musician, and I have a very good eye. Li Meng nodded slightly and took out a piece of paper and a USB flash drive from a drawer in the living room. Sister Siki, here are the lyrics, music, and demo. Li Meng handed the things in her hand to Chang Siki, and decided not to go to the kitchen. She sat directly on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Chang Siki's reply. Li Mingyi put the USB drive aside and did not listen. Just like she said herself, having trained so many top singers, even if her voice is bad, she will eventually be able to make it, right? The reason why she didn't listen to the recorded demo first was that she was worried that the demo would affect her vision and understanding. She needed to look at a song based on her first impression. I opened the music sheet and saw the name of the song Liang Liang Nut. What does this song title mean? Chang Siki frowned. Why does it feel a bit sad to me? Sister Siki, I've read the lyrics, and it seems to borrow a lot from ancient poetry. Li Mingyi also had a copy of the lyrics and music for Liang Liang in his hand. I even sent a WeChat message to Lu Zixia this afternoon to ask about it. He said it included poems from the book of songs, such as Taiyao, Zhou and Jinjia, Jingfeng, compared with Earth. Although this world does not have many classics in the field of literature and entertainment, there are also many overlaps, such as the 4 books and 5 classics. These traditional things still exist. It seems so. Chang Siki nodded and looked at the lyrics very carefully. Woman, as the night grows cooler, the blossoming flowers fall to the ground and turn to frost. You gaze at me from afar, exhausting all the twilight. Even without thinking of you, it's hard to forget you, male. The peach blossoms are fading, how could you let go in your previous life? This sea of heart is so vast, and you are pretending to be indifferent and not forced. It's all an illusion. It's a male and female duet. Chang Siki raised her head and glanced at Li Mingyi, then continued, are you planning on singing a love song duet with me? But aren't love songs always cheerful? Emotionally, these 2 verses are quite depressing. They seem to be narrating a love story in a low voice, but when put together, every line pierces my heart like a needle. Him? He wants to sing a duet with me? Dream on. Li Mingyi was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur instantly exploded. But when I read these lyrics, I always feel a little heartbroken. Li Mingyi is not a professional singer, but she is a professional actor. She has thought about the lines very thoroughly, and relatively speaking, she can still show some emotion in something similar like lyrics. Okay, I'll continue reading. Chung Siki continued reading, female, in the cool night, my longing for you turns into a river, and turns into spring mud, protecting me, man, life tribulations are easy to overcome, but love tribulations are hard to overcome. My worn out heart still holds some hatred from past lives, this part is the climax of the whole song and successfully awakens Chung Siki's heart. This climax, using the night moon, spring mud, flowing water, and falling petals, reflects sadness and hatred. From the artistic conception, it is a gradual progression. Through the tragedy, we can experience the emotional entanglements and love-hate relationships of human beings. Chung Siki slapped her thigh and praised, Lu Zixia was able to write lyrics that fit the TV series so well in just one night. He's truly a musical genius. Sister Siki, are you saying this song is well written? Li Mingyi asked expectantly. Do you think it will pass the director's test? The lyrics are good, but I can't help with the music. Chung Siki nodded. After all, I'm not a professional music producer. I have no idea whether this song can pass the director's review. How about we listen to the demo? Li Mingyi suggested, I'll be singing this song anyway, so I'm not afraid of getting carried away by the demo. Well, if you want to listen, let's listen. Chung Siki nodded. To be honest, after reading the lyrics, she could no longer suppress her anticipation for the melody of the song. I inserted the USB drive into Chingmei's computer, and suddenly a melodious song floated out from the computer. This is an ensemble of recorder and harp. The sound is clear and distant, giving people a sense of ancient charm. As the night grows cooler, the blossoms fall to the ground and turn to frost. The singing voice sounded a little shrill. It was obviously sung by a man, but it had a strong female voice. Moreover, the tune was low and melancholy, and both the female and male voices were slightly hoarse, while the pronunciation was solid and powerful. This made Chung Siki and Li Mingyi, who were listening to the song, inexplicably feel a sense of panic and boredom, and a little uneasy. In the cool night, my longing for you turns into a river and into spring mud. At the climax of the song, the melody did not return to the main chord. Neither Chung Siki nor Li Mingyi thought that the main part of the song would end. They were still looking forward to the song continuing. The singing suddenly stopped, and the climax came to an abrupt end, leaving both of them with a feeling of wanting more, especially for Li Mingyi, the heroine of eternal love, at the end of the male and female chorus of the hatred of the past life. Her ignited passion had already formed an explosive trend at this moment, and her eyes were filled with tears. As the heroine who has deeply immersed herself in the story, Li Mingyi has a deep memory of the plot of Three Lives, Three Worlds by Qian and Yi Hua, from their first acquaintance, staying together to separation. After going through 3 lives and 3 worlds, her emotions have reached a climax at this moment. My temples have been frosted, and I have also regained my youth because of you. The years are long and endless, how can I waste time and wander? The chorus begins with the switching between male and female voices, but compared to the main song, the chorus is sung in a lower voice, with a faint feeling of resentment and hatred, entangled, strongly suppressed, and about to explode. 3 lifetimes, 3 worlds, all seem like a dream. In these last few lines, the emotions that Lu Zixia had been brewing for a long time finally burst out. The phrase, it seems like a dream, expressed so much helplessness and emotion. Chung Siki's eyes were slightly red, and Li Mingyi was already shedding tears. The film scenes passed by before their eyes one after another. No matter whether they were immortals, mortals, or gods, or in the past life, present life, or the next life, everything was a dream to Goddess by Qian and Prince Yi Hua. My life's wish is to lead the dust. The song ended, and the tragic love story of the Goddess by Qian finally reached its climax. Li Mingyi had already burst into tears, and the strong woman Chung Siki was also secretly wiping away tears. It turns out that after experiencing 3 lives and 3 worlds, I realized that what we seek is not immortality, nor gold and silver treasures, but the beautiful dream of envying only mandarin ducks, not immortals. Chung Siki put away the tissue, looked at Li Mingyi and said, Your Zixia is really amazing. He can actually compose such a beautiful melody and write such touching lyrics. I really want to get to know this guy. Isn't it easy to get to know him? Wait until he comes back, then we can leave. He Jingjing came into the living room at some point, holding a set of hardcover picture albums in her hands. Sister Siki, let me show you something good. What? Chung Siki turned around and took the picture album from He Jingjing. After flipping through it, her eyes lit up. Is it the picture album of Yeye's Goodnight Story? Where did you get this? Although Chung Siki looks like a strong woman wherever she goes, who doesn't have a girly heart, this domineering female president is surprisingly fond of all kinds of fairy tales. No matter which property she owns, it is filled with various fairy tale books and various fairy tale peripheral products. Mine, this album is mine. Yeye came out from behind He Jingjing and said with a pout, Dad said this was specially left for me. It's not available anywhere else. Nowhere else? Chung Siki was stunned for a moment, then looked down and realized that this was just a hardcover picture album, and there was no fairy tale story. Moreover, looking at the publishing house on the back, there was only Iwa Publishing House printed on it, without even the price and release time. Limited edition, definitely limited edition. Chung Siki's eyes lit up. She looked at Yeye and smiled kindly. Yeye, Siki's mother wants to ask you, is Siki's mother usually good to you? Yeye nodded. Siki's mother is very kind to Yeye. Then will Siki's mother give all her good things to Yeye? Chung Siki coaxed. Yeah. Yeye nodded subconsciously. Then Yeye, can you give your things to Siki's mother as well? Chung Siki showed her little tiger teeth and finally stated her purpose. Siki's mother promises you, I only want one thing from you. He Jingjing and Li Mingyi both looked at the little girl with a smile, wanting to know how Yeye would answer. Yeye's eyebrows were knitted together. After thinking for a while, she said in a sweet voice, okay then. Apart from the picture album, I'll give you anything Siki's mother wants. Well, this was embarrassing. The little guy's words dashed all of Chung Siki's hopes. Li Mingyi and He Jingjing both laughed unkindly. But Siki's mother just wants this picture album. Chung Siki still didn't want to give up and made a final effort. Yeye, don't you want the big bear? Mommy Siki will trade the big bear with you, okay? Big Bear is the largest of all Chang Siki's fairy tale dolls, nearly 2 meters tall. When Xiao Yaya first saw it, she fell in love with this big guy at first sight, but that was one of Chang Siki's most precious collections, and she refused to give it to Yaya. The little girl was so angry that she was sulking with Chang Siki for a week and didn't talk to her. In the end, it was Chang Siki who stepped in and found a replacement for Yaya, and only then did the little girl forgive her.